Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Dark Young Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Yagi was a boy whose love for heroes was like no other, not because of the fame they reserved or the quirk they possessed, but just of the fact he always thought that helping people was the coolest thing ever. One day Izuku and his sister Izumi with their mother the number 5 pro hero Green Espress at the quirk doctors ready to see what their quirk WR6. However, it had turned out that Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless but not his sister. Izumi had developed a quirk much like their mother's, but the difference was that the object that could be moved with the mind differs depending on her emotions called gravity control. Izumi was picked her up with praise and happiness, while on the other hand Izuku was sitting there shocked, saddened, upset, and forgotten about. At home Tashiner Yagi was waiting for his family to find out what his kids' quirk are. In reality he was the number 1 poor hero All Might. The hero that his son looks up to the most, though his kids aren't aware of it for their one safety. The door suddenly clicked open to reveal Inko with Izumi in her arms, and Izuku was behind her still upset, though he hadn't noticed. Toshi, so how'd it go? Inko, unfortunately Izuku's quirkless, but Izumi has a gravity-controlling quirk that, while his parents praised Izumi for her awesome quirk, they had not seen that Izuku was standing there pondering what was happening. Why was he being ignored and not conferred? Was it because he was quirkless? Did he do something wrong? All these questions filled his mind over and over again, but one played on repeat more than any of them: can I still be a hero? At school everyone began mocking and avoiding Izuku like he had disease. The others looked down on him and made snarky remarks about his quirklessness. He tried to just ignore them and keep to himself. Even though he was quirkless, he still had hoped to be a hero in the future. But his so-called friend weren't too happy about that. He was sitting on a bench eating a boxed lunch that he made himself. He had gotten pretty good at cooking, though he kinda had to, since Inko had all of her focus on Izumi. Soon 4 fingers were hovering around him. They belonged to his sister and 3 best friends that recently started to avoid him like the rest. Izumi. Izuku, do you still want to be a hero? Izuku, what? Yes, more than any. He was cut off by a blast to his face, forcing him to hit the ground. His eyes began to form tears once he looked up to Katsuki with a smug smile and explosions in his hands. Katsuki, just forget it Deku, you're a quirkless useless nobody. Shoto, you'll never be a hero Yagi. Shoka, Wyatt. Izumi, are you listening Izuku? Accept it, you will never be a hero. For that pont on Izumi and her friends would torment him for just talking about heroes. All excited Shota using their quirks to intimidate him in an endless cycle of pain. Although they keep noticed that not matter how much they hurt him, humiliated him, laugh at him, keep getting back up. Izuku's parents' attention was so focused on Izumi that they weren't aware of this bullying. All they could think about was Izumi and how she could be the next symbol of peace. One day Toshinori had told Izumi his secret about him being all might and one for all, saying that she would be his successor to his power when her body was strong enough to inherit it. Izumi asked her father however about her brother, but all he said to her was, well, he's quirkless and doesn't really show any of the traits to be a hero, so he's out. Unaware to them, Izuku was also there listening to everything, and he couldn't believe what he had heard. His father was the number 1 hero, the man he admired the most, and it just made everything even worse. What everybody didn't know about him was, although he didn't have a quirk, he did have a special gift. This gift allowed him to know when someone was lying or not. I know it sounds like a quirk, but it really isn't. For some reason he was just always able to know when someone was lying, and this broke Izuku more than anything else as before, because he knew that his father meant every word of what he said. All he ever wanted was for someone to notice his potential. He had been ignored for so long that no one had noticed that he had been secretly training his body just so he could defend himself against everyone who puts him down every day. And that was it. Izuku's dreams had been completely shattered, and but his father and hero at once. Time skipped to when Izuku is 11. Izuku has been walking home from school after another serious beating by his sister and her friends. Even after what his father said, he still had the smallest hope that he could still be a hero, even though everyone still kept on beating him senseless for still believing that he could. Usually he would walk home with his sister, but today he just decided to avoid her as much as possible because the next day would be his 12th birthday, and ever since that day at the doctor's he hasn't celebrated his birthday, not even once, since his parents put all their time and energy into Izumi. They would apologize and say that they would make it up to him later, but they never did. Needless to say, he really wasn't looking forward to another lonely birthday. Although unannounced to him, someone was watching him, keeping an eye on his every move. Izuku had turned around to notice a man in a business suit was standing right behind him. He was about 6.5 feet tall, had short white hair and had a devilish smile on his face. Izuku W. Who are you? AFO, hello there little Izuku, who I am isn't important, all you need to know is that the reason I'm here is to wish you a happy birthday. Izuku could tell immediately that he was lying, there was something off about this man, he gave off such a frightening aura he was too scared to move. Izuku, I know you're lying, I can always tell when somebody's lying you didn't come all the way here to wish me a happy birthday. AFO, what do you mean you can tell that I'm lying if I'm not mistaken you're quirkless? Izuku, I don't know how I do it I just always know when somebody's lying, but wait how did you know I'm quirkless? This made All for One even more curious about this young man and wanted to learn more about him in this so-called gift his. Thefo, okay you've got me, my name is All for One, I'm here because you are the son of All Might. My greatest enemy however I've been watching you for quite a while and have noticed that neither your parents or your sibling or anyone has noticed all the suffering you've endured these many years and all because you're born quirkless if I'm not mistaken. Izuku wasn't sure who this man was or why he was lying about his name although he had heard that he said he knew his father and that he was his greatest enemy. So that can only mean that he is a villain but what he said next entry to him caught his attention that he still stuck around to listen what he had to say next. AFO. Izuku the real reason that I'm here is I want you to come with me, if you do I'll give you the one thing you've always wanted more than anything, a quirk. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing did he say he could give him a quirk? Izuku, can you really do that? AFO, I take it that means you accept now come along little Izuku, I'm also very interested learning more about this gift you spoke of. Izuku was at a loss for words, all he could do was nod his head and slowly walk towards the man as a purple portal soon opened up next to them both and the man caused him to follow and he did. Once he stepped inside he soon found himself in what appeared to be a bar and what looks like a man covered in purple mist behind the counter and next to him was another man with what looked to be hands all wrapped around his body. Master welcome back and I'm assuming that's him? FO. Yes this is him also prepare to send a message to All Might and Green Espress, Izuku welcome to the League of Villains. Izuku couldn't believe where he was inside the lair of a group of villains, even though his father/hero had crushed his dreams he still had hope and this went against everything he believed it. But a second later Izuku felt something, a dark menacing aura that surrounded the entirety of where they were standing. It was even more ominous and heavy than the aura All for One gave off, his presence paled in comparison to what it was he was feeling now. But beyond that he heard something, a voice calling to him. It sounded so deep and frightening but at the same time he felt as though him and this dark, heavy, ominous evil presence were somehow connecting to each other. Unknown voice, I have found my new Vestal. Once Izuku had a second to breath he had calmed down a little, but he was still feeling that massive dark aura all around him. He had also still hadn't fully processed the fact that he was standing in the middle of a villain's lair, and a second later All for One spoke. FO, now then Izuku allow me to introduce you. This is my successor Tamura Shigaraki and the mist mat that just left was Kurojiri. Tamura, Master what do you plan on doing with him? FO, you'll see soon enough my boy for now let me have a moment with him, now Izuku follow me. Izuku did as he said had and began to follow, as he walked past Shigaraki, he noted him staring with hatred and disgust his eyes. After he was out of sight he was led to a room with dozens of monitors and what looked like a chair with many tubes connected to it. Once they were inside All for One took a seat in that same chair then spoke. AFO, please have a seat. Izuku, sat down. AFO, good now then before we down to business why don't we take a moment discuss a few things, I would like to know more about this gift you spoke of earlier. Izuku, well I can't really explain it, for a while I thought it may have been some kind of lie detector quirk, but that wasn't the case, afterwards I thought that maybe I was just imagining it that was until a certain incident. FO, and what would that have been? Izuku, it was the day I overheard my dad telling my sister the secret of his quirk. And he said that I didn't have what it took to be a hero. After that for one saw the sadness in his eyes and thought to himself, I can definitely use this to my advantage. AFO, so the so-called symbol of peace said that about his own son, I guess that was when you discovered your gift was real because you could tell he meant it am I right? Izuku, nods head. AFO, your father never believed in you, your mother turned her back on you, and your sister and her friends bully you to such extremes all for wanting to be a hero. What a sad and pitiful life you've lived and I'm assuming that for so long you felt like you were nothing, that you didn't have a purpose in this world and all because you didn't have a quirk. Izuku stared at the man in shock, everything he was saying was true it feel like he was without a purpose, all he ever wanted was to feel like he mattered and for someone to believe in him but no one could ever give that to him. He was about to ask something, but before he heard that voice again calling to him, "Come to me," and once again felt its awful aura. He soon shivered with fear and tried to block out the sound by putting his hands over his ears. This made all of one confused but also curious. "AFO, what seems to be troubling you, young Izuku?" "Izuku, I hear a voice, it's calling me, and I can feel something dark all around to this place." All for one seems confused for a moment, but he soon realized that this boy was talking about, somehow he was able to feel it, the secret that he and his league of villains have been hiding quite a few years. He wasn't certain about it but decided to roll the dice and see if he was correct. He soon got up from his chair and proceeded to go into another hidden room. "Fo, come with me, young Izuku, there's something I want to show you." Izuku proceeded to follow him as he did noticed that the ominous dark aura that he had been feeling all this time getting closer, as if this villain was leading him to the source of that evil presence, and he was horrified of what was waiting for him. He took his time walking to the next room but eventually walked inside, and what he saw shocked him to his very core. The room itself was massive and it was empty except for one massive object in the middle of it. There was a giant massive container almost 8 feet tall and 7 feet wide. But what terrified him was what was inside. It was black energy, so black that it could be visible in a dark alley. Izuku knew then and there that this was it. This was the source of that dark presence that he's been feeling ever since he got here. "Izuku, what is that?" "AFO, this Izuku is what you have been feeling. What you're seeing is one of the first and most powerful quirks that exist in this world." "Izuku, what do you mean?" "AFO, let me explain what this is a quirk that much like your father's has existed and has been passed down to others since the first generation quirks. Tell me you've heard the story of the first person to develop a quirk was a young child in KK City, right?" Izuku only nodded his head in response. "FO, you might find this hard to believe, but there's more to that story than you know, and what you're witnessing right now is actually the second quirk that was born into this world." Izuku was beyond shocked to what he was hearing. How was something like this possible, the second quirk to ever exist, and it was still around to this day? But what was even more unbelievable is how a quirk can exist without a host for it. "FO, you're probably wondering how this is even possible. Well, it took me a while to figure it out myself, but soon I discovered something. It turns out this quirk actually has its own consciousness." "Izuku, its own consciousness? You're saying that this quirk actually has its own mind?" "AFO, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, but beyond that there's something else. You see, this quirk also has a very unique ability. It actually chooses its own vessel, and if that vessel should ever die it moves on searching for a new host to inhabit in. However, before it leaves its previous body it takes a piece of its former host DNA and all of their memories, and in doing so their quirks, and once its new vessel has been chosen that person can use the powers from its previous holders for themselves, but it comes with a big risk." "Izuku, what kind of risk?" "FO, this quirk feeds off of the darkness within someone's heart, hatred, sadness, loneliness, depression, anything that is a representation of darkness this quirk feeds off. And in doing so takes the quirks that it has gained from its previous holders and transforms them into darker version of what they once were. Also it takes incredible strain on every host that it embodies. The reason being is that it's almost impossible for anyone to not be consumed by all the negative emotions that this quirk breaks. Almost every person who has ever inherited this power has been brought to the dark side. In actuality, only one person was able to overcome all of the darkness that this quirk mustered and keep his sanity and morality." Izuku was now at a loss for words. Everything she knew about quirks has just been turned upside down. Right after all for one had finished he could hear that voice again. It kept calling to him, and for reasons he couldn't understand then started to walk closer towards the container. Soon enough he was right in front of it and he could feel all of the negativity and malice up close and personal. He couldn't understand it himself, but something inside of him kept saying that he and this thing were somehow alike. All for one witnessed this for a few minutes but soon noticed something. Noticed that the black energy was starting to react as soon as Izuku approached it. Then Izuku placed his hand on the glass of the container and the energy started to react even more. Soon enough it started to take shape. This had never happened before today, and he swore that what he was seeing almost looked like the shape of a pitch-black dragon. As soon as he witnessed this he suddenly got an idea that would no doubt strike a fatal blow against the #1 hero's gold heart. "AFO, young Izuku, there's something I believe you should know. Your father was actually the same as you when he started, he was born quirkless." Izuku frowny face quickly turns head. What did you say?" "FO, that's right little one, your father was just the same as you when he first started. If what you've told me about yourself is true then you should know that I'm not lying to you." Soon after hearing that streams of tears flow throughout Izuku's eyes, Everything up till now was already bad enough, but this just kick in the teeth to go along with all of the suffering that he's had to endure. This was it, the final straw that broke him altogether. Izuku, so you were saying that my own father was just like me and he still treated me this way, sobbing? FO. Yes, that's exactly right. Must be so difficult to hear, to learn that your own father and hero was just like you and he still turned his back on his own son. And now you're here alone with no one who ever believed in you and here without a purpose in life. Izuku, frowny face, still sobbing. AFO, but it's not too late for you. If you want, I could give you a purpose. In fact, I could definitely use someone like you, young Izuku. Izuku, frowny face, lifts head up. What, how could I help you? I'm just a quirkless, useless nobody. What could I do for you? FO, yes, it's true that you're quirkless, but you're far from useless. In fact, little Izuku, I actually have a special job that only you are capable of doing. What do you say you can help me with one thing and in return you can feel like you have purpose? Izuku wasn't sure how to answer this. All his life, he just wanted to feel like he was worth something, like he had a reason to exist in this world. No one he knew, neither his family nor those who he used to call his friends, would ever be willing to help when he needed it the most, no matter how much he pleaded. And here this man, a villain, was offering him a chance to have a purpose for himself. He could tell from the way he spoke that this man only wanted to use him but couldn't help himself. He was so broken after hearing the hypocrisy of his father that he nodded his head in agreement. Yes, that's how broken he was. He was willing to let himself be used if it could mean that he could feel like he was wanted by somebody at least a little. AFO. Smiling evilly, excellent. Right then and there a purple portal made of mist appeared in the middle of the room and out of it came Kurogiri. FO. Ah, Kurogiri, you've came back. Did you deliver the message to All Might and his wife? Kurogiri. Yes, master, as you requested. FO. Good to hear. Now the both of you come along with me. Izuku, we're going to pay your parents a visit. 2 hours earlier. Back at the Yagi residence, Toshinori and Inko were incredibly worried because it was now 8:30 p.m. and they had no idea where their son was. Izumi came home at around 4 in the afternoon, but Izuku was nowhere to be found, and Inko knew that they both had left together, although for why they didn't come home together she couldn't understand. She had asked Izumi where he was, and all she said was that they got into a fight and got separated along the way. Akinu was starting to get worried after 2 hours have passed, and he still hadn't come home. He had gone to check his room to see if there were any clues as to where he could have been, but there was nothing. But what she did found was a small trash can filled with piles of bloody gauze and bandages. It was at that moment that Inko realized that her baby boy was possibly being bullied at school, and she hadn't noticed. She soon recalled all of the time she saw Izuku beating up and bandaged and he did nothing about it. He just turned around and left him alone. She was probably so hurt and alone, and she did nothing. Soon started to sob uncontrollably, trying to recall all the memories she had of her family, and what she noticed was that from the time he was 4 up to now he hadn't been in any of those memories. All of them have left Izuku out. She soon realized that from the time that they had gone to the Quirk doctor she stopped paying attention to her son altogether, couldn't believe what she had. Her baby was all alone and possibly suffering. Hint, where was she? Once Toshinori had come home she rushed to him asking him if he had seen their son, but he only looked at her in confusion and said, "No, I haven't seen him. Has he not come home yet?" She soon led him into their son's room, showing him all the gauze and bandages that were left inside and enlightening him that they have been neglecting him from ever since that time at the doctor's. Needless to say, Toshinori's realization was more than heartbreak for him. What has he done? He was just like his son, and if anything he was probably the reason he was born quirkless, yet he still left him alone to fend for himself. After 4 more hours there was a knock at the door. They had hoped that it was their son, but to their surprise there was no one, only a small envelope left in front of their doorstep. Toshinori picked up the letter and he and Inko began to read it. To All Might and Green Esprits. This is the League of Villains. We have your son. If you want to see him again, come to this location alone. Toshi/Inko, screaming, "Moo!" It had been 2 hours after the two pros had received the note that their son was taken by the League of Villains. They had told Izumi to stay with Katsuki and his family while they went out. They didn't want to worry their daughter by telling her that her brother was kidnapped, even though they could tell that he was the center of their panic state. They were now in view of the location to where they were told to be. They had contacted Detective Tsukuchi for backup. They agreed that he would stay out of sight until all of one had been taken down and they had their son back. They had now reached the front of an abandoned warehouse just outside of Mizudafu and waited for the enemy to show themselves. Soon after, a purple mist portal appeared in front of the and out of it came All for One. FO, it's been quite a while, All Might/Green Esprits. I must say you got here later than I expected. AM, All of One. Screaming, where's our son? What have you done with him? FO, oh don't worry, he'll be here soon. For now, why don't we catch up a little first? Give him back to us. All Might charged towards All for One. He was about to counter with an air cannon. However, Inko was able to pull him closer to her husband and managed to land a solid Detroit smash to his gut at full strength. All of One was pushed back a few feet. However, they had noticed something strange, that he didn't seem fazed at all. What? FO, evil grin, was that supposed to hurt? How are you not damaged? FO, oh my, I was hoping to chat a little before this, but there's no helping it now, I suppose. Kurogiri, send him out here. AM/GS? At that moment, another portal had opened in front of them and out came their son Izuku. Once they saw him, they were about to approach him to get him away from the villain. However, as soon as they were about to approach him, Izuku started coughing up massive amount of blood. They both stopped in their tracks as they were confused and scared as to what might have happened to him. They examined him and soon enough they noticed that their son was holding his stomach very tightly, as if he had been hit by a massive force right in his gut. Jis, Izuku, my baby, what have they done to you? And this young Yagi, come here to us quickly. But Izuku didn't say a word, he just lifted his head and looked at them with his dead eyes. His parents had noticed how lifeless his eyes looked, but they noticed something else, that it looked like he had been also crying uncontrollably some period of time. FO, oh my, what a touching reading. You bastard, what did you do to him? FO, oh All Might, you still don't get it. I didn't do anything, you did. FO, haven't you noticed yet, the spot where your son is holding is the same place you struck at me earlier? All Might looked more closely at his son and realized he was right. It was the same place. But how? AFO, allow me to explain. 1 hour earlier, All for One had just finished his preparations for when the heroes get here. There was just one last thing he had to do before they arrived. He had gestured Izuku to come closer to him. Had finished his crying an hour ago but hasn't said a word since then. FO, now Izuku, hold out your hand. Izuku held out his hand. Right then and there black and red lightning started to appear around All for One's hands. Then soon after a strange pink string popped out of his chest and then the other end connected to Izuku's also. FO, now with this take 2 of us are connected. Izuku? FO, the reason for the string is simple, any pain I am dealt will be transferred over to you as long as I keep it active. You said you wanted a purpose and I'm giving you one. Your purpose in all of this is to be my shield while I confront your parents, understood? Izuku slowly lowers and nods his head. AFO, good. Back to the present. FO, and that why I didn't take any damage. GS, how could you do this? FO, oh my dear Green Esperus, you still don't seem to understand the situation, why don't I show you? Izuku, shield me from them. Izuku let go of his stomach and held out his hands out wide and stood in between the 2 pros and the symbol of evil. GS, Izuku? Son, why? FO, that's very good my boy, be a good meat shield and don't move. GS, Izuku, why? FO, oh my, you two seem surprised although you shouldn't. After all of this is your fault for mistreating your own son. The 2 pros were dumbfounded by what he said. How did he know about how they treated their son, but more importantly, why was their son protecting him? FO, you both seem confused. Well then allow me to show you. I took a look into the boy's memories and you may not like what I'm about to show you. All for One then raised his head towards the pros and called upon a memory really quick he acquired a while back and show them everything. The 2 of them were then soon filed with images of their son and the parts of his life that they had missed from since he was 4. And what they saw was beyond what they were expecting. They saw their son's life at school and how he was being treated. Their son was being bullied every day by his classmates, ignored by his teachers, and at home they saw how they were keeping all the attention to his sister while he just stood there in the background hiding his pain. But what got them the most was the 4 main people who were tormenting him: Kastuki, Shota, and the most shocking, Izumi. After they saw their daughter in almost every single one of those awful memories, they thought for a moment that maybe this was some kind of trick. That was until they both saw the most heartbreaking of Izuku's memories, was the conversation Toshinori had Izumi and how he told her the secret about One for All. After seeing that both of the pros were certain now that these were genuine memories and they were beyond heartbroken and were so disgusted with themselves more than words could describe, things realized that they had forgotten about him but couldn't believe they had to this extent. Right after that the memories stopped flowing into them and both if the parents looked at their son with endless rivers of tears flowing down both of their eyes. GS, Izuku, sobbing. What have I done? Well, that's strange. All Might, Green Esperus, where are your smiles now, huh? GS, my baby, what have we done to you? Sorry, I'm so sorry, please come back to us. Sobbing. Son. Please forgive us, forgive me for being such a poor excuse of a father. AFO, All Might, it seems you still don't fully understand. You don't get just how much you have broken this poor child. Both pros stared at him as they waited for him to elaborate further. FO. From the time your son was diagnosed as quirkless, you've neglected him so much that he feels completely and utterly useless. He feels as if he has no reason to even be alive. Being forgotten by his parents, abused by his own sibling and those he once called his friends, and most of all having his dreams shattered by his own father and hero at once. My God, it's a miracle he hasn't tried and ended all by this point. Well, not that others haven't told him to do so, as you both saw just a minute ago. Both of them were beyond words. Everything he was saying was true. They had completely forgotten about their son. Toshinori was feeling the most guilty out of the two. He had grown up just like his son and yet somehow didn't notice all the signs that were plainly there. He had become a complete hypocrite. He knows just how bad it is to grow up quirkless, and yet he had left his own son to fend for himself. Inko wasn't doing any better than her husband. She had noticed from time to time that Izuku would come home hurt and bandaged up, but she never said anything, just left it be. And now to figure out that all this time he had been suffering all alone made her hate herself beyond what words to describe. AFO, and now look at what's happened. Your son is so desperate to have someone make him feel like he matters that he's willing to settle being a human shield for me, the symbol of evil, just so he feels like he has a purpose in this world. If he hadn't been secretly training his body, that punch you dealt me earlier probably would have knocked him out, but I can imagine at least most of his ribs heartbroken, but I suppose all that training wasn't for nothing. GS. Izuku, please come back to us. I know we've been terrible parents to you. Please give us a chance to make it right. Please, son, listen to your mother. Come back to us. Give us the chance for us to be a real family. Izuku slowly lifted his head up and finally spoke. Izuku, Mom, Dad, I heard that you were going on another mission in the morning. Tell me. Do you know what tomorrow? They looked at him for a moment, try and understand what he was talking about. So what hit them? His birthday is tomorrow. Izuku, so you did forget again, just like always. M/GS and no Izuku. Izuku, don't bother. I can tell when someone's lying. FO. Oh, that's right, the two of you are unaware of your child's special gift. GSW, what gift? FO. Go on, Izuku, tell them out how you tragically discovered this gift of yours. Izuku, for the longest time I don't know why, but I could always tell when someone was lying. I thought it might have been a lie detector quirk that I didn't know about, but I was wrong. After a while I thought I was just deluding myself. That was until I came home one day and discovered that my gift was real. Can you guess what day that was? He looked to his father after saying that, and Toshinori took a moment to think before he realized what he was saying. It was the day I had told your sister my secret, wasn't it? Izuku, frowny face, tears flowing. Yeah, and that's how I discovered my gift was real, because I knew that you meant every word you said about me. Izuku, please. AFO. All right, I believe that's enough. As much as I would love to continue with this, I have other things to do, and I have a promise to keep. The two pros what confused to his statement, wondering what promise was he talking about and just what he was about to do until he spoke. AFO, Kurogiri, Tamra, do it now. And just like that, once again purple portal opened up, and on the other side of it the two villains had begun their final phase of their plan. In no time at all, Tamra had opened the container that was holding that enormous amount of dark power contained inside. Once it was open, the power shot right out like a waterfall and started covering the entire room until it went into the portal. Once through to the other side, the dark power started to fill the entire sky. Both the pros and their son were confused as to what was happening. Almost the entire area around them was covered in what essentially looked like an enormous black cloud. But then the power focused itself on a single point, then shut down like a rocket directly at Izuku. All of that black energy started surrounding him. He screamed in pain as every single ounce of that energy entered his body, and after a few seconds it was over. Everything of that awful power had gone inside of him, and soon he fell unconscious. Just before his parents could react, all for one had gotten a hold of Izuku. Just as I suspected, you are its next vessel, and now to make sure it doesn't get taken away from you too soon. The two heroes were about to charge him and take their son back just before they could. All for one had opened a portal of his own and tossed their son into it. AM/GS, Izuku. AFO, sorry, but I can't have the two of you interfering with the process. All Might charged at him at full speed and was able to land a solid Carolina smash onto the villain. Once he was down, All Might grabbed him by the collar and started demanding answers. Where did you send him and what was that? FO, sorry, but not even I know where he is at this point. That portal was meant to send anyone who goes through it to anywhere that I have been in the past at random. He could be anywhere in Japan for all I know. Then tell me, what was it that consumed my son? FO, what that was a very ancient, devastating power, a power even more destructive than my own quirk. I first discovered it a few years ago, although I thought it was merely a myth. In basic terms you can say that power is darkness itself. GSWFO, yes that's right, a quirk made up of darkness. This power has so many interesting abilities that it was easily my most prized treasure. However, as soon as I found your son I realized that the power S&D him were calling to one another, so I decided to see if it truly desired for Izuku to be its next wielder, and I was right. The two of them couldn't believe what they were staring. Just what kind dark power, what's this? And was it really true what he said, this so-called power is even worse than all for one? AFO, you see, this particular quirk doesn't need a host to survive. If its host body should die it will simply leave it and search for the next suitable vessel for it. However, there was one of its abilities in particular I took special interest in, the ability to copy the quirk of any of its previous vessels, or, if it happened to consume the DNA from another it could also copy that other person's quirk even if it already has a host body. The heroes now had even more questions than before. How is something like this even possible? Throughout their whole lives they have never heard of a quirk that could do any of the things this man is saying, but before they could attempt to comprehend all this he spoke again. AFO, and just before you arrived I managed to give it some of my own DNA to add on to it, already many list up abilities. AIM, no you didn't? AFO, yes that's right, that devastating power managed to copy even own quirk, and so now that it's inside your son that means your son now possesses the second most powerful quirks to ever existed and my own power all for one. AMJ, just what kind of quirk is it? FO, it was the second quirk that was born into existence alongside the first quirk that was granted upon that child who was born in KK City. MA/GS, what? FO, the name of that quirk is YANG. It was dark and quiet. Izuku was floating in nothingness as if he was in a dream, or more like he trapped in an endless void. But he could feel that something was in there with him. It was that presence again, but it was different this time. It feels as if it was coming from inside him. Then he heard a deep low voice calling out to him. It's time to wake up you brat, and just like that he opened his eyes. Once he noticed that he was surrounded by trees and wilderness. He tried to get up but was still feeling pain from All Might's attack and could tell that almost all of his ribs were broken. However, he then started to feel a burning sensation inside him. It felt as though a blazing inferno was burning him from the inside out. After about 30 seconds the burning stopped, and then Izuku noticed something completely unordinary. He was completely healed. Izuku, what just happened? And where am I? He soon stared, walking and checking his surroundings, though it was too dark to make out anything. No matter which way he turned he couldn't seem to find the smallest amount of civilization. It was only forest. It had been about an hour and Izuku still was wandering aimlessly, but soon enough he started to sense something, or rather two somethings. He couldn't understand it, but it was as if he was able to feel that they were people heading his way, but that wasn't all. He was getting two different feelings from them. The first one, he could clearly feel his emotions, which was nothing but fear and malice. The other one, however, was different. It wasn't emotions he was sensing, more like strange but also massive power, not unlike how the power he felt back at the villain's lair was. It was warm, almost welcoming. Then all of a sudden what appeared to be a sword made of light that pierced a tree only 5 feet from him. He soon hid behind another tree to not get caught in the crossfire. Soon after he was able to see a man running in his direction and was soon stopped by another light sword that almost hit him. Then the source of those swords appeared. It looked to be a woman about 6.5 feet tall, wearing what looked to be a hero costume with long black hair, a katana in her hand and covered in light so bright that it lit up the entirety of where they were. Izuku knew from that point that she was the source of that power he was feeling. You've got nowhere left to run now, come quietly. Villain, I'm not going down that easily. Izuku was doing his best to keep quiet as he watched what was happening. It appeared that the woman shrouded in light seemed to be chasing down criminal all the way into the woods. However, he accidentally stepped on a tree branch behind him, which was loud enough for the two he was hiding from to turn their heads. They both saw him and looked confused as to why a kid was doing here in the middle of a forest this late at night. However, the man in it seemed to have saw this as an opportunity to get away by taking a hostage. He quickly ran up to the boy, grabbing him in a chokehold with left arm as he used his other arm and started to form fire from his fist. Villain, come any closer and I'll incinerate this kid. Damn it, this isn't good. Izuku, choking it, go, of me. Villain, just stay shut kid, you're my ticket out of this. He soon began to feel dizzy from the lack of oxygen. He thought for sure that he was going to be strangled to death. That was until he heard that voice again. If you don't want to die kid, use my power. And it was as if a switch had turned on inside Izuku, and then green and black lightning sparked around him. The man began to feel as though he was being drained of his strength and soon let go. Izuku landed on the ground panting heavily and felt as though he was about to pass out not knowing what it is he just done. Villain, what the hell was that? Wait. What did that kid just do? Villain, my quirk, I can't feel it. You damn brat, what did you do? The man was about to charge towards Izuku as he was still laying on the ground, but just before he could strike, the mysterious woman charged faster than light and landed a solid kick into the villain's gut. She then ran up to Izuku to make sure he was still breathing. Then she had began to feel enormous amount dark presence that had seemed to have been emanating from inside the boy. She began moving slowly towards him and set her hand right over his chest, and soon enough she confirmed it. She knew exactly what this feeling was. No, it can't be. It choose a child this young? In Tartarus prison. Toshinori and Inko with Detective Tsukuchi had captured and arrested all for one. This incident had gone on all night and it was now 7:30 in the morning. There were still so many unanswered questions from to what the villains I've been plotting for the past few years, where Bia's comrade's hideout was located, to what is their ultimate goal is. But the question the heroes wanted the answer the most to was how could they find their son, but in the end the villain gave no answers. D.T. Toshi, I'm sorry, but we haven't been able to get anything out of him. What am I going to do, Tsukuchi? My son is missing and it's all my fault. D.T. Don't say that. It not. It is. It's because of me that he agreed to go with him in first place. I'm the one how crushed his dreams. Inko, teary eyes, don't take all the blame, Toshi, I'm just as guilty. I saw how he would come home hurt but never did anything about it. I left him all alone and made him feel unwanted. D.T. I know that this is difficult for the both of you right now, but what we need to focus on how to track down your son and to get more information of this so-called Yang power that he now possesses. Yeah, you're right, I've already contacted Nizu and asked him and other pros help search, but considering that he can be anywhere in Japan it won't be easy. Inko, I'm not going to stop searching until we find him. I won't be taking any missions until I know my baby's safe and sound and back with us. It was that moment that an officer came into the room holding something in his hand. Officer, excuse me, All Might, Green Espress, I'm sorry to bother the both of you at this time, but I had something you might want to see. And what is it? Officer, well, we found your son's school bag near the area where he had gone missing and… Inko, and what? Did you find something? Officer, we found these two things that you should see. The officer handed their son's bag to her and she looked inside, and which found make her burst into tears all over again with her heart filled with more regret than she already had. It was a bottle of pills and what appeared to be a journal that had explained in gruesome detail all the awful experiences he's been through since she was 4. And at the final page it appeared to be a goodbye note in which he wrote, to my so-called family, giving his final thoughts about them and how he wasn't able to handle it all anymore. Both of the parents look in disbelief and were heartbroken after seeing this. If they didn't hate themselves enough then they definitely did now. Inko frowny face crying, Toshi, this can't be real. Crying, he was really going to end it? Damn it, just what have I done? D.T. I'm so sorry, you too. After about another hour they had decided to go home and try to get some rest. They were going to need it if they were going to track down their son. But before that they had contacted Mitsuki and asked to bring in Izumi and Bakugo to their house and asked Izumi to invite Shoto and Shoka as well. Their daughter had asked them why they all needed to be there, but they just told her that it was something they needed to discuss with them and told her to just wait until they got home. After a 3-hour drive they had made it home, and as soon as they walk in the door they found everybody waiting for them in their living room. They all looked confused and their daughter had a worried look on her face due to the fact that she had no idea where her brother was. Izumi. Dad, what happened? Why were you out all night? Where's Izuku? The two parents looked at her. Their daughter saw the worried written all over her face but were still livid as to everything they had found out she had done to her brother over the past 7 years. Inko, Izumi, sit down, we have something we need to tell everyone, but before that, Izumi, Katsuki, Shoto, we have something to ask you all. Shoka, what is it, Yagi? Toshi, tell us why all of you had tormented Izuku for the past 7 years. At this point all 4 of them were shocked as to how they found out about all it. Shoto was the most shocked as she never wanted to have Izuku go through all that but had never spoken up cause she was too afraid. At this they were all at a loss for words and then Mitsuki had spoken up. Mitsuki, just what are you talking about, Toshinori? Inko, Mitsuki, you won't believe this but your son, our daughter and their friends have been bullying our son since they were 4. Mitsuki looked shocked at her friend's statement, then turned her head towards the 4 behind her as they still had shocked expressions on their faces. Mitsuki, Katsuki, is this true? Katsuki, so he actually spoke up. Inko, is that really all you have to say? Shoto, look Mrs. Yagi, we didn't. Inko, just save it, Shoto. We know everything. We saw just how all of you have treated Izuku for all this time. Izumi, W8 just what do you mean you saw it? And where is Izuku? And so Tashinori and Inko had told all 5 of them everything, from their secret identities as All Might and Green Esprits, the message they received the last night, how they found out about what they have done to their son, how Izuku willfully went with the villain and why, how he originally planned to take his own life before the villain approached him with an offer, and finally how Izuku is now missing, everything except for the secret about One for All and about the new power Izuku had been granted. Once they were done explaining, all of them has started to feel a massive amount of guilt welling up inside them. They can't be. Shoto, is that all really tour? Mitsuki, Katsuki, what the actual F dash? How could all of you do this? Katsuki, W didn't mean to? Izumi, Dad? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Toshi, sorry isn't going to do anything Izumi and you still have told us why. Izumi, it was my idea. I was afraid he'd get hurt if he tried to pursue being a hero, so I thought that if we intimidated him he'd give up and stayed safe. Inko, livid, you're telling me that that was the reason why you did this? Don't you see that everything you have done had the opposite effect of what you were trying to do? Toshi, and also Katsuki, why did you tell my son to end himself? Izumi, why you did what? Mitsuki, Katsuki, what the actual fuck? Katsuki, we just didn't want him to get hurt. Toshi, and all of you thought that by using your quirks on him was the way to do it. Don't all of you understand that you made him want to give up his own life? Mitsuki, Katsuki, just shut up, you've done more than enough already. Shoka, Mr. and Mrs. Yagi, please forgive us. I never wanted this to happen, but I was too afraid to say anything. Toshi, well, that doesn't really help us now, and it doesn't erase any of what you all have done. Inko, Katsuki, Shoka, Shoto, I always thought all of you were good kids and were good friends with Izuku. But because I had stopped paying attention, I wasn't able to see that none of you were as kind if I thought. Because of my neglectful parenting and not being able to see what you are all doing to my son, he's now missing and I don't know if we'll be able to find him. Shoto, Mrs. Yagi, were so sore. Inko, I'm sorry, but all 3 of you are no longer welcome in our home. Now please leave. I don't ever want to see all of you here ever again. I no longer trust any of you. All of them understood and began to leave the Yagi residence. Mitsuki had apologized to both of them before leaving as she understood completely why they had banned them from their home. Now it was just the 3 of them left. Toshi had pulled Izumi aside as their conversation wasn't near over yet. As for Inko, she had gone into Izuku's room to try and contemplate everything that's happened within the last 24 hours, but beyond that all she wanted to know it was where her son was and if he was okay. Somewhere else. Izuku finally woken up after what it thought was nothing but a bad dream. However, to his surprise, he wasn't in his room as usual. Instead, he was in an unfamiliar room that wasn't his own nor recognized. It had tatami on the floor, a ceiling fan, and not much else like an old traditional Japanese bedroom, and it had appeared to be daytime. But then it came again, that warm feeling from the night before was starting to approach, and soon enough that same woman had entered the room. Oh good, you're awake. Izuku, are you the one saved me? Yes I am, I'm Kori Kenzaki and right now you're in my home located in the mountains in the Aokigahara forest. What's your name, kid? Izuku, Izuku Yagi. Izuku has seemed to calm down since it appeared that she wasn't a threat to him, but after a moment of looking at her closely you realize that he recognized her. Izuku, wait, I know you, you're the number 3 pro hero. Flash Princess. Kori, oh so you've heard of me. Izuku, of course I have, you're one of the most famous pro heroes. They said you were supposed to be the number 2 but you turned it down. People sometimes even call you the dancing princess of the battlefield. Kori, glad to know you're a fan, however I have questions for you, kid. Izuku, what is it? Kori, first tell me, did you happen to get a feeling when I was approaching? Izuku, nodded head. Kori, alright, tell me what exactly did you felt from me? Izuku, I don't understand why, but I get sort of a warm feeling from you. I had the same feeling last night when you were chasing that man who grabbed me. Kori, I see as I thought. Listen kid, there's something else I have to ask you. How long have you had this power? Izuku, are you talking about? Kori, don't try and hide it, I can feel its power coming off you, that you are in possession of a fairly strong and dark quirk. It took Izuku by surprise to what she was saying, but after a minute he suddenly remembered all the events that transpired last night, especially when that massive black cloud emerged that portal and infiltrated his body. Izuku, last night? Kori, what? Izuku, last night, I remember now, it possessed me last night? Kori, wait, you're saying you had this power for only a night? Izuku, yes. Oh God, what's going to happen to me now? If everything he said was true, what will this power do to me? Kari, whoa, just calm down kid, take a deep breath, then start from the beginning. I'm interested now in hearing your story. So Izuku told the number 3 pro hero everything. He explained in great detail all of the events that happened within the last 24 hours. The encounter with All for One, how he discovered the mysterious power in the villain's lair, the confrontation between the villain and his parents, and finally how R managed to enter his body. Kari, wow, okay, that was a lot, but you're saying that it spoke to you and once it was free it chose you as its new holder. Izuku, why? Kari, and to top it all off, you're the son of the number 1 hero and we're born quirkless. Izuku, yes, but can I ask, how do you know about the power that's inside me? Kari, yes, I suppose I should explain that. You told me that villain named All for One told you partially about the background of this quirk, is that right? Izuku, yes ma'am. Kari, well, I'm about to tell you the entire story, so get comfortable. Backstory. The first incident was in KK City. An extraordinary child was born that radiated light. This child was the first to ever have been born with a quirk. This child's power was nothing like the world had seen before. As he grew older, people at first didn't understand his power, but soon later began to think that the powers of a god was granted upon him. He was capable of creating swords, whips, the ability to float, and could even heal others, and all of his feats had one thing in common: they were all properties of light. However, others didn't know was that there was another child like him who was also born with a mysterious power, but unlike how he was praised for having his, this other child was abandoned, outcast by everyone around him, the first being his parents. Because his power was the exact opposite of the first to be granted with a quirk, it was the power of darkness. Many were terrified. Some believed that this child was actually the devil himself. His power looked so terrifying to others that no matter where he went, people would run away, and those who didn't would stand up and try end this young child's life. The first of those being his own father after the age of 4, when his mother took her own life due to the fact that she was so terrified of their son that she couldn't handle it anymore, and so his father blamed him for her death. The child managed to get away but was on his phone from that point on, and until the age of 15 he had a fateful encounter with the child who was born with the power of light. Oh, it turns out that these two powers were connected towards one another. One day he was walking by a park after attempting to rob a convenience store in order to feed himself for that day, but as he was walking he started to feel a very strange sensation, as if something was calling to him. What does child is not know the first wheel there was also there and was having the exact same feeling, and moth to a flame, they soon became face to face with one another. It was as if both of their powers were reacting towards one another. That's why they were able to feel each other's presence. Light and dark are two sides of the same coin after all. This encounter was strange, but as if a switch had gone off with him, both of them, suddenly both of their powers started to react on their own, and as they stood there looking at each other, their powers had shown them the entire history between the two individuals. The first holder was able to see it, every last horrible detail on the history, the wielder of darkness, and at the same time the other one was also able to see the first wielder's backstory. He saw how his was very different from his own. He was praised, loved for his powers as he himself was for his. And so the child who helped the power of the dark went berserk, seeing all of these images of how this child was treated just because his power was the opposite of his phone had made him lose all self-control and hardest hit power to attempt to end child with the light. The other one tried to reason with him, but it was no use. The power of darkness had completely consumed his mind and nothing could have stopped him anymore. And so their conflict had raged for 30 long years as more people began to develop quirks, and the world's leaders were still trying to figure out a way to handle all of these powers that were showing up all over the world. The fighting between these two was until one day that these two had fought to the brink death. Both of them struck vital blows towards one another, but inevitably child of light was victorious, but not before child with darkness work suddenly evolved to a point where it was speaking to its wielder, and the child of light was able to hear what it was saying. It had told its host that even you died, I will continue to live on in others, until one day one will come along that will understand what darkness really is. And so the child had died and his power had left his body in pursuit of a next host. The child of life was victorious, however his wounds were so severe that he knew he didn't have much longer to live. Just before his final moments began to speak inside his head that even if you passed on from this world, I will live on and watch over my other half, and if need be will stop him if necessary. And so the first and second to be born with quirks had perished, and their powers had lived on, possessing others. Door out 9 different generations. Each time one would choose a new holder for themselves. Their wielders would have confrontations between each other. That was until one day that one was able to overcome the darkness and use its power for good, although the few who actually knew about these eternal quirks are very few in number. End of backstory. Kori, and that's the story of the 2 quirks that were born into this world. Izuku. Kori. Yeah, I know it's unbelievable. I didn't believe it at first until I seen it for myself. Izuku, wait, are you saying that? Cory, oh, so you figured it out, you're pretty smart, kid. That's right, the person who now holds the first quirk to ever existed is me. The name of my power is called Wen and your power name is Yang. Izuku, wait. You mean like yin and yang? Cory, that's right, yin and yang, light and dark. But enough about that right now, we need to discuss your quirk and the dangers of it. Izuku, dangers? Cory, yes, but first come here, I want to attempt to look into the history of your power, because as I remember none of the previous wielders were able to do what you did last night. You stole that man who had you in a chokehold quirk. Izuku, wait, you mean I stole that guy's quirk last night? Cory, yes, that's what you did, now come here. Izuku did as he was told and she began press their foreheads together. This was embarrassing for Izuku since the pro hero in front of him was quite beautiful and he could tell was only in her mid-20s. But once their foreheads were pressed against each other, he could feel her quirk being activated, and as it did she saw all the history that she didn't know about the quirk. Once all for one had gotten hold of it, she saw how he had made it so the power would copy his own quirk into itself. Cory, oh, I see, so that villain had transferred some of his DNA into Yang so it could copy his own power. But I wonder why he did it in the first place. Cory, alright kid, thanks for letting me see what I need to know. Now on to what you were discussing earlier. Yang is a very dangerous quirk. Ever since its first wielder perished, it has searched for new host inhabit in, however no one was able to manage control over the immense amount of dark energy that wheels, and so almost every person who has ever possessed this power has either turned to villainy or has just gone insane. What Yang does is once its previous holder dies, their quirks and memories are transferred into it, but the powers that its previous holders had are transformed into darker versions of themselves. You see, the dark energy from Yang merges with its previous holder's quirks and their power is increased exponentially. However, the price for that is either physical and or mental strain on its next holder's body, which is why many of them had become villains or had lost their minds. It also didn't help that the negative memories and emotions of its previous holders were also passed down to its next, and so many couldn't take the mental strain. Izuku, how is all of that even possible? Cory, you see, yin and yang are referred to as eternal quirks. Those few who know of their existence know that these two powers have their own consciousness and can continue to live on even when its previous holder dies, but you know this already. Your quirk in particular feed off the negative emotions that you possess, and it uses it to make itself stronger in doing so. You could potentially unlock 100% of all of your quirk's abilities, however the price would be for you to be consumed by the darkness and losing yourself. It's the opposite of mine. My power yin has the ability to produce and manifest weapons or shields out of light based on every previous holder's imagination. Every previous holder of yen has created something new, and the next person that possessed the power after them were able to use the abilities date concocted within their imaginations for themselves, although if the price is you can't utilize all of their abilities at 100% right off the bat. You see, the power of light has become so strong over the years that if someone tried to use the full power of it, their body would be burned from the inside out. So one must gradually learn to master each different ability that this quirk has so they don't burn themselves out. I myself have only had this power for about 5 years. Izuku, all of this is unbelievable, but wait, 5 years, but you're the number 3 pro hero. If what you say is true, then how did you master it in that amount of time? Cory, yes, you see, before I was a pro hero I worked secretly for the Japanese government in, let's say, less than legal cask. During my time working for them, I had developed an ancient skill that how to make my body more tolerable and stronger than most people. Some believed I had to strengthen enhancing quirk. That I had mastered this skill so much it helped me along the way. One scene chose me as its new holder. Izuku, what is this ancient skill? Cory, sorry, but it's a secret skill. It's something that the public isn't aware of. If they were, then there would be in chaos, so I can't tell you. Izuku, okay, so what happens now? Cory, you tell me. After everything I've said, what do you plan to do now? Izuku took a moment to think about her question. He had no idea what he wanted to do now. He didn't want to go back home after everything that happened. He still couldn't forgive his family for everything they put him through, and now he learns that he has two evil powers inside of him, but he soon realized that maybe, just maybe, this could be the opportunity he was waiting for. Izuku, I want to be a hero. Cory, what? Izuku, I said I want to be a hero. I don't want to go back home. I want to train under you. You are the only one who knows all the details about my powers, so please. Bows his head, train me. Cory, wait, hold on, why don't you want to go back home? I'm sure your parents would understand if you just explain to them everything. Izuku, I don't know how to explain it to you. Cory, well, tell you what, one of the previous holders had a memory transfer quirk, so why not show me instead of telling me? Go ahead, give it a shot, although how Yang managed to change it I don't know yet. And so Izuku dug deep inside himself, attempting to harness the power of Yang to show all of his memories so she could fully understand why he had such resentment towards his family. And soon enough he was able to do it, all of the his sister's torment, his parents' neglect, his friends turning on him and bullying him for 7 years, everything. Kaori was seeing everything, and it wasn't what she was expecting, but she soon realized that she wasn't just seeing his memories, he was feeling everything he was feeling inside them. All the pain from the bullying others had inflicted on him, the emotional sadness he felt after the beatings, and how broken he was after Seesaw, how his father had shattered his dreams. She was feeling all of it as if she was the one living his life. Once the memories had finally stopped, she was at a loss for words. This child was so broken yet still somehow possessed the heart of a true hero. It was ironic that someone with such a heart of gold was now in possession the darkest quirk in existence. All this kid ever wanted was for someone to notice his heroism, and she did, and so she put her hand on top of his head and had made a decision. Kaori, Izuku, I have decided, I will train you. Izuku, you will. Kaori, yes, I will. I've seen that you truly do have a heart of gold. I believe that you might be able to overcome the power that's inside you now. But be warned that Yang is still a power of darkness. If you plan to become a hero, then you won't be able to unlock 100% of all of your different abilities. The only way you could is if I teach you the ancient skill that I learned to master in the 5 short years that I've had it. Izuku, you're going to teach me this ancient skill that you learn. Kaori, yes, but I'm going to warn you now, this isn't something you should go around teaching others, so if anybody asks about the amazing things you're going to be able to do once our training is done, try to avoid exposing the secret as much as you can. Izuku, I understand. Kaori, good, now tell me, you still want to go to UA, don't you? If you still plan to go, you might have to confront your parents and other pro heroes once you're accepted. Izuku, I realize that, but I still want to go to UA. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I still have 3 years to prepare myself before then. Kaori, all right, then it's decided, but before we start, let me ask you, what kind of training do you want me to give you? Izuku, hell, I want you to put me through hell so that I can show the entire world that I can overcome anything that's thrown my way and prove to those who ever doubted me that I can be a hero. Kaori, frowny face, smiling. Well, alright then, for the next 3 years I'm going to put you through absolute hell to make sure you're well prepared for when UA exams begin. But first let me tell you about the different quirks that you possess, including the one you stole last night. Izuku, alright. Shadow control allows you to move within and manipulate shadows / isn't so effective at night. Memory transfer allows you to transfer yours or others' memories to others / but the others seeing the memories feel all of the negative emotions and feels as if they were living that person's lives through their negative memories. Dark body enhancer, black energy surrounds the body and enhance the user's physical abilities by 50% / however, if consumed by wrath the user we will gain even more power but go berserk. Mortal Flame Fist, crimson flames engulf the user's fist and burn at a temperature so hot as if they come Mother Nature herself, also makes the user resistant towards fire / but if left unchecked the temperature of the flames can incinerate almost anything they touch. Burning regeneration, regenerative abilities that can heal practically any wound the user receives, even regenerating limbs / however, as the body is regenerating, a burning sensation envelopes the user as if the fires of hell are burning inside, which takes massive strain on the heart and takes a lot of stamina away. Pain transfer, the user can transfer another's physical and or emotional pain onto themselves simply by making skin contact / however, to absorb emotional pain one must first need the other's complete trust and can only take a small portion of it. If they try taking all of it at once, then the emotional trauma will be transferred back to its original owner but will be several times more painful than before. Delete, capable of completely erasing others' quirks and leaving them quirkless. Merged, the user is capable of merging 2 separate quirks and combining them to create something completely new / isn't effective with mutation quirks. All for one, capable of stealing quirks from others and keeping them for themselves, or can transfer them to others leaving the original holder quirkless. Darkness Flame, the user summons pitch black fire that are so hot they burns away anything it touches, even capable of burning other types of flames / the black flames can't be put out by anything until it completely incinerate what its target is. Izuku, nerding out. My god, all these powers are so awesome. Kaori, yep, but remember they're also dangerous and Yang will try and make you go against your heroic nature, so you must train to not only your body to the absolute limit but also your mind so you can fight back against its negative influence. If you can accomplish that, then you just might be able to use your powers at 100% and more importantly use them for good. Izuku, I promise no matter what it takes I'll do it. Throw whatever you've got it, I can take it. Kaori, alright then, for now rest up because tomorrow morning we start your first day of absolute hell. And so Izuku's first step in becoming a real hero began. For the next 3 years he will experience hell like never before. Determined to show all those who doubted him that he can be a hero, will he be able to overcome Yang and its dark influence and master it completely. It was April 10th in Mizudafu in the afternoon, in Takoba bus station. A bus had buelled in that was coming from Fujiyoshida near Aokigahara. Once it had stopped, only one passenger had gone off. It was Izuku. Once he was off the bus he had taken a moment to look at his old childhood city. It had been almost 3 years since he decided to not return after he met his master. His training had been even more hell than he thought, but he was able to make it through it, but not without some price. His mental training went better than expected. However, the massive amount of dark power that YNG had changed him both physically and mentally. His hair and eyes had both go completely black, and his personality had become more to keeping to himself and not wanting to interact with anyone other than his master. He could still acted polite to others and still had the ambition to help those that were in trouble. However, now his face or his attitude weren't able to express those feelings any longer. His face had now a permanent bored expression and scowl, but beyond that his smile, the one that he wanted have to convince others that everything would be alright, was gone. Once he was done with his little moment, he began to walking to his new home that his master had set up for him. She had left for a mission a week ago and arranged for him to continue his training on his own, and so he could be close to you to be on time for the exam in 10 months. After walking for about 30 minutes, he reached the address that his master gave him and was in front of the house that he would be staying in. He soon began to explore every corner of his new home, first beginning with the living room, then the kitchen, the bathroom, and finally the bedroom. Once he was done exploring, he had put all of his belongings he brought with him to his new bedroom, then gone to the outside balcony to look at the view. He took a moment and remembered the conversation he had with his master the week before he left to move back here. Flashback. Kari, Izuku, I'm afraid that I have to leave for a long mission, so you'll have to continue the final few phases of your training on your own. Izuku, how long will you be gone, master? Kari, can't say, it could take days, weeks, months, you never know, but I've already taken the liberty of submitting your application for the exam. And I've done as you asked and only put you down as Izuku, since you decided to cast out your family name. Izuku, thank you. Kari, however, even though your hair and eyes, not to mention your personality, have gone through drastic changes, that doesn't guarantee that no one would recognize you once you're accepted. Izuku, I'm aware, but I'm prepared to deal with it. Kari, well, alright then, now let me tell you about where you'll be staying. It's a small house in the Takoba district. I'm going to give you access to one of my bank accounts and a card to help pay for your living expenses. Use it for food, the bills, and clothing, but nothing else, because I'll know you buy anything unnecessary. Izuku, I promise I won't. Kari, if you want to spend money for entertainment purposes, you'll have to get a part-time job. Luckily, I've already covered that for you. Once you get back to Mizudafu, you'll have 2 days or meeting with someone might be willing to offer you a job. Izuku, who exactly is it and where will I be meeting them? Kari, she's an old friend of mine that runs an orphanage. She said she'd be willing to give you a trial run. However, there's one other reason why I want you to specifically work there. Izuku, and what's that, master? Kari, I've told you about my past before I became the new successor of Een and decided to become a hero. However, the one thing I didn't tell you about that time was that a few years ago I had a child. A baby girl, but her profession of my old job, there was no way I could ever raise her or even keep her safe, so I decided that it would have been best to put her in the care of my old friend and make sure she never knew anything about. However, once I decided to walk the path of a pro, my former bosses informed child service about who I was and what I did for them to make me regret my decision, and decided that I wasn't allowed anywhere near my daughter since they thought that I wasn't. Many of my enemies would come looking for me. Izuku, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, but then why do you want me to go there? Kari, I want you to see how she is doing, and if she needs it, help her out in any way you can. I'm sure growing up in the system isn't easy for any child, so I just want to be sure that she's doing all right. She does know what my name is, however she doesn't know anything about who I am or what I do now. Lowers her head. I just wish I could tell her that I never wanted to give her up in the first place. Izuku, master. I swear I'll do whatever I can to make sure that your daughter knows that you've never wanted to make that choice, but that you just wanted to protect her. Kari, thank you, Izuku. That's my prize student. Izuku, I'm your only student. And a flashback. After reminiscing about his last conversation with his master, he had decided to take a quick shower, make himself some dinner, and call it a day. The next day, Izuku had decided to go to Mizudafu Beach to form some training before going to the orphanage. Once he got there, he noticed the massive amount of trash that has piled up over the years on the shore. So he decided that he would make cleaning the beach up part of his training also. But before that, he had to practice the secret skill that he gained through his 3 years training with Kari. He stood still and took a natural position to focus and hold the life energy around him, remembering the day his master told him about her secret to how she mastered in a short amount of time. Flashback. It had been a day since Kaori had taken in Izuku and chose to train him. She had taken him to an area surrounded by rock. Kaori, alright Izuku, before we can begin training you to control Yang and your other quirks, there's something that you must learn. What I'm going to teach you is how to harness your own life energy or chi. Izuku, chi? Kaori, yes, you see, chi is also what we call aura. It's a power that lives within everyone. This has existed much longer than quirks, however at a present time only a select few are capable of unleashing this power. Izuku, a power that everyone has? Kaori, yes, and there are two means to awaken that power, slow and carefully or by force. You're going to take the slow and careful path, since doing so will also help you as mental training to control yang better. Izuku, I still don't understand. Kaori, chi is power that dwells within every living person, which makes it very effective against other humans. It's incredibly dangerous. If you attack someone who doesn't know how to manipulate chi, you call and even the most dangerous villains using aura alone. Izuku, that's hard to believe. Kaori, well, it's true, and also there are other things you need to know about, the 4 exercises that are critical to mastering chi. Tied to the ability to surround your body in aura, making it tougher and reducing the effects of aging. Z teach shutting of your flow of chi aura to conceal your presence and recovering from fatigue. Ken, a technique for creating an especially strong chi aura. It is crucial for increasing your power. Zetsu, the release of your chi aura after using Ken to boost it. These principles are known as the 4 exercises and are critical for mastering chi. Izuku, I'm even more confused. Kaori, here, just watch me. Kaori then pulled out what looked like 2 chokers and gave one to Izuku. Then put the other on herself. Izuku, what are these for? Kaori, they're quirk nullifiers, put it on. Izuku, okay? Kaori, I'm going to show you a demonstration of chi. Izuku then suddenly felt some kind of pressure surrounding him. Kaori, do you feel that? Izuku, why yeah, it's like pressure, but it doesn't feel creepy at all. Kaori, that's because I have absolutely no malice. You see, only one thing can protect you from a user if chi, you must learn to use it yourself and use ti for defense otherwise. The walk up to massive boulder and gently placed here had upon it. But then in that split second, as if she attempted to push it, there appeared a giant crack that almost reached the two of the boulder. Has some kind of massive pressure that he couldn't see had cracked it. Kaori, your body will be shattered beyond a recognition. And a flashback. After about 10 minutes of practicing his tai, he began to clean up the beach for about 2 hours. Once he was done, he ran back to his home for a quirk show. Then once it was done, made his way to the orphanage that his master told him about. It was about an hour walk west to where he was living, but soon enough he reached it. Once he was in front of it, it took a good long look, noticed that it wasn't what he was expecting. It looked more like an apartment complex in a traditional orphanage, but nevertheless he made his way inside and told the receptionist up front that he had a meeting with someone today. Women, yes, may I help you? Izuku, yes, my name is Izuku. I have a meeting with some today around this time, but I don't know what their name is. Women, okay, just let me check it for a second. Is it just Izuku? Izuku, yes. Women, oh yes, here it is. It says here you have a meeting with Kyoko. I'll just call her down. After 2 minutes of waiting, a woman with purple hair with pale skin and glasses that looked to be about 6.5 feet tall came downstairs. She looked to be about 25 years old. Kyoko, hello, you must be Izuku. I'm Kyoko Kurosawa. It's nice to meet you. Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you too, Ms. Kurosawa. Kyoko, oh please call me Kyoko. Now anyway, down to business. Kaori told me about you and that you're looking for work. She also told me that your cooking skills are quite impressive. Would you be interested in cooking for the children in the afternoon after they're done with school? Izuku, yes, actually that would be nice. I do know my way around the kitchen. Kyoko, normally I wouldn't do this, but I know what kind of taste Kaori has in food, and if she speaks highly of someone's cooking, then I know they're excellent. I bet cooking for her is challenging. Izuku, oh, you don't even know the half of it? Kyoko, are you all right with working from Monday through Friday? Izuku, yes, that's fine. However, for until my move back, I've been homeschooled by my master, and in 10 months I will be applying to UA. So once I'm accepted, can we work out a later time for me to get here after? Kyoko, yes, of course, I've already considered that. But now for the other reason you're here, I'm sure you already know that Kaori had a daughter and she is here since child services won't allow Kaori near her. Izuku, yes, I know. She asked me to get to know and watch over her while I'm working with you. Kyoto, yes, her daughter isn't what you call the most happy child here. She believes that she was abandoned here by her mother because she didn't want her. And the reason she thinks that is because many of the other children here were also abandoned for the reason or another. Many of the children here were abandoned due to the fact that they're quirkless. Izuku quirkless? Kyoko, yes, please follow me. As Kyoko's dragged Izuku throughout the entire orphanage, he got a glimpse of all the children but she hadn't taken care of. Many of them reminded him of himself. They looked as they were once happy and full of life, but now all the life looked as though it had been drained out of their eyes. Soon enough Kyoko had pointed out his master's daughter. Her name was Nozomi, and the first thing Izuku noticed was that she was a spitting image of his master. But Izuku started to notice something else. Thanks to the power of Yang, he was able to feel all the negative emotions Nozomi and all the other children were feeling. It felt as he was standing in a room filled with miniature versions of himself, since he knew exactly what they were going through, and all he could think of was, this is going to be a long 10 months. 10 months later, February 16th. Izuku had already cleaned the beach 8 months ago and spent the remainder of his training focusing how to control his chi and also strengthening his body and mind to better control Yang. His power would still make him have nightmares of his past and have him waking up in the middle of the night feeling anger towards his so-called family and friends. But once he got to work at the orphanage, cooking and interacting with the many children helped distract him at least a little, though he still wasn't able to regain his smile. Izuku tried many times to interact with Nozomi and also try to tell her stories about her mother, but she wasn't interested. She would normally avoid Izuku when he was in the same room as her and go off on her own. But today she wanted to get as far away not just from him but also everybody else. You see, today was her birthday and she was not happy about it, since for her it was just a reminder that her mother supposedly abandoned her. And so she attempted to sneak out of the orphanage and go wander off on her own. Little did she know Izuku was watching her every move. He noticed that she had made it past the front gate and was heading into the city, so he immediately ran after her. Izuku called out to her, and when she noticed he was on her tail, she made a break for it. Izuku's legs were exhausted from overtraining them that he had trouble keeping up, and soon he noticed that she was running toward a block where they were doing construction. By some cruel joke of the gods, a huge metal beam was hurling down right in the direction where she was running. Izuku noticed that right away, but there wasn't enough time for him to yell at Nozomi to stop, and so out of instinct he immediately thought of trying out one of the new skills she had been working on during his training, and focused all of his chi and into his legs, and just before the beams fell on her he immediately was hovering above her, holding the beam in place with superhuman strength and without the power of Yang. As though he had instantly just teleported in the position where Nozomi was in time to catch the beam, but in reality it was actually hyper-accelerated technique that increased his speed to the point we are almost as fast as lightning, faster than the human eye could ever see. Thanks to all of his training and his clever use of chi, he was able to hold the beam up and push it onto the sidewalk without the use of Dark Enhancer Quirk. As Nozomi watched this, she looking in awe. She had no idea Izuku was this strong. She never tried to get to know him before, since she figured out she had a connection to her who abandoned her, but as she witnessed how he instinctively just moved to save her, she thought that maybe he wasn't so bad after all, despite the fact that he never smiles. Izuku, Nozomi, are you okay? Nozomi, why, I'm okay. Izuku, thanks God, come on, let's go back. He then let out his hand and she gladly took it and began to walk back to the orphanage, unannounced to them. To two particular people on opposite sides of the street witnessed the entire event. One was a raven-haired girl in a ponytail that looked like she belonged to a prestigious family, and the other was none other than Izuku's father in his skinny form. Who was that? He just saved that girl, and it looked like he just appeared before in front of that beam before it could hit her. I don't know who that was, but that boy was certainly courageous, but why did I get the feeling that he was somehow familiar? February 26th. It was the day of the UA entrance exams and Izumi was making her way towards the academy with Bakugo. It had been 3 years since her brother had went missing and things were never the same. Over time things have gotten a little better at home, but walking to UA reminded her about how badly her brother wanted to be a hero and she wished she could take back everything she had done to him. She then started remembering the conversation she had with her father and told him that she decided she didn't want to be the next bearer of one for all. She felt as though she didn't deserve it after everything she had done and told her father to find someone who is worthy of inherited, because what she did was not what a hero is supposed to do. As the two made their way towards the exam, they noticed that Shoto and Shoka were waiting for them by the entrance. Shoka, Izumi, Katsuki over here. Izumi, Shoka, Shoto, hey you guys. Shoto, how are you this morning? Izumi, oh you know. Shoto, you're thinking about your brother aren't you? Izumi, why? Shoka, it's okay Izumi, I wish he was here too. Izumi, it's just, he should be with us right now. Katsuki, there's no use in dwelling on it. Come on, we need to get inside and you two need to head to the waiting area already, damn it. Izumi, why yeah, let go. As they were about to head inside, Izumi noticed that a short brown-haired girl that was about the same age and height as her was about to trip over until she was saved by a boy that wasn't in a middle school uniform. He was dressed in nothing but black boots, jeans, jacket, shirt, and even his hair and eyes were nothing but black. But for some reason she got the feeling that he looked familiar somehow. As they got inside, they saw that the pro-hero present Mike was explaining the rules of the exam. Then out of nowhere a certain tall blue-haired guy started asking a question about the fourth robot that present Mike hadn't yet talked about and started criticizing UA for making such a mistake. And soon afterwards he called out to the boy dressed in all black that was sitting just a few rows away from them. "Ida, you in all black, why aren't you wearing your school uniform? If you're not here to take this exam seriously, then leave." This set Izuku off. He was already in a bad mood since he noticed that his sister and Bakugo were in the same room as him, and all those negative emotions that he had tried to suppress started coming back. And once those feelings had started coming back up to the surface, Yang immediately started enhancing the negativity that he was already feeling since he still hated the two of them. Needless to say, he was not in the mood to deal with anybody's shit right now. And so he started releasing a lot of negative chi, and practically everyone in the auditorium was able to feel it and started feeling scared. "Izuku, will you shut up? If you hadn't noticed, he hasn't finished explaining everything yet. So do me a favor and shut the F up before I go over there and make you." After Izuku's outburst, the blue-haired guy sat back down in shame and with fear. Then present Mike had issued him to calm down and began to explain the nature of the final robot. Soon after he was done, they all started heading towards their assigned blocks. Izuku noticed that the girl he had caught earlier was in the same block as he was. She looked nervous. He could easily feel how worried she was right now, but decided to just keep to himself since he didn't know her. Once the doors opened, Izuku immediately used accelerated speed technique to get ahead of the other applicants. As he was doing this, he thought to himself, "Sorry master, I know you put me on recommendation, but I just can't wait to test what I can do." He began to take down robots one by one using only his bare fist combined with chi, not wanting to go overboard by using any of Yang's abilities. The judges in the observatory room witnessed this and asked to themselves how this young man was taking out so many robots just using only his physical strength. One of the judges in particular pointed out that he hasn't activated his quirk yet. "Aizawa, that boy's physical strength is astonishing. It looks like he isn't using his quirk at all." "Nizu, yes, I know what you mean. I've never seen anything like this before. What's this young applicant's name?" "Midnight, says his name is Izuku." "Aizawa, Izuku what's his family name?" "Midnight, it doesn't say, it just says Izuku. Hey, wasn't there supposed to be a child recommended by Flash Princess with that name?" "Nizu, yes, I believe you're right. Then what's he doing taking the exam?" "Aizawa, wait, look closely at him. The eyes and hair are different, but doesn't his face resemble All Might's missing son?" "Midnight, now that you mention it, I believe you might be right. But if that's really him, should we pull them out of the exam?" "Nizu, no, don't. Let's let him finish the exam. I want to see what he's capable of." The exam was reaching its climax. Izuku had already gathered more than enough points to guarantee him a spot in the hero course, but just before he was about to call it a day, he heard screams ahead of him. He saw that the giant zero-pointer was heading towards him and many other applicants were running away, but then he soon noticed that the girl from earlier was trapped under some debris and what's in the direction where the zero-pointer was heading. Without thinking, Izuku immediately started running towards the giant robots in an attempt to save her. Even though he had lost all emotion in his face, he still had the instincts and heart other hero. He soon activated his Ken and increased the power of his chi, and also combined dark enhancement to add extra power, and hit the zero-pointer with a fist so powerful not only did it shatter, but the shockwave was enough to blow many other applicants away, but also the robot itself was thrown back so far it had almost reached the other side of the city. As Izuku was falling, he thought of a way how he could land and channeled more of his chi into his legs and landed swiftly on his feet without him feeling any pain. As he picked himself up, he went to the girl that was still under the debris and easily lifted it off of her. "Izuku, are you okay?" Ochako, frowny face, blushing. "Oh, why is thank for saving me." "Izuku, your ankle looks like it's twisted. Here, let's get you to the infirmary." Izuku then started to carry the girl bridal style to recovery girl's office to get hurt ankle checked out. The other applicants who witnessed everything were dumbfounded as to how someone could be so powerful and survive a fall like that and not feel anything. The pros were also at a loss for words as they couldn't understand what they had just witnessed. Izumi was also there and had witnessed everything. She couldn't take her eyes off the boy dressed in all black. It was as if something was telling her that she knew him somehow. "Aizawa, I want that boy in my class." "Nizu, it's rare for you to show this much interest in someone, but first things first, we need to confirm if he really is All Might's missing son." After Izuku had dropped off the girl at a recovery girl's office, there was soon an announcement on the monitor he really wasn't too surprised to hear. In all honesty, he had expected this and was already prepared. Will the applicant Izuku please report to Principal Nisa's office immediately? Izuku, well shit, I had a feeling this would happen, but I'm still not looking forward to it. After dropping off the girl he saved at recovery girls' offices, Izuku began to make his way towards Principal Nisa's office. He already knew why he was called in, but he still wasn't looking forward to it. He had reached the door to the office and began to knock. Izuku frowny face knocking. Hello. Nizu, yes, come in. Once he was in, he saw the principal sitting at his desk along with a tired-looking man that he recognized as the pro-underground hero Eraserhead. Nizu, hello there young man, I'm sure you're wondering why we called you in here. Izuku, I believe I already know. Aizawa, is that so? Izuku Yagi. Izuku, it's just Izuku. Nizu, you can't fool us Mr. Yagi, we know that you're All Might's and Green Esper's son and that you have been missing for 3 years. Izuku, I never said I wasn't. Aizawa, you just said. Izuku, I said I'm just Izuku, that can mean a lot of different things. In my case it means that I have cast off the Yagi name. Nizu, so you say that you have cast aside your family name? Young man, do you have any idea how worried your family has been these past 3 years? Look, whatever problems you might have had with them is no excuse for disappearing without a trace or so long even. Izuku, okay, I'm going to stop you right there. You say that you know who I am, but going off from what you said it sounds like that you don't know the whole story. Nizu, what do you mean? Izuku, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that the two of you think that I'm being a spoiled brat and that I'm rebelling against my parents. So I'm going to assume that All Might had asked you for help is searching for me without telling you the entire story of why I went missing in the first place, am I right? Aizawa, okay, I'll bite. What is the whole story? Izuku, sigh, I'm not surprised that you don't know anything. Instead of telling you, I'm going to do you one better. I'll show you that way the two of you will fully grasp everything that the so-called symbol of peace has been keeping from you. And so Izuku raised his hand up in their decision. The two were puzzled by this, but before either of them could react, their minds had started to be filled with images of the boy's past. Izuku wasn't sure if they knew about All Might's secret, but it didn't matter to him. He wanted them to understand just how much pain his so-called family had caused him. However, due to the effects of Wenji, the both of them were feeling all of the physical and emotional pain that Izuku had felt up to the incident with All for One 3 years ago. However, he didn't show him what had happened to him afterwards since he didn't want to expose the secret of Chi to them. Once he was done showing them his memories, the two looked at Izuku in pity. They couldn't believe this boy had gone through so much pain. So many different emotions were going through the two of them, but what they were mostly feeling was completely anger towards his family, especially All Might. Nizu, young Izuku, so. Izuku, stop, you don't have a reason to apologize, besides I don't need your pity. Aizawa, I still can't believe it, how could that man be such a hypocrite? Izuku, how do you think I felt when I first found out? Aizawa, but I still don't understand, why didn't you come back? Izuku, if you had been ignored, beaten and humiliated by your own family and friends just for being born different, would you want to return? Nizu/Aizawa. Izuku, and most of all, I had my dreams crushed by both my hero and father. I always thought that the #1 hero was supposed to inspire others and give them hope. But after learning what All for One told me, it made me realize 2 things. First, that even someone like the #1 hero eventually ends up forgetting how they started out. My dad was just like me, and he still treated me like the rest of society treats the quirkless. And finally, in this world, if you're quirkless, you can't count on anybody to buy your side. Everyone will turn their backs on you and you'll be treated as less than human, even your own family. The 2 heroes were paying close attention to what this boy was, and it was heartbreaking. It was incredibly hard to believe that his family would put him through such an ordeal. But after close examination, this young man, they realized that it was all true. This boy standing in front of them had been broken both in body and soul, and as heroes it made them feel all the worse since it's supposed to be their job to rescue people like him. But after observing this young man, they weren't sure if it was even possible anymore. Izuku, words can't express how sorry I am and how livid I am with your family. However, I still have a question for you. Where exactly have you been these past 3 years? Izuku, you saw how I was recommended by Flash Princess on my application, didn't you? Aizawa, yes, and Izuku, right after the incident she found me and took me in, and that's all I'm going to say. Gets up and begins to walk away. Nizu, where are you going? Izuku, I have a job that I need to get to. Aizawa, you can't leave. Izuku, I live by myself, I need to work in order to survive, so I'm leaving. Aizawa, hold it right there. But before Aizawa could finish, Izuku had started sending malicious chi towards the two. He didn't use so much that it would be harmful to the two of them, however he needed to get to work and he already wasted enough time. The chi that he was giving off was enough to make the two back off and stop any further attempts of keeping him there. Once Izuku was sure they had gotten the message, he stopped releasing his chi and told them one final thing before he left. Izuku, look, I'm sorry but I have to go, besides I believe you have other things to worry about. And so he left for the orphanage since he was sure that those kids would be getting hungry soon. After he left, Nizu and Aizawa had to take a moment to take in everything that had just happened. After about a minute, Nizu had ordered Aizawa to call Izumi, Katsuki, Shoto and Shota to his office while he called up All Might to come to UA to discuss his daughter's acceptance. He also took the liberty of calling one other person in order to help out in clarifying exactly why Izuku's family and former friends had treated him so poorly. After 10 minutes of waiting, the two applicants and recommended students had entered into his office. Nwais, oh, I see all four of you have come. Izumi, we were told you wanted to see us. Prikabel. Nizu. Nizu, yes, but we're going to wait until your father gets here. Yagich, then we'll discuss why all of you are in here. Izumi, W8, why is my dad coming? Nizu, when he gets here you'll find out, besides I actually have something I have to say to him as well. Another hour had passed and All Might had finally arrived at Nizu's office. Once he arrived, the first thing he noticed was his daughter and her friends all together. Hello Principal Nizu. Nwais, yes, All Might, come in. Nizu, what is going on here? Nizu, what is going on here is that we are having second thoughts about accepting your daughter and her friend into UA. Shoto/Shoko. Katsuki, what the F dash? Izumi, why Principal Nizu? Surprised, Nizu, what is this all about? Nizu, what this about? All Might is that our school had very strict rules that every student must abide by in order to be heroes. One of which is to not have a history of bullying the innocent, otherwise how could we possibly trust them to protect the innocent as full-fledged heroes after graduation? Izumi, what are you getting at? Nizu, bullying isn't something we tolerate, especially if the reason was for them being different from you, such as tormenting someone for being born quirkless, for example. Izumi. Katsuki. Shoto. Shoka. Principal. Nizu, I trust that all of you have figured out where I'm going with this? How did you find out? Shoto, yes, how? Nizu, that's an exalted question, but before I answer that, how about you tell me why you hid this from us? All Might? Nizu, and also why did you hid the main reasons behind your son's disappearance? Nizu, I see you don't have an answer, am not surprised. In that instead Shota walked into his office along with a special guest Nizu requested to be there. Aizawa, Nizu, I brought her as you asked. Nizu, oh Aizawa, thank you. Aizawa, frowning, oh you're here All Might? Aizawa, you're here too. Nizu, alright everyone, let me introduce you, this is Yumi Tsuna, the mind-reading hero and U.A's #1 counselor. Her quirk is called mind transfer. I asked her to be here to help us better understand exactly why you kept all of this a secret from us. Yumi, I already saw everything that happened here in Shota's memories, so I have a decent grasp of the situation. Shoto, what exactly is going to happen now? Nizu, you asked me how exactly we found out what all of you have done. What I'm about to tell you may shock you. Izuku Yagi was here about 2 hours ago. We asked him here right after the exam and he revealed everything to us. That's how we found out. Katsuki/Shoto/Shoka, what? Izumi, that boy in black, he had the same name. No, it couldn't be. You're saying my son is alive and he was here, why didn't you keep him here then? Aizawa, frowny face, eyes glowing, I don't think you have the right to be angry with us since you kept such important information secret. It was a surprise when you first reveled that you had a son that you never mentioned, and now after 3 years we find out from himself that you were hiding the most important reasons for why he went missing in the first place. Aizawa, what, you have nothing to say for yourself? Not a single one of you have any idea just how much damage your actions have done to him. Izumi, what do you mean? Nizu, Yumi, could you use your quirk to show them what we witnessed earlier? Yumi, of course Nizu. Yumi then began to use her mind transfer quirk in order to show all the memories Nizu and Aizawa had in the past 2 hours. All 5 of them were witnessing the conversation both of the pros had with Izuku in his office. Izumi was seeing this and it confirmed her suspicions that the boy she saw during the exam was indeed her brother. However, it was also bringing her to tears. Shota followed soon after. She couldn't believe that he was alive and that they were so close, but they missed him. She had secretly been in love with Izuku ever since they were kids but never talked to anyone about it, but even though she knew she was not out of the woods yet, she couldn't help but feel relieved that he was alive. All Might was beyond stunned from what he was seeing. His son had changed so much. His green hair and eyes that once resembled Inko's were now solid black, not to mention his outfit. But what he was really focusing on was the fact that his son had finally been found, although this was short-lived as he and the rest of them were now witnessing the conversation Izuku had with Nizu and Aizawa. All could see just how lifeless his eyes and facial expressions had become, but what got them the most was the words he spoke, because they all knew everything he was saying was true. Ever since that day that Izumi was told what happened to her brother all those years ago, she had completely regretted ever coming up with that stupid idea in the first place. Now after seeing this, all those feelings coming back 100 times fold, now seeing just how much damage she truly had done. And All Might, with no better spell, completely hates himself for not being able to recognize what was happening to his son in his day-to-day life. If he had just paid as much attention to him as he did his daughter, and none of this would have happened. Once the memories stopped, all four of them sat in uncomfortable silence. Both Izumi and Shota had streams of hot tears flowing out their eyes, while Katsuki and Shoto but just sat there with their heads down. Nizu, so is there anything any of you have to say for yourselves? Everyone. Nizu, nothing I see. Well, never mind that. However, I'm leaning towards dropping all of your acceptances into UA. Wait, Principal Nizu, listen, I am fully aware that what these four have done is inexcusable, but... Aizawa. But what All Might are you actually going to stand there and try to justify what these four have done? For God's sake, this is your own son we're talking about, and most of all, this all started with your own daughter starting and instigating everything that happened to him. And you still haven't answered my question as to why you hid this from us in the first place. I don't know. Some reason, something told me to not share this, but now after seeing your memories I completely regret it. Aizawa, well, that doesn't really do anything now, does it? And what about all of you? Are you just going to sit there and say nothing, or are you at least going to try to explain yourselves? Izumi, it was all me. I was afraid that my brother would get ended if he tried to become a hero, so I had this idea where we could intimidate him and hopefully he would just give up. Although he never did, and so we just kept going hoping that he would give up to no avail. Aizawa, eyes glowing. You're saying that you started all of this just because of a reason like that? You're telling me that all four, if you were so stupid that none of you were able to see what you were doing wasn't right at all? Izuku showed us everything. We even saw how he was planning to end himself the day all of one approached him. I cannot believe that I'm hearing that none of you ever once considered that this would backfire. So tell me, why should we accept any of us heroes? Katsuki, look, we're sorry, we get that what we did was effed up, but... Aizawa, no, you don't get it. If you did, then you wouldn't be trying to defend yourself when you have no case. Tell me, do any of you have any? What's the most important for a hero to have? Katsuki. Aizawa. The ability to not just fight evil but also protect those that need saving, and I don't just mean from villains, but to give people encouragement and hope so that they don't succumb to hatred and despair to the many ugly parts of the world. Do you not see that if Izuku Yagi had done exactly that, he would have become a villain? Being a hero mean not just saving someone's life but also their hearts, and it might just be impossible to do that for him now. As soon as Shota said that, All might begin to have a brief memory of his master Nana Shimura and the words she spoke a long time ago. Remember that real heroes don't just save lives, they save a person's heart too. And now all the guilt he was feeling had grown even more, realizing that not only did he let his son down but was also dishonoring his master's teachings. Aizawa, all of you tormented an innocent person just because you didn't want to lose him, and because of that very thing almost happened. The only reason he's still alive was because of sheer luck. Every single one of you did the opposite of what heroes are supposed to do, so I'm going to ask all of you one more time, why should we accept any of you as heroes? Katsuki/Shoto/Shoka. Izumi, you shouldn't, at least not me. Katsuki/Shoto/Shoka. What? Izumi. Izumi, you're right, what we did is unforgettable, but please, if you want to punish anyone, punish me. I was the one who came up with that stupid idea. It's my fault that my brother went through so much pain and is like this now. So just let me take all the blame. I don't deserve to be a hero after all I've done. Shoka, no, Izumi, don't say that I'm as much to blame as you. I should be held accountable as well. Shoto, sis, don't say that it was us three, you never did anything. Shoka, frowny face, crying, exactly, I never did anything. I wanted us all to stop, but I was too scared to say anything. I just stood there and did nothing. That just as bad. I don't have a right to be here either. But I don't care if I can't be a hero anymore. I hate just how much we broke him, but at the same time I'm just so happy to know he's alive, so I'm willing to accept my fate. Shoto and Katsuki didn't say anything. What could they say? Even they knew deep down that what they did was wrong. As for Principal Nizu, he took a moment to consider the right course of action. After about a minute he had reached a final conclusion. Nizu, Alright, I've decided that I'm going to give all of you but a chance, so this is what we are going to do. Todoroki, you will be accepted into the hero course in Aizawa's class since your actions weren't as horrendous as the other. However, asked for the rest of you, could you do something you've never done before? We're going to put you 3 on reserve. Everyone, what? Nizu, what I'm saying is that you 3 will be technically part of the hero course. However, instead of participating in normal classes, you will be taking remedial lessons and occasionally be only observing as the rest of your class is involved in training. The reason for this is just like I said, this is going to be a second chance for all of you. You will have to prove to all of us that you are capable of being heroes, and this will be your opportunity to also repent for your actions. So if you can prove to us that you are worthy of being here and intend to be proper heroes, this is your only chance to do it. If you don't like it, then you can forget about you accepted into UA. Izumi, we understand. Shoto, I suppose that's fair. Katsuki, fine. Yumi, Principal Nizu, could I add in one addition? Nizu, and what would that be? Sons, I want all 4 of them to take part in sessions with me. It seems that all of them are going to need match counseling. Make sure they don't end up repeating the same mistakes. I can tell that 2 of them have more problems than the others. Nizu, that doesn't sound half bad. Alright, I'll allow it. Izumi, that's fine with us. Nizu, Shota, what do you say? Aizawa, I suppose I can't say no to your discussion, but let me make this clear, as of now I don't accept them. Nizu, you're right to feel that way, however I've made my decision. Now Tsuna, please escort Yagi, Mr. Bakugu and the Todoroki twins out. I wish to speak with All Might alone. Tsuna, I understand now, you 4 come with me. Once the 5 of them had left his office, Principal Nizu and Shota had turned their attention to All Might. Nizu, now All Might, are you finally able to answer our questions? What do you want to know? Aizawa, how about you start by explaining how your son has a quirk now? Sigh the night that my son was sent away, All for One had told me that he was in possession of a very old and incredibly powerful quirk, and right before he sent Izuku away he released it, and once he did it had possessed my son. He said that it was actually the second quirk that was brought into existence. He said that it was called YNG. Nizu, the second quirk brought into existence. Okay, I'm leasing, continue. He said that this quirk had the power to exist without a host and that it had the ability to be transferred other people and could keep the quirks of its previous users after they had passed on. And one other thing, he said that he had managed to pass on his own DNA into the power and it's now possesses All for One. Nizu/Aizawa, what? Yes, I know what you all are thinking. I thought the same thing too when I first heard this, but he was serious. Although why he chose to let it possess my son, I don't know. Nizu, I was expecting a lot of things, but I wasn't prepared to hear this. Shota, what do you think of all? Aizawa, whatever the reason may be or whatever type of powers this boy now possess, the fact is he still chose to take the exam to be a hero all on his own. He may show no emotion anymore and is clearly still very damaged from his experiences, but I believe that he still might have what it takes to be a hero. Obviously we need to find out more about this from himself, especially what this young quirk may be, but I believe that we should still treat him as any other student at UA. Besides, from all of the memories that he showed us, I think he's more than earned the right to be here without anybody getting in his way. That boy has been through more than his fair share of pain already. Nizu, you really have taken a liking to that boy. Well, alright, it's decided. I guess we'll just have to wait until his first day at UA starts. But wait, if he's in the city, let's go find him. I want to see him again. I want my family to be whole again. Izumi and Inko haven't been the same since he left. My wife even became so depressed that she took early retirement as a hero because she felt so much like a failure for not being able to save our son. Nizu, I'm sorry, All Might, but I don't know where he is. We tried to stop him, but he managed to get away. He said that he was living by himself nowadays and had to go into work. If you want my advice, I suggest you wait just a little bit longer, at least until his first day starts. If you go try can find him now and try to bring him back, I believe it will only end badly. He's incredibly strong now. And it goes without question that he most likely hates all 3 of you, so my suggestion is if you want to try and rebuild your family, I suggest you wait until then. In the meantime, go take your daughter home and let your wife know about this. She deserves to know and to be prepared for when that time comes. Besides, we still need him to tell us everything about this mysterious quirk that he has, and in order for him to do that he must do it willingly. I understand, if you'll excuse me. Once All Might was finished talking with the 2 of them, he had made his way outside of UA's gates to find his daughter and her friends waiting for him there since they had questions for him. They wanted to know what exactly they were going to do about Izuku and Izumi, and Shota especially wanted to know if they were going to track him down and bring him back. They really wanted to see him again and make amends for everything that they did. Izumi, Dad, what happened? Are you going to go bring Izuku back? Shoka, Mr. Yagi, please tell us what happened. We want to know, is Izuku coming back? Listen all of you, for now UA has decided that we're not going to go find Izuku, we're going to wait until the first semester of UA starts, and when he comes then we intend to try to convince him come back to his family. Shoto, what? Katsuki, what kind of stupid course of action is that? Izumi, what, why can't we go get him now, please dad, I miss him so much. Shoka, Mr. Yagi please? Nizu and Aizawa are both afraid that if we go looking for him now and try to bring him back by force that he might decide to run away again and not pursue his dream of going to UA. As all of you are aware, he most certainly harbors massive hatred towards all of us, so if he gives in to that hatred he might choose to abandon his dreams altogether, and personally I don't want to see that. I'm already one of the biggest reasons why he went missing in the first place, and I don't want to crush his dreams again. All four of them didn't know what to say at this point. What could they say? They wanted Izuku to come back, but they knew what All Might was saying was true. This was just one of the many consequences that they have to do with for stupid actions. Ants, by this point Izumi and Shoka had begun tearing up rivers again. They especially wanted to see Izuku again. As for Katsuki and Shoto, they just couldn't make any sense of this, and they doubt they ever could. Katsuki had been tearing himself up from the inside by his emotions, trying to figure out what made him think that stupid idea was good in the first place. And Shoto had become so conflicted that he didn't know what to do. He still wanted to be a hero, but he knew that everything that they had told him was right. What he had done wasn't what a hero is supposed to do. Throughout the years of physical and mental abuse by his father, the number 2 hero, Endeavor, he wasn't sure how to separate right from wrong anymore. Izumi, let's go, it's been a surprising day and we also need to go and tell your mother about this. Izumi, alright dad. Katsuki, All Might wait, stop, listen, I'm not going to say anything about Ni's decision, it's not my place, but that doesn't mean my opinion of you three has changed. If we're being honest, I still don't trust any of you three. None of you have done anything to earn back my trust in you, and I personally agree that you don't belong in UA. I'm sorry to say it, but what I've seen, everything you three done to my son, especially you Bakugo, I just can't see you in the heroic light that I once saw you in. After All Might had finished speaking, Izumi had began walking home in order to prepare Inko for the shocking reveal that her son was alive and would be attending UA soon. The three of them were left there speechless and with their heads down in shame, Bakugo especially, but it's not like he didn't understand. He bullied his idol's son and told him to end himself. Why wouldn't he hate him? He might not have shown it, but deep down he always wanted to be like All Might, but it seems that it might be too late for that now. 6:30 p.m. at the orphanage. Izuku had made his way back after his meeting with the principal and Shota, and once he got in immediately went to the kitchen and began preparing to make dinner for 20 kids, including himself, time to cook something later after he got home. During Izuku's time working there, he had gotten a little bit closer to his master's daughter Nozomi. They would have occasionally have little talks, but not about her mother, of course. And it turns out, unlike most of the kids, Nozomi actually did have a quirk. It was called Wind Slicer. She had the power to create small swords out of wind if you concentrated hard enough, although they were more of the size of small daggers rather than swords, and a lot of focus to do it. Although there was another kid that piqued Izuku's interest, it was a young boy about the age of 10. Its name was Shinsui and had a quirk called Lightning Bolts. He could create a small orb of lightning that orbited his body and could shoot lightning, although it was incredibly weak. It had turned out that his parents abandoned him for the very reason of having a weak quirk, so Izuku couldn't help but feel a sort of kinship with him. They were so alike. Izuku couldn't help but take an interest in him. Shinsui would often stay in the corner by himself, not talking to anyone, and no matter how many times Kyoko would try to reach out, he always pushed her away. Even during dinner, he would often sit by himself his dinner quietly, not even trying to talk to anyone. Izuku knew exactly what it felt like to not be wanted just because of the way you were born and by your own family, but since his emotions have almost been completely shut down, he wasn't sure how he could help. But he came back to the city despite the risk in order to fulfill his dream. Oh, that's what those 3 years of training were for, and helping someone in distress, no matter what form it may be, is part of being a hero, so he has to at least try. He picked up a plate of curry and took it to where Shinsui would normally sit by himself, walked over to him. Izuku, Shinsui here, you need to eat. Shinsui, I'm not hungry. Izuku sigh you know I know how you feel. Shinsui, what? Izuku, I mean, I went through the same thing as you. I know what it's like to not be wanted by your own family just because of the way I live alone nowadays, and that's the reason why I work here, need you guys in order to survive on my own. Shinsui, why you were abandoned too? Izuku, that's right, but you know one of the other reasons why I'm here is to try and help people like you, people like Meech who went through the same pain that I did. My face doesn't show any emotion anymore, and that was because of all the painful hardships that I had to endure, and so it left many emotional scars on me. But the reason why I'm here, in a short time I'm going to be attending the most prestigious hero school in the country and part of being a hero helping others when they need it the most. So please Shinsui, if you're willing, will you let me try and help you? Shinsu was shocked to hear this. In the few months that Izuku has been working here, he's gone a few glimpses ask him training his quirk, and aside from how scary it also looked incredibly strong. So the fact that Izuku had gone through the same thing as him was shocking to say the least. Before he could answer, Izuku would ask him one final question that shocked him the most. Izuku, Shinsui, tell me, what do you want? Have you ever thought of what you wanted to be when you grow up? He wasn't prepared to be asked a question like that, since you never thought anyone would ever ask him what he wanted. He took a moment and looked at Izuku for giving his answer. Shinsui, I. Izuku, yes? Shinsui, I want to be a hero. Izuku, really? Shinsui, yeah, but whenever I tell people that, they laugh at me and say that I can't do it because my quirk is so weak and that I should give up. For some reason Izuku had a feeling that that would be his answer, and even though his face couldn't show it, he was glad that that's what his answer was. After taking a minute observing Shinsui, he for some reason had an urge help with this boy since they were so much alike, but also because he saw something in him kind of spark that remind him of himself when he was that age, and with a blank expression he had decided to ask Shinsui a question. Izuku, Shinsui, would you like me to help you? Shinsui, what? Izuku, I'm asking, would you like me to help you? I could help train your quirk and help you pursue your dream of being a hero. Shinsui, wait, are you saying you think I can? Izuku, yes, I do believe that you too can become a hero. However, just so you know, if you say yes, the training I'm going to put you through will be incredibly hard and I won't go easy on you. So. But before Izuku could finish, Shinsui had started tearing up and then charged right at him and brought him into a hug. Shinsui had been waiting for a long time for someone to believe in him. That the waterworks instantly came, and in that moment always you could think was, oh yeah, we're so much alike. A month later. It was 6:30 in the morning and Izuku was up and ready to begin his first day at UA, although he knew that most likely his sister and her friends would be there, not to mention All Might. He also knew that the principal and other teachers would most likely still has many questions for him when he got there, and so he had came up with an idea to help suppress all of those negative emotions that Yang would try to exploit from him, so he would go berserk when he would come across his family and former friend. The last thing he wanted was to ever see them again, but he knew that if you stayed on the path to being a hero that this was inevitable. He also didn't want anybody else to see him in a malicious state. So 2 years ago he had created something to help stop him if Yang were to ever take control over him. It was an SMSL iron black electronic choker designed to choke the person wearing it if they were to ever go on a rampage. His master wasn't too happy that he created a device to hurt himself, but that was just the only way he knew how to handle things. Izuku had become so used to pain that he doesn't mind inflicting it on himself if it meant he can try and maintain himself. His master didn't like it one bit because pain isn't something that you should be used to, but because of his past that was now Izuku's mindset. Izuku, I promised master that I wouldn't wear this unless it was absolutely necessary, but if those scumbags really are going to be there, then I can't trust myself to stay in control forever. Izuku took a deep breath and closed the door on him and began to walk out his front door. As soon as he stepped out, he began walking to the train station, for today would be his first day and his first step into becoming a hero. Izuku, Sai okay UA, here I come. It was 6:30 a.m. and Izuku was on the train making his way to UA High. It was only a 20-minute ride from where he lived. He wanted to get there first, just in case he was going to be called in again, since he was sure that they still had many questions for him. In the Yagi residence, the Yagi family were having a quiet breakfast. It was Izumi's first day of remedial lessons since she needs to prove she belongs in the hero course, so it was exactly how she expected going to her dream school. Toshinori wasn't too excited about anything either. He was happy that Izumi was accepted into UA even if it was under unordinary circumstances, but what he was thinking about the most is that he was going to see his son after all these years. Though he wasn't sure what he would say if this day ever came, so much time has passed that he was starting to doubt that it ever would have. Now that it's here, he wasn't sure just what to say when he sees him. There are so many things that he has to make up for, but how to do so he doesn't know. Would Izuku even let him? He doesn't know. After he saw Aizawa's and Nizu's memories, Toshi had come to the conclusion that Izuku had changed a lot and not for the better. He has no idea just what his son had been doing all this time, but he was afraid that he might have succumbed to the influence, the Wenji power, but he was more afraid of the fact that Izuku also possesses All for One. He doesn't want to believe it, but there's no way to know what Izuku has done with it in their last 3 years. He was scared that Izuku might end up becoming like All for One, since he knows had he used his power, Izuku might have come back and taken the entrance exam, but he can't stop worrying until he knows that his son won't turn out the same way his greatest enemy did. But the one who was the most distressed was Inko. Because after all this time had passed she had come to the conclusion that she was the one who first turned her back on Izuku. The day that they had come back from the doctors it was clear that Izuku was devastated after the bad news and needed his mother right then and there, but she was so focused on Izumi and her quirk that she completely forgotten about her son and continued to do so for 7 long years. Izuku had suffered so much, and even though she was right there she didn't even notice. She had failed as a mother from the time he was 4. There are hardly any memories for them as a family. All she wants is to have her baby back and redeem herself. She had decided to take early retirement because she felt that she was no longer worthy to be a hero and wanted to devote her time into finding her son, and now that he has finally been found she had been preparing for this day to finally see him again to hopefully bring him back home and make up for everything. Izumi, okay mom, dad I'm heading out. Toshi, okay Izumi will be there soon too. Inko, Izumi. Izumi, yeah mom? Inko, good luck sweetie. Izumi, small smile, thanks mom. After that Izumi had went out the door and was heading her way to the train station. While Toshi and Inko had seen her off Toshi had to begin preparing for his first day as a new teacher. While Inko had one thing on her mind. Inko, Toshi, Inko he should be here too. Toshi, I know you're right, but we have to focus on the here and now. Today we'll finally see him again and we'll bring him home and make up for everything. Inko, I hope you're right. As they both began to ready themselves for possibility tough day they were going to have Izumi had meet up with her friends at the train station. They all wanted to make the most of their first day despite 3 of them wouldn't be participating in the aero course for a little while. Shoka, Izumi over here. Izumi, hey everyone good morning. Shoto, good morning. Katsuki, Tisich it's about damn time. Shoka, so let's get going, we can't be late for the first day of class. Katsuki, I think you mean you can't be late, we won't be with you remember. Shoto, we still shouldn't be late, we still have a chance to show them we belong in the hero course. Izumi, Shoto's right come on guys it's not ideal but it is our own fault we're in this miss. Let's at least be grateful they're giving us a chance. Shoto, why yeah you're right. Katsuki TSH whatever. Shoka, so, let's get going. The 4 of them had made their way to the station and once the train arrived began their journey towards UA. It was now 7 a.m. and they were 40 minutes away so they could still make it before 8 a.m. 3 of them weren't all that excited about the first day of remedial classes but decided to suck it up and accept their fate. Shoka wasn't too happy either since she didn't want to start her first day without her brother and 2 friends, although the one silver lining she thought was soon she'll be seeing Izuku again and for the rest of the trip she had kept on asking herself just one question, I hope he can find it in his heart to forgive us? At UA High School. Izuku had finally made it to UA. He took a moment to take in that he was actually going about to get into his dream school as a full-fledged student. He started to walk inside and began searching for his classroom. After 5 minutes he had found class 1A and the first thing he noticed was the size of the door, but since some mutation quirks sometimes alters the size of someone he understood why they'd be so huge. He then walked in and just as he was hoping for he was the first one to arrive. There was still 40 minutes until class would start so he had decided to just take a seat and pull out a book to read in the meantime while he waited for everyone to arrive. After about 10 minutes Izuku noticed the first of other students has arrived. He didn't take his eyes off his book but knew that it was the blue-haired boy that had pissed him off during the exam. He then began to make his way toward Izuku and began to speak. He didn't feel like talking to anyone but he had to at least act polite if he wants to make it at UA. Excuse me. Izuku? You're the one from exam, the one who completely demolished that 0-pointer and saved that brown-haired girl. Izuku, yeah what about it? My name is Tenya Ida. I want to apologize for my behavior during the exam. Izuku, fine him over it. Ida, may I ask your name? Izuku, Ida. Izuku what exactly? Izuku, it's just Izuku, I have no surname. Ida, that's strange, may I ask why that is? Izuku, personal reasons? Ida, I understand but anyways I must say Izuku you were outstanding, you figured out that there was something more to the practice exam, I hate to say it but you're better than I am. At this Izuku was at a loss for words. He really wasn't expecting to be praised by this guy or by anyone especially not on his first day of school but had decided to just take the compliment. Izuku, it was nothing, I just did the right thing to do. Ida, yes you're right. As they were talking another student came into the classroom. It was an onyx black-haired girl in a ponytail. She noticed the 2 of them and after a moment she recognized that the boy reading a book was the same one who she saw save a little girl a month ago. Ida turned around and began to walk towards her and started to introduce himself. Ida, hello I'm Tanya Lida. Hello. Izuku didn't bother to look up, he just wanted to keep to himself and be left alone, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen since he noticed that the girl was also now walking up to him. Excuse me? Izuku, yes, can I help you? Momo, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu, can ask your name? Izuku, I'm Izuku. Momo, Izuku what? Izuku, it's just Izuku, I don't have a last name. Momo, oh I see, anyway this may be sudden but can I ask you something? Izuku, I'm okay I guess. Momo, did you happen to save a little girl from a steel beam about a month ago? Ida, wait you saved a child Izuku. Izuku, oh yeah that was me, how did you know about that though? Momo, I was walking around that area when I happened to saw what you did, I must say it was very heroic. Ida, wow you're even more impressive than I thought. Izuku, it wasn't anything really. Momo, no it was, you saved a life I can see why you'd be accepted into the hero course. It was happening again Izuku was getting praised by a complete stranger it wasn't something he was used to, especially not from a girl as beautiful as the one in front of him. He may have lost the ability to show any positive emotion but he was still a guy, and still found women like her attractive, though this was the first time he's had any interaction with a girl his age since, the only female interactions he's had in the last 3 years was his master and Kyoko. Momo, may I ask what you're reading? Izuku, it called Great Expectations. Momo, by Charles Dickens, that's a great classic it's one of my favorites. Izuku, oh well good to know. Momo, well I'm going to my desk, I hope we can get along. As she went to her desk Ida soon followed and sat in his seat. Izuku really wasn't expecting any of what just happened but decided to just go back to reading. After that one after another more students began walking into class, some were taking among themselves and a few we just sitting quietly, only 10 minutes left until class started and there were still 6 sets left empty but just then Izuku had felt a familiar presence approaching classroom. The door opened and without looking Izuku could tell that it was Shoka Todoroki. Even though he knew that this was inevitable he still struggled to not show his anger of being in the same room as one of his tormentors. The electronic choker around Izuku's neck immediately noticed that change in his emotion and began to tighten around his neck. It wasn't pleasant at all but Izuku was right on the money when he thought that he couldn't completely trust himself to control his anger. Even though it was irritating him he managed to keep his poker face on and just kept focusing on his book in order to calm himself down. As for Shoka she had instantly saw Izuku and her heart began to race so many feelings started come up, shock, guilt, regret, relief, even though she knew that today would be the day that she'd see him again she still wasn't fully prepared for this. She still had so much guilt inside her heart for what she had done to Izuku but couldn't help but feel happy that the boy she loved was actually in front of her again. She was starting in front of the door too long and the other students were starting to stare. She was about to walk toward Izuku but before she could a short brown-haired girl walked in and started shouting with excitement and ran towards him before she could. Hey you, the black-hair boy. Izuku, hi. Don't you remember me? Izuku, no I do, you're the girl from the exam with the gravity quirk. Yeah that's me, Ochako Uraraka I wanted to say thank you for saving me. The way you destroyed that zero-pointer and landed on your feet after jumping so high was amazing. Izuku, don't mention it, I just did the right thing. Uraraka, still I have to thank you probably I hope we can be great friends. Shoka was watching closely and had this uneasy feeling in the pit of her stomach, as the sight of Izuku being that close with another girl filled her with jealousy and she didn't like the feeling. Not just because it was Izuku but also she unconsciously believes that because she did nothing to help him back when he needed it that she doesn't have the right to feel that way. But before she could think about it any further a voice came out from behind her who she recognized. Aizawa, if you're here to make friends then leave now. Uraraka, wow what is that yellow thing? Ida, is someone inside that? Aizawa, it took 8 seconds for all of you to shut up, that won't work time is precious. Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Everyone frowny face our teacher. Aizawa, all right tells get to it, put these on and head outside. Everyone began to make their way towards the changing rooms. In the boys most of them were conversing between themselves. As for Izuku he was almost done changing but before he could put on the top part of his uniform a red spiky-haired boy pointed to Izuku and caught everyone's attention. Wow dude what's with all those scars? Everyone looked in Izuku's direction and they all gasped at the sight of his body. Aside from the fact that he was completely shredded there were permitted scars, bruise, burn marks all over his body. They also noted that his left arm was almost completely covered in scars that were clearly from him cutting himself but as for his other arm was wrapped in bandages. Izuku didn't pay them any mind and just finished changing and headed out to where Mr. Aizawa was waiting for them. After 10 minutes everyone had made their way to the testing area. Aizawa, good now you're all going to have a quirk assessment test. Uraraka, a quirk assessment test? What about the orientation ceremony? Aizawa, if you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA we're not teachers of traditions, meaning I get to run my class however I want. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives but never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. Izuku, you managed to get the top spot on the entrance exam despite the fact that you were already on recommendation. What was your farthest distance throw with the softball when you were in junior high? Izuku, 68 meters. Aizawa, right, try doing it with your quirk, anything goes as long as you stay in the circle, go on, you're wasting time. Ida, wait, did Mr. Aizawa say that Izuku was on recommendation? Momo, I had heard that there was a person among the recommended students that decided to still take the regular exam, so he was the one, but I wonder why he did it? I wonder what his quirk is? Why do you think his right arm is bandaged? Izuku had decided to not use his dark enhancement and just uses his chi. He raised his ken to its max and threw the ball. Aizawa knew that as Izuku didn't activate his quirk but decided to wait until the exam was over to call him out on it. Although the score on his phone shocked him since he didn't know he was that strong without using his power, he showed his phone to the entire class and it read, "Everyone, 1,100 meters. Shoka, how is this possible? Izuku is supposed to be quirkless. Just what has happened to you, Izuku? I wanna go. That looks like so much fun." Aizawa, so this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become pro heroes, you think it'll be all fun and games? Idiots. Today you're complete and 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last place will be expelled immediately. Izuku, I can tell he's serious. Uraraka, you can't send one of us home. We all just got here, that isn't fair. Aizawa, oh, and you think national disasters are? Or what about power-hungry villains? Or catastrophic accidents that wiped out whole cities? This world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself the breaking point for the next 3 years. UA will throw one trouble hardship after another at you, have to go beyond. Plus ultra. Now we're just wasting time by talking, let's begin the next test. Test 1, 50-meter dash. Izuku and Lita took their places as Aizawa was preparing for them to go. Ida, sorry Izuku, but I'll be winning. Aizawa, runners, on your marks, go. Izuku had channeled all of his chi into his legs before the race started. The two ran and Izuku finished first with 2.0 seconds and Lita with 4.1 seconds. Aizawa, he still isn't using his quirk? Why? Test 2, grip strength. Izuku looked over to see a guy with multiple arms doing his grip test and got 540 kilograms. You hit 540 kilograms? You're such a beast. Yeah, like an octopus. Izuku uses his chi but didn't use ken so to not overdo it. However, it didn't really matter since he still broke the grip tester. This got everyone's attention and saw that the only thing that remained was barely the handle. Izuku, sorry Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa, it's fine, this type of thing is bound to happen. Jess, how strong is he? Test 3, standing long jump. Izuku got the highest score by going over the other side and almost hit the fence. The one with second highest score was a frog-looking girl. Test 4, repeated side steps. Izuku once again got the highest score, with the only one behind him was a boy with purple balls on his head. Test 5, ball throw. Izuku did go since he already did with the demonstration from earlier. Uraraka got the first place with a score of infinity. That's insane, how's possible? Aizawa, okay, before I go over the score I want to go over something with you Izuku. Mind explaining why you didn't use your quirks in any of the test? Everyone, what? Izuku, oh so you noticed. Everyone, he's not even phased. Izuku, okay you got me, I was worried about what force I'd make. And what that could have done to everyone here. Aizawa, scowling, well if you don't want to be expelled then I'm going to give you one final chance. Throw this ball again, but this time using your quirk at full power. Go beyond plus ultra, that's what this school is all about, I don't want anything less from you. Izuku, fine. Izuku grabbed the ball, then got in the circle again and positioned himself. He took a deep breath and began to use his ken, then activated dark enhancement all the way up to 25% and combined the two. This made the invisible aura of his chi visible to everybody and they were shocked to see this. He had to hold back in order to control himself because unaware to everyone else he sensed two very familiar presences hiding behind the school's walls. It was All Might and Green Espress, and now that those two were around had made him agitated, but he couldn't let anyone else see that. As the class saw him and the effort thing, they realized that Aizawa was telling the truth, that he hadn't used his quirk at all, but what shocked them more was the amount of power that they were seeing coming from him. Some of them were a little scared to see that the energy around him was so black and it looked so intimidating. Izuku then threw the ball and the shock wave that came from him was great enough that everyone else had fallen back about 5 feet. Aizawa looked at his phone and what he was seeing shocked him even more than the first score Izuku got, and everyone followed suit after he showed his score to the entire class. Everyone. What? 2,000 miles. Izuku turned to Aizawa with a blank expression and spoke in a bored tone and said, "Well, how's that?" Aizawa frowny face smiling. "This kid. Momo, he's even stronger than I thought. Uraraka, he's amazing. Ida. He keeps impressing me more and more. Shoka, Izuku just what have been up to all this time?" Aizawa. "Okay, now here all of you, here are your scores. Izuku, first. Momo Yaoyorozu, second. Shoka Todoroki, third. Mineta, no, I can't get expelled, I almost died during the entrance exam." Aizawa. "Oh, I was lying, no one's going home. That was just a way to make sure you all gave it your all." Momo. "I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure it out, I suppose I should have said something." Izuku. "Mr. Aizawa, didn't you expel an entire class last year?" Momo. "Sweet drop, W. Aizawa. "I'm surprised you know that you're smarter than I thought. Alright, all of you are free to go home except you Izuku, I want to see you after you're done changing." Izuku. "Fine." Before Izuku could make his way to the locker room, he was approached by a guy with a crow's head. "Tokoyami. Excuse me, my name is Fumikage Tokoyami, can I ask you a question?" Izuku. "What is it?" Tokoyami. "Your quirk intrigues me, could you tell me what exactly it is?" Izuku decided to just show him so he can get to the locker rooms as quick as possible. He held out his right hand and black energy started to swirl around it, which caught Tokoyami's attention even more. Izuku. "I use darkness." Tokoyami. "Interesting, could you tell me what's your quirk is called?" Izuku. "It's called Windy." Tokoyami. "Yang? But wait, doesn't that mean light?" Izuku. "Yes, but I didn't come up with the name, there's a reason why it's called that, but I don't feel like going into details. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go change." After the whole class had gone back to change, Izuku had finished first. As to not waste time, since he knew why Aizawa wanted to see him and was worried he would be late for work again, so he had texted Kyoko and explained the situation. Luckily she understood since she also knew about his past. After he got out of the locker room, he saw Aizawa waiting for him. Aizawa. "So you're ready? We're heading to Nizu's office." Izuku. "Yeah, let's get this over with." Aizawa. "I trust you know why you're being called in?" Izuku. "You still have questions, don't right?" Aizawa. "Good, you understand, and I'm not supposed to say anything, but there's going to be others waiting to see you." Izuku. "I already know, I sensed them outside." Aizawa was shocked to hear this, but he didn't say anything and kept his composure, but Izuku knew he couldn't hide anything from him. They had made it to Nizu's office and walked in. He didn't see All Might or G and instead saw a Nizu and a navy blue-haired woman standing beside his desk who looked familiar. Nizu. Izuku, good to see you again. Please have a set." Izuku. "And who is this?" Nizu. "Yes, let me introduce you. This is Yumi Tsuna, or better known as the mind-reading hero, Telep, and UA's best counselor." Izuku. "Tsuna? I know them, they're a family of heroes that specializes in counseling and therapy for the most mentally damaged. They also help as detectives for the most difficult crimes the police can't solve on their own. Now that I think about it, one of Yang's previous vessels was at Tsuna." Yumi. "Hello there, it's nice to meet you, Izuku Yagi." Izuku. "It's just Izuku?" Nizu. "Yes, about that, we called you in here because we still have questions for you. First tell us about this power of yours." Izuku. "From what I learned, this power has its own consciousness and it can live without a host for it. Also, after any of its previous users have passed, it's capable of holding on to their quirks they had before their deaths, and in doing so allows me to have access to all their powers as well." Nizu. "So it's true, what All Might, what else is there?" Izuku. "It has the side effect of increasing the powers of every quirk it has obtained but changes them to darker versions of them. However, it also makes the drawbacks to each powers much more severe than normal. It also has the ability to copy other quirks if it consumes enough DNA. For example, let's say I made a blood pact with Mr. Aizawa and we shaked on it, I would gain his quirk, but the drawback would be worse than the original quirk." Nizu. "My god, that is more powerful than I thought. Could you tell us what different kind of drawback it would be?" Izuku. "I can't really say because it doesn't depend on me, but an example I could give is that it could lead to me losing my eyesight if I had Aizawa's quirk." Yumi. "Jesus, just what kind of power is this?" Nizu. "Well, this is more shocking than I thought, but aside from that, what exactly were you doing the 3 years you were gone?" Izuku. I thought I said I wouldn't say anything more than what I told you? I was taken in by Flash Princess and I'm not saying anything more. Nizu, that won't do, we still have no idea what you were doing and that could be vital information. Izuku, if you want to know then ask my master, she gave me strict orders no to reveal anything unless you ask her yourself. She knew something like this would happen if I came back to my home city, so if you really want to know you have to go ask her. Nizu, so you call her master, well unfortunately she is still on a mission and we have no idea when she will return. So I'm asking you to tell us all the details about what you have been up to. Izuku, well I'm not talking, I won't go against my master's orders. Nizu, alright then in that case Telep, read his mind. Yumi, understood Nizu. Telep began to activate her quirk to get information out of Izuku's mind, but unfortunately for her she couldn't since Yang's power was so great it immediately casted a mental shield around Izuku's mind. Yang doesn't like to be tested. Yumi, what, how is this possible? Aizawa, what's wrong Telep? Yumi, I can't read his mind. Nizu, what have you done? Izuku, I didn't do anything, it was YG, like I said it has its own mind and so its own wealth so it doesn't want you to know anything either. But I give you a bit of compensation. Aizawa, what do you mean? Izuku, I can't give you details but I'll tell you that I spent the last 3 years trying to control this power. During that time me and Yang came to an agreement. It will allow me to use its power whenever I want but it will still try and corrupt me if I let my guard down. Nizu, and just what do you mean by corrupt? Izuku, sorry but that I can't say either. Any other questions? Nizu, what happened to your appearance? Izuku, apparently Yang's power is so great that it changed the color of my hair and eyes to soiled black. Nizu, why didn't Flash Princess beam you back? Izuku, I can't answer that. Nizu, alright last 2 questions. How many quirk do you have now and what do you know about the other quirk we know you have, all for one? Izuku, I had 10 quirks when I started and I've gained 5 more over the past 3 years. As for all for one I know that it can steal quirks but I don't know anything else about it. I only used it 3 times. The other quirks I gained were from using Yang, but I didn't use it on any innocent people if you were wondering. Nizu, alright I suppose that's the end of our question. No, before we decide what to do next I think it's time. Raised voice, you can come in now. The door then opened to reveal the ones waiting outside. Izuku knew they were there but still dreaded that this reunion had finally came. It was Green Espress and the person he hated most even more than his sister and childhood friend, All Might. He got up and slowly turned around and saw their face. All Might had a look of both surprised and guilt written all over his face. And as for Inko she had tears in her eyes and red puffy eyes as if she had been crying all the time they were outside. Inko, Izuku, is that really you? Izuku, hello you too. Izuku my boy. Izuku was trying harder than ever before to control his anger but was struggling. Inko then ran up to him and brought him into a hug and started rambling. Inko, my baby, you're really here, we're so sorry for everything, ignoring you, not realizing what was happening in your life, not protecting you when you needed us, everything. Izuku couldn't take this anymore. He didn't want this, he hated this. He knows that it's not right for a hero to hold on to all this anger but he couldn't help it, he couldn't forgive them, he still hated them. He then lost it and pushed her off him. Izuku, get the hell of me. Inko, Izuku. Izuku, I don't want to hear this, I didn't want your apologies, you really expect me to forget you after all this time? Do you? Izuku please we know what we have done is inexcusable but please we're asking you to give us another chance. We've missed you so much, nothing has been the same since you left us. Izuku frowny face growling, you, I hate you more than anyone else. Izuku. Izuku, you have caused me the most pain out of everyone. So many times I try going to you for help or just to spend time with you but all you could ever think of was my worthless excuse of a sister. And if it wasn't that you just threw yourself into your work and just brush me aside whenever I try to talk to you. So many years hoping someone would help me and it never came, not even from my own family, so tell me why should I give the two of you any sort of chance? Inko, please my baby, I know we have been poor excuses for parents, but please we want to make it up to you, we want us to be family again. Izuku, you really don't get it, do you? We were never a family, family doesn't do what you have done. When I was diagnosed quirkless I needed both of you more than ever, I needed you to comfort me since I was so devastated when I heard the news and what did you do? You just forgot about me. Let me ask you All Might, do you know what I was doing in that house the day I found out about your secret? Izuku please not in front of Yumi/Aizawa, we already know about one of all. Oh, okay, why were you there Izuku? Izuku, I was going to ask you as my dad if a quirkless person like me could still be a hero. This struck All Might's heart even harder than the day that he found out what was happening to his son 3 years ago. At this point he also started to tear up. It seems that more and more things keep happening to make him feel even more guilty. Izuku, but after hearing what you said about me I realized that I couldn't count on anyone, but if that wasn't enough I learned that you were born the same as me and you still ignored me. So what were things different for you when you were quirkless? No, I dealt with the same things as you and I'm sore. Izuku, so why didn't you notice anything? Was gaining a quirk and becoming the #1 hero made you forget how you started? I guess you're just like every other person who started at the bottom and forget your roots. I don't know how gave you your power but I bet if they saw you now they'd regret their decision. This was the first time that All Might and Inko saw Izuku so angry. They saw that his eyes were burning with hatred for them but they couldn't say anything. Everything he was saying was true. All Might had listened to everything his son said and the realizations was real. He knew just what it was like to grow up quirkless but still hadn't noticed what was happening to Izuku. He was his hero but back then what he really needed was his father. It was clear that all this hatred had been growing inside him for a very long time and he had every right to feel that way towards them. His heart was filled with so much anger and resentment that seeing it firsthand had really shown just how much All Might had failed as a father. If his master would be turning in her grave if she saw him now. Izuku, you're right, I had forgotten where I started. I should have been there for you but I just ignored you and focused all my attention on Izumi. If there was a way to change the past I would but I can't. Please give us a chance to make things right in the present. Inko, Izuku, I'm sorry too. I realized that the day we went to the doctors that you needed us right then and there but I couldn't see that and neglected you for so long. After we lost you I constantly thought about that day and how much I wish I could have just held and comfort you when you needed it. Please believe us. Izuku, ***, I'm sure you already know that I can tell when someone's lying, so I know you mean everything you just said. Inko, then you'll. Izuku, but that doesn't change anything. I still don't forgive you. I can't trust you not to do the same again in the future. I've released that if even your own family turns their backs on you just for being born different and even if one understand that kind of pain you've been through you can't trust anyone. I waited so long for you to be there for me that I eventually lost faith in you. Just so you know, if you make a person wait too long for something eventually they stop wanting it. Izuku had calmed himself a little since unaware to anyone the choker around his neck had been tightening so much that he was almost on the verge of not being able to breathe. Izuku then turned around and faced his teacher and principal. Izuku, can I leave? No? I've had enough of being near these two. I also don't want to be any later for work than I already am. Inko, what? No Izuku, please, we want you to come home. Nizu, no, hold on all of you, like I mentioned before we had come to a decision. Shota Yumi, what do you think? Aizawa, I think that he should be here. It's clear that he has many emotional problems but we've seen everything and it's clear that he has the right to feel the way he does. And even though he doesn't want anything from his good-for-nothing parents, I'm willing to help and guide him. He could have become a villain if he wanted to and if we don't give him a chance that might just happen. I've seen what he can do and I believe that he has the most potential out of all my students. Yumi, I agree. As a counselor and a hero I can't just leave this child alone. Nizu, well, that settles it, we are all in agreement. Izuku stays that I still wish to know exactly what you for up to these past 3 years but I guess we'll just have to wait until we can get a hold of Flash Princess and ask her instead. Izuku, you may go. Izuku frowny face bowed. Thank you, I'll see you tomorrow. All Might and Inko both stood in front of the door to stop their son from leaving. Izuku didn't like this and his anger started to flare up again. Wait Izuku, don't got, please, come back home. Izuku, get out of my way, I have a job to get to. Inko, Izuku, please, you don't have to worry about working if you come home, please, you could just focus on your dreams. Izuku, since when have you cared about my dreams? You really don't get it, do? I don't want to be around you, I can't stand being near you now. I'm going to say this one more time, get out of my way. Inko, no Izuku, I'm sorry but I don't want to lose you again, please let us. But Izuku didn't let her finish, instead he activated his malicious chi and aimed towards his parents. The both of them couldn't understand what this intense pressure and malice was but it made them step back and clear a path for him. Izuku was pissed beyond belief seeing both of them again but he couldn't risk using chi that could ended them then and did his best to control his malice. Once the door was clear he slowly made his way out since he was sure by now that they wouldn't stop him. All Might was taken aback by what had just happened but regained his composure and was about to go into his buff mode to catch up to Izuku but he couldn't. Shots had activated his quirk and stopped him from transforming. Aizawa, what are you doing? Aizawa, do the two of you really not get it? Right now isn't the time to force him to go with you, that's only going to make things worse. If the two of you really want him to forgive you then you're gonna have to earn his forgiveness but more importantly his love back and that kind of thing takes time. If he wants to forgive you, then it has to be his choice. Believe it or not, you're not what he needs right now. Nizu, you really have taken a liking to that young man Shota. It's surprising. The number one and former hero both lowered their heads in same. This wasn't how they hoped this would go, but no matter what, they wouldn't give up on their son. They won't leave him alone again. Izuku had made his way out of the building and was making his way towards the train station. He was still livid and just wanted to be left alone until he got to his job. But unfortunately for him, he still had one last encounter to deal with that was waiting for him in front of the entrance. It was his sister and his childhood friends. This was the last thing he wanted to deal with after seeing his parents. He was already afraid of what he could have done if he hadn't controlled himself back in the principal's office, and this was really testing his patience. All four of them stood at the entrance as if they were waiting for him, and once they saw him they had the same expressions on their faces as All Might and Inko had. Once Izumi saw him, she ran up to him crying, "Izumi, Izuku!" But before she could throw herself at him to give him a hug, she had pushed her aside, causing her to hit the ground as he looked down on her with the same hateful eyes he gave his parents. He didn't say anything, but she could tell by the look he gave her that he was anything but happy to see her again. He then slowly began to walk away, but then Katsuki walked towards him and grabbed his collar. "Katsuki, hey Deku, hold it right." But before he could finish, Izuku swiftly landed a kick to his gut which pushed him about 10 feet, almost reaching the entrance to Yue. Then Shota was about to stop him since seeing him push Izumi had made him mad, but before he could grab him, Izuku caught his arm and landed a punch to his stomach which caused him to fall to his knees and cough a bit of blood up. Shoka didn't know what to make of what was happening and just stood there with tears in her eyes, both from seeing Izuku again but also from fear from seeing how angry he was to see all of them again. Izuku once again started to walk away and towards the train station, but Katsuki once again attempted to stop him. Like before anyone could do anything else, he activated his chi, this time much stronger than what he used on his parents, since he didn't have the patience for this anymore and all of them couldn't take it. They all started to feel as some type of invisible pressure had began to crush them and started to feel great fear and even greater pain. But before it could really hurt them, his choker had kicked in and began choking him severely in order to calm his anger down. He then stopped releasing his chi and began to cough severely while trying to calm down in order to breathe again. He then regained his composure and started walking towards the train station while his sister and Shoka both laid there on the floor with tears in their eyes, and the other two just stood there trying to grasp what had just happened. Izuku had made his way to the station and had gotten on the train and started heading to the orphanage. He was 30 minutes away and he was sure that the kids were getting hungry by now but couldn't do anything about it since he was called in. So he had just decided to set an alarm on his phone for 20 minutes and take a nap so he would still have time to get off at his stop. As he was directing off to sleep, he had this thought in his head as he was still very agitated from the advance that had transpired today, and all he could think was, why did it have to come to this? As he has this thought, he began to have dreams of a certain conversation he had with his master a while back. Izuku's dream. Izuku, master, I wanted to know something. Why is my power called Yang and your power is called In? Doesn't In usually mean darkness and Yang means a light? Kori, so you noticed that? Yeah, there's a good reason for that. You see, the reason why they're called that is because the name isn't meant to represent the power but the person the power chooses. Izuku, what does that mean? Kori, you see, the darkness power chooses those who once had pure hearts and makes them see what true darkness is and desires to see exactly what that person will choose to do once they know what true darkness is. As for the power of light, it goes and finds people that have had tainted hearts already and tries to reform them and attempts to make them see the errors of their ways. I told you once that I used to work in less than legal activities before I became a hero, right? Izuku, yeah, I remember that. Does that mean what you did before was truly horrible? Kori, yes, you see, I used to be an assassin for the Japanese government. I started out very young, only at the age of 14, since I was originally from a family of swordsmen that used to prioritize following the old traditions of our ancestors since feudal era. My family was very traditional and had high respect for the old days. However, once quirks were brought into the world, our skills were seen as insignificant, but once we started to develop quirks of our own, we then began working for the government, aching on the jobs that most heroes would see as immoral, as samurais are normally not afraid from drawing blood if necessary. However, after I hit 21, I began realizing just how meaningless all that bloodshed and fighting was. I had always felt from all the lives I took, and soon started to realize that I have caused even more pain to others, such as their friends and families. So I believe that's why In chose me as its new welder. Izuku, wow, I didn't know you had such a painful past, master. Kori, that's also the reason why I didn't take the number 2 spot. Someone like me doesn't have the right to stand in the top 2, so I've decided to just stick with being number 3. I may now be seen as a hero by most of the general public, but for me I know that I could never fully make up for all the sins I've made. I'm walking this path now in order to find redemption, but as of now I still don't feel as I deserve the title of hero. Izuku, master? Cory. However, I came to realize something, that even I'm able to see that thirst entirely too much hate in this world of ours. Izuku, there's too much hate? Cory, I've always wanted to do something about all this hatred, but I'm just not sure how to go about it as of yet, although I still believe that eventually the day will come when everyone will be able to understand each other and live in harmony. Izuku, you really believe that? Cory, I do, but if I can't find the solution then maybe I'll trust to you to continue my mission instead. Izuku. Izuku, well, I can't turn down a request from my master, can I? Cory, well, that's good to hear, but going back to what I said before about our powers. That wasn't the entire explanation, there's also one more reason for why our quirks have their names. You see. End of Izuku's dream. But before his dream could continue, his alarm had gone off and woken him up, and just in time to it turned out the train had gone express and he was right in front of his stop. He had gone up and quickly made his way out of the train. He then walked out of the station and was now walking towards the orphanage. As he was now in view of it and saw that Shunsui and Kyoko were waiting out front for him. They then began to shout to him to get his attention. Shunsui, hey Izuku, you're here. Kyoko, Izuku, welcome back. The kids are waiting for you. Izuku, ***, okay, better get to the kitchen. Shunsui and combat training. It was 7:30 p.m. and Izuku had finished making the kids and Kyoko's dinner. They had been waiting longer than usual since Izuku got healed up at school, but the kids understood and Kyoko already knew what had happened. They all loved Izuku's cooking. He always made sure that not only were most of their meals were good for them but also that they tasted splendidly. Over the years he honed his skills in the kitchen since he was forgive about and becoming master was a very demanding eater. He could give most experienced chefs a run of their money. Over his time working there, Izuku had gotten to know the most of the kids and their stories. Some of them were there since their parents couldn't take care of them, but most of them were there because they didn't want them. But the two that got Izuku's attention the most were Nozomi and Shunsui. Shunsui remained him so much of himself that he felt the need to support him, not just to try to do good despite how he is but also because he didn't want Shunsui to end up like him, every day trying so hard just to hang on to his morals and keep control of himself despite all the anger of being forsaken by his family, and most of all for Shunsui not to lose his smile like him. And there was Nozomi, his master's only daughter. After the accident with the beam, she had become less hostile towards him, although she still didn't want to know about her mother. Whenever he'd try to bring her up she would get uncomfortable and change the subject. She still wasn't convinced that Kaori didn't abandon her because she wanted to. Convincing her was going to be more work that he thought. As for Shunsui, Izuku had began training him the day after the entrance exam. He decided that the best way to grow his weak quirk was to teach him how to sense and unlock his chi. His master probably wouldn't approve of teaching someone the secret essentially since he didn't have as much experience with it as her. But Izuku got a good grasp of how low-leveled his quirk was, and since quirks are also physical traits, he needed to make sure that his body was well suited if he wanted to grow his power. Shunsui mostly lacked in his ability to focus and causes his quirk to fizz out quickly, so his first stack was to open up his chi nodes first through mediation and has been doing that every day after Izuku was done with work. Izuku, okay Shunsui, just like always sit down and begin mediating. Shunsui, Izuku, I don't know if I can do this. Izuku, what do you mean? Shunsui, I mean I'm not sure if this will really work. How can this really make my quirk stronger? Izuku, look Shunsui, this isn't to make your quirk stronger, it's to make you stronger. Right now you can't make your quirk last longer enough to even launch one attack, and that's because you can't force enough to generate it outward and it just fizzes out. Shunsui, it's because I can't focus? Izuku, yes, most people easily forget that quirks are physical traits, and in your case you have make your body capable of handling your quirk's power since it's an elemental base type. But before we can make your body and quirk stronger we have to make sure you have the mental discipline to maintain your quirk when you try to use it, and for now we have to make your mind stronger first. So first tell me, why do you think you can't force enough? Shunsui, I don't know, I try to use my quirk for some reason I just have these thoughts in my head that I can't get rid for. Like a voice that keeps telling me you won't ever amount to anything, and I can't get it out of my head. Izuku, now I think I understand you have doubts about yourself, and the reason has probably something to do with you pass. Am I right? Shunsui, I don't know, maybe. Izuku, tell me, was there ever anyone who ever said that to you before? Shunsui, well, yeah, my parents. Izuku knew right then that he was in for a tear-jerker of a story, not that he could show it but he could empathize. Shunsui, You see, my dad was someone who always judged everyone and everything to see if they had any worth to him. He is also the head of a rich family and is a partner to the top scientists of Island in helping in creating weapons and support items for pro-heroes. Izuku, Island, so his father is connected to David Shield, that worthless old man's former sidekick. Shunsui, my dad had wanted a kid that had a fusion of his and my mom's quirks. Izuku, why did he dicier that and what were your parents' quirks? Shunsui, his quirk allowed him to reconstruct anything made out of metal and my mom could analyze any non-living item and repair and or improve it even if it was so damaged you couldn't recognize it. But my mom's drawback was that after 5 times she would lose stamina, and even though he had a quirk, Mr. Shield was too smart and could create anything my dad could come up with but better. Izuku, and what else? Shunsui, I overheard them arguing one night during the week after I got my quirk. It turned out that he wanted a child that could succeed him to one day creating his own company that would surpass Mr. Shield's. But since I wasn't born with the quirk he wanted, he always tried me like a mistake and even tried my mom horribly for having me, and... Izuku, and what? Shunsui frowny face teary eyes. My mom started blaming me for his behavior and would slap me around and always say it's all your fault. Not too long after that they chooses to abandon me, so they left me here with Ms. Kayak and I've lived in the orphanages since. Izuku, Shunsui, what is your father's name? Shunsui, it's Sabato Kuroba. Izuku, I see, so your full name is Shunsui Kuroba. Shunsui. It used to be, but my parents had my name legally changed to just Shunsui. Izuku what? But Shunsui, because they didn't want me to have the family name after they abandoned my, so there wouldn't be any succession issues. So they erase any records of me, as if making it look like I never existed. After he was finished, Shunsui started tearing up, and this was the first time in years that Izuku had felt the urge to help someone. The last time he ever felt that way was when he first saw the 2 Todoroki twins has gotten burn marks on their left eyes. Back then Izuku had always jumped at the chance to help someone who looked like they needed it because that's what heroes are supposed to do. But since they were always tormenting him on a daily basis, he felt as if there was no point in doing so because if all they ever gave him was pain, then why help people like them? It was a mental battle inside him against his principles and his feelings, and it still gets to him to this day, but right now he has to focus on helping Shunsui overcome his doubts. Even if he can't fix his own problems, that doesn't mean he can't try to help others when they need it. Izuku, cite asterisk Shunsui, I can understand the feeling of thinning you're not good enough, but I wouldn't have offered to train you if I had thought that about you. This first step is no just to help you unlock your chi, it's also to help you overcome those doubts that you have. In order to open your chi nodes, you have to severely focus and not think about anything. You have to be like a stone and not have any thought running through your head at all, only then will you be able to sense and open your chi nodes properly. Shunsui, did you really mean that? Izuku, yeah kid, I do. I'm here late after my shift instead of being home, aren't I? So enough with the waterworks and let's get back to training. Shunsui frowny face wipe away tears, okay. Meanwhile in the Yagi residence. The Yagis were home having a quiet dinner while contemplating the events that transpired today. Toshiro and Inko were both feeling like under failures. Not only did they fail in bringing their son back, but also after seeing Izuku's reactions and hearing what he had to say about them, they finally fully grasped just how much damage they had caused. Izumi wasn't doing any better, all she wanted was to see her brother again and properly apologize for everything she'd done, but not only did he not give her the chance to do so, but also the cold eyes he gave her and her friends and the cold feeling he gave them had made it clear that he really hated they severely. All 3 of them were all trying to figure out what was that mysterious presence that Izuku had used on them, and it filled them with unease. A few hours earlier, the 2 elder Yagis alone with Aizawa saw from Nizu's office what had happened in front of Yue's entrance and rushed over. Once they got there, they saw that Izumi, Bakugo and the Todoroki twins were all on the floor with confused and some scared expressions on their faces. Izumi and Shoka both had tears in their eyes while Bakugo was laying on his back and Shoto was on his knees holding his stomach while all still trying to comprehend what had just happened to them. Inko, Izumi. Sweetie, and you okay? Izumi, Mom Izukuki. It's okay Izumi, we know. Aizawa, we saw everything that happened from Nizu's office, are any of you hurt? Katsuki, that damaged nerd kicked me in the stomach. Damn it. Shoto, he punched me in the gut, it's not serious but damn it hurts. Aizawa, just what triggered this? Izumi frowny face crying, I just wanted to hug him and apologize. I waited for so long but he wouldn't even say a word to us. And his eyes, they were full of nothing but hate. Shoka, crying, I suspected that he wouldn't forgive just B but I could almost feel his hatred towards us. I just wanted to tell him how sorry I am, but it looks he doesn't even want anything to do with us. Shoto, sis, don't cry, it's not your fault that bastard is like. Shoka, don't call him that. Shoto, but Shoka, Shoka, frowny face crying. You just like me are the reason he hates. He always used to think of you as his best friend, and you just turned your back on him and made him suffer from so many years, and for what? Did you just want to impress Izumi or something stupid like that? He has every right to hate you, so don't you dare talk bad about him, you have no right. Just shut up, shut up. Shoto, Shoka, I'm sore. Shoka, crying, no you're not. If I had just spoken up, if I just helped him when he needed it the most, then maybe he wouldn't hate us now. Izumi, Shoka, you really love Izuku, don't you? I'm so sorry. Aizawa, okay, all of you, that's enough. Look, I'm not happy about this, but since I know the history between all of you, I can't say I don't fully blame him, especially since I saw his reaction earlier in Nizu's office. But I will have to talk with him. This can't be a regular thing that happens every time you try to approach him, especially since you will be observing tomorrow's class. My best advice for you is to not push it and give him space. Izumi, Beeb. He's finally within reach, please sensei, mom, dad, let's bring him home. Inko, Izumi, please believe me, we want to, but we still don't know where he lives, and, as much as I didn't like it, Aizawa is right. We can't rush this. If we really want him to forgive us, then we have to let him decide that for himself. Izumi, but mom, I miss him. Inko, Izumi, we feel the same, but we have to take this slow. And Todoroki, I can see that you really do feel regret for everything, and I do understand that you didn't directly harm Izuku. I still haven't forgiven you and still don't trust any of you. But I will say this, if anyone is to blame, it's me. I turn my back on my baby boy before anyone else. This all starts with me, so it's mainly my fault. Inko, please stop, I'm at fault too. Izuku was right about me, but we can't stop here, we can't give up, we still have trying making amends for everything. He's finally been found, but if we don't keep on trying, we're going to lose him forever. Inko, why, yeah, you're right, Toshi. Katsuki, but wait, what the hell was that power he used on us? He used something on you? We didn't see anything, it's just looked like you all just froze in places all of a sudden. Aizawa, I think I know, it was probably what he used on the two of you earlier and what he used on me and Nizu after the entrance exam. But what it is, I don't know. Inko, he used that on you and the principal. Izumi, he used that on you, mom, dad. Yes, but I'm sure what it is, but from what I felt, it's some kind of invisible force that stops anyone from getting close to him, and it's pretty intimidating. Shoka, it was more like incredibly scary, it was like some kind of pressure that almost crushed us. Aizawa, alright, I'm going to try and make him explain what it is tomorrow, but right now I suggest that everyone go home, it's getting late, and you three and All Might will be introducing yourselves to Class 1A tomorrow. Yes, you're right, Aizawa. Izumi, let's get going, it's been a long day. And the rest of you get going, I'll see you in class tomorrow. Izumi, okay, dad. Everyone, yes, sir. As they were about to leave, Shoka had one last thing she wanted to say. Shoka, Mrs. Endis, Yagi, wait, I know this doesn't make up for anything and it may be too late for it. But I am still truly sorry for not doing anything. I never wanted Izuku to turn out like this. Inko, sigh asterisk, I know you are being sincere, Todoroki, but please understand that it's not easy to forgive you. You still haven't done anything that shows us we can trust you again. Shoka, I know, but I promise I will, I swear I won't give up on Izuku. I won't leave him alone, never again. I hope that turns out to be true. Well, goodbye all of you. Back in the present. After finishing their dinner, Izumi had gone to her room to try and sleep and take her mind off the awful reunion she had with her brother. As for Toshiro, he walked around looking for Inko and found that she was sitting alone quietly in Izuku's old bedroom. They had kept it the way it was since he disappeared, they wanted it to be how it was once they had finally brought him home. For Toshiro, however, it was had walking into that room since then because it was filled with nothing but All Might merch. For him it was filled with remainers of his much he had failed his only son. Inko, are you alright? Inko, frowny face crying, no Toshi, I'm not, I thought that this would be the day we brought him home and he be back in this room. I had hoped that we could be a real family again. I know how you feel, dear, you know every time I come in here I hate myself more and more. I mean, just look around, he looked up to me so much and I let him down. Inko, Toshi, do you think he'll ever forgive us? I don't know, but we can't stop trying, he's our son. We didn't before, but this time we have to show him just how much he means to us. Inko, yes, I know you're right, let's just got some rest, you have a big day tomorrow, remember? That I do. The next day. It was mainly a day of normal high school classes, English, history, Math during lunch. Izuku had been spending time trying to come up with new training methods for Shunsui. He was starting to get the hang of not finning during mediation, but Izuku had to decide where he would stay after he completely awakened his cheech. He had decided to teach him the same way he was taught minus the hellish type of training he received from his master. Sense in the eyes of others it would seem a little inhumane, Shunsui wasn't anywhere near ready for that type of training. After lunch all of class 1A were just conversing among themselves. Ninus is Izuku, who was just sitting alone reading another book, and keep to him, just that they all heard a loud booming voice coming into the classroom. Even before that Izuku had already sensed just who it was outside, and it made him agitated. I am here coming through the door like a normal person. All Might had entered the classroom and the entire class started getting excited that the number one hero was in their presences. All except for Izuku, since after yesterday he thought he would get a break, but just his luck the person he didn't want to see the most was in front of him again and was going to be his teacher. Wow, it's All Might. He's. Statistically speaking, run-ins with the dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Backroom deals, home invasions, underground lairs, truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. Now normally you would be in teams of 2, but since there are 19 of you I've decided to go with teams of 3 for all of you. Menita, but sir, that still leaves one person out. Yes, you're sitting out, Menita. Menita, what? I mean, because I've read your records, and I don't want to see any improper behavior from you. Menita, B but. Anyway, let's get this got. After that almost the entire class started bombarding him with questions. Izuku noted while All Might was trying to quiet everyone down that he had something in his hands. Izuku, a script really, why did they make him a teacher? The situation is this, the villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The hero team must try and foil their plans. To do that the heroes must capture the villains or recover the weapon. Likewise the bad guys succeed if they protect it or capture the heroes. So we will decide the teams by lottery. Ida, is that really the best way? Momo, no, it makes sense. Izuku, yeah, I can see the logic in it. Lita, how so? Izuku, pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot. There's no way to prepare for an unexpected situation. Ida, yes, I see, forgive my rudeness. No sweat, young man, now draw. After everyone had drawn their lots, All Might started to announce which teams would be going up against each other. Izuku found himself paired up with Momo and Uraraka as Team A. They would be up against Shoka. He was paired with a girl named Toru Hagakure and a guy named Hantasiro. Izuku's team being the villains and the others the heroes. Uraraka, hey Izuku, Momo, let's do our best. Momo, I must say I'm not all that confident I can be much again. Todoroki-san, she's really powerful. Uraraka, hey, don't say that, you'll be fine. Izuku could feel the sense of doubt that Yayazora was feeling inside and he could empathize, but he can't have this. In this test everyone has to be on their game. He did however saw this as an opportunity to show those 5 the power he now possesses and to send the message that he is no longer defenseless and will crush anyone who tries to cross him. But this was still only a test, and even if he wanted to humiliate Shoka he has to prioritize the mission first, and so he decided to get out of his comfort zone and at least try to work with his teammates. Izuku, you'll be fine. Momo, what? Izuku, I said you'll be fine. You were accepted into the school best known for grooming out the best heroes around and are a member of the first class in the hero course. Besides, you wouldn't have been recommended if you didn't have what it takes, right? This didn't just surprise Momo but the internet class, since he said that out loud. Some of the class had the impression that he was quite loner, that didn't want to interact with anyone. So this really caught everyone off guard, but it did the trick and Momo suddenly had more confidence now and started getting a little closer to Izuku with a little smile and started thanking him. Momo, yes, you're right, thank you Izuku for your encouragement. I'll give this my all. Izuku, frowny face, sweet drop. I'm right. Now let's get going, the both of you. Uraraka/Momore. Unnoticed by them, Shoka was watching closely and was feeling annoyed by another girl was getting close to Izuku, but she was feeling more sad by the fact Izuku had actually comforted another girl like it was natural. He was never that confident in the past, even when he tried to help her back when they were little, whenever she was sad from all the issues with her father before all the bullying started. She wishes he could be like that with her again. Izumi and Shoto were also watching and could see how sad Shoka was by witnessing all that. They both knew just how much in love she was with Izuku, and as for Katsuki, he didn't really care and was just annoyed that he wasn't the one up against him. Izuku's team had made their way to the room where they were supposed to guard their missile. As they were waiting for the signal for when the heroes would come from them, they started discussing strategies. Uraraka, so what's the plan, guys? Momo, I'm not sure, I know Todoroki-san can control ice and Hagakure is invisible, but I'm not sure about Zero. Izuku, before anything tell what are your quirks? Uraraka, mine's called Zero Gravity. I can make this weightless by touching the and cancel my quirk by closing my fingers together. But a drawback is if I use it too much I get nauseous. Momo, my quirk is called Creation. I can produce different non-living objects from exposed parts of my body, as long as I understand its atomic configuration. Izuku, oh I see, so that's why your costume's so revealing. Momo, frowny face blushing. Hey, I can't help it. Izuku, anyway thanks for telling me, I think I the perfect plan for us. And it's going to the both of you to pull it off. Uraraka, really? What is it? Momo, yes do tell. Izuku, listen carefully. As the three were busy strategizing, Shoka and her team had began making their ways toward the room where the weapon was being kept while her two teammates were trying to discuss what to do once they got there. Hagakure, so what's the plan? Shoka, well I'm planning on freezing them down so we could just go and secure the weapon, but we might need a backup plan just in case. I don't want to risk freezing you guys too. Hagakure, well I can make myself completely invisible if I take off my costume and sneak up behind them if needed. Zero, and I have tape dispensers on my elbows that I can use to capture them. Shoka, I siege Zero, you be my backup, and Hagakure you stay hidden just in case we need to sneak up on them. Zero, roger. Hagakure, you got it. They has finally made their way to the intense where the other team was waiting inside and mad their way inside. But were shocked at the sight before them. The intermissile was almost completely covered in what looked to be black energy that was acting as some kind of shield. And it was only Izuku and Momo in front of them with Uraraka nowhere to be found. And from some reason Momo was wearing sunglasses. Zero, hey where's their third teammate? Izuku, frowny face serious, she doesn't need to bother herself, me and, pointed to his left, her are more than enough for you. In the observation room, all the students and All Might were witnessing to what Izuku had just done, and three of them were the most shocked, for this was the first they saw Izuku in action with his quirk. Tokoimi, what do you think he's planning to do by leaving Uraraka out of this? Ida, I'm not sure, but somehow he's managing to keep the weapon safe for now. But I thought his quirk was an enhancement type? Katsuki, what the hell? Shoto, how is this possible? Izumi, Izuku, how can you have a quirk? Katsuki, just what the actual F dash, that Neared is supposed to be quirkless. Ida, language. But wait, what do you mean quirkless? Izumi, he is supposed to be quirkless. Ida, are you concerned to Izuku in some way? Izumi, he's my brother. Everyone, what? Well, looking at your face I guess I can see some resemblance. Ida, but didn't you see what he did at the exam? There's no way he was quirkless. Katsuki, damn it, just what the hell are you up to, Deku? Izumi, whispers, Dad, did you know about this? That I'll tell you everything later, Izumi. Izumi, okay. Son, just what exactly has happened to you? Shoka and her team were confused as to what matches. As the rest of the went on, Izuku paid close attention to his classmates' matches and saw that none of the matches really impressed him, but did see that they had potential for growth. Once the class was over, he had changed back into his regular uniform and was getting ready to head to work with his katana in hand, wrapped in some kind of cloth so no one outside could tell what was inside. But before he could leave he had to stop by the classroom and get his school bag, and once he got there he was approached by many of his classmates and they started complimenting him on a job well done during the test, and he got to know a few of their names. He got to know Mina Ishido, Ijiro Kirishima, Kyoka Jiro, Tsuyu Ajui and Denki Kaminari. And like his fifth day he was shocked that so many people were giving him praise and being friendly with him. Back when he was quirkless everybody always avoided him and treated him like dirt and was always by himself. But then again he's seen for himself that that's just how this world is now. As he left and was about to make his way out, he sensed the presences of Izumi and her friends near the front entrance and chose to use shadow control to move inside the shadows and slowly made his way to the outside while staying hidden so they wouldn't notice, because he didn't want to have another mishap like yesterday again. He slowly stepped out of the shadows and began walking to the station. But before he could, he saw that Yayazora was in front of him. She looked as though she was waiting for someone and soon turned around and saw Izuku and called out to him. Momo, oh Izuku, hey. Izuku, oh hey. Momo, are you hearing home now? If so, do you have some time before you go? Izuku, I'm heading to work now. Momo, wait, you have a job, but you're in high school. Izuku, I live alone so I have to work. Actually I don't really have to, but master will end me if I disobeyed orders. Momo, oh I see, and what do you do? Izuku, I work for an orphanage. Well I'm heading this way, see ya. Momo, Izuku, what is it now? Momo, if that's the way you're going then you have to go into Rose Hills Orphanage. It's the only one in that direction. Izuku, she's head of it and what if it is? Momo, blushes, if you want why not let me give you a ride, my house is in the same direction. Izuku little surprised, thanks, but I'm fine going by. Momo, please I insist, and besides you did say you'd tell me a little about yourself after class remember. Izuku did say that he would and he still wanted to find out for himself why he even made that promise in the first place. Izuku, cite asterisk okay fine whatever I accept. Momo good to hear. After 5 minutes Momo's limo had arrived and the two got in then she ordered her driver to stop by the orphanage first to drop off Izuku and then made their way. As they were driving Momo began to ask Izuku questions relating to his background. Momo, so Izuku tell me, is your sword covered in that cloth? Izuku, yes. Momo why did you bring it with you? Izuku, my master told me to keep it with me at all times, she even went to the trouble of getting a permit for me so I wouldn't get in trouble when I'm out in public. Momo, your master? Oh do you mean Flash Princess? Yes I wanted to know how are you concerned to her and why do you call her master? Izuku, she was the one who trained me to control my quirk and she was also the one that taught me the way of the sword. That's why I call her master. Momo, okay but how did you ever meet her and why did she decide to train you? Izuku, she found me when I was all alone and decided to take me in as her student. Momo, she found you by yourself but what about your family? Izuku frowny face frowned, I don't have one. Momo, why you don't, but don't that Yagi girl say you were her brother? Izuku frowny face annoyed, believe me I don't have a family. Momo, driver, excuse me miss but we've arrived. Momo, oh it looks like we're here. Izuku, so it seems, I better get going. Momo, right well goodbye Izuku. Before he closed the car door Izuku thought it best to try and break some of the tension that had built up. Izuku hey Yayazor. Momo, yes? Izuku, thanks for the ride, I enjoyed your company. Momo, smiling you're welcome Izuku, I'll see you tomorrow okay? Izuku, yes see you tomorrow. And so she had driven off but Izuku noticed by her expression that she was happy by him thanking her. Why she would feel that way he couldn't understand but aside from that he still didn't have a clear answer as to how she had managed to get him out of his usual character. Izuku was hoping by agreeing to her offer it would help him find the answer but it just left him with more questions. But that was something he could figure out another time. Right now he had to head inside and get to work. But little did he know Shunsui had a surprise waiting for him that he was dying to show him. Class Rep and the USJ Part 1. Izuku had just walked in the front door after the ride with Yayazoru and was about to head straight to the kitchen, but before he could Shunsui had ran up to him with excitement in his voice with a surprise to show him. Shunsui, Izuku you're here. Guess what I did it. Izuku, damn it kid I just walked in. Now what exactly did you do? Shunsui, here look. And so Shunsui had gotten into a natural stance and then began to emit aura of his body and was preforming to. Izuku was more than shocked by this and for the first time in years actually had a small look of surprise on his face. It took him 3 months to awaken his aura but Shunsui did it in 2, but what was more surprising was that he was able to figure out how to use TI all on his own. Izuku, Shunsui how did you? Shunsui, oh I just started still and mediated and didn't move all day and it's just happened. I didn't even eat or do anything all day. Izuku, just what time did you start? Shunsui, 5 a.m. Izuku, Shunsui. Izuku then placed his hand on top of Shuinsui's head and began crushing it. Izuku, what the hell were you thinking? I said you had to train hard but 5 a.m. is just unhealthy for you. You're still a 10-year-old remember. Shunsui, ow, please Izuku that really hurts. Izuku, puts him down, then remember to get enough sleep from now on, you dimwit. Shunsui, yes Izuku? Izuku, but? Shunsui? Izuku frowny face turns his head, you managed to get to the next stage faster than I thought you would. Place his hand on his shoot, good job kid. Shunsui, smiling, right, I won't let you down. Izuku, now before we go inside tell me, how did you manage to figure out how to use TI on your own? Shunsui, oh well I always saw you just standing still in the middle of the yard focusing after you were done in the kitchen. So I just figured that it was TI that you were doing. Izuku, you saw that, and that's all you need to figure it out. Geez kid you're smarter than I thought. Shunsui frowny face pouts. Hey what's that supposed to mean? Izuku, anyway one last thing, show me your TI. Shunsui did as he said and started surrounding his body in aura and Izuku was a little impressive on how easy he grasped the concept of TI. His aura wasn't as strong as his was when he first started, but it was only his first day with his chi nodes open, and that could change if he's tried properly. Izuku, alright, tell me, how do you feel? Shunsui, it feels like I'm wearing weightless clothes. Izuku, that's good, I want you to hold on to that thought, it will help you when you're practicing TI. Shunsui, okay, got it. Izuku, good, and now that you awakened your aura, once you learn the 4 exercises we can then move to make your quirk stronger. Shunsui, really? Izuku, let's get inside, everyone's got to be waiting. After everyone had their dinner and once Izuku had finished cleaning, he and Shunsui had spent the last hour training. Now that Shunsui had awakened his chi, he had began training in fending off malicious chi, the same type that he used against his former family and friends, but unlike them, Shunsui now has the defense necessary to protect against it. He still needs a lot of practice, but Izuku was sure that he will get it. Yagi house. The Yagis were having a family discussion about Izuku and about his quirk. Izumi was so confused about how her brother, who was deemed quirkless, suddenly had one, and questioned her parents since she figured they knew and kept it from her. Izumi, Mom, Dad, tell me, what was that I saw today? How does Izuku have a quirk now? Toshi, cite asterisk, alright, listen carefully Izumi, this is going to take a while. And so All Might spend the night 20 minutes explaining the part about Izuku's disappearance that they left out and all the details they knew of so far about the mysterious quirk that he has. Needless to say, she was beyond shocked to hear all of this. How could a quirk like that even existed? The way her father described it was too powerful to be true, but more importantly, why did such a power choose Izuku? These questions were playing in her mind over and over. After about 5 minutes, she composed herself and began to ask more questions. Izumi, why you can't be serious, alright? I mean, how is that possible? Inko, I know how you feel. Izumi, I thought the same thing, but it seems to be true. We both saw how it possessed Izuku. It practice covered the entire sky in black above us that you could tell the difference between it and the night sky. Toshi, it's still a mystery, and it seems Izuku has no intention of revealing anything else to us anytime soon. Izumi, but then why? Why did you keep this from me? Toshi, look Izumi, we're sorry for hiding this, but we figured that it would have been best if few people knew about this as possible. Izumi, but why? Why would All for One kidnap Izuku to have him possesses something that powerful and just let him go? Is there anything else you're not telling me? Toshi, I don't know the answer to that. I'm afraid the only one who would know is All for One. To answer your other question, there is one other thing we haven't told you. Izumi, are you serious? What is it? Toshi, well sweetie, I don't know how to say this. You see, Izuku actually agreed to go with him. He wasn't taken by force. Izumi, what? No, that can't be true. Why would he? Inko, crying, because of how we all treated him. All of one said that Izuku felt as if he was meaningless, that he didn't have a porous. He thought that there was no reason for him being born. We made him feel so alone and unwanted that he was willing to go along with that man and be used as nothing but a tool for him if it meant he could feel like he was worth something, and all because we stopped showing him the love and support we were supposed to give him. Izumi, crying, no, I can't believe it. This is all my fault. I caused this. Damn it, just what kind of sister am I? Toshi, please Izumi, don't take all the blame, we're as much to blame. Izumi, but if I hadn't been so stupid to think my plan would work, then this never would have happened. I did nothing but caused my brother so much pain, all because I wanted to keep him safe, and all it did was let him to almost take his own life. Toshi, no Izumi, if anyone is to blame more than anyone, it's me. Inko, no, that's not true. Toshi, like I said earlier, I was the one who turned my back on him in the first place. Toshi, Inko, you saw the way he looked at me 2 days ago. His eyes, they were filled with nothing but hatred and sadness. Inko, he looked at both of us that way. Toshi, but you also heard what he said, didn't you? He said, I hated you more than anyone. Everything he said about me was true. Looking back on it, I can remember the numerous times Izuku tried coming to me for help and I just pushed him away. All I've ever done was ignore him, lied to him, which caused him to go with all of one, because he used the truth to persuade him and lose all faith in us. I know exactly what he when thought everyone around me treated me the same way, even my own father turned his back on me. I promised to myself that I would do better, that I would never let my children suffer the same pain as me, but look at what I have done. My son hates me more than anyone and doesn't see me as a father or a hero. He even claimed to his whole class that he doesn't have a family. I'm nothing but a failure. For the rest of that night, the three of them spent time discussing about how much they hated themselves for what they did to Izuku, and all trying to figure out how they could possibly get him to forgive them, but no matter what they thought, it seems hopeless. The next day, Izuku had began walking to UA while listening to 3 Days Grace on his phone. As he was approaching the entrance, he noticed a lot of reporters surrounding it. Izuku, god damn it, what is this? They're probably here to see that damn All Might. As he was trying to get through the crowd, some reporter stopped to ask him about his worthless excuse for a father. Reporter, excuse me, could you please tell us about how All Might teaches? Izuku, death glare. Puff. After that he looked back to see some of his classmates being interviewed after him and thought, well, sucks to be them. Afterwards he continued to walk inside and past Mr. Aizawa as he was going to deal with the crowd out front. Aizawa, I saw how you handled the reporters, nicely done. Izuku, I take it you find them annoying too. Aizawa, they're like leeches, anyway get to class, I'll be there shortly. And so he made his way to class, and once he got there he started his usual routine for not talking to anyone and just focusing on whatever book he brought with him until class started. After 10 minutes Mr. Aizawa walked in and began to speak. Aizawa, alright everyone shut up and listen before we get started. I'm going to go over the results of your combat training yesterday. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. Todoroki, you have a lot of talent, but you need to learn how to keep a level head, make sure to learn from your loss. Shoka, yes sir. Aizawa, alright, let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. Everyone but Izuku, not another quirk test. Aizawa, you all need to pick a class representative. Almost everyone, that's such a normal school thing. Aizawa, I don't care how you decide, just don't disturb my nap. After you made your choice you can do whatever you want, good night. The pro that immediately fell asleep, earning some sweat drops from his students. After that they all started debating among themselves. Kirishima, hey guys, pick me. I'll be a great class rep. Kaminari, I'll take it. Ida, frowny face, raising his hand, silence everyone please. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something anyone can do. You must have the trust of every student in the class. Therefore we will hold an election to choose our leader. Everyone, it's pretty obvious you want us to vote for you. Kaminari, is this really the best idea? Tsuyu, we've only know each other a few days, how do we know who we can trust? Kirishima, besides everyone will just vote for themselves. Ida, most will, but that just means that the person will multiple votes. Is the most qualified for the job. Izuku just sat there still reading, not paying attention. He wasn't interested in being class rep, that would mean everything wouldn't leave him alone and would ruin his peace and quiet. So he decided to vote for someone else and just waiting until they were awarded the position, but unfortunately for him that was not the case. Election results. Izuku 4 votes. Yayazoru 3 votes. Izuku, god damn it, how did this happen? He looked over to Uraraka and she's whistling and she looks over to him and he just sighed and just kept his composure. As for Ida, he wasn't happy that he didn't get chooses to be class representative. Ida, 0 votes. I feared this might happen, but I can't argue with the results. Momo, so you voted for someone else, huh? Sato, but you knew it was best to vote for yourself. What were you trying to prove here, Ida? Aizawa, alright, the class rep is Izuku, and our deputy is Yayazoru. Izuku, emotionless face, I'm actually shocked that I got even a single vote. Momo, so you also voted for someone else? Izuku, I voted for you actually. Hearing this stunned Momo, she herself actually was one of the few who voted for him. After seeing how he took charge in yesterday's training, she figured that he was the best candidate for the job. So hearing that he voted for her had her taken aback. So now all she was thinking about was how someone as calm and collected as him thought that she was better suited to be the class rep, which caused her to develop a noticeable blush on her face. Momo, blushing. Why you think I was right to be class rep? Izuku, actually I just picked the first person that could into my head, but maybe it'd be best not to say that. Yeah sure I guess. Momo, cough asterisk, well thank you but results are results. I'm looking forward to working with you. Aizawa, alright, you all still have 10 minutes left before lunch, do what you want until then. Except you Izuku, Telep wants to see you in her office for a little until then. Izuku, why me? Aizawa, I don't know why, she just does, hurry up and get going, alright. Izuku, fine whatever. After that Izuku immediately went towards Telep's office. As he was walking he thought that this may be some sort of plot to try and pry any information out of him. But there was no way he was going to let that happen. He soon arrived at her office door and knocked. Izuku, hello. Telep, yes come in. Walks in. Telep, hello there Mr. Yagi. Izuku, angered, I thought I made it clear that that's not my name. Telep, owe you my apologies Izuku. Please have a seat. He had calmed down a little and sat down, but he hadn't let down his guard. For Izuku it's almost impossible to trust others even if he can see through lies. You never know when they might decide to turn on you, if anyone knows that it was him. Izuku, So why am I here? Telep, I ask you here to have a little one-on-one consulting. Izuku, consulting? Telep, I believe you talking to someone might be beneficial. Izuku, and why would you think that I don't like talking to anyone? Telep, young Izuku, I don't fully understand your history, but as a hero who specializes in people with emotional trauma, I want to do everything I can to help you. Izuku, well, she's not lying at least. Alright, fine. Telep, good, now let's get started. First tell me, how are you feeling? Izuku, I'm fine, I guess. Telep, are you sure? How about when you're in class? Izuku, I'm fine, I just focus on my studies and that's it. Telep, is that all? You don't talk to anyone? I heard you were made class rep, you must have friends that voted for you. Izuku, I haven't had friends since I was 4, I don't know why they chose me. They're the ones who talk to me when all I want is to be alone. Telep, why would you want that? Not have friends can be so lonely, everyone needs to have friends by their side. Izuku, being alone is all that I know. Besides, I believe that it would be best to not have others beside you. Telep, and why is that? Izuku, because in this world everyone will betray you without a second thought if you aren't like them. Quirks are what people only seem to see in others. Telep, Izuku, quirks aren't what define someone. Izuku, really, well, why don't you try tell that to All Might? He himself knew what it was like to suffer the same pain as I did, and yet he, like everyone else, just left me there to suffer as soon as I was told I was quirkless. There was so many signs that I was being bullied, that I was depressed, that I was in pain, and yet he couldn't even be bothered to take a moment to see how I was. For so many years it was like I didn't even existed to him, all his words to the public tea about how everyone can be a hero and how no matter what to always do the right thing. Where was that person when I needed saving? I'll tell you where, he never existed. All those speeches, all those heroic words were nothing but lies. And my so-called friends were no different. I remember how all of used to be before they got their quirks. Me being quirkless changed everything. You asked why I'd rather be alone, well here's why, because I'd rather have no one than put my trust in anyone blindly. I saw how Bakugo was putting himself down for some reason whenever we would discuss heroes and how his behavior changed towards others. And those twins, I didn't know what was happening to them at home, but it was easy for me to tell something wasn't right, and even after the bullying first began I thought of trying to help them when I said those scars on their faces. But I chose not to. All I ever did was be the best friend I could be for them, to let them know that I would be there to help when they needed it, and I trusted them to do the same. And what did it get me? Nothing but betrayal, beatings, and broken promises. So you see, I'm done with trusting. The mind reader was at a loss for words. She knew that this boy was broken by not to this extent. It wasn't his words that shocked her, she had heard this type of thing before, it was his expression that had her speechless. Throughout the small time they were taking, she saw how his face truly was cleared of all emotion and how his eyes were so dead that they almost didn't seem real. But what got to her the most was once he started discussing his past, his face and eyes went from emotionless to utter rage. Back in the principal's office she couldn't get a good look at him, but know that they were face to face she could clearly see the one thing this boy could feel, that feeling was hated. Yes, hated. His way of described his past, the change in his eyes as he reminisced, all there was is hated. And all because he was different from everyone else, and as a pro this saddened her. She had dealt with many patients in the past, but it never occurred to her or others just how mistreated the quirkless are. For someone so young and who was a child of heroes, Ti had this level of hatred and anger wasn't something she heard or seen before. And no, she couldn't believe that the number one hero, the one they call the symbol of peace, would allow this to happen, and it inferred her. After taking a moment to think, she composed herself and continued to try and find something that could be a sign that Izuku wasn't fully deprived of any sort of positive emotion. So she attempted to ask him about the one person that might actually have had a good influence on him. Telep, you say that you don't trust anyone anymore and that you don't see how you can put your faith in others, but let me ask you, what about Flash Princess? Izuku, what about her? Telep, you tell me, what do you think of her? I'm not asking for details about your time together. I just want to know about your opinion of her. Izuku, she's my master. Telep, is that all? Izuku, she's like no one I ever met. She's stronger than anyone I've ever seen. There are times when she's completely on top of things and other times when she's clueless, but more than anything she understands pain even more than I do, and so she understands me more than anyone. There are times when she can be really benevolent even to an enemy, but when needed to can be incredibly ruthless. When I try to picture what a real hero is supposed to look like, I can't imagine anyone besides her. She's Telep, she's what? Izuku wanted to say something honest, but he couldn't, because his master told him to never say what he wanted to ever, not her or anyone. He said it once the first 2 years that he knew her, but it didn't go the way he wanted to, and hasn't said it since, no matter how much he wanted to, so he decided to tell the pro hero something else. Izuku, I can't, Master said to never call her that. She's the only one I believe should be the #1 hero. Now the pro was beyond speechless after what she just heard. The words that he spoke didn't match his face expression at all. His eyes that only a minute ago were filled with hatred had softened to a point that there was almost a glimmer of hope. He didn't smile at all from how he described her, but the sound in his voice and the way he described her sounded as if simply thinking about his master made him forget about his past. Talep, you say that you are finished with trust, but it seems to me that you trust her. Izuku, if only you knew. You're right, I do, but only because she's the only one that can grant the one selfish request I ever ask of her if it ever comes down to it. Well, I guess you have a point. Talep, okay Izuku, I believe that's enough for right now, but before you go to lunch I wanted to ask, are you able to come see me again after your class are done today? Izuku, I guess today's my day off, but why again after school? Talep, because someone has some news to share with you and it's important you and I want to know how you will interpret it. Izuku, fine, whatever if I have to. Talep, alright, now head to the cafeteria. Izuku, alright. After he left, the Tsuna had began going over her notes and her thoughts about today's events, but it left her with more questions than answers. All she could gather was that he thought very highly of Flash Princess. She was no truly curious on just what kind of relationship that they had, and maybe by the end of today she'll get her answer. Talep, sigh asterisk, I hope that it isn't too early for my plan to work. In the cafeteria. Izuku had made his way to the cafeteria. Normally he would eat his lunch that he made himself out on a beach away from anyone, but unfortunately he saw some students in his usual spot, so he decided to sit in the cafeteria for once. As soon as he got there he found a table with enough to fit 5 people with nobody else there, so that's where he chose to sit. He then took out his bento box and began eating, but after about a minute his quiet was interpreted by Class 1A's vice rep. Momo, hello Izuku, I'm surprised to see you here. Izuku, oh hey yeah, it's just for today. Momo, may I sit here? Izuku, why do you want to sit with me? Momo, what do you mean? Why wouldn't I want to sit with you? Blushes, besides we're both the class reps, so we're going to have to get to know each other. Izuku, fine, go right ahead. Momo, thank you. After about 5 minutes of silence, 2 others came up to their table. Uraraka, hey Izuku, Yayazoru. Ida, hello you two. Yayazoru, oh Ida, Uraraka. Ida, can we sit here? Yayazoru, you don't mind, do you Izuku? Izuku, do what you want. Ida, sigh asterisk, I'm still disappointed I didn't get to be class rep, but wanting a job and being suited for it are quite different. Observing the Ida family's hero agency has told me that much. Uraraka, agency? Hold on, what does your family do? Ida, oh it's nothing. Uraraka, you know, I've been wondering something about you Ida. Admit it Ida, you're a rich boy aren't you? Yayazoru, wait are you? Ida, I was afraid people would treat me differently if they knew about my family. Uraraka, oh. Yayazoru, I understand that completely. Ida, you see, the Idas have been pro-hero for generations. It in our blood. Uraraka, what? That's awesome. Ida, are you familiar with the tube hero, Ingenium? Yayazoru, isn't he the pro with 65 sidekicks working alongside him at his Tokyo agency? Ida, he's my elder brother. Uraraka, your family's famous. Yayazoru, that amazing. What do you think Izuku? Izuku? Izuku just sat there eating, not paying attention, but he couldn't help but think about what exactly Talep was up to and how was this person that was going to give him this news that Talep wanted him to know. But soon Yayazoru broke him out of his thoughts. Momo, Izuku? Izuku? Izuku, yeah what is it? Momo, what were you thinking about? Izuku, nothing important. Uraraka, hey what are you eating, it looks homemade. Izuku, yeah it is. Uraraka, did you make that yourself? Izuku, Momo, I didn't know you can cook, what is it, it looks delicious. Izuku, it's a bacon miso soup and nori bento. Momo, it looks incredible. Ida, yes indeed, how are you so good at cooking? Izuku, it not important. Uraraka, oh come on Izuku, we know nothing about you and we're classmates. Momo, yes please Izuku, let us get to know you a little. Izuku, sigh asterisk, alright fine. I began teaching myself how to cook when I was 5. Momo, how come? Izuku, so I wouldn't go hungry. Ida, but what about your parents? Izuku, I didn't have any to rely on. Ida, but what about your sister? Uraraka, oh yeah, didn't she say that you were related? Izuku, getting angry, I thought I made it clear I don't have a family. No, drop it. Ida, but Izuku. Momo, wait Ida, if Izuku doesn't feel like talking about his upbringing then we should respect his privacy. Ida, Why yes you right Yayazu, I apologize Izuku. Izuku, yeah don't worry about it. As the four continued to chat someone was watching closely at Izuku's direction. It was Shoka Todoroki. She wanted to go up to him and join in the group and hopefully start to make omens. After a few seconds she started making her way toward the table and once she was there it got the group's attention. Shoka, Hinge can I seat here? Yayazuru, oh hello Todoroki-san, sure have a seat. Ida, yes please join us. But Izuku wasn't having any of it, for him seeing his former friend was just a giant reminder that he was betrayed and that people can't be trusted. All he saw when he saw her was someone who just stood by and let everyone torment him for years and it infuriated him that they allowed someone like her to be a hero in training. And so he immediately packing up what was remaining of his bento and was about to leave without giving an explanation. Izuku irritated, I'm leaving. Momo, what, why? Began walking away. Shoka, Izuku please why? But she was cut off but the school alarm going off. Warning level 3 security breach. Please leave the building in an orderly fashion. But all the students started panicking and shoving each other. Izuku tried making his way through the crowd and to find what was causing this security breach. As everyone was on pushed each other, someone was shoved into Izuku and the two were continued to be pushed into each other. It was Momo Yayazor. Sorry Izuku. Izuku, don't worry about it for no. Damn it just what is happening? Momo, I don't know but we have to. But she couldn't finish as even more students were about to trample them, but before they could Izuku had wrapped his arms around her and dragged her towards a nearby wall. Normally he would just get himself out of the way but for reasons he still couldn't understand his body just reacted on his own, and after the whole thing with Todoroki and now the student panic, he just wanted this day to end and didn't really care that he's protecting and practically cuddling a girl right now. Momo, tomato red. Izuku. What are why you doing? Izuku, you wanted them to trample us? Momo no but still we're. But Izuku's attention was outside as he looked out a window and saw the cause for this how thing. Izuku, so it's the damn press. Hey Yayazoru, can you make a bullhorn? Momo, what? Yes but why? Izuku, just make one, I need to stop this. Momo didn't fully understand what he was talking about but she compiled and did what he asked. Once she was done Izuku had started activating shadow control and used his own shadow and slides his entire body into it. Yayazoru saw this and was in disbelief. She was surprised during the practice training but Izuku just kept on surprising her. The shadow that started moving through the wall and made its way to the middle of the ceiling, and then Izuku had popped out his upper body with the bull horn in his right hand. Izuku, will you all shut the F up? Everyone then stopped panicking and looked up to see their fellow student upside down inside a shadow on the ceiling. Izuku, look outside, it's just the press. They all then looked out and saw that he was right and had calmed down. Izuku that made his way down through his shadow and popped back out thought another wall. Once he was out he was then crowded but some of his classmates. Kirishima, Izuku bro that was so manly. Uraraka, that was amazing. I didn't know you could do other stuff with your quirk. Tokoyami, yes your quirk interests me more and more. Ida, yes I agree, as expected from the one chosen to be our class president. Momo, you're quite full of surprises Izuku. Izuku really wasn't expecting praise for what he did since he clearly made it known that he was completely irritated, but he just composed himself and just take the compliments, he really didn't care anymore. Izuku, yeah thanks I guess, let's get back to class. Everyone, yeah let's. Izuku, damn they're loud, I didn't want this job but I don't have a choice now. Yayazoru you coming? Momo, for what? Izuku, I have class presidential duties to do no. So I'm gonna need my vice rep. Momo had forgotten that she was the vice rep, but after hearing that she felt a little happy that Izuku made it seems that he needed her. In her eyes he was the most capable student in their class. Momo, smiling, yes of course, let's go. Time skips to the end of the day. Izuku had finished his classes for the day but before he could go home he had to make his way to the Tsuna's office for whatever she wanted. As he approached her office she sensed the presences of someone else in there, he knew who it belonged to and it was someone he didn't want to see. He was able to leave before going inside but Telep had opened the door before he could. Telep, oh Izuku please come in. Izuku angry, what is she doing here? Inko, hello Izuku. Telep, now Izuku let just relax. I call you here because your mother has some news that I believe you should know. Izuku, what is it, just get to it so I can go home. Inko, sad. Izuku please isn't there any way I can convince you to come home? Izuku, with someone like you there is no home. Forget this I'm leaving. Telep, no wait. Did he just tell him that we discussed? Inko, alright, Well, you see, Izuku, I'm going to be working at UA starting tomorrow. Izuku, irritated. Are you effing kidding me? Inko, Izuku language. Izuku, not only it was bad enough that I had to deal 5 out of the 6 of the people I hate the most in this school, but now I have to deal with all of you. Inko, please Izuku, I know we've hurt you, but please let make it up to you. Izuku, shut the hell up. You don't understand a thing. You have no idea how deep my pain goes. Get it? Thought your head we were never a family, and I don't want one anymore, especially not with people like you. Turns to Telep. Can I go now? I don't want to be here anymore. Telep, no, we still aren't done. We still have one more thing to discuss with you, and it about Flash Princess. Izuku, what about my master? Telep, I believe you should say it. Inko, sigh asterisk, alright. Izuku, is there really no way you will let us about the time you and Flash Princess spend together? Izuku, I already told you no. Inko, well, I guess we can only as her in person. But I'm sorry Izuku, but it probably won't be as simple as that. Izuku, just what do you mean? Telep, well, Izuku, she did choose to keep a child that wasn't hers inside of going to the police. Inko, and even if you told us that it was your choice to stay with her, the authorities probably won't see it that way. She still kept you away for your us while we were worried about what happened to you. Izuku, just where are you going with this? Inko, you probably don't want to hear this, but when she returns I might have to arrest her, and I have to know just what was happening in those 3 years. I know you do want to hear this, Biu. Izuku, if you touch a single hair on her head I'm going to be wearing your guts like my master's pashmina. Inko, excuse me. But she couldn't finish because after hearing that his former mother was planning to allegedly arrest his master, Izuku started to slowly emit miracle aura. But unlike before, his chi was filled with a murderer's intent. The chi that he used before were just for intimation to get them to leave him alone, but in this case he couldn't even think about anything for him. Anyone, no matter who they are, threatens his master. The only person who gave him a chance, it enrages him to a point where his anger surpasses his towards his former family. He then got up and slowly started walking towards her and got right in her face. Izuku, cold hatful eyes. I'm sorry. Did I fing stutter? I said if you try to touch her, you will experience pain and torment beyond anything you could possibly imagine. Your body will be torn apart, piece by piece, as you beg for a mercy that will never come. I will add your screams to goddamn Spotify, and I will see your head mounted on a pike. Izuku was so deep enraged that his aura had caused the two of them to sit still. They wanted to move but they couldn't, they were terrified. For people who don't have chi, this case the atmosphere of the room to become heavy with the pressure of aura crushing them, and it felt as if they were in the presence of a monster. Inko couldn't say anything. She had a feeling that her son wouldn't be happy about what she said she might have to do, but this reaction was beyond anything she could have expected. All she could do was look at the sight of how her once kind, smiling baby boy had become this person filled with nothing but pure anger and eyes filled of only hatred for her. He looked some kind of demon, but what was going through her mind more than anything else was that this was just another reminder that Izuku is the way he is because of her. Izuku's aura continued to become more and more hostile to the point that his choker began strangling him, but he was so consumed by rage that he almost couldn't even feel it. His aura was continuing to become more and more malicious, that if it continued for another 5 minutes, it could potentially end the 2 women in the room with him. But before that could happen, his choker started beeping with a flashing orange button on the left side, and that snapped him out of it. You see, Izuku had installed one last function into the choker as a last resort just in case he couldn't stop him from going too far, and that beeping was the first sign of that function begin to activate. Once he heard it, he stopped releasing his chi and started to relax. His choker had stopped beeping and choking and he then started walking out of the room and going home, leaving the woman speechless. Telep, I don't know what you make of that. I'm sorry Inko, I thought this wouldn't be too fast for the 2 of you, but... She stopped, seeing that Inko had her head down and was crying rivers. Never in the pro's life had she saw someone's eyes go red from crying in less than 10 seconds. Inko, uncomfortable crying. I hate this. It's my fault this is like this. I just want my son back. I just want to be his mother again. Tetsu hugs her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have rushed this. As the 2 were having an emotional moment, Izuku was on his home riding the train. As he was sitting down, he was looking out the window, taking the sight of the sun began to set with his thoughts. Izuku, I wonder. Somewhere in Eastern Europe else 2 people were discussing the end of their first mission and strategies for their next, since the people they were hunting down had gotten away. Kaori, I'm sorry, but it looks like they got away. P. Damn, I really thought we had them, and after all that time gathering information and tracking them all the way here. Well, nothing we could do about it, no, let's just focus on using this time to return to our homes and recover and prepare for when the next time they'll appear. F.P. Yeah, you're right, it has been almost a year since this mission started and I'm started to miss Japan. Well, I'm heading to my room to sleep, I'll be seeing you. F.P. You have a good rest. Site asterisk, I wonder. Izuku/Kaori, I wonder what's Master/Izuku doing? Time skip. Class 1A were in the middle of fire period when Shota had an important announcement. Aizawa, today's training will be a little different. You have 3 instructors. Me, All Might and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. Zero. What kind of training is this? Aizawa, rescue? You'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that. Also, what you were in this exercise is up to you. But keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet, and they might limit your abilities. Well, be busy to get there, so start getting ready. The students that started making their ways to the locker rooms and changing into their hero suits. Once they were all finished, they had matted in the bus, but before they could leave, the 3 students on reserves had gotten on the bus at the last minute, but they were only in their uniforms. Aizawa, these 3 will also be tagging along but will only be observing. Go on, hurry up and sit down. Izumi, yes sir. The bus that began to move and the students had started conversing among themselves. Azui, hey, there's something I've been wondering for a while about you guys exactly. Izumi, oh, Azui, just call me Tsu. Izumi, oh okay Tsu, what did you want to ask us? Azui, I wanted to know why aren't you guys in class 1A like the rest of us? Yayazoru, actually I was wondering about that too. Izumi, oh I'm sorry but I don't feel comfortable talking about it. Azui, but it's really unusual. Katsuki, she said, doesn't want to talk about it, so shut up. Izumi, smacks his head. Katsuki, stop yelling. Katsuki, whatever. Azui, actually there was something else I wanted to ask about you. Everyone then turned their heads to Izuku, but to their surprise he was napping in his seat the whole time and somehow no one had noticed. Just then the bus had stopped and Aizawa told them to get off. Momo then began to wake up Izuku. Momo, Izuku. Izuku. Izuku yon asterisk, are we here yet? Momo, yes we are. Izuku, okay. Thanks for waking me up. They all had gotten off the bus and started at the sight of the giant building in front of them. They all started making their way inside and were soon greeted by someone in an astronaut suite. Hello, everyone, I've been waiting for you. Uraraka, wow, it's 13, the space hero. 13, I can't wait to show you what's inside. Kirishima, holy crap. It looks like some kind of amusement park. 13, a shipwrecks. Landslides. A fire. A windstorm. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can just call it USJ. Aizawa, hey, shouldn't All Might be here already? 13, apparently he did too much hero work on the way to the school this morning and used up all his power. Holding up 3 fingers. Izuku, so that bastard used up his time already, well better for me at least. 13. Okay, before we all get started, let's go over a few things. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk called Black Hole. I can use it to suck up anything and turn it into dust. Uraraka, Yen, you've used it to save people from all kinds of disasters. 13, that's true, but my quirk can also easily be used to end. The space hero then began expanding in great detail about how some of the students could also have powers that could be dangerous. And how in the superhuman society all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, and that often people overlook how unsafe they can be. Depending on the person using it, they could lose focus or make a wrong move when using a deadly power. Luckily for them, thanks to Aizawa's fitness test, they all had a solid idea of the potential of their quirks. Once 13 had finished his expression, the class besides the reserves were about to start their rescue training, but before they could, a purple-like mist started to show up a few yards away from them. And as for Izuku, he started to have a bad feeling in his stomach. He remembered what that mist was and could sense 2 familiar presence coming from that portal. Aizawa, stay back, don't make a move. Kirishima, whoa, what is that thing? Wait, has the train already started? I thought we were rescuing people. Aizawa, this isn't part of the training. Those are real villains. Izuku, damn it, I was right, it's them. Aizawa, 13, keep the kids safe, I'll fend them off. Right. Aizawa had strapped on his goggles and ran in the direction of the villains, and the students started behind 13, trying not to panic. But it wasn't easy since none of them had been papered to be attacked by villains today. And as far as Izuku, he was just standing trying to come up with a plan to deal with them, since it was clear, at least to him, that they all had to write. Izuku, okay, we're begin swarmed by villains, too many of our 2 teachers to handle alone, and most of our group are idiots. So what to do? Nah, it's future Izuku's problem. Shadow control. It gives the user the ability to move in and manipulate shadows, such as using to hide in their or others' shadows. Using them as restraints or spikes to impale enemies. The shadows can become stronger by absorbing any light that forms them to make them darker. However, they are the most powerful at night. However, with less light in the night, it takes longer for the user to gather the shadows together and to power them, and with so much darkness and night, it can become easy for the user to lose control over them, which makes using this power at night for more stealth missions. Dark Enhancing. Dark energy surrounds the person, which increases their physical traits up to 50%. But if the person is corrupted by anger, they will gain an additional 30% more straight but will lose all control of their emotions and go berserk. Delete. Gray like smog is generated in their left hand, and by touching anyone their quirk is erased for a whole 3 minutes. The time limit can last longer depending on how long it is charged. But if charged for a whole 10 minutes, the smog will go from gray to black and their quirks will be erased completely. However, the user can be affected by this as well. Memory transfer allows you to see the memories of other or shows them your own. However, if the memories you see or show are negative, the user or others will feel all the negative feelings and pain from those memories. Emotions, psychological and physical pain. Whoever sees those types of memories will feel every one of those feelings. Pain transfer. By making skin contact, the user is able to take any amount of physical pain and wounds of anyone and transfer it to themselves. Emotions pain can also be transferred, but the user must first have the person's complete trust and faith, but only a small portion of can be taken. If all the emotions pain is taken after 5 seconds, it all will return to whoever it was taken from, but it will be several times more traumatizing. Dark Blue Light allows you to shout out 5 shots of dark small blast of energy out of the palm of their right hand. It takes 5 seconds to recharge between rounds. The bullets can't, however, pierce surfaces like steel or stronger. Black Price can summon a black sphere that hovers above an enemy and presses them down with 3x times normal gravity. The amount of spheres that can be summoned is limited to 4, and the gravity affected is also limited to about 3 meters around the target. However, the gravity doubles depending on the number of spheres used. Share. The user is able to give others the ability to use one of any quirks that they might have up to a maximum of 4 people. However, they must divide the power of that quirk evenly between the amount of people they choose, and it only lasts for 5 minutes. Dark Blessings. Taking the dark energy of Wenji and giving it to any number of people the user chooses by touching them. The dark energy shared can increase the power of others' quirks slightly. However, the user must sit completely straight and focus so the shared power doesn't disappear, leaving the user unable to fight. Merge can take 2 separate types of quirks and combine them to create a new type of power, but the quirk must be compatible with each other, and whatever is created is only limited to the user imagination. And finally, it new quirk created only lasts for an hour, and then the 2 power users for the Marg can't be used again for a whole day. Sealing, able to seal or release any seal, also capable of binding the quirks of others, and it lasts for a week. Can also seal physical damage 20 minutes, but this quirk can only be used on others and can't affect the user. All of you already know what it does. Naruko. It engulfs anyone the user chooses in a black sphere that traps them in a person's of their worst memories and makes them relive those memories 100 times for every second inside, along all the pain and emotions they felt when those memories first happened. It can only be used for 5 seconds. The user can also influence THID by engulfs themselves with whoever they choose to in person, and by doing so can even make them relive their memories instead. However, the price for doing this inside is YNG will take a little piece of the user's humanity. Mortal Flame Fist. Fire that engulfs the user's fist and that are purely elemental and insincere almost anything they touch. The fire can't escape from the user's first, however, and if the temperature isn't regulated, they could potentially turn a human to ashes in one hit. But this does make the user immune to fire. Darkness Flame. From the user's right arm can summon pitch black fire that engulfs and burns away anyone and anything they touch. The black flames can't be put out by anything until they have turned their target to ash, even capable of burning other types of flames. These flame can be manipulated to make a sword or a spear if properly controlled. However, these flame are the most powerful of all of Yang's abilities and are the most difficult to control, and can even turn on its welder, making them the only fire that can burn the user. Finally, these black flames have one final technique that makes it potentially the most deadliest attack and is only meant to end an enemy as a last resort, and only if no one else is in the direction of the attack. But if used beyond the user's limits, can make their right arm unusable for days. The students were still just starting there as their homeroom teacher went and confronted the villains. Some were scared, others were contemplating about if they should go down and help Ants. As for our protagonist, he was coming up with a strategy since he knew that a fight was inevitable. Especially since he already knew who was attacking them. As he was thinking, out of the purple portal came a guy with light blue hair, wearing a black t-shirt and black pants and covered in hands, and a guy made purple mist. To only Izuku's knowledge, it was exactly who he thought it was, Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri, but that wasn't all. Alongside them was what looked to be some sort of genetic bird monster. Tamura. What the? Kurogiri, it doesn't look like AM is here. Kurogiri. Yes, you're right, I wonder why? But take a look, Shigaraki, our other target, is right up there. As the students and teachers stood still near the main entrance, some were wondering why the Amagi alarm wasn't going off, to which not even the senseis had the answer to. Just then the male Todoroki spoke up with a theory. Shoto, isn't the entire campus under attack? Or is this their only target? Either way, if the alarm system isn't working, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masked their presence. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at this time when a class was being taught. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever their plan, they must have a certain objective in mind. As some of the students gasped at the realization, Aizawa had an order of all of them and the space hero. Aizawa, 13, you get the kids out of here. I have a feeling that they might have jammed the regular communications too, so Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. Kaminari, why yes sir. Shota was about to make his way towards the first swarm of villains, but before he could, Izuku tried to convince him to change his mind of facing them alone. Izuku, are you out of your mind? You can't fight them on your own. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Their numbers will surely overcome you. Shota, you can't be a pro if you have only one trick. Then Mr. Aizawa takes a big jump down and begins fighting off the villains while canceling out their quirks. Izuku, idiot. Even if he can hold some of them off, he won't last long. Hey, all of you, guards up, we're about to have company. Also, I have an order for all of you. If you want to stay alive, get as far away from me as possible. Momo, what are you talking about? Just then Kurogiri appeared before the students. Kurogiri, there's no escape for you. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves in. We are here to make sure the symbol of peace takes his last breath and also to capture you. Izuku Yagi. Izuku, damn you. Once the villain had finished speaking, almost everyone was at a loss for words. Not only were they still in shock by being invaded by villains, but now to hear that day came to end the #1 pro hero, and to top it all off, they also knew and came to capture their class rep. As for Izuku, he was in a tough spot. Not only is this past coming back to haunt him in front of his new classmates, but also now they kiao what his old name was and that he and his useless sister are related. But beyond that, at this point it's possible they're gonna want answers about how these villains know him, and that was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. The only other ones who weren't surprised were his sister and former childhood friends, since they knew already about his encounter with them 3 years ago. However, only Izumi knew the real truth and why they probably want to capture him now. She was also trying to figure out what to do since they threatened to end her father and to take her brother away again after he had finally came back, but couldn't figure anything out. Izuku wasn't doing any better. He could easily use his chi to keep him at bay. But his master warned him about using it against non-chi users, since it was easier to end people with chi even if you aren't a complete master of it. And in this case he was pissed that one of his biggest secrets was just exposed, and he wasn't confident that he could control himself enough to use his aura without crossing the line and would go against his beliefs on heroism. Just then Bakugo and Kirishima charged at the mist villain. As a big explosion that was caused by Bakugo covered the walkway with smoke. Kirishima, did you think we were just gonna stand around and let you tear this place down? Kurogiri, you live up to your school's reputation. However, you're still just children, which I easily dispose of. However, turns head to Izuku, I don't want to take my chances with him here, I wouldn't stand a chance. Izuku could sense that Kurogiri was about to make a move and turned towards Ida and gave him an order. Izuku, I'd get out of here, run to the exit and warn the school. Ida, what? I can't just leave you all here. Izuku, just go, damn it. If you want to be a hero, then do what's best for everyone right now. Just then the villain began covering the students in his mist, and so everyone had began being transported to different locations in the facility. Izuku then began falling and landed into a pool of water. Tizu, water? So I must be in the fluid area. What's this QI? Izuku then began sensing someone swimming toward him with his jaw opening. Villain, first catch of the day. Nothing personal, kid, but you're gonna However, the villain couldn't finish as Izuku had began releasing his chi as to let him know that he was the one in danger, which he clearly and quickly understood. Villain, scared, this kid is dangerous. Izuku then started to activate his dark enhancement and kicked the shark villain in the face, which ended up knocking him out. Just then something had wrapped around Izuku's waist. It was a frog tongue. He then turned to see Tsu swimming up along with Mineta and started dragging the two of them on top of a boat. Tsu, Izuku, are you alright? Izuku, yeah, I'm fine. Tuss, what about you, Mineta? Huh? Crying. Are you kidding? We're under attack by villains, we're separate by our teachers, no pros to protect us. We're all gonna die. Slap. In that instant Izuku began slapping him silly. He was already tired of his crying. Izuku, will you shut up? Mineta, why should I? We're never getting out. Slap. Izuku, you crying isn't helping, we need to focus on getting out of here. Mineta, and how are we supposed to slap. Izuku, just shut up. How did you even get into a hero school in the first place? God, you're pathetic. Mineta, will you stop slap. Izuku, I said shut up. Mineta. Tuss, Izuku, I think he got the message. Izuku, good, now both of you be on guard, look over there. The two looked toward the water to about a dozen villains sitting and waiting by looking back at them. Tuss, worried, what are we going to do? We're outnumbered. Izuku, it's fine, right now we have the upper hand. Tuss, what do you mean? Izuku, haven't you noticed? They're staying still and waiting. From what I can see, it doesn't look like they don't know anything about us or what our quirks are, or they would have come charging at us already. Tuss, how could you be certain about that? Izuku, because of where we are and that you're here. Tuss? Izuku, if they did have information on us, then why would they send you here? Wouldn't it make more sense to send you to the fire area? Tuss realized, you're right, in this please I have a big advantage in the water. As the villains were becoming more confident that they were able to take on the three first-year, Izuku had alright thought of something to get themselves out of this. Izuku, listen, you two, I have an idea, but I need one thing first. Mineta. What? Izuku, can you plea enough balls out of your head to stick all those villains to each other? Mineta, wait, you want to fight those guys? Are you crazy? Well, die if we... Izuku, unless you want me to slap you again, answer my question. Mineta, I believe I can. Izuku then started throwing them in the water. Once they're all stuck, Tuss, I wanted to keep Mineta wrapped with your tongue and hang on to something. Tuss, but what are you going to do? Izuku, there's no time, just do it and then just watch. The two of them weren't sure on what he was playing, but neither one of them had a plan of their own and decided to just trust him. Mineta then started throwing his sticky balls from his head and launching they towards the villains. After throwing about 30 balls, his head was left bleeding as a result of his quirk's drawback. Then the frog girl had wrapped her tongue around him and had started hanging on to rails of the boat as Izuku instructed. After all the villains were now stuck, Izuku that began channeling chi into the bottom of feet and jumped off the boat. His two classmates were shocked at what he was doing, but then were even more shocked at what happened once he hit the water. Instead on landing in it, he was starting on it. Tuss, Chao? Mineta, he's standing on water. This was a technique that his master taught him 2 years into their training. By forcing 15% on his chi into the bottom of his feet, it allows Izuku to be able to stand on water or even walk on walls. As everyone was waiting to see what Izuku would do, he unsheathed his sword and took a standard kendo stance and started activating his ken. He was worried that this idea of his would ended up cussing him, everyone, and even the boat to be swept away, but at the same time he thought this might be the quickest way to get back to main entrance. He needed to deal with Shigaraki as soon as possible before he ended up ending anyone. Izuku, master told me not to use both hands when wielding my sword, but I can't waste time. And so Izuku lifted his sword overhead with both hands and swung it with all his might. The force was so strong that it had caused a massive wave. And just as Izuku feared, everyone including the boat had started to be swept away by it. And now everyone was heading in the direction back to their teachers and the main villains. Elsewhere the other students were having their own battle to deal with. In the mountain area, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari and Jairu were going up against 8 villains. As they were trying to figure out a strategy on how to beat them and get back to their class, one of them hadn't been focusing as they were wondering about the meaning of the villain's other objective besides ending All Might. It was their Vic class rep. She was worried as to why the villains were also targeting Izuku, but what had her more unease was the order he gave all of them before they got separated. But there was no more time to think about it as the villains started changing at them. So she had made weapons of herself and Jairu, and alone with their human light blue readied themselves to fight. As for the Todoroki twins, they were still at the main gate with their own fight. Izumi was with Uraraka and Mina began protected by the space hero while fighting off Kurogiri. Area. Villain, hey, not hard feelings kids, but you all have to die. Kaminari, panicking. Damn, these dudes are terrifying. Jairu, could you maybe take it down a few notches? Right now we need to focus on getting away from these enemies. Kaminari, then give me a weapon too. Jairu, you're the one with election powers, just zap them so we can run. Kaminari, were you not paying attention during combat training? Some partner you were. I can cover my body in electricity, but if I try to shoot it out it'll go everywhere. I'd take you guys along with them, or do you all want shock treatment today? I'm counting on you too. I'm no help in this situation, you've got to get us out of here please. Jairu, you're a really damsel in distress aren't you? One of the villains then started attacking Kaminari. As he was backing up, Jairu pushed him forward and the villain was being shocked by his quirk. As for Jairu using her earphone jacked and her costume support item, she caused a sonic boom to counter another enemy. And Momo with her quirk created nets in order to capture the others, and the two of them directed their foes in Kaminari's derision to shock them. Momo, we're lucky that worked out so well. Jairu, I'm sorry, next time I'll ask before saying out butts. As more and more villains began to swarm them, Momo had finished peppering something she had came up with to protect them. And so out from her back popped out a giant blanket which caused both her and Jairu's body for head to toe. Momo, sorry it took a while, it takes longer to make something this big. Villain, a blanket? Is that supposed to be a shield? Momo, you're looking at a sheet of insulation 100mm thick. Go Kaminari. Kaminari, badass. He then released all his electricity in one shot which lighted up most of the mountain zone. After the light show all the villains were paralyzed and Kaminari was left more stupid more than he usually is. And as for the two female students, the creation user had most of her costume ripped but didn't pay much attention to it as she was sitting worrying about her class president. I think you're a little too exposed. Momo, it's fine, I can make another costume. But I'm worried about the rest of our class, especially Izuku. Jairu, Izuku? Why him specifically? Momo, didn't you hear what the mist villain? He said they were here to capture him. Also remember what Izuku said earlier. Sure, yeah you're right. But what do you think he meant? Momo, I don't know. But I believe he meant that he plans to keep himself isolated so the villains only focus on him and so not to get us involved. I'm worried that he might decided to fight the main threat by himself and I don't want him to get himself captured or worse. Jairu eyebrowing her, you seem to have gotten really close to him after only knowing each other for a few days. Momo, slight blush. Oh, I wouldn't say that. As Jairu was teasing Momo about her concern about their anti-social class rep, they saw something out of the corner of their eyes. It was in the direction of the flood area. Landslide zone. Both Shoka and Shoto has insistently freezing their enemies as soon as they were warped away. It seems as the villains were going to end them as soon as they arrived. But unfortunately they fail. Villain number 1. Damn it, they froze us the instant we warped here. Villain number 2. Those two aren't kids, they're monsters. Shoto, how do they plan to end All Might? At first I thought they gathered a force of elite criminals to overpower him. But most of them are just low-level thugs. But that not all. Just what do they want with Yagi? They said they were here to capture him. Are they connected to the villain AM and G told us about? Shoka, from what I can tell there are only 4 or 5 dangerous people. If that's the case, then what we need right now is more information. But we need to hurry. I have to get back to Izuku so I can protect him. I don't know what they want with him, but I won't tell them near him. Shoto then walked up to one of the villains trying to intimidate him in order to pray information on their plans to assassinate AM. But Hen Shoka got his attention and points to the fair left of them. It was a little far from where they were, but in that direction they saw something big and blue that looked to be rising. Main entrance. Izumi, Uraraka, Ida and some other students were still being protected by 13 as he was going up against Kurogiri. Izumi wasn't much help as she couldn't decide to either stay and help he teach her or go find her brother. Uraraka wasn't doing any better as she was feeling and thinking the same. And Ida was contemplating on if he should stay and help or go back to the school and bring backup as Izuku instructed him to. 13 then activated Black Hole and started pulling Kurogiri into it, but unknown to the rest the villain already had a counter-do deal with the space hero. Kurogiri, a black hole, the quirk that sucks up matter and turns it to dust, such an astounding power. However, you're a rescue hero 13, skilled at saving people from disasters. Consequently, that means you have little fighting experience or battlefield awareness. The villain then opened a warp gate which she used to turn the pro's own quirk against him and destroyed his back. The students were frightened now as their teacher had gone down and they had no fighting experience of their own. Shiro then began saying something to Ida. "Sor, Ida, get out of here. Go hurry." Ida was angry that he couldn't do anything to fight back, but then remember what Izuku had said before they got separated: if you want to be a hero, then do what's best for everyone right now. And so he began running towards the exit. Kurogyari tried to stop him, but his fellow classmates joined together to help him escape. Izumi had used her quirk to pull the villain back while Uraraka grabbed onto his arm to make his physical body weightless. And finally Shiro, while his tape dispensers restrained him long enough for Ida to get outside and making his way back to UA. As for Eraserhead, he had finished talking out most of the small fries and then turned his attention to their leader. Shigaraki then began to change at him, but the underground hero managed to get a solid hit in his gut, or so he thought. Shigaraki had been paying close attention to the way Shota fought and discovered a weekend in his defense. Once Shota had got in close range, he got a hold of his elbow and started to decay it. "Shigaraki, it was hard to see when you were jumping around, but I found your tell, it's your hair." Surprise. "Shigaraki, when it drops it means you stop using your quirk. You're having to blink more often." Shota backed away from him, and what was left of the underlings were starting to gain up on him as he was weakened. Shigaraki then started taunting the pro about how he was better suited for sneak attacks instead of talking on a big group. Shota was beginning to realize that maybe he should have listened to Izuku and not have done this alone. But even with one working arm, he was still able to fight back, and Shigaraki started pressing him for how he was still able to hold his own. "Shigaraki, well, look at you still standing, you really are so cool, Eraserhead. But I have news for you, I'm not the final boss." Just then, the giant bird-headed monster that came with him had popped up behind the hero and gotten a hold of his left arm and punched him in the back, causing him to go face down to the ground. Aizawa erasing the monster's quirk but didn't do a thing, and he had gotten his other arm stomped on, and then the bird villain started crushing his head and used his remaining foot to stomp on Aizawa's back, making his chances of walking away almost zero. "Shigaraki, he's the modified anti-symbol of peace, but you can just call him Nomu. You can erase people's powers, that's irritating, but it's nothing special. When faced with true devastating power, you might as well be a quirkless child." "Aizawa, I'm positive I erased his quirk, that means he's super strong even without powers. I think he's as strong as All Might." Shigaraki was enjoying watching the hero begin beaten down, thinking he had already won. Soon after, Kurogyari worked next to him after getting away from the students. "Shigaraki, Kurogyari, did you end 13 already?" "Kurogyari, the space hero is out of commission. But there was a group of students that I couldn't warp away, and one of that got away to get reinforcements." And Shigaraki just lost it. He had started scratching himself and began throwing a tantrum like a petulant child. Shigaraki, angry, "Kurogyari, you fooled, if you weren't our means of escape I'd tear apart every less atom in your body." "Well, nothing we can do about that now. Tell me, what about the other one? Have we captured the brat yet?" "Kurogyari, the amount of pawns that we stationed where I sent him should have captured him by now. Let us head over there and now and see if—" Before he could finish his sentence, everyone started to feel a rumbling beneath their feet, and as they looked towards the water they saw a massive heading in their direction. As they looked up, they saw their comrades that day had stationed in the flood area to capture Izuku Yagi and a boat being swept by the giant wave. The students that were staying by 13th side also saw the wave approaching in the direction where their homeroom teacher went to fight the villains. And at that point in time, everyone that could see it, that they were near or far from the main entrance, all had the same thought in their heads. Everyone, what the hell? And so the massive amount of water engulfed practically everyone that was near the pool. All the remaining pans were knocked out. As for Shigaraki, he was still conscious but was on the ground with some of the hands that were on him gone. Aizawa has been moved to right by bottom of the stairs leading up to the main gate, but was still unable to move and was coughing up in dripping blood from his head. The Nomu wasn't affected so much by the wave, and as for Kurogyari, he seemed to be nowhere to be seen. As for the students, Uraraka and Mina and a few others stayed by 13 side since he was still out of commission. Izumi, however, went over to where Shota was afraid of what could have caused that wave. As she was running, she ran into Yaoyorozu and the Todoroki twins, all coming from different directions. Shoka/Shoto/Momo, Izumi/Yagi. "Izumi, hey, all of you made it here too. Shoto, tell me, are you okay?" "Izumi, I'm fine. However, 13 was injured. What about all of you? Did you run into any villains?" "Shoka, we were ambushed, but it was nothing for us. It seems that most of them are inexperienced." "Momo, yes, I noticed that too. Me, Kaminari, and Jair didn't take long to deal with our fight. But Kaminari won't be able to fight due to him Quirk's drawback, so Jairu is watching over him." Izumi, oh I see. But most importantly we need to go give Mr. Aizawa backup. Also I'm worried about what could have caused that massive amount of water. Momo, yes I'm wondering about that too. The four of them began making their way to the flood area. Once there they saw Shota near the bottom of the stairs and Tuss and Mineta a few feet away from him dizzy from their crazy water ride. The twins ran up to their teacher, while Momo and Izumi ran to their other classmates to if they were okay and see if they knew about what had happened to them. Izumi, hey Tsu wake up. Tuss, still dizzy? What happened? Izuku, Tuss it's us, tell us what happened. Tuss, everything's still a little fuzzy, wait I remember, Izuku. Momo's worried, what? What's about Izuku? Where is he? Tuss, Izuku. He did all this. Izumi/Momo, what? He did. Tuss, yeah we were on a boat surrounded by villains and before I knew it Izuku had made a force with his katana so stronger it swept us all away. Izumi, my brother did all this. Just how stupidly strong is whatever that thing inside him is? Momo, Azui tell us where is Izuku now? Tuss, I don't know. He should have been swept away with us. Mineta, hey I'm okay if anyone is wondering. All three, shut up we're talking. Shoka, hey watch out. The three girls heard Shoka's cry bet before they could turn around the head another voice only inches away from them said, maybe if I ended you that'll draw him out. They all turned their heads to see Shigaraki only inches away from them and was about to lay his hands on Tuss. The girls were feeling shocked, confused and scared all at the same time especially the frog girl, even though she didn't know what his quirk was she could easily tell that she was about to die. But just before his hands could touch her all of a sudden the ground beneath their feet became black, and in that instant what looked to be two spears made of shadows had pierced through Shigaraki's hands. Shigaraki, screaming, Momo, what is this? Izumi, Tuss do you know what just happened? Tuss, no. As the girls were starting to get even more scared about what they just witnessed they said what had caused the ground to blacken. It turned out that it was Azui's shadow that had expanded around the girls. As they were still confused as to what was going on the frog girl's shadow started to move and separated away from the girls and toward Shigaraki. The students, the villains, the ice twins and even Shota with what little straight he had left all looked to see the shadow had stopped a few feet away from Shigaraki and in that moment someone started rising up from it and to everyone's surprise it was Izuku. Shigaraki looked as his target was now face to face with him and was now seeing firsthand just how he had made good use of Wanji over these past 3 years, and at this point he was beyond pissed so much so that he almost forgot about the 2 blood-dripping holes in his hands. Shigaraki, you? Izuku, you still have that childish attitude of yours. Izumi/Momo/Tuss. Izuku. Shoka, Izuku you're here. Shoto, but what did he do? Momo, Izuku what was that? Izuku, after we washed up her I went inside Azui's shadow, I need to the elemental of surprises since I didn't know what this guy's quirk was. Shigaraki. You really have a good handle on that quirk. But that won't be enough to stop me. Izuku then raised his right hand and began directing his chi towards Shigaraki. Shigaraki didn't know what was happening but he was somehow pushing him back. He couldn't move any closer to him he was afraid to. So out of instinct shouted, Nomu capture this brat. The monster charged at Izuku. Izuku tries using his chi to force him back but something wasn't right, it didn't work. Unannounced to him the Nomu was nothing more but a modified flesh doll with no consciousness or will of its own so Izuku's weaponized life energy won't have any effect on it. The bird villain was about to bring Izuku into an embrace that would crush almost all the life out of him, but before that could be captured he divided down into Nomu's shadow and used dark restraints to stop the monster. However his strength managed to break free from his bonds. Izuku was shocked but there was no time to think as the villain was about to strike back. But before he could make contact Izuku had activated his high-speed technique that he named Shuinpud then enhanced his body and punched the villain in the chest and got some distance between the two of them. Just before the Nomu could make another move Izuku had drawn his sword, he then started to surround the blade in darkness and sworn it. Dark cloak slash Izuku thought as he attacked. The slash cleaved right through the Nomu's torso and had separated it in half. Momo, my god he cut right through him. Shoka, Izuku did it. Izumi, brother what did you do? Shigaraki, sorry to disappoint you, but that won't work on him. Izuku, what? Just then the Nomu started regenerating its lower body and was soon back on its feet. Izuku, how in the hell? Shigaraki, he has the powers of shock absorption but that's not all he also has super regeneration. Izuku, hey all of you grab Mr. Aizawa and get out of here. Momo, what are you saying? Izuku, what part did you not understand? I said to get yourselves and our teacher out of here, right now he's got 1 foot in the grave. Shoka, but what about you? Izuku, did none of you listen to what I said before? Fine, then I'll say it again. If you want to stay alive, then make sure you're nowhere near me. Now get out of here. Izumi, no, I'm staying. I won't leave you. Shoto, she's right, we're not going anywhere. Izuku, T's asterisk, still the same mindless simp you always were. But there was no more time for talk as the Nomu began charging at Izuku again. He managed to avoid it by using his Shuinput again. However, he couldn't think of a plan to deal with the monster's quirks, but what got him more worried was the fact that his classmates were still there. Even though half of the people that made his life miserable were there, and even if he didn't take them to with all his heart, he still had enough goodness inside him to have respect for human life. But unannounced to anyone, there was one more important reason why she wanted to fight alone. In the small time that he's been enrolled in UA, he had the idea that maybe he doesn't have what it takes to get this dark power under control. Izuku had come to this conclusion though within the past few days since the incident with his former mother, when he let his anger almost completely consume him and let his aura almost take her life. In the past he was about to get under control quickly, but in the short amount of time he's been at that school, the failsafe that he built into his electric collar was so close to going off. He knew that eventually it might have to resort to that extreme measure, but he didn't think it would almost happen so soon. And ever since then he has begun doubting himself that he can keep himself together and not cross the line no matter how many precautions he took. So in this fight, a part of him is thinking that this was the perfect opportunity to get rid of that risk once, and more importantly to once and for all take Wenji out of this world for good. On the sidelines, Shoto had picking up their homeroom teacher and was going to get him out of harm's way, then come back to discuss strategy, but his sister without thinking launched a wave of ice towards the villain in order to help the boy she secretly loved. The ice had frozen the monster's entire left side and had caused both of its arm and leg. However, once again it instantly started to regenerate its lamps, and Izuku just looked back and yelled at them once again. Izuku, you dumbed asses, what are you still doing here? It's me they want, hurry up and leave. You can't beat this thing the way you are now. Shoka, no I won't. I won't leave you here alone. Nomu then turned his attention to Shoka and was about to attack, but just in time Izuku had began using Black Press at full power and started pressing the villain was 15x gravity. But just then Kurogiri had reappeared and opened a warp gate and transported Nomu and Himsul right beside Shigaraki. Izuku, damn it, just when I had that thing. Momo, Izuku, do you have multiple quirks? Izuku, right now is not the time. And for the last time, get out of here. Momo, we can't leave you here to just be captured. Izuku, in case you all forgotten. Mr. Aizawa's going to croak if you don't get him Emmett help. Izumi, he's right. Yayazora, please get Mr. Aizawa away from her, well stay and defend Izuku. Momo, right? Izuku, you blithering idiots, how many times do I have to say leave? As Azui and Momo were running to Shota as Shoto moved to stand beside his sister and get ready to fight, but just tell Shigaraki had given his mindless doll the order, Nomu and those two and their teacher. And just like that the monster instantly began moving as fastest all might towards the two girls and their half-dead teacher. Izuku was the only one among the group that could see his movements, and in that instant his body had began moving on its own and he activated his Shuinpa. And as he was about to intercept the giant bird, he had a sudden thought in his mind, now I can end this curse. But it was as if time had stopped in that moment. Shoto for once looked like he was worried. Both Izumi and Shoka couldn't speak and their tenor were overpowering their tears. But the ones who were the most on the verge of being traumatized was Momo, Azui and Shota. Was in front of their faces was their dark class rep who successfully shelled his teacher and classmates, but with the Nomu's hand that almost penetrated through his stomach. The three of them were beyond speechless as they were looking at Izuku's back with 4 out of 5 of the villain's fingers piercing right through it with them dripping blood. If not for him being a user of chi, the monster's strike would have already ended him. Even though chi greatly increases a person's defenses, they are still capable of taking damage. Izuku's, along with everyone else's blood when cold, his sister was see all the moments of their lives together flash before her eyes, and as it was every single ounce of guilt, regret and sorrow began hitting her all at once at the sight she was witnessing. Shoto couldn't believe what was happening. His plan at first was to just defeat the enemy, but now in this moment the reality that he couldn't do anything but just stand there like a coward as the boy who he used to torment on a daily basis jumped right in and sacrificed his own body without hesitation, the same boy for he used to call his best friend. Azui was in a state of pure fear. She couldn't move. She knew being a hero would lead to events like this happening eventually, but she never thought it would happen so soon and that she would be completely helpless as someone else had to save her. Shoka was frozen stiff. It was like her worst nightmare come true, what she never hoped would happen again, what she vowed would never happen again. She just stood there doing nothing as the one she loved was hurt. But this time it was worse. This time it wasn't by her own choice. There was nothing she could do. She was powerless. But the one whose worry and fear that could possibly compete with hers was Momo's. It was like fear itself was keeping her sitting there paralyzed. She had only known him for a short time, but for reasons she still couldn't fathom ever since the day she saw him rescue that little girl, she believed that he was like no other. Throughout this whole ordeal in her head thought that if it was him he would instantly knew what to do, and ever since their first battle training she constantly asked herself, what would Izuku do? But right now there was no way she could answer that question, as right now the person who she thought was arguably the strongest and most clever of their class was standing in front of her as nothing but her human shield while she could only look and watch. And as for the victims himself, after a few seconds all he could do was cough up an alarming amount of blood which caused everyone to snap out of it but began to panic. Everyone, Izuku! Shigaraki, Nomu, capture him now! The monster was about to pull his hand out of Izuku's stomach, but just then something happened that no one expected. Izuku had grabbed onto the Nomu's right so tightly that he managed to draw a little blood, and Izuku had started emanating even more darkness than usual. Yang was already aware of what Izuku was planning and started sending a massive amount of its power through his body like waves, and then started speaking in his mind, I thought I told you already, it's a big problem for me if you get yourselves ended. And so Izuku had activated to delete, and then he pulled Nomu's hand out of him himself and gave the villain a look that would give anyone nightmares and began to speak in a murderous voice. Izuku, sorry you're strong, but not strong enough to end me. And so Izuku's dark enhancement had activated but had gone beyond 50% to 85% with he combined with his mortal flame fist. And so Izuku had gone completely berserk and rapidly bunching the bird villain. The force of his hits were so intense that Kurogyari tried to warp himself in and get in the way but couldn't. Everyone was astounded and scared by the power Izuku had and how his rage had taken over him. All they could do was just stood there, see the sight of the Nomu being beaten down by Izuku's assault. Shigaraki and Kurogyari couldn't understand what was happening. Unlike their boss, they were in dark and all of Yang's abilities, and so couldn't understand why Nomu's quirks weren't working. Izuku's fire was incinerating his enemy's body, and with every bunch the fire was getting stronger. Izuku's choker was practically strangling him, but Yang's power and influence was overcoming his pain. Izuku was like an animal attacking a defenseless person in the wild. All he could see was red. Yang's negative influences had almost completely taken over his mind, but before he could lose his complete control he heard someone's voice that managed to reach him. Don't die, Izuku. It was Momo. All this time she just stood there doing nothing while he did all the fighting, all the planning, and even going so far as to sacrifice himself for her and the others. She had realized after seeing the power of the Nomu that he was the only one who could stand up to it, but even though she knew she couldn't do anything to fight, she thought that the least she could do was cheer him on. And it worked. Izuku managed to hear her carries for him and get back enough control to strike on last final punch on the villain, but was about to retrain himself enough to not end him. Instead he sent the bird brain throw the other side of the USJ, cussing the monster to go out of sight and leave a hole the size of a truck. Once the dust was settled everyone was silent for a minute until Shigaraki began throwing another childish temper tantrum. Shigaraki, no, you cheater. Nomu was supposed to end All Might. He was about to launch himself at Izuku to kill him, but just then Ida had arrived with All Might, his wife, and a bunch of other poor heroes in tow. One of the pros, Snipes, fired 2 shots at him before he could reach the boy, and the 2 villains had no choices but to re-cheat. Once they were gone, All Might and Inko were astounded at the sight in front of them as the rest of their peers went to go find the other students that were scattered around the factory and arrest any of the villains that were out of commission. Inko had looked around and saw her son standing there in the middle of the battlefield with the top half of his hero costume almost completely torn, his fist emanating smoke and blood coming out off his torso and mouth. All Might saw this too and both rushed to him as fast as they could. Izuku on the other hand was bracing himself for the next thing that was going to happen after every time he received an injury, but before anything could happen he had started sensing that his teacher's life force was becoming even more dim. She had an idea, although she knew that if you went through with it it would probably leave him in worse condition, but at this point he didn't care about his own life. Izuku, Mr. Aizawa, I can barely feel his QI. I only have on last Shuinpa in me, god damn this is going to hurt. He thought as he used the last of his strength to move so fast to everyone else it seemed as if he teleported in front of Mr. Aizawa. Once he was next to him, Momo and Azui both began fussing over him as they were unaware that their teacher was close to death. Tuss. Izuku, what's the matter? Momo, Izuku, oh my god. You need help. Izuku, panting, I don't. But I. Well, after this. He then crouched down and placed his hand over Shota's back, leaving everyone confused. Aizawa, panting, Izuku. What are? But he could finish as he started to feel his pain going away. Izuku had started using his pain transfer on him. Both the girls were watching this and were in disbelief as the two of them thought that he also had the power to heal people. That was until they looked at Izuku himself. All the wounds that were on Shota were disappearing but then began to reappear on Izuku instead, and as a result Izuku had began to cough up more blood, and Momo, despite not knowing exactly what he was doing, figured out that if Izuku took his hand away it would stop. She tried to take his hand away but he was determined to say his teacher. He had taken away half of his pain, leaving his right arm and leg useless and blood now coming from him head, but just before he could take the other half he has started to feel a different kind of pain. Izuku's burning regeneration had started to kick in and steam started cut out of all his wounds and they had began healing, but it left him holding his stomach with his one remaining working arm and screaming in pain. Everyone was scared about what was happening to him and they tried to figure out what to do to help. But after about a minute Izuku had stopped screaming and had collapsed to the floor. Time skipped 3 days. Izuku and Aizawa had both been admitted into the hospital after the invasion. Shota was doing up in a day thanks to Izuku and would be out in a few days due some more help from Recovery Girl. As for Izuku, he still wasn't awake. The doctors checked his condition and couldn't understand that despite all his wounds were healed he was still a coma-like state. Inko, Toshi and Izumi were at the front desk demanding that they see him, but they weren't permitted due to the fact that Izuku had put down his boss as his emergency contact, and on the notice it also started that those three and his old childhood friends weren't allowed to see him. It used to be his master but he had to switch it after she left on her mission and still hasn't come back yet. As this was going on in the real world, in Izuku's mind he was being taunted by YNG for the stunts he pulled during the raid. Izuku's inner mind. Yang, you didn't really think I would let you get away with this. Izuku, I had a feeling getting rid of you would be so easy, damn it. Yang, I told, didn't I? I still have to see what you'll decided. Until then I can't have a brat like you ruining that until then. Izuku, just what the hell are you after? What exactly are waiting to see? Yang, I'm still waiting to see if anyone can understand what darkness really is. But unfortunately despite everyone being born no one seems to comprehend it. It's the failure of you humans. Izuku, just what do you mean by that? Yang, you humans are all the same, constantly spreading conflict throughout the world. No matter how centuries passed you all somehow find a way to spread hate. Even in this age of so-called heroes the evils of humanity ever disappears. The evils of humanity were here long before I even existed and it's still here today. Izuku, you're right. Yang, what? Izuku, you're right. As someone who's seen the ugliness of humanity I can't argue with your statement. The world is the way it is because of humans. We did this, it's our fault. And I'm not sure if it can be fixed. Yang, well at least you can admit it, at least you have that on most humans I've seen. But I can't have you dying just yet, time for you wake up. And with that Izuku had woke up and was panting heavily as if he had woken up from a bad dream. Back in the real world. Izuku's parents and sister were standing demanding to see Izuku. As they were arguing with the nurses, Kyoko Kurosawa had arrived as well. An hour ago she had gotten a call telling her that Izuku was in the hospital. And aside from being his employer she had gotten close to Izuku since not only was he very punctual when it came to his work, but also he also managed to have a positive influence on some of the children even though it seemed that he himself didn't know it, and also he is her best friend's #1 student. Kyoko, hello. Nurse, yes, can I help you? Kyoko, yes, I'm here in see a boy named Izuku, I'm his emergency contact. Nurse, name please. Kyoko Kurosawa. Izuku's former family had this and were confused as to who this woman was, but were more angry that some random stranger was allowed to see him and not them. As the nurse was telling Kyoko what room her employee was, the three of them had stopped her to confront her. Toshi, hold it. Kyoko, yes, can I help you? Inko, just who are you? Kyoko, excuse me? Who are you? Inko, we're Izuku's family. Kyoko, serious? Oh, so you're the ones. Izumi, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Kyoko, I'm aware of who you all are. Let me guess you're all upset that he isn't allowing you to see him. Inko, angry, just tell us who you are. Kyoko, I'm his boss. He put me as his emergency contact in place of my best friend Kori. Toshi, why wouldn't he let us see him? Kyoko, are you kidding? I'm well aware of what you all have done. Are you actually surprised that he wouldn't let you him? Do you actually believe that he could just forget about all those years of pain and sadness just like that? The three of them were silent for a moment since they knew that what she was saying was true, and all were thinking just how many times are their sins going to come back and hunt them. As they were taking that in, the doctor that was looking after Izuku came to inform Kyoko about Izuku's condition. Doctor, hello, are you Kyoko Kurosawa? Kyoko, yes I am. Doctor, I have news about Izuku's condition. He still won't be able to walk for another 4 days, but he has just now awakened. Kyoko, am I able to see him? Doctor, yes, go right ahead. The Yagis, hold up. We want to see him too. Doctor, irritated, look, for the last goddamn time, if he requested for you not to see him, then that's it. That's the law and there's nothing we can do, so just expect that and stop causing a scene or I'll have to call the police. The three of them were infuriated by this but accepted, as it was clear there was nothing they could do. Kyoko then began making her way upstairs to Izuku's room. Once she had made her way to the 3rd floor, she walked past 3 rooms until arriving at Izuku's room. As she stood in front of the door, she watched as Izuku just sat there on his bed looking out a window with a blank expression on his face. But just then he called her out as he could sense her standing there. Izuku, are you just going to stand there all day, Kyoko? Kyoko, I should have known you'd notice me. How are you feeling? Izuku, like crap. And it looks like I won't be able to go into work for about a week. Kyoko, don't worry about that, you just focus on receiving. You know, the kids also heard about you, what happened and how you defeated a strong villain and defended your class. Izuku, I'm guessing UA couldn't keep the news quite. Kyoko, yeah, pretty much. Izuku, sarcastic, great, just what I needed, more eyes on me. Doctor, oh Mr. Izuku, how are you feeling? Izuku, oh hello doctor. I feel terrible, but at least I'm up. How long was I out? The doctor then began telling them that Izuku was out for 3 days and that he won't be able to do discharged for a few more. He then asked Izuku how his wounds were healed in the first place, and he told him that he had a regeneration type quirk. But what they were more curious about was the bandages covering Usuper's right arm. During the time they examined him when he was brought in, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't remove the bandages, almost as if they were glued stuck to his arm. What most people didn't know was that those bandages were created by his master and imbued with chi, so that nobody could take them off normally unless they used chi on them first. Izuku just lied to them and said that it was an injury that still hadn't fully recovered and that someone had used a quirk on the bandages so that they wouldn't be removed until it was fully. It sounded sketchy at first to them, but the doctor seemed to butt it. But then Izuku had a question of his own. Izuku, doctor, tell me, who left those flowers? Doctor? Oh, those were from 2 girls that came to see you yesterday. One had a black ponytail and another one that was shorter and had brown hair. He was surprised to hear this. He already knew who it was that left those flowers for him after the doctor's description, but it was still unexpected to him. The next few days he had spent his time just laying in bed. Occasionally someone would bring him a book to read since his phone was destroyed during the raid, and once I got out he had to go get a new one. The nurses kept informing him that the Yagis and Shoka Todoroki kept trying to come visit him, but every time they did he would turn them away. As for his classmates, unannounced to him, they were still shaken from the attack and were being kept home by their parents until school started back up in another week. On his last day it was 5:30 in the afternoon and he had just finished changing and was about to make his way out of his room until Shota came to visit him, since he was also being discharged today. Izuku, Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? Aizawa, I'm getting out today too and I thought you would like some company. Izuku, I guess I wouldn't mind. Aizawa, oh, I believe this belongs to you. Hands Izuku his sword. Izuku, so you had it this how time? Thank you, sir. Aizawa, don't mention it, let's get going. The two of them then began making their way towards the front entrance. Along the way, Shota had thanked his student for not only protecting his class but also saving him from certain death. He had asked him how he was able to do that, since Ki noticed that what Izuku did wasn't healing, so chosen to just tell him the truth and explain that one of his quirks allows him to take away the injuries of others but transfer them to himself instead. His teacher was shocked by this and had lectured him that it was a reckless move to do and could have endangered his life even more, but Izuku just remained silent, not really paying attention, because even if he was the person he used to be, he still would have chosen to do it. Izuku had decided to keep his sword inside his own shadow. He figured out that he could do this when he was inside Ajui's shadow. The two were about to go out of the hospital. They had heard something on the TV in the hospital's lobby. The two turned their heads to see that someone was on the live news fighting some sort of monsters all by themselves in Hosu City. And Izuku was beyond shocked to just who it was. 1 hour earlier, in the upper part of Hosu, it was just like any other afternoon and everyone was just going on about their day. But unknown to them, the so-called peace that they were used to was about to be interrupted. Up on the rooftops there was someone looking down upon the unsuspecting public. This person had arrived in Japan about a month ago following an escape from heroes in Eastern Europe. They had made contact with a different group of lowlifes that ruled over the underworld of Japan and had provided them with a group of 5 modified monsters. It was the League of Villains, and during this time this new enemy was provided with 5 different low-level Nomus. After taking a moment he had given 4 out of the 5 Nomus just one order: spread out and end. And so they had jumped down from up above and begin attacking innocent civilians and destroying businesses. This had gone on for about 20 minutes and only some of the less experienced pro heroes were around the area doing their best to fight them off, but unfortunately they were no match for the enemy's super strength and whatever other quirks they might have had. It seemed that quite a few people were about to die before any of the stronger pros would show up. That was until each one of them were struck in the back by a light sword piercing right through them. All the other heroes that were about to be defeated looked up to see someone was floating above their heads and looked to be engulfed in light. Hero number 1. Look up, what is that? Hero number 2. I think that's Flash Princess. Yes, that right, Flash Princess, or rather Kaori Kanzaki, the number 3 pro hero, had finally returned to Japan after over a year. Kaori, Jesus, I just got back and there's already a giant mess for me to clean up. I didn't know what those things are. I better wrap this up quickly. And in an instant she instantly started sending out a barrage of light swords towards each of the villains. However, with a massive population of people around she had to limit their speed and power as to make sure she didn't hit anybody. Unfortunately they were able to dodge the attacks and began making their way to another part of the city. 3 of the 4 that were ordered to attack could fly and were trying to overpower her from the sky while the one on the ground followed them by foot. But unfortunate for the ones up above couldn't land a single hit on Kaori. With her mastery over one alone with her own style of fighting she evaded all of them. To everyone that was watching both in person and on TV saw how gracefully she moved through the air, it was like watching a professional ice skater dancing with the wind, her twirling around as if she was putting on a performance but still focusing on the enemies. All eyes on her could see clearly what she had earned her nickname as. The Flash Dancing Princess of the Battlefield. She had followed the Nomus to a plaza in the middle of the city which was usually meant for tourists. The civilians were already aware of the monsters heading their way and evacuated the area. The Nomus had surrounded her Flash Princess in a square formation hoping to get the upper hand on her, but unfortunately it didn't go as planned. Before any of them could make a move she had charged her power up to 50% and created 4 light swords each pointed in the direction of them and shot them like lightning bolts which instantly ended them. Normally as a hero she wouldn't have gone so far, but she could tell that those things weren't any ordinary villains and that they weren't even alive. And soon after she has call out to the person who was watching her from the shadow, "Hey, I know you're there, come on out." And so the person who first commanded them to attack had appeared right in front of her with his last remaining Nomu by his side. "I had a feeling you know I was here. Kaori, you're not very good at masking your bloodless," talks she of the Takiro. "So why don't you tell me why a European organization would be in Japan and what exactly is that thing?" Talks she. "Oh come on, you should know why we're here. Besides you we have another target and we already know that he's located here in Japan. And as for this thing that you're referring to, it in the others you just destroyed were gifts from another group that we're working with. They're called Nomu." Kaori, Nomu? Takashi, as much as I would love to explain everything to you, I am afraid you're out of time. And in that moment Takashi had gotten into a sort of Buddhist stance, and then some sort of black rods that popped out of the 4 corpses of the Nomo's body appeared, some type of black spears that were implanted inside their bodies. That wasn't all. Once they had appeared they all started forming a square format ion and had surrounded the 2 of them and the Num inside a barrier. But it wasn't just any barrier, it was a barrier made of Cheech. Once the 2 were trapped inside, the villain then tossed would seem to look like a bomb, but instead was a container filled with some sort of poison which leaked out and began enveloping the barrier, but for some reason was only affecting the numbers 3 pro hero and not the others. Is this? Takashi, it's a type of poison that I'm immune to. I'm well aware that in your past time as an assassin that you're immune to almost all type of poisons. That's why I had someone conduct this new type that you have never experienced before. It won't end you instantly, but in this barrier there's nowhere for you to escape. Kaori, if you think this barrier will keep me here, you're... But she soon noticed that something was wrong. Her quirk wouldn't activate. Takashi, sorry but it's no use. You see, in this barrier anything besides chi is completely useless. This is my chi ability, pure aura barrier. It makes anything that isn't chi unable to do any harm to those inside. However, in order to keep it intact I have to stay in this stance at all times without moving a muscle, and I must have those rods planted in the ground in it. Certain formation, not to mention a third party that could fight my enemy for me before it even activates. Kaori, nothing except chi work in here. Takashi, that's right, it's too bad really. You used to be feared as one of the best assassins to ever walk this earth, and now look at you know. Playing hero has made you soft. Kaori, damn you. Takashi, also don't bother trying to escape. You see, this isn't just a simple barrier, The way it works is I abandon all offense and focus on defense, which is part of my contract with conditions. Meaning that the only way for someone to actually be able to break out of this is if they had immense physical strength along with mastery of their aura. Which means the only way that you could break out of here is if you were in top form right now, or if you were an enhancer. Too bad you're not. Kaori, cough asterisk but then asterisk cough asterisk, that means asterisk cough asterisk, you're a manipulator. Takashi, very perceptive. Back in the present time. Some of the news stations and less popular pros were watching this, but they couldn't begin to understand it. To them they were just standing there talking, since none of them could see that the barrier, since they weren't users of cheech. Some of the other pros and their sidekicks tried rushing towards the villain to lend backup, but they were instantly repelled by the barrier. Everyone was scared and confused, but in another part of Japan only one person could see clearly what was going on even through just a live footage on TV. That person was Izuku. He could clearly see the square cube of chi that was surrounding his master and this mysterious villain and no move that was surrounding them. Back when they were still training, he remembered that his master had informed him that no matter how strong the quirk of someone may be, it can easily be overpowered or even nullified completely, which she depending on what the user's ability was. And she also mentioned that that logic also applied to the two of them, even with the two most powerful quirks at their disposal. As for Kaori, she had fallen on her knees due to the effects of the poison. If she could just escape, she could have had time to find a way to cancel it out while using her quirk to keep her alive, but right now she couldn't. She was at her wits' end. She had no backup. No one outside could break through the barrier, and finally she was about to be prey to the last remaining monster in front of her. But just then she remembered something important. She turned her head towards the reporters that were filming her life and gestured them to come closer so anyone who was watching could see her clearly. Everyone was confused as to what she was doing, but the reporters reluctantly got the message and did what she wanted. And so with her two hands she had made a hand sign and began saying something to her enemy, which no one on the outside could hear since the villain's chi barrier also blocked sound. All the while Kaori was thinking, God please let him be watching. Back in the hospital. Both Shota and Izuku were watching as the person Izuku respected the most looked to be on the brink of defeating. He never thought that the day would come when he would see her like this, and the worst part was that there was nothing he could do. But just then he was that they were getting a close-up on her, to which you could see her making a sign with her hand and started saying something. There was no sound, but he could clearly see her lips move to the point where he could read them and tell exactly what she was saying. Back to the battle. Kaori, let me tell you something about heroes. No matter what people may think, the bottom line is we're only human, but in this short time I came to learn something. What really makes a hero isn't what their powers are. All a true hero really needs is the guts to never give up and keep people safe no matter what. Back to Izuku. Izuku had read her lips and understood everything she had just said. Ever since she left, he had started to develop feelings of doubt towards himself, thinking that he didn't have what it takes, so follow through on his promise to himself of becoming a hero. But after hearing his master's words, it became clear to him that he had forgotten what really mattered, why he made that vow in the first place, and why he begged her to train him when he didn't even know her. Just then he saw that the Nomu was taking a stance and was about to charge at her, and Izuku was beyond frustrated and had punched one of the hospital's pillars, which left a crack in it. Aizawa, kid, what's wrong with you? Izuku, God damn it, how could I have forgotten something like that? That's it, I'm going. Aizawa, what? Izuku, my master needs me. And so he had made the same hand sign as his master was doing, and his teacher had noticed that on his right shoulder there was a mark placed on it that began to glow a bright light, which soon started to envelop his entire body. To see just after she had left for her mission, Kaori had branded Izuku with a mark with the kanji symbol for instant and flash right onto his shoulder. The marking was part of her original quirk. With that mark placed on him provided the ability for each of them to instantly teleport to where the other one was, provided they both already knew the other one's exact location first in order to ever lend assistance if needed. And by imputing the mark with chi, it was able to stay on Izuku permanently. And so had instantly disappeared out of the hospital, and just as the Nomu was about to pounce, a light instantly started to appear between the two of them, and out of it Izuku had instantly been teleported inside the barrier and had punched the Nomu right in the face with most of his strength. Kaori at first wasn't sure that her ideal would work, but since her power was also combined with chi, she figured it was worth a shot, and it seemed that luck was on her side since she was right. Takashi, the other pro, the reporters and everyone watching were beyond confused as to what was happening. Some sort of invisible force field that repelled anyone from the outside, and now someone else had appeared in the middle of this confrontation, which some of them recognized as to be the boy who had defended his class a week ago from villains. As the Nomu had picked him up and was waiting to be given another order, Takashi started to address the boy directly. Takashi, no, it can't be, you're the one. Kaori, smirk. My little hero has finally arrived. Izuku took a moment before turning his head to Kaori. Even though he dreamed of the day when she would finally return, he didn't want it to be like this. Izuku, you and I are going to have a very long talk after this is over. Kaori, I know. Takashi, so it's you, the one with the dark half. He looked at Takashi for a moment and took in all his surroundings. And it was like he thought his quirk was ineffective in here. And even though he didn't show it right now in this moment, his level of rage was beyond it had ever was before for seeing what this guy had done to his master. Izuku, you know I didn't think it was possible, but you somehow managed to do it. Takashi, I did what exactly? Izuku, cold dead eyes. You have Minya mentally pisses me off even more than my old life, and that's why you're about to lose. This cold, sinister feeling even gave Takashi chills as Izuku had began admitting more powerful chi than he had ever did in the past. In secret while Kaori was away, Izuku had been practicing his own chi ability, which relies on aura alone, and abandoning any assistance from Wenji. He had never used it on anyone before, but he figured there was no better test than this was right now. Izuku, 8 Forbidden Seals, 5th Seal of Awakening release. While the battle in Upper Hosu was reaching its climax, many others were watching the fight from either their homes or somewhere else, from many civilians to other pro, everyone from the orphanage, and even our main protagonist's classmates and former family. They all watched the number 3 pro hero as she was fighting all on her own, but then soon was in a state of helplessness. They were shocked to see her like that, but then were beyond baffled as to who had suddenly appeared between the hero and the villains. They witnessed Izuku just appeared right in the middle of everything, and all of their hearts sank. In every single one of their homes they were all just in a panic after seeing him appear. Yagi residents. The Yagi family were all in their living room watching this and couldn't believe their eyes. At first they just watched as Flash Princess was dominating the battle at the beginning and then somehow was on the verge of losing. Tashinori and especially Inko were surprised that she just appeared after a year, but were also thinking that no, they could confront the woman that had kept their son from them. As for Izumi, she didn't really know how she felt about the hero that had kept her brother. But right now all they could think about was why he was there in the first place. Toshua? No, why is he there? Inko, crying, Izuku. Izumi, be brother. That the Bakugos it wasn't any better. Katsuki and his parents were watching and they didn't know what to think. Katsuki just looked to see as Izuku just pop out of nowhere and just saved one of Japan's best heroes. As for Mitsuki, she was feeling all sorts of things. Confusion, joy, sadness, but mostly surprised to see that Izuku was alive. And Masaru just didn't know what to say or think. Mitsuki, Keikatsuki is that? Katsuki, just what the hell is going on? Why is that nerd there? Mitsuki grabs his color. So it is him. Did you know? Answer me, Katsuki. Katsuki, yeah, I knew. Mitsuki, Beach slaps him. You damn brat, why didn't you say anything? Katsuki, what would be the point? And then that was it. Mitsuki just lost it. She just started punched him out of anger. Even since the day she found out what he had done, things between them were never the same. Over the past 3 years she thought that this might have been getting better, but after hearing what he said she had lost almost all hope. The only reason why she didn't completely resent him was obviously because he's her son, but beyond that, deep in her heart she thought that she was partly to blame for what happened. She felt if only she hadn't had Katsuki's ego get so out of hand and paid attention to him better, then maybe none of this would have happened. As she continued to slap him, her husband had enough and got in between them and got their attention. Masaru, well, the two have just stopped for once and shut the hell up. You might want to look at what's happening. As the two of them heard that, they were surprised that he for once actually raised his voice at them, but then their attention moved towards the TV. Todoroki home. Almost the entire family was watching. Endeavor was fuming with jealousy and anger that Flash Princess has started off strong agents, multiple enemies, and now was completely defensiveness. Many because she had just gave him the number 2 spot and he didn't earn it himself. And as for the twins, both of them were just questioning the appearance of Izuku in Hosu. Especially Shoka, she had tried many times to see him at the hospital and be by his side, but they never let her in. Shoka, why is he there? Shoto, how did he even get there? Endeavor, Shoka, you know that boy? Shoka couldn't answer, she was too focused on watching Izuku and scared thinking of what could happen to him being there. As for Shoto, his feelings of him were still conflicted, but right now he was wondering just what his former friend was going to do. But then they started to see something strange happen live. As for the rest of Class 1A, almost all of them were watching and thinking the same thoughts, but there was one in particular who was on the verge for having a panic attack after seeing Izuku's appearance. The Yayarosa mansion. Momo was watching every in her room on her laptop and couldn't believe her eyes. In the beginning of the battle, she was surprised to see her favorite hero was back in action, but then was worried that some new villain gotten the better of her. But then her heart suddenly dropped when she saw who appeared on the news. Even since the attack on the USJC had been having nightmares about the battle with the Nomu, and in every one of them she kept on seeing Izuku impaled, but in her nightmares he doesn't survive. She visited him in the hospital once but was too ashamed of herself to go back to if he woke up. In her head she thought part of him being injured was on her for not listening to him. She thought if she and the others had taken Mr. Aizawa to safety earlier, then maybe he wouldn't have gotten injured in the first place. It was him who jumped in the way to protect her, Izumi and their teacher, and defended the Nomu all on his own, and all she could do was sit and watch. And right now the same thing was happening again. Somehow the boy who saved her had gotten into another real battle with villains, and there was nothing she do but just watch him and cry. Momo, teary eyes. Izuku and no why. Rose Hills Orphanage. Kyoko and the kids didn't know what to think about what they were watching. Kyoko was stunned at first to see her oldest friend had finally returned to Japan, but now all she could think about was how worried she was for her and her employee that had just suddenly appeared out of thin air. As for the kids, they didn't know what about any of the details of why Izuku hadn't been in these past few days. So they were all confused to see him on the news, but the ones who were the most worried was watching this Nozomi and Shunsui. Nozomi, still being so young, couldn't really comprehend what was happening, and she was having mixed feelings about seeing her mother in action. Not to mention that the only other person she knew connected to her was now saving her from villains. But in Shunshui's case, he was the most concerned for Izuku in the orphanages. The others couldn't see it, but he could clearly see him and the others cased inside the barrier made of chi, and was seeing Izuku's own chi beginning to get bigger and swell up. Ever since he started working at the orphanage, he has been doing his best to be a guild for him. He offered a kid that he didn't know and offered him a chance to achieve his dream, and that meant everything to Shunsui. So seeing Izuku in a real fight with criminals had him worried, but at the same time he was also excited to see his teacher in action for the first time. Back on the battlefield. Everyone outside of the barrier was confused to how this random boy had come from and to what exactly he was doing. But to those inside who could see clearly what was happening, Izuku's chi had started to swell up and changing to dark green with the air around him starting to whirl around him. Takashi couldn't figure out just what kind of chi ability this was, but it was clear to him that it was a more advanced version of Ken. And by going on the rapid increase of his chi, he could tell just what type of user Izuku was. Takashi, don't tell me, this kid is an enhancer Nomu. Capture them both. As the Nomu rushed over to both of them, Izuku had rushed back and began punching the think at almost lightning speed. But unlike at the USJ, he was in control and his punches were targeted and were more powerful than when he uses Dark Enhancement. However, this ability was cursing him pain sever muscle tearing, and it also didn't help that he hadn't fully recovered and only had half of his normal strength. However, after seeing what happened to Kaori, his drive to save her was overpowering his body's pain. The Num couldn't react at all since Izuku didn't give it the chance, and because of the ability of the space they were in, its super regeneration was nullified. After only 30 seconds of confirmation, the Nomu was encompassed and on the ground not moving. As for Takashi, he couldn't risk deactivating his ability and running away since there were still other heroes out of the barrier. But he could tell by Izuku's body language and heavy breathing that he wasn't in the best condition, and despite not knowing what his ability was, could see that it was taken an even bigger toll on his body. Takashi wasn't some average fit guy, he had built his body to the point where he was even more muscular than All Might. With his build and chi, he was confident that in Izuku's condition couldn't break through his defense. Izuku then rushed toward him and bunching him, but even though Takashi could feel the power behind his blows, it wasn't enough to make him lose his position. But unknown to him, Izuku was smart enough to realize just from the live news feed and from his sticks that his defense was too great for his current level. But he still had one last trick up his sleeve. He knew if he used it now, at the very least he would have to go back to the hospital. But to him, saving his master saw the only important thing, so he stepped back a foot away from the assassin and his chi began to rise even more than before, and both Takashi and Kaori had him yell. Izuku's sixth seal of hope release. After yelling that, he began to attack again, but this time it was different. His blows were creating shockwaves, but they weren't normal. They were red and were burning up the air, and you can believe that Takashi was feeling it now, his composure falling, and as they were clashing the barrier was starting to crack. After about 10 strikes, Izuku had gone for one first punch to Takashi's face. He had finally been moved from his spot and sent flying right through his barrier. Everyone else that couldn't use chi couldn't see it but could hear it crack and break. It was dead quite for a moment as everyone was trying to process what just happened, but then Izuku had collapsed in front of everyone. Once he hit the ground, a bunch of heroes and police rushes over, with half going to arrest the two unconscious villains and the other toward Izuku and Flash Princess. Hero #1, hey FP, are you alright? Hero number 2, what happened to you? FP *pant poisoning. Hero #2, what? We need to get you help right away. FP *pant I'll be fine, but please the boy get him an ambulance first. As for me, that guy should have an antidote on him. Once everything had come down, Takashi and the Nomu were handcuffed and taken away. As for the teacher and student pair, they were both taken in separate ambulances and on their way to the hospital that Izuku had just been released from. Just as Kaori had predicted, the villain did have an antidote and they had already given it to her, and with the power to whine, she was already starving to get her straight back. Everyone who was even remotely connected to Izuku had a sigh of relief after the battle had ended. However, one person in particular from Class 1A still hadn't received from what she had seen. Yayazora Mansion. Momo Yayazora was still sitting in her room on her laptop, watching with her heart still racing. Her leave of worry had gone plus ultra as she was praying for her class president's safety. After seeing the two peer were about to be transported into ambulances, she had finally reached her limit and had passed out from exhaustion. She had fallen from her bed and onto the floor, which was loud enough for her entire family to hear. Her parents Namio and Akira Yayazoru and little brother Yahiko Yayazoru rushing in. Namio, panic, Momo sweetie? What happened here? Akira, frowny face, worried. It looks like she fainted, let's call a doctor. As for Yahiko, he was confused about what was happening, but then took a glimpse into his sister's laptop and saw something, or rather someone he recognized, just before he was taken away. Yahiko, look. Namio, what is it, Yahiko? Yahiko, look there, that boy. Back at the hospital. It took about 20 minutes for them to arrive. Once they got there, they were taken to separate rooms to be treated. Kaori's condition wasn't serious, so she only needed to have some minor tests done, but Izuku, however, was still unconscious and the doctor was both suppressed and pissed. Not only because he was able to fight while still recovering, but also because he was just released and was brought right back injured again. As they were both began checked, Aizawa was still there. He saw everything that happened, and when he saw that the two of them were brought to his location, he immediately called Yue and told Nizu that they were there. Nizu had also seen the live broadcast, and once Shota had reported to him, he had contacted Detective Taskuchi and Telep, and all three were making their way to the hospital. But unannounced to everyone, the Yagis were also on their way there, and also Kyoko with Shunsui in tow. And as for Izuku, he was once again in his inner world with Wenji taunting him about his master performance today. Yang, well just look at you, back here again, and all because my foolish other half vessel couldn't handle a lowlife like that. Izuku, angered, shut it. It's not like you did anything back there either. Yang, if you and I were there, there's no way you would have been tricked so easy. That woman was naive and let her guard down. Just what kind of teacher call their student to save them? Izuku, my master isn't perfect, but that's why I respect her the most. She understands even with the strongest quirk, she isn't the strongest herself. As this conversation was going on, Kaori was in another room talking, finishing her test on the floor above them. At the same time, the three members of Yue's staff along with the Yagis were approaching her. And Wenji could feel its counterpart presence and the negative feelings coming from its vessel's former family. Yang, well, it looks like the trouble for her isn't over. Izuku, what the hell are you talking about? Yang, it looks like that master of yours is about to be confronted by those you hate the most. Izuku, what? Izuku focused his mind and realized it was right. Since the two of them were linked, he could feel what was happening too. And so he forced himself to get up, and once he ran out of his room and started running upstairs. Once he got there, he saw that the six of them were walking to the other side of the hall. He was still not fully recovered, but he pushed forward and managed to Shuinpa in front of them. The group was shocked to see him there, with Inko being the first to speak. Inko, Izuku, why you're here? Him, Izuku. Izumi, brother. Aizawa, problem child, how are you here? Why you here? Izuku, you answer me, what are you all planning to do? Nizu, well, young Izuku, we were on our way to see Flash Princess. Izuku, and just what are you intending to foul with her? Nizu, I'm sure you already know the answer to that. Inko, Izuku, we talked about this already. Izuku, angered, I thought I made it clear what was going to happen to you if you tried this. Inko, scared, Izuku, please. Izuku, I'm not letting any of you go anywhere near my master. DT, young man, do you realize you are standing in the way of police business? Not to mention the fact that you basically commended vigilantism, which is again the law. Nizu, Izuku, please just step aside. This has to happen, and we also have some things to say to you as But before he could finish, Izuku's chi had began to realize from his body he couldn't keep his emotions in check. Ji heard what they were saying, but his anger and fear from thinking that his master might be taken away was too strong. Everyone but the detective knew already what was about to happen. They still didn't know what exactly it was, but they did know that there was no getting near Izuku when he did this. Izuku's chi then began to turn mules and began to it hard for the six of them to breathe. He was about to raise his hand and much stronger chi towards them, but just before he could, someone had grabbed onto his arm and snapped him out of it. Izuku, that's enough. You know better than this. His chi and anger had divided down and everyone was able to breathe again. Izuku had slowly turned to his left and looked to his left to see just who it was. He still couldn't believe it, but it was exactly who he thought it was, his master Kaori Kanzaki. He had been waiting for over a year to see her again, and seeing her in front of him now was like a dream. He was sweating bullets since his stamina was still low, but seeing her again was making him almost forgot about his Augusin. There was a moment of silence before Izuku had finally spoken up. Izuku, a master, is it really you? Kaori, yeah, it's really me. She then turned her head to the rest of them. Kaori, I imagine that all of you have many questions for me, but before that just let me have a moment with him. All of them were still shaken from Izuku's invisible force and were questioning how this woman wasn't affected by it at all. And as they were processing this, Kaori had turned back to Izuku. Kaori, I can tell you were exhausted even before you started to fight, so let me deal with this and you rest. But before I do, let me see what you've been up to all this time. Izuku, I don't know. Kaori, Izuku, let me see. Izuku, yes ma'am. The pro then put her hand on his head and used the power of Wen to see into Yang's history and consciously Izuku's history. She saw everything that he has been up to that involved Wenji. Some of what she saw made her proud, others made her feel sad. But the two things that shocked her the most was the electric choker that he built and the stunt that he pulled at the USJ, and his reasons for doing them. She then pulled away and looked at him with a sympathetic face. She knew that the others weren't going to wait much longer, so she just activated one of Wen's quirks. Kaori, healing light practicals. Izuku, master? Kaori, I healed your injuries, well, talk later, oh you poor thing. She then gave him a small worm hug before she was about to turn her attention to the others. But Izuku on the other hand had hugged back, but with more intensity. For over a year he had waited for her to return and still couldn't fully believe that she was right there in front of him. So he hugged her like he was hanging on for dear life. His didn't want to let go, as if he was afraid she would disappear if he did. Kaori could easily saw how he was acting, but she couldn't waste any more time, so she used another one of her quirks called Sleep, which causes someone to pass out instantly, but it only works if the target has completely let their guard down. And so Izuku had fallen asleep in his arms. It was at this point Inko had finally seen enough and spoke up. Inko, just what did you do to my son? Kaori, stop shouting, I just put him to sleep so he could rest. He's pushed himself way too much. Now let me just get him to a bed and then we can talk as much as you want. Telep, what exactly is he to you? Just why are you so protective of this boy? Kaori didn't really know how to answer that. She knew what she wanted to say but couldn't bring herself to say it. So instead she told them only partially what she felt Izuku was to her as he held him in her arms. Kaori, he's my student, and also because he is precious to me. Two nurses had arrived and she asked them to take Izuku to a room where he could rest. As for the rest of them, Nizu had led them to a private room where they all sat together to integrate Flash Princess. Nizu, now FP, I'm sure you already know why we asked you here. FP, you all want to know about my time with the boy, right? Aizawa, correct, we also want to know about the mystery power that he has inside himself. We tried asking him before, but he stated that you ordered him to keep quiet. FP, yes, I had told him that because I wanted to see how exactly all of you would handle him. Telep, just what do you mean by that? FP, before I answer that, tell me in all this time what exactly is your opinion of Izuku? AM, we are the ones interrogating you, not the other way around. Inko, tell us right now what you did with our son all that time. Nizu, I have to agree we were asking the questions, but the two of you need to relax, we're still in a hospital. FP, please, to those of you that aren't related to him, just tell me what you think of him and I'll answer all your questions and tell you everything about my connection with him. Nizu, well, he seems to have quite a bit of anger issues, but as a student he does do very well in his studies. Telep, I've only seen him for one session, but for what I could tell he appears to show no emotion besides anger, but only even he recoils his past. However, there was only one time when he was calmed and actually opened up a little. P, when was it? Telep, it was when I asked him about how he felt about you. When he talks about you, it's almost looked like he completely forgets about all his past trauma, For what I've seen, he seems to hold in a higher regard than anyone else. Aizawa, I have to agree, and all the time he's been at UA, Izuku seems to go through the same routine. He does his schoolwork, doesn't interact with anyone, and does his best to avoid those three and the others. But he doesn't act rude to anyone else. However, it's more like he acts profusely polite instead of acting like a normal teenager. But today when he say that you were in trouble, he rushed over to your side without hesitation. Also the way he fought that guy, it was easy to tell that he was fooled by his determination to save you rather than hate. Not to mention he did save me and the lives of his classmates a week ago. Nizu, there's no doubt that he has many mental problems, but as heroes it's our duty to help someone that clearly needs help even if they don't want it. Kaori listens to all their opinions on her student, and it was what she hoped to hear from them. FP. Thank you all. So what's the first thing you want to know? Nizu, first please tell us how exactly you came into contact with the boy. FP. I met him on the same night he was sent away. I was chasing down a villain in a forest and found him there. The villain had decided to take him as a hostage, but he used his new powers to escape, and thanks to that I was able to capture him, but Izuku had passed out. After that I took him to my home, and that next morning he told me who he was and everything that had happened to him that day. The group was stunned to hear this, but most of them realized according to the time frame her statement was legit. T. Why didn't you take him to the police once you learned who he was? P. Sigh asterisk, because the night I found him I realized something important. I assume all of you are aware that Izuku is in position for a great power, which is called Wing. Nizu, you sound like you are familiar with this power. FP. That because I'm sure you all want to know exactly what YNG is, and I have the answers. Let me start by telling you all about my quirk first. The name of my power is called Wing. And with that Kaori being to tell them everything about the story of how Yin and Wenji came to be. How she needed to watch over Izuku in case he wasn't strong enough to resist Yang's influence. About Izuku's decision on what to do with it, and that she was the only one who could guide him. And how the two quirk chose their next holders. After she was done, everyone didn't know what to say, but after hearing her out and thanks to Tasukuchi's lying detection quirk, it was clear that she wasn't lying. Nizu, I'm okay. So in short, both Yin and Yang's first vessels were the first humans ever to be born with quirks, and that they were at odds with each other for a period of time until their deaths. Aizawa. But even after their deaths, the quirks had developed so much to the point where they can live on in others. FP. That's correct. Alright, but that still doesn't answer why you chose to keep us from finding him and explaining everything to us sooner. FP. That's because Izuku begged me not to return him to you. The Yagis, what? FP. Yes, that's right, I was planning on returning him for the start. However, Izuku used YNG to show me his past, and after what I had seen I decided that it would be best to keep him with me, since I know better than anyone that being near you would only make things worse. Izumi. And just what the hell is that supposed to mean? We were all worried about him and thought we would never see him again. FP. I don't think you have any right to be talking about family ties, messy. None of you seem to understand. YNG isn't some sort power that makes someone hate others. All it does is make its vessel feel more of what they already feel inside their hearts. Do you get it now? Izuku already had hated for you lot in him. And can you really blame him? He's only a human. Do you really expect someone not to resist people like you after everything you've done? Everyone went silent for a moment. The Yagis couldn't say anything. They knew that she was right. It hurt them inside that a complete stranger was chowing them out, and they couldn't even respond. As this conversation continued, Kyoko and Shunsui had finally arrived at the hospital. A nurse had told them that Kaori was occupied with something else, but told them that Izuku was resting in the upper floors and escorted them to the room he was in. Shunsui had tried to wake him up, but he was out like a light. Kyoko had just told him to let Izuku sleep and to just wait for Kaori to get back. Kyoko had figured that some might want answers from her since after today's events. But with the integration, the Yagis were demanding that charges be brought up on her, but the number 3 pro had things to say for herself. Kaori, I would suggest you rethink that. Inko. And why is that? You keep my son from us even if what you say is true. Those actions of yours weren't legal. Nizu, Flash Princess, I understand your plight, but I'm still confused on why you couldn't at least inform UA about this. Kaori, I did it because I couldn't trust any of you, that's why. Aizawa, and why exactly is that? Kaori, tell me, let's say I did return Izuku to you, what exactly would you have done? Inko, we would have began to make up for everything we did to him. Kaori, that's not what I mean. I'm asking you, what would you have done with him and the power he had? Kaori, I see you don't have any answers. And to all of you, what exactly were you planning on doing with him if you had found him before now? Would you all have allowed him to prosper heroism after going along with the most dangerous villain in Japan? Nizu, Well, that's a completed issue. Kari, don't bother, I already have a good idea of what you might have done, but I don't fully blame you since his no good parents had kept all the most important information from all of you. However, I still can't fully trust any of you even now to leave Izuku in your hand alone. Nizu, can you explain why, please? Kari, let me talk to the parents first. I looked into his past before we came here and saw that this League of Villains had the same type of monster as the ones I fought today. Not to mention that the one commanding those things is a part of a different organization that I've been hunting down for this past year, which is why I left Japan for so long now. If memory serves me correctly, you fought and arrested their leader the day you lost Izuku. So do you by chance have an explanation on how they would have known where to find him in the first place? Everyone turns to the Yagis since that was an extremely important question that they wanted to know the answer to as well. Site asterisk, alright, about 2 months after that night I reserves a call from Tartarus that All of One had wanted to talk to me about my son. However, flashback. All Might had decided to do this all by himself. Inko had been crying and not eating so much for the past 2 months and he figured that she didn't need any more stress. Once he got there the guards had escorted his enemy's cell. FO, I see you got my message All Might, but I'm surprised as you came all by yourself. My wife doesn't need any more stress put on her, now tell me what you want. I simply just wanted to leave with something important before I take my leave. Toshiro was confused by what he meant by leave. He was restrained with atomic machine guns pointed at him for all sides if he tried to activate his quirk. But just then AFO's body began to track and break apart like it was made of clay. AFO, you see All Might, this body is nothing but an enhanced clone made by combining one of my associates' quirk, a body enhancement, and some other different quirks I have stolen over the years. It wasn't easy to create one that could last this long and that could withstand your attacks, but it was definitely worth it. Shocked and angry. You bastard, you tricked me. FO, did you really think I would have let you capture me so easy? I'm surprised that you never questioned why I didn't look scared from our last battle 2 years ago. As he said that, All Might couldn't believe that he didn't even notice that, but there wasn't any time to ask any questions. FO, it looks like this body has just about reached its limit, but before I say goodbye let me tell you something, All Might. In a few years' time we'll be coming for your son. I'm sure he'll have taken that quirk to the next level and I plan to make all the power mine. Before Toshi could say anything the clone's body had completely cracked and had turned into dust. Once it did, the Amagi alarms and Tartarus had gone off and guards had rushed quickly. After a few hours of observing the dust left by the fake body, the only thing that they were able to find were traces of a telepathic type of quirk. As for All Might, he was in disbelief. Not only was he tricked by his archenemy but also realized that he might have found something about Izuku and was now targeting him. And a flashback. And that's what everything that happened. Slap. Inko, Toshiro, what the hell, how could you have not tell me about this? Izumi, Dad, who could you? Izawa, red eyes, you damn moron. And I thought you couldn't have sunk any lower. Nizu, wait, how come we never found out about this? D.T. Yes, exactly, Tartarus would have notified any one of us if that had happened. I persuaded them not to make it public. Everyone. What? I know, I'm sorry, I just panic. I didn't know what to do and I didn't want my family to worried any more than they were. I thought I could figure it out alone. Nizu, All Might, this is beyond stupid thinking. Kari, I was expecting a lot of things but not this. However, are all of you able to see Mai and Izuku's reason for not returning him to them? Above everything else we already knew, but no, we learned that this idiot kept one more piece of Vidal information from even his own family. Nizu, All Might, if the people didn't look up to you then I would have done everything in my power to wreck over your hero license. We'll talk more about this later. But I still want to know, Flash Princess, why exactly don't you trust to keep Izuku in our care? Kari, it's because you allowed her points to Izumi and her friends to enter your school. Izumi, what does that have to do with anything? Inko, don't talk about our daughter like that. Kari, you see that's exactly what I'm talking about. The fact that you are still only thing about her and all of you had allowed the person that started all of Izuku's years of bullying in a school for heroes is exactly why I didn't trust you. Nizu, I understand you give the Todoroki girl a chance, but the rest of them is something that I can't agree with. This girl, Izuku's own flesh and blood, along with all his former friend, betrayed him and cursed nothing but physical, mental and spiritual pain for years. Not to mention that not a single one of them had even the decency to come clean on their own but instead just keep quiet in hopes no one would find out. And her parents aren't any better. They claim to want to make everyone up to their son, but instead of doing everything they could to find him their son, they chose to keep quiet and lie about their actions. But also instead of punishing their daughter for her actions they chose to protect her and her friends, how could I trust people who choose to not hold those accountable for their actions? Let me ask you something, all might I know about your quirk? Why didn't you choose Izuku for it since your daughter already had a quirk? And did you still give it to her? I needed someone who I thought would have a true heart of a hero. But she turned it down. Kaori. Oh, so that tells me that you were still planning on giving it to her. You bark at me for keeping him away from all of you when you and your wife decide to protect her instead of punishing her for her actions. Not to mention all of you rewarded her by still allowing her to go to a hero school and you by being your successor when her and the others' actions were that of villains. And you actually thought that she was the type of person you were looking for. You never once bothered to get to know your own son or look into his life. Or you would have seen that he was a better fit for it. So answer me this, Nizu, what reason do I have to trust you if you allow people who ostracize their own family for being quirkless as your students and as your teaching staff? Not a single person knew what to say. What could they say? Everything that was said was harsh, but it was true. Nizu couldn't argue with her at all. He thought that they would have a complicated issue, but this was on another level. He couldn't figure out who was in the right anymore. The only one who agreed with her completely was Aizawa. He never wanted the Yagi girl nor her rest attending UA in the first place. Then the silence broke as Inko spoke up. Inko, cite asterisk, look, I'm aware that we are terrible parents, but please, all we want is Izuku back with us. All I want is for him to be safe and happy. Kaori, you still don't understand anything. Tell me, do you remember what happened to you and Telep when you called him to her office? Inko, nervous. Why, yes, I remember. Telep, I'd rather not remember. Kaori, you also remember that choker that he always wears, how it was beeped before he decided to leave. But this? Kaori, that choker is something that he created himself. During our time together I introduced him to an old friend that's an expert in creating advanced gadgets to give him something to do with his time. He made it right after I left for my mission. Inko, just what does this have to do with anything? What is so important about that choker? Kaori, he designed it to tighten whenever his anger would flare up to help control himself. But that beeping is made of something completely different. Inko, just get to the point already. Kaori, that choker is also a bomb. It was now about 8:30 p.m. and Izuku had finally woken up from the sleep his master had put him on. Kyoko and Shunsui were still watching over him, waiting for him awaken. As he was get up, he grunted as he remembered what happened before he was knocked out. Just then Shunsui had tackled him back down into a hug, happy that he was all right. Shunsui jumps on him. Izuku, you okay? Izuku grunts. Jesus kid, I literally just got up. Shunsui, hysterical. Yeah, but you just appeared out of nowhere and you were fighting, and there were monsters and… Izuku began crushing his head. Izuku, okay, I get, so will you calm down, I'm not dead. Kyoko, oh, will you just take the hug? He was worried about you, all of us at the orphanage were. Izuku puts Shunsui down. Oh, Kyoko, you're here. Kyoko, yes, and also. Izuku, also wash slap. Kyoko had slapped him across the face. Izuku, ow, what the hell was that for? Wait, that actually hurt. Both Izuku and Shunsui look at see something that neither of them ever noticed. Kyoko was emitting aura. Shunsui, is that? Izuku, Kyoko, do you have? Kyoko, that's right, I can use chi too. And to answer your question, that was for worrying all of us, not to mention that I was called into the hospital twice in 1 week. I have to agree. The three turned to see that doctor that was in charge of Izuku's treatment this past week. Doc, young man, I'm used to seeing regular patients, but having one return only a few hours after being released is a first. Just what the hell were you thinking? Izuku, yeah, I know, Doc, it was just instinct. Master needed help and I just forgot about recovering. Doc, your master? Kyoko, he means Flash Princess. Doc, oh, I see. Well, anyway, I examined you one last time and what I don't understand is somehow all of your injuries are healed. Izuku, that was because of Flash Princess. Her quirk had very advanced healing capabilities. Doc, well, I'm surprised, but I should expect such from the number 3 Pro. Well, it seemed that you can be clear to leave, but I'm afraid that the police had demanded that you stay until they are finished talking with Flash Princess. Izuku, that's fine, I figured that might be the case. The doctor then took his left and so did Kyoko and Shunsui since she couldn't keep him out of the orphanage any longer. Kyoko thought that she would get the chance to talk with Kaori for a bit, but it seemed that was going to have to wait. Izuku was no alone, just sitting there quietly with only his thoughts. So much has happened in just 1 day for him. All he could do was wait until his master was done with her integration, but little did he know things were only just getting serious. Back with the group. Inko, shocked. I am sorry, W, what was that? Kaori, Sigh asterisk I said the choker he wears is also a bomb. Izumi, and no that can't be. We have to get it off him immediately. Kaori, that won't be easy, you see Izuku is the only person who could take it off. And, if anyone else tries to remove it, it will blow. Everyone went silent again, they were expecting so many things but this was beyond anything they could have imagined. They all asked the detective if this was true to which he replied yes, which only added to their shock. D.T. So what do you suggest we do? Just have him keep something like that around his neck. Kaori, no of course not. Believe me I don't approve of his decision to make that thing at all. But before anything else I want all of you, especially the Yagis to try and fully understand why he made it in the first place. And so you can all see just how much damage these three have caused. Inko, what exactly do you mean? Kaori, tell him I'm going to allow you see into my mind so that way everyone can grasp what I'm trying to say. Use your quirk to show everyone what I'm about to show you. Tell him. That alright I will. Kaori, good now tell me are any of you familiar with the incident that happened in Shinjuku City a year ago? Nizu, you mean the story of how you uncovered a scheme from some corrupt politicians that were abducting children in order to experimentally enhance their quirks? Kaori, yes you see Izuku was also there with when that incident happened and this was how everything went down. And so UA's top counselor used her powers to allow everyone present to see Flash Princess's memories. Backstory. It had been 2 years into Izuku's training and he had been progressing nicely. However throughout this time young overwhelming levels of darkness had taken a bit of a toll on his personality. He had been more quiet, smiling less and was thinking negatively about himself even more than before he met Kaori. At this time Kaori had gotten the chance to take some time off a spa for a couple of days and had taken Izuku with her, hoping it would have him take his mind of this and also she was afraid to leave him alone. Kaori had heard rumors that a bunch of children had been going missing around that area for about a month and none of the regular heroes or local police had any lead. The first 2 days they spent were relatively peaceful. Kaori had been focused on catching up on a novel she had been writing and Izuku would read what she had written so far. Occasionally the two of them would spend some time playing shogi together or they would just talk about life. FP Psy asterisk looks like you beat me this time. Izuku, I didn't expect I would be good at shogi but I guess I can be. FP, you learn quite that why you're my top student. Izuku master. FP yeah? Izuku, I'm your only student. On the final night Kaori had gotten up in the middle of the night and during that time someone had tried to kidnap the manager's younger daughter. The person was middle-aged woman with camouflaging quirk but Kaori was about to notice her right away and make quite work of her. With the help of her chi she had intimidated the kidnapper to revealing where she was planning to take the young girl. After only 13 minutes of lying she had reached the location of where she was told to go. What she found was what appears to be an orderly office building. However after examining it carefully she discovered that there was a basement level and using her quirk realized that there was a lot of life force down there and decided to investigate. Just what is this place? It appears to some kind of underground laboratory? Flash Princess looked around for a little while and soon found a room that appeared to be half the size of a gymnasium and filled with many different pieces of equipment. But that wasn't all, there was also about 24 larger tanks of water, but it wasn't normal water and with something in each one of them. She opened the lid of one and once she did all the weird water started to flow out revealing what was inside, but what she saw left her speechless. FP, oh my god. She found what appeared to be a little girl that looked to no more than 7 years old. After regeneration her composure the hero grabbed the girl out of the tank and attempted to walk her up. But it was no use, she completely out. After examining her closely it appeared that she was inside the thing for some time. Her body was almost as good as a corpse and it didn't help that she wasn't even clothed. But then Flash Princess realized that all these different tanks were filled with children, the children that were reported missing throughout the entire city. This realization was so overwhelming that she didn't notice that someone else had walked into the room. Hey you, who are you? How did you get in here? FP. You, what is this place? And what are you doing with all these kids? The man didn't answer and instead pulled out a gun and fired at the hero, however she dodged it quickly making sure to get the unconscious girl out of the way. Then with her quirk teleported behind the man grabbing him by the air and making him drop his gun then pinned him to the ground. You livid? Now I'm going to as you again, tell me what you are doing with these kids? But before the man couldn't answer someone else's voice could be heard from behind them. Senator, what's going on? They both turned around to see a woman with black sunglasses and a business suit with 2 more of those water tanks on a cart by her side. The woman was about to pull a weapon but then the senator yelled. Don't stand there, get out of here. The woman started running down the hallway in an attempt to get away, but Kaori used her light whip to tangle her legs and drag her back. The pro then attempted to get answer for her instead, and it appeared that she was actually willing to talk. But before she could answer, she reached into her back pocket and hailed a gun up to her head, but there was a twist. Please, you don't have to do this. I'm not the one doing this. Senator, I'm sorry, but no one can find out about any of this. The two women looked to see that the so-called senator was miming holding a gun to his head with a sadistic smile on his face. It turned out that his quirk was called mime control. It allows someone to manipulate another person's actions by miming them in unison with the victim. During this confrontation, it was revealed that the woman was the senator's bodyguard, and he didn't want the secrets of the underground laboratory revealed to anyone, and he was willing to elemental anyone who could reveal those secrets. However, before he could force her to pull the trigger, black shadows appeared on both of them, covering both of the arms that were held up to their heads. Kaori knew what this was, but her suspicions were confirmed as she turned around and saw her student. Izuku, master. FP, Izuku, what are you doing here? Izuku, I woke up from the commotion that happened at the spa and followed you. FP, you little idiot, you can't interfere with pro-hero business. But she couldn't finish her sentence because in that instant Izuku had started to grab his head with both hands and kneel down like he was hanging, the worst headache ever. Which caused him to lose focus on his quirk and release the two convicts. Because of Yang's ability to feel all matters of darkness within others, Izuku able feel all the sadness, loneliness, fear, pain and hatred for all the children that were being held captive inside the lab all at once. Kaori knew exactly what was happening and knew that C couldn't leave in case he got out of control. However, right after the two who were being detained began running in different directions. The bodyguard running out of the lab and the man running farther inside, but before he got any farther he tripped over the two tanks in the hallway and caused them to burst open. And what popped out terrified the student and teacher duo. It was a pair of a young boy who looked to be 8 and a girl that appeared to be the same age. Kaori normally keeps her composure, but after seeing this her anger took over her, and she rushed over to the so-called senator and started punching the hell out of him. But she was still able to keep some level of control over her emotions, having seen many gruesome things being an ex-assassin. As this was happening, Izuku had calmed down a little and walked over to the two children to check on their condition. He placed his hands on them to check if they had a pulse. It turned they were still alive, but what he didn't know was that they were still conscious. Who's there? P, please let us go. And just like before, Izuku could feel all of their inner dark emotions, but this time it was worse. Not just because he was making contact with them, but because he could feel that they were nearing the side of hated. Using Yang's power, he could see that they were subjected to many crucial experiments, which were filled with electroshocks, painful injections, and extreme overuse of their quirks for hours with no rest, which resulted in out and internal body damage and leaving them permanently blind. But there was something much worse than he noticed. It was that both of them were only had about a few short moments until their deaths. Izuku that even his or his master's quirks, it wouldn't have any permanent effects or buy them enough time. He felt completely helpless. Hero where two people needed a hero and he couldn't do anything for them. So instead he decided to talk to them in hopes of easing their souls. Izuku, please listen, I'm not one of them. Are you a hero? Izuku, yes I am. Can you please tell me your name? Rei, I'm Rei Ichijo. Aoi, Aio Ichijo. Izuku, your sibling. I'm sorry, I wish we could have found you sooner. Then maybe none of this would have happened. There was even more dark emotions flowing through them, and he could feel the difference between them and just how much those emotions were consuming their hearts. But Izuku also sensed some relief after they heard him lie and told them he was a hero. They only had a few seconds to live. In all the time Izuku's been Yang's newest vessel, he struggled to maintain his pure heroic heart, but he understood that his past was nothing compared to what these children had gone through. Their feelings of hatred were much stronger than his own, that they were wishing for that senator's death, and now they were about to leave this world with all that inside them. So he decided to do the only thing he could think of. He placed his hand on the top of their heads and activated his pain transfer and started to transfer all of their painful emotions. This was the first time using this quirk with someone emotions, and it was even worse than he thought it would be. Taken all the negative feelings of two people, enhanced all the ones he already had in him. And so Izuku's saddened face experience had turned into an emotionless one. After he was done talking in all their emotions, he asked the two of them something in their final moments. Izuku, no emotion. I'm afraid there's no hope of saying you both going to die. But let me ask you, what do you want me to do about that man? Rei, will you stop him? Izuku, how do you mean? Rei, bring him to justice. Izuku, Are you sure that's what you want? Aoi, yes. Izuku, alright. Both, smiling, thank you. And those were their last words before their eyes had closed. Izuku had seen memories of Yang's previous vessels in his dreams, and there was quite a bit of death involved in most of them, but seeing it in real life was far more than he expected. Normally talking, all the emotions would have returned to their owners after a few seconds, but now that they were no longer alive, there was no longer a place for all that darkness to go back to. Izuku had then turned his attention to the senator and saw that his face was beaten to bloody pulp. He was being held by the collar, his master was still trying to get answers from him, but see his face triggered all the new feelings he had. And so he gathered all the shadows he could in the dark hallway and shaped them into hands and started staring him. Kaori tried convicting him to not go any further, and Izuku in thoughts began screaming at him to not give in to any more hatred. But due to the drawbacks of using shadow control, at night the shadows were going out of control and Izuku couldn't handle them anymore. And so his master thought of the only thing that she could at that time and punched him with only enough force to knock him out. After that, a few hours had passed and the authorities had finally arrived to shut everything down. It had turned out that a few of Japan's wealthiest politicians were working on creating enhanced super soldiers from children with gifted quirks for their government in case there was ever a threat that not even the heroes could take on alone. However, due to all the inhumane experiments, there were many casualties, some of which were from other cities. Kaori has decided to take Izuku to the hospital just to be on the safe side. Luckily his physical health was completely fine, but it was his mental health that had her worried. The morning had come, and after she had finished expanding everything to the police and the media, Kaori had gone to check on her student, but she wasn't alone. It turned out all the families of the children that were taken, and one in particular, had asked to speak directly with the hero and Izuku. But once they arrived to his hospital room, Kaori had seen something that she wasn't expecting. Izuku's appearance had changed and his face had the look of someone who had lost all meaning in life. FP, Izuku? Izuku, master. FP, Sai *, how are you doing? Izuku, well, I'm not hurt, so that's something. FP, well, there's someone here to see you, you can come in. Izuku had turned his head to see someone he didn't recognize, a woman that looked to be in her 40s. And how had the eyes of someone who had been crying non-stop. Mio-san. I'm Mio Ichijo. Izuku, are you? Mio, yes I am. I was told that you were with my son and daughter in their final moments. Izuku, yes I was. Mio, I wanted to ask, could you tell me about my children's last moments? Izuku looked down. They were striking with so much pain. They were also praying for their parents or anyone to come for them. Mio, tearing up, oh, is that right? Was that all? FP, Izuku, I noticed that you activated your quirk while I was preoccupied. What exactly did you do? Izuku, I took in all their pain. That you what? Mio, wait, what do you mean by that? Izuku, my quirk allows me to feel dark emotions. I could feel all hated those kids had inside. Their hearts were screaming their kidnapper's death, so before they died I chose to take all of that hated into myself. The two women were left speechless. How couldn't anyone respond to a statement like that? After a minute of silence, Mio Ichijo had decided to ask Izuku why exactly he chose to do something like that. Izuku, I don't understand a lot of things, but the feelings of loneliness, pain and hatred are all too familiar to me. Every day is a challenge to maintain my humanity, and what I did will only make that challenge even worse. But still I believe that no child should have to die with that much hatred inside them. Izuku's final words once again left the room quiet. The mother didn't know what to expect from hearing about her children's final moments by a complete stranger. But it was only now that she realized that this so-called stranger was only a young child himself. And looking at the state he was made her like of, that her son and daughter were probably like this before they were found. And he willingly took all of that from himself for their sake. In the end she got what she wanted to know, but before she took her leave she finally broke. She walked up in Izuku's bedside with rivers of tears streaming down her face. Mio, I came here to try and find some sort of closure. This hasn't made things any better. My children had suffered immensely and had their lives taken away from them. Nothing is ever going to heal this hole in my heart, but I want it. Izuku, what is it? Mio then lifts up her head, revealing her crying face, and started holding both of Izuku's hands. Mio, I still wanted to thank you. Thank you for saving my baby's hearts. Izuku, they were smiling at the end. They left this world as they truly were. That last statement made Mio cry, even though uncontrollably. After 10 minutes she thanked them one last time and told her leave. Kaori told a moment to recover from the emotional moments that had just happened. But then she spoke up to her student. FP, Izuku, you might want to look at this, pulled out a mirror. Izuku little shocked. My hair, my eyes they're solid black. FP, this is only a hunch but maybe, by taking those kids' darkness and adding it to your own. Yang's power has grown even more and your appearance change is a side effect of that. Izuku, master. FP, Izuku. A part of me envies Rei and Aoi. The way she spoke about them and her broken expression made it clear that they were truly a family. I wish I had a mother like they had. FP, Izuku. Izuku, but I can still feel it, all of their darkness is still screaming in my head wanting vengeance. Master, can I make a request? FP, what is it? Izuku, in the past I was confident that I could overcome my own hatred, but I know with this decision I made I'm not sure anyone. So if in the worst case scenario I want. FP, Izuku tell me. Izuku lowers head. I want you to end me. End of backstory. Kaori, and Zuka hasn't smiled once since that day. Not one person knew how to react. Inko and Izumi could only cry and Toshinori's eyes widened as the amount of regret all three of them had reached beyond of what it was before. Shota couldn't maintain his blank expression and you could see genuine sadness for his student. The rest of them were also in the same boat since not a single one of them had any words for what they had just saw. After a few moments, Inko had finally decided to speak up. Inko, I don't even have the word to say about what you just showed us. And I don't know just how much it's going to take for me to fix the damage we have caused, but please will you just return my baby boy to me? FP, Psi**, I see you still didn't get the point of what I showed you. Don't any of you understand? Izuku asks that insane request for me because he's afraid. What do you mean afraid? FP, he's afraid of himself. Not a single one of you have ever realized just how much of a pure heart the boy used to have. His drive and passion to do the right thing and help others was so strong that even after taking the darkest feeling of two people, he is still fighting on the inside to hold on to the person he used to be. Aizawa, I still don't fully understand. FP, Izuku is so terrified of crossing the line and going against his beliefs that he would rather choose death than let that happen. That the reason he created the chokert, he designated to blow his head off if he's ever about to cross that line. And it's also the reason why he threw himself in front of that Nomu. Aizawa, wait, what was that? FP, head down? At the USJ he didn't just do that just to save you, Aizawa, he was also trying to end himself. Everyone. FP, I'm not surprised none of you can find the words to respond. Izuku is so scared of losing control of himself and for Yang's influence on him that he chose to take the opportunity of end himself off and take ONG with him. D.T. Wait, hold on, how does that work? I thought that this power can move to a new host after its last one dies. FP, let me explain, yes both YN and Y can live within other after death but it isn't that simple. You see both of them have some requirements to be passed on to a new person. In Yang's case it wants its vessels to decide on what they believe darkness really is in their view, and what they want to do with Yang's power after that. Only after making that decision can YNG leave after the current holder, but if that person happens to die before that, YNG can also be lost permanently. And that's the main reason Izuku did what he did. Just when everyone thought this couldn't get any more depressing and complicated, even more bombshells were dropped on them. Nothing of this was what anyone wanted to hear about Izuku's and Kaori's relationship. But one thing was clear to almost all of them, and that she really did the right thing after all. FP, I believe there's one final thing you should all know. The person that you all saw me fighting earlier today, I'm sure you already figured out that his contract to the league. But I should also inform you for the past year since I was going I had been trying to capture them and keep them from Japan. Nizu, and why is that? FP, you see the group that man actually belongs to is called Takiro. They're an organization of people that have been casted aside by society and originated in Europe. They are so fearsome around there that even the best Europe had to ask help from other nations' heroes like myself to capture them. Aizawa, do you know what exactly this Takiro is after? FP, they're after mine and Izuku's power. Everyone. What? FP, yes you hear me right, however even after being away for a year I still couldn't figure out why exactly they want them. And now I learned that they're conceited with another villain group. So that's about all the information I have. Tell me what you think about this UA detective? All eyes turned to Principal Nizu. They all figured that he would have the best judgment out of everyone. No one here wanted to hear the Yagi's opinion after they had all learned today. And so Nizu had finally spoke to tell everyone his thoughts. Nizu, I've come to a decision. I believe it would be best to let Flash Princess switch over Izuku. What? Inko, Nizu, are you serious? Izumi, no, you have to be joking. Nizu, no, I am 100% serious. After going over all the information we all have received, I believe she is the best person to be in charge of caring for him. D.T. At first was on the verge of arresting her, but after what I've learned today I have to agree with you, Nizu. Telep, yes, I also agree with this. Aizawa, same here. But the former number 5 hero wasn't having this anymore, and she along with the other Yagis finally blown their tops. Inko, I won't allow this. I have a right to have my son back. Yes, I feel the same way. Izumi, my brother belongs with his family, not a complete stranger. Nizu was about to retort, but Flash Princess beat him to it and addressed the family of 3 with one final lecture. FP, have any of you not learned a thing? You can't help Izuku not the way you are now. Inko, I'm still his mother. I've made a mistake, but I know I can make it right. FP, mistake? Are you still so blind that you only think what you all have done was just a simple mistake? Are you ever aware of just what you have robbed that boy of? Izumi, yes, a good life. That's mostly my fault, but still. FP, that not it at all. Let me make it clear to you, you robbed him of the most important times of his life. For someone who wants to pursue be a hero, those who choose to become heroes have to devote the rest of their lives into preparing to fight evil by the time they become teens. And for those people, the most precious times of their lives are when they are young and have time to just be normal children. Having friends, fun family memories, and just enjoying life to the fullest without any care in the world until they're finally exposed the ugly darkest sides of the world. You took all of that away from him. Because of you, he was unable to have any friends and was ostracized by his peers and teachers for most of his life. Izumi, FP, and you two did absolutely nothing for him and gave all of that love and attention to only one of your children and left Izuku alone in the dark. And now he's at the age where he no longer has the time for such things and can only focus on being a hero in training, not to mention he's also being targeted by 2 different villain groups. No matter what you do for this point forward, that fact is Izuku can never have any of those times back. I'm such a failure. Inko, crying, hi baby. FP, do you finally understand? Because of all that you have done, Izuku was so broken that he was willing to go along with a villain, to ask me, a complete stranger, to not return him his so-called family and spend from the time he was 4 thinking that if he just had a quirk then his family would love him. You say you wanted Izuku to be safe and happy. Let me tell you, he hasn't been either one of those in a very long time. Nizu, alright, I believe that's enough. Flash Princess, I want to thank you for your service and cooperation today. But I want to ask if you would be willing to allow UA to help with watching over young Izuku's progress. FP, well, I can't take both of those groups alone, especially if they're working together. Alright, I'll accept your help. Nizu, thank you. You may go now if you want. I believe you've kept him waiting long enough. But please come by UA on Monday. I would like to go over some other thing with you during then. Just wait a minute. Please, Flash Princess, please let us talk to him. D.T. I'm afraid you're not going anywhere, All Might. None of you are. We're done interrogating her, but we're just about to get started with all of you. FP, Nizu, thank you. I'll be going now and I'll see you on Monday. Aizawa, before you go, please let me go with you. I have some things I wanted Izuku to know. Kaori nodded and the both left the room and began to make their way to Izuku. Inko, please let us go after them. I just want to confront my son. D.T. No, I'm afraid not. I have a right mind to arrest all of you. All of you not only keep very vital information, but you all might also lie to all us. Your friends, comrades, you didn't just betray your son, you betrayed your own family and our trust. By keeping all this a secret from us, you not only keep Izuku in danger but also the entirety of Class 1A as well. Nizu, yes, that's exactly right. And I've also come to one final decision, and you all better listen carefully. The Yagis kept quiet and waited to hear what he was going to say. But nothing could have prepared them for what he was able to say. Nizu, I've decided that Bakugo and Todoroki will be moved to the support course. I'm still give them a chance since I was informed that they did well in protecting Class 1A during the attack. However, Nizu, I've decided that Flash Princess is right. I have been too lenient. There has to be punishment for inexcusable actions. But we can't afford to lose you, All Might, for the public's sake, so we won't be arresting you. But as for you, Miss Yagi, starting Monday you will be expelled from UA. Back with Izuku. It was now 9:30 p.m. and both Kaori and Shoto had finally arrived at Izuku's hospital room, as they looked inside the doorway and saw that he was just sitting in a room quite not moving. Kaori that knocked on the door. Kaori, Izuku. Izuku, turn his head, a master, and Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa, that right, problem child. How are you holding up? Izuku, well, injuries are all healed. So, what going to happen now? Aizawa, it was decided that you'll be staying with Flash Princess. She brought up some important things none of us knew about, and it was clear that she knew you a lot better than your no-good parents, so you don't have to worry. However, I don't think that I'm gonna let it slide about your reckless and illegal actions today. The UA Sports Festival is coming up soon, but after it's over I'm going to work you even harder than anyone as punishment. Izuku, I understand, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa, well, I'm going to head home, it's getting late, but before I go there's one last thing I want to tell you. Shota walked up to his student and placed his hand on his student's head. Aizawa, I didn't get the chance to thank you probably. Thanks for saving me, Izuku. Izuku, you're welcome, Mr. Aizawa. He then left the room, leaving only Izuku and his master by themselves, giving them the chance that they both wanted to talk with each other like they said they would. Kaori, so it's been a while, hasn't it? Izuku, yeah, it has. Kaori, Izuku, I wanted to talk to you about your actions recently. About that choker and the UF. Look down, are you disappointed in me? Kaori, no, I'm disappointed in myself. Izuku looks up, what are you talking about? Kaori, sigh asterisk, I feel like in all this time I haven't been able to do enough for you. Don't get me wrong, I still have faith you can overcome Yang's power. But if I could have done more, maybe you wouldn't haven't had tried what you did. The last thing I ever wanted was for you to give up on life so easy. Izuku, no, that's not true, I was the one who stupidly chose to give up right then and there. I had forgotten what really mattered, but seeing you again reminded me. You've done more for me than anyone else has in my entire life, that no matter how much dark thoughts I have had, I've never once blamed you for anything. Kaori, frowny face smiling, and that's what still gives me hope. I put myself down and you would immediately try to lift me back up. That tells me that despite everything that's happened so far, you're still a hero on the inside. I know you have many things to say to me, but how about we wait until tomorrow? You don't have school, so we'll have the whole day to catch up. Izuku, sigh asterisk, fine. I've waited a year, I can wait a few more hours. Kaori, all right, but before we leave, Izuku, take off the choker please. Izuku was expecting her to ask that but was still hesitant to do it, but he complied nonetheless and revealed his neck to her. And what she saw made her sick. Its neck looked like he had had a noose wrapped around his neck 24 hours of the day since she last saw him. It wasn't something she never wanted to see. She pulled him a little closer and asked him one final question. Kaori, does it hurt? Izuku, you don't have to worry, I don't really feel it anymore. I'm sure I'll find a way to heal. But before he could finish, Kaori had pulled Izuku into a warm embrace and spoke softly. Kaori, you little idiot, it okay to hurt, you know. He heard this and slowly started to hug back a little, though he would never say it out loud, but for Izuku this moment meant everything to him. Izuku, I'm sorry. Kaori, don't apologize. Let's just head home, I'm eager to see what you've done with the place. I'll heal you once we get there. But I want you to promise me something. Izuku, what is it? Kaori, Izuku, don't ever put this on again. Izuku, okay, I promise. Kaori, good, now let's get going. Izuku, thank you, bit his tongue, master. Kaori looks down to him. Izuku, we've talked about this before. Izuku, I know I won't let it happen again. After everything was said and done, the duo had left the hospital and had taken a cab home, since the pro hero didn't leave her mark on Izuku hours, so they could teleport themselves there. Once they finally arrived, the both decided to have a quick dinner like Kaori requested in her letter to Izuku a while back. He made them but okra with a side of miso soup, which happened to be his master's favorite. As they were eating, they both had some discussions about work, Izuku's life at school, needless to say he was into that part much. And of course how his training by himself was coming along. So many things had happened to him in just one day, but for Izuku little moments like these with Kaori was more valuable to him than anything. After an hour had passed, Kaori had passed out on the couch. She was beyond tired. Izuku has finished washing the dishes and was about to go to bed, but before he did, he walked over to his sleeping teacher and put a blanket over her and shut off the lights. But before he made it upstairs, he took one last glance at she and whispered to himself, Izuku, welcome home. And after that he went up to bed. However, what he didn't know what Kaori was still awake and headed what he said. The time they spent was a little awkward after what he had almost said before they left the hospital, and she knew he was beating himself up for it on the inside. Kaori, I'm sorry Izuku, but I don't have the right to be called that. I already failed one child and I don't want to fail you as well. Light versus might. It was a Saturday morning and Izuku had just woken up. He had remembered all the events for yesterday as he was getting himself up. After 5 minutes of bruising his teeth and washing his face, he began making his way downstairs. All the while he was worried that he might go down to find himself alone in an empty house again. But soon enough the connection between Yin and Yang had started to act up. which reused him. He had reached the downstairs and walked into the next room, which led to the living room and kitchen. And as he hoped, there she was waiting for him by the kitchen table. His master Kaori Kanzaki. Izuku, master. Kaori, Izuku, good morning. Izuku, morning. Are you hungry? Kaori, starving. Izuku, okay, what would you like? Kaori, oatmeal, no an omelette, no maybe some miso soup. One maybe. And just like that, Izuku could tell that she hadn't changed at all during their time apart. This was their normal routine in the morning. She could never decide what she was in the mood for when she was hungry. And even when she did know what she wanted, she would be so picky about and act like Izuku was her own personal 5-star chef. Izuku couldn't understand how cooking for her is more tiring than cooking for 24 kids. This was the one thing about her that annoyed him, so he did what he eventually started doing after a while. He began twisting his knuckles between the sides of her head like she was a child. Kaori, ow ow ow, Izuku, stop it, that hurts. Izuku then decided on something already. We don't have all day. Kaori, okay. I've decided. Izuku, sigh asterisk, what do you want? Kaori, how about we have that apple risotto you made before, with a side of tricky bacon? It took 20 minutes for Izuku to make enough for the both of them. Once he had finished, the two of them had began eating. Kaori immediately feasting on her student's dish. She hadn't had his cooking in so long she couldn't hold herself back. Smiling. I haven't had anything this taste in forever. I've missed your cooking, Izuku. Izuku, that reminds me, how have you been staying alive since you left? Who's been feeding you this whole time? Kaori, an old acquaintance of mine, but he completely broke down after a week of my picky demands. I ended up making him cry. Ha. Izuku, why do you sound so proud? Kaori, because it was funny. Izuku's sweat dropped hearing that. He could imagine just how much stress she put the poor bastard in charge of making her meals. After about 10 minutes the pair had finished eating, and now it was time to have that long talk Izuku had mentioned yesterday. Izuku, master. Kaori, I know that, so what would you like to ask first? Izuku, first off, where exactly were you? And why were you gone so long? Kaori, I was stationed in Eastern Europe, Germany. I was put in charge of a group to help bring in an elite group of criminal assassins. Izuku, okay, but that doesn't explain why it took you over a year to come back. I was prepared to wait a month or 3, but you've never been gone this long a time before. Kaori, I know and I'm sorry, but I need to keep them away from Japan for as long as I could. And being closer to them was the best way. You see, Izuku, the truth is you and I are being targeted. Izuku was a bit shocked at first, but the truth was that he figured this was the case. He had remembered what that over-muscled guy said once they got there yesterday. His master then proceeded to explain to him that this group called Takiro was looking to get their hands on both of their quirks, and that she figured the best way to stop them was to capture them on their own grounds before they could even get close to Izuku and Twenji. However, they got away in the end, and all she could hope was that she kept them away for Japan, but in the end she was wrong. Izuku, I see, but who exactly are they? And why would they want our quirks? Kaori, the most we could discover is that they're a group of people that have been cased out by society. Then began to working for different countries as elite assassins. Even Japan had used them once in the past. But as for why they want our quirks or how they even know about them, unfortunately I don't know. Izuku, okay, so what happens now? How are we going to avoid them? Kaori, well, it's to keep them from entering Japan. The best we could do is track them down first before they do. Not to mention we need to find out how and why they are called to this so-called League of Villains. But Izuku, there's something important you have to know, some things else we found out about them. Izuku, what's that, master? Kaori, this group is far more dangerous than any normal type of villains. You see, they all have 2 things in common. One is that they are all quirkless. Hiring that made his head spin for a moment, but after thinking about it he realized just what his master was getting at. If they were all quirkless, that could only mean one thing. Kaori, that look on your face tells me you figure it out. Yes, I'm saying that each one of them is a true master of chi, as you saw yesterday. Just one of them alone with his chi ability was enough to cancel even Yin's power. But then again, it was my own fault for letting my guard down. Izuku, okay, that was more than what I was expecting. So, what do we do now? Kaori, for now I doubt that they will make any more moves. One of their members was captured, lived all over Japan. So for now we act like every is normal. Yue has also offered to help us both out. However, one thing for sure, you and I can't be separated. Izuku, but what about your hero work? Not to mention, what if those bastards try to interfere again? Kaori, you don't have to worry about that. Had Izuku a piece of paper? Take a look at this. Izuku was confused at first but took the paper anyway, and as he was reading he released what was in his hands. It was a legal document that stated that he was not longer a Yagi, and that all custody rights were given to Kaori Kanzaki. Izuku, master, is this real? Please, smiling this. I call in some old connections from my past, and they managed to get this done while I was away. I found it the mailbox before you woke up. Izuku, but why didn't you tell me? Kaori, I didn't want to risk anyone else finding out before I got back. At least this way your old family can't take any legal actions towards us. Not to mention I managed to convince Nizu and the rest to let me stay by you, in exchange for them to be more involved with guiding you. Izuku, oh I see, but does that mean you won't be taking off again anytime soon? Kaori, that's right. I won't be going anywhere for a while, but Izuku we still need to talk about this. Puts his choker on the table, and about that stunt you pulled at the USJ. Izuku was relieved at first but now he knew it was the time that he had to own up to his stupid actions. Kaori, Izuku tell me, why did you try and have that Nomu take your life? Izuku lowers head. I just thought that maybe it would have been best if I could get rid of this damn power. Even if I had to go out with it. I didn't want to risk losing control and hurting someone innocent. Kaori listens but knew that what he said wasn't everything. Kaori, tell me the whole truth. Izuku clenching fist. Kun, I just couldn't stand it. My dream was to be a hero just for the sake of others. But I never wanted to be like this, having a quirk that brought up all the emotions I kept inside my entire life and using them against me. Have to fight just to keep my sanity and principles intact. And not being able to show or feel anything signs of happens. For God's sake I can't even express how glad I am that you're finally back. And now I'm just someone who can't trust anyone and pushes everyone away. This isn't the kind of person or hero I wanted to be. The pro hired the sadness and frustration in her student's voice as he said all this. She knew from the beginning that Wanji would have this effect on him, but this was the first since she met him that he expressed what he was feeling. During all their time together their routine was comprised on hellish training, healing him just enough for him to make her meals, and occasionally just having a game of shogi. But in all that time there was a lot of silence between them. They never, or rather she never really tried to get Izuku to open up about anything. She only just began to realize just how much he kept bottled up inside. She figured that she could give Izuku the opportunity to be a hero like he always wanted, but that wasn't really true. This boy was to a true hero in every sense of the word. He didn't just want the title, he wanted to be his own type of hero. In the back of her mind she was afraid that she might have to follow through with the request he asked for her before, because she thought that after seeing a glimpse of the truth darkest parts of the world that he wouldn't care about those types of things anymore. But that wasn't true at all. He still wanted his dream his way. He had stopped believing in himself, and all she could think to do was walk over to him and pull him into a loving embrace into her chest. Kaori, Izuku, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I couldn't see the depth of your pain. I was so afraid of what could happen because you are Yang's host, I forgot that you're still only a child. But believe me, I will stick by and guide you the best I can as your master. So please don't ever try something like this again. I don't want to see any more children die because I couldn't save them. Izuku didn't say anything and there was about 5 seconds of silence. She was about to pull away until she felt some worm. She pulled away and looked to see Izuku's usual expressionless face, but that wasn't all. There was a small stream of tears going down his left eye. He didn't tremble or whimper like anyone would while crying. But this was the first time she had ever seen him cry in real life. After a moment Izuku slowly pulled his hand on the left side of his face and looked surprised at what was happening. Izuku, why am I crying? The two of them together about 10 minutes to just move past this emotional episode. Izuku then regained his regular non-caring exterior and asked more questions about his master time on her mission. Izuku, master, was there anything else you deserved while you were away? Kaori, actually yes. We found out that Takiro wasn't the only ones in Europe. We also found out that he was there as well. Izuku, eyes widened. He? Really? Kaori, unfortunately yes. We didn't make direct contact but we had some scouters that confirmed they saw him. But he disappeared before we could confront him. Izuku, after 2 years there's finally a lead on R. Izuku was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell ringing. Kaori just stated that they'll talk more about this later and went to go answer it. She came back with a familiar purple-haired woman behind her. It was her close friend and Izuku's boss Kyoko. Kyoko, oh Izuku, good morning. Izuku, oh Kyoko, morning. What brings you here? Kaori, I asked her to come, we both have something important to do this afternoon. But before that we have to deal with some first. Izuku, and what's that? The two of them then walked over to Izuku and placed their hands on his shoulders with deadly smiles on their faces and their chi slowly emitting from their bodies. Kori, darkened eyes. So Izuku, Kyoko told me something interesting. Is it true you taught a 10-year-old chi? Izuku. Shit. Back in the Yagi residence, Toshinori was sitting alone at the kitchen table drinking coffee, just thinking. Inko had spent the night in her former son's room cuddling a old AM onesie Izuku used to wear when he was small, and the two would play hero together. After last night she wanted to be alone. And Izumi wasn't any better. She had started silence throughout the ride back from the hospital and once they got home. However, the two of them ended up crying themselves to sleep. And all Toshinori was just sit there feeling defeated and recalling everything that happened after Flash Princess left. Flashback. Nizu, you all heard me right. MG, starting Monday your daughter is expelled from UA. AM, but sure Izumi worked so hard to get in, this isn't? Nizu, what all might that it isn't fair? Is that what you were going to say? Tell me, was it fair for you and your wife to focus only on her and not your son? Was it fair for you to let young Izuku suffer by your own daughter's hands? Was it fair for you to keep such vital information from your friends and colleagues? And is it fair for us as heroes not to punish those that have committed crimes? Well, answer me. AM couldn't say anything at this point. Before he could even try to talk back, Detective Tasukuchi also spoke up with even more jaw-dropping news. Tasukuchi, hold on everyone. I'm sorry, but I can't turn a blind eye to any of this. And I hate to say it, but I'm concerning arresting your daughter and her friends for illegal quirk use. Yagis? What? Tasukuchi, you hear right. AM, Tasukuchi please, you can't. Tasukuchi, no, you're not talking your way out of this. Young lady, are you aware that the law that protects you from being considered a villain end at the age of 7? And for what Telep should me with her quirk on the ride over her that you and your friends abused continued 5 years past that? Izumi, I didn't. Tasukuchi, save it. I might have been lenient with you if you had come clean for the start, but you can forget it now. And don't think that your friends are getting off easily either. Principal Nizu, I can't say I agree with your decision either. As an officer of the law, I have to take proper action against them. Nizu, I understand, but I ask you if you could please wait until the weekend is over. I'm planning to have a meeting with those two and their families, and I would like you to come as well. So could you please wait until then? The detective hesitated for a second but ultimately agreed to Nizu's request. AM, no please both of you, can't you just forgive my daughter? I don't want her dreams to be crushed. Tasukuchi, cite asterisk FP was right after all. All you can think about her. So you want us to be you, letting her go with no consequences for her actions. You're supposed to be a hero all might. What kind of hero or father are you if you don't punish someone when it's necessary? Nizu, yes, as a hero myself I can't allow things to stay as they are. Izumi, crying, please, I know I've made mistakes, but please. Nizu, so it's clear you still don't understand anything about what it means to be a hero. No matter their intentions, those how commit crimes must be properly dealt with. You betrayed your own brother and have scared him physically, mentally, and spiritually for life. After all the pain you and your parents and friends have caused, you think you can just walk away with no penalties? Izuku deserves to have justice. Or are you telling us that speech you told us back at the entrance exam was a lie? Telep, Miss Yagi, I know this may seem cruel to you, but it's what has to be done. So you can either expect this, or we could just allow the detective here to take you into custody and you will be out of UA still. Either way, your hero career ends here. Everyone remained silent for a moment. Izumi and M thoughts were all over the place. Izumi's feelings being torn between losing her dream and her guilt for what she did to Izuku. AM was having the same issue, not knowing what was the right thing to do between his two roles as a father and hero. Inko had remained silent the entire time. She had listened to everything but was so heartbroken because of what she heard his son had gone through, but above all things she was furious with herself because she allowed all this to happen. She was the first to turn her back on Izuku. If she hadn't, that maybe none of this would have happened and her baby boy wouldn't have thought of harming herself over and over. And so she had finally made up her mind and began to speak up about all the emotions she had kept inside for 3 years. Inko, you're right. All of them turned to Inko surprised and trying to understand what she meant. Nizu, what's that? Inko, I said you're right. This is only fair, so I won't object to your decision to expel Izumi. AM, Inko, what are you saying? Izumi, crying, Mum, you can't mean that, right? Inko, no, I do mean it. I'm sorry Izumi, but they are right. We as your parents should have pushed you probably after finding out what you did. How could you even say that to Inko, angry and crying? Because it's what we should have done long before. I never wanted to admit it, but Izumi, This is also your fault. We always hoped that you would be an even greater hero than us. We always told you that a hero has to always have those that need it and keep them safe and happy. But you did none of that and acted like a villain to your brother for so many years. And because of your stupid actions, Izuku, he has given up on life and has tried to take his own twins now. How exactly did you explain this to Payout? Does you think you could do all off that and Izuku would thank you and just let it go like it was nothing? I'm sorry, Izumi, but this is the fair course of action to take. Izuku is the real one suffering, not you. And don't think you're getting off the hook either, Toshinori. How could you keep all this from us? Everyone was stunned to hear this, to say the least. AM heard the anger and truth behind his wife's words but couldn't figure out how to respond. He wanted to defend his daughter, but it was impossible for him because the hero in him was screaming at him that justice need to be survived. And as for Izumi, she just lowered her head down and quietly started to bawl her eyes out. After some more discussion, Tasukuchi decided to just let Izumi off with beginning expelled and blacklisted for UA and all hero schools. Izumi also accepted after coming to terms with everything everyone said about her. She did really meant what she said at the time of the exam, so it wasn't too difficult to accept her fate. After some more discussion, it was decided that All Might would still be working as a teacher, since they couldn't react drawing more attention to them by other villains if they fired his so soon. However, they also highly restricted involvement with the mission of protecting Izuku and stopping the two groups currently targeting him and Flash Princess. After everything they discovered today, their trust in him had gone out the window. And the Yagis had made it to their home, not one saying anything to each other. Inko had chosen to be alone for the entire night. As for Izumi, before going to bed she had sat quietly in her room until she father came in to comfort her. Izumi sweetie, I'm sorry, I really am. I never wanted this to happen. Izumi, it okay. What? Izumi looks up with tears. It's only fair, right? Dad, now that this happened, brother might come home now, right? After she said that, she had started crying like a child into Toshinori's shoulder until she passed out. Even though she was willing to give up everything, it still hurt her that to lose her dream that she shared with her big brother. And as for Toshinori, he just went to bed alone, depressed now, feeling the consequences of all his mistakes. Flashbacks end. So much has happened in just one day, and he just couldn't get over how much he had failed as a hero, a father, and a friend to everyone he knew. But it was still too soon to, as he had learned his lesson. In the grand scheme of things, he was thinking of a way to fix things his own way. Izuku was sitting on his knees with 2 large bumps on his. Needless to say, his master and boss weren't too happy with him. Chi is something that can theoretically turn someone harmless to a complete threat. And so you can't just teach anyone the secret to use it, especially not a 10-year-old boy who you don't know, and if you're still a novice at it yourself. Cory, I'm still surprised. How could you do something so ridiculous? And Kyoko, why didn't you stop this beforehand? Kyoko, I didn't realize until just recently, keeping track of so many orphans with so little stuff is difficult. That's why I let Izuku spend time with Shunsui, since he seems to get attached once Izuku starts working there. But I never thought he would teach him Chi. Cory, okay, so when exactly did you notice? Kyoko, it was about a week ago. Noticed Shunsui was still in his room and went to check on him, and I saw him standing still and started to preform Tai. Cory, I see. Kyoko, I was going to say something, but I thought it best to tell you deal with this. I figured he would have known better since you are the one teaching him. Didn't you say he was your prize student? Izuku, I'm her only student. Both, shut it. But Kyoko and Cory had started asking just why he would reveal the secret to Shunsui, and he replied by saying that he remained me of myself. Both were confused at his statement, but he explained to him that Shunsui also had parents that mistreated because of how he was born, but his situation was worse. And that he wanted nothing more than anything to be a hero, but not one believe in him because Quirk was too weak. So the thought that the only way he could was to teach him Chi to compensate at any early age for his lack of strength. Kyoko knew about Shunsui's situation, could understand a little of Izuku's reasoning and also explain it to her friend as well, but even so that alone wasn't enough to just straight up reveal a secret this important. Kyoko, I can understand feeling sorry for the poor boy, but still this was still a bit much. What would you have done if something had gone wrong? Cory, yes exactly, Izuku, I warned you about the risks in using the drastic method. How could you have still chosen to do it to such a young child? Izuku, I don't know how to say this, but Shunsui learned how to unlock his Chi the natural way. Both, what? Izuku, yeah, he learned it the same way you taught me. Part of his problems were mental, so the slow and steady path was the only option for him to gain control. And it only took him 2 months to awaken it. Both of them didn't know what to say. During their time when they were little, it took them both a little over a year to awaken their chi, and even Izuku needs 3 months to do it. Both of them looked to each other for a moment before deciding that Kyoko would start giving both Shunsui and Izuku some lessons in chi on the side and would start paying more attention to the boys to make sure they didn't do anything stupid. Kaori, okay, well, I'm not happy about this. There's nothing we can do about it now. So for now, let's you and I get going. Kyoko. Kyoko, right? Izuku, what are you going somewhere? Kaori, yes, you see, I need to make an official report to the Heroes Association and give a public statement to ease the public since yesterday's events happened live. And you're coming with us. Izuku, wait, why am I coming? Kaori, did you already forget that I said we can't separate it too much? I was hoping to keep you out of the public's eye until you were further along in your hero career, but that's impossible now. And Kyoko has to come to help restraints that Takashi guy. Kyoko, yes, thanks to you he was knocked in a temporary coma, but once he wakes up the heroes won't be able to hold him. So my job for today will be to seal his chi. Izuku, surprised, wait, you can actually seal chi? Kyoko, yes, you see, I'm actually a chi exercise. A user that can seal or remove other people's chi, not to mention when I manifested my quirk, it gave me new ways to perform my exorcisms. Izuku did understand a little of what she was talking about. Her quirk was called sealing. The same quirk that Izuku had, it was actually from her that he got the quirk in the first place. Kaori, oh, just so you know, Izuku, don't think that you are getting off easily. Once we're done with our business, your punishment starts. Izuku, sweat drop, hold. And what? Kaori, neither of us has gone shopping for quite a while, so for your punishment you will have to carry all of our shopping bags today. Izuku had come to hate many things in recent years. One of them was having so much attention. And he knew after yesterday and going out in the open with the number 3 pro hero on just a shopping spree, he was just going to get even more than he already had. Not to mention he was stressing thinking about all the more attention he was going to have at school. After about 10 minutes of changing, the 3 of them had made their way to the Heroes Association. Kyoko had gone to with one of the members that they personally knew and was taken straight to perform her exorcise duties, while Kaori was given a press conference stating that the attack was organized by the League of Villains. She figured to keep the other villain group a secret for now as to not panic the citizens of Japan. Some of the press asked just who the dual black teenager was that appeared in the middle of the battle. To which she replied that he was just a boy who she had been carrying for some time and that she was the one who summoned him because she actually close to dying. At first they were stunned to hear that she had to rely on a teenager for help, but she rehashed them that he had real combined experiences and along with intense training for her personality. After about 2 hours they had finished their official busy and made their way to the mall for the ladies' shopping, and for Izuku it would only be hell. And just as they all knew all eyes were on them the whole time, so many people were staring at them, some people just focus on Flash Princess and ask for her autograph. But after a little time they saw that 2 people were with her. Kyoko was being completely ignored. However, the people had noticed Izuku recognized him as the boy that was all over the news and that was mentioned in today's hero conference. They didn't approach him, but some did. People praised him about his performance yesterday from a distance. While others were whispering, trying to figure out just what his connection to the number 3 pro hero was. Look, it's that boy from the news. They say that he was given the green light to fight for Flash Princess herself. She even said that she's training him personally. Is he her student? They have the similar dual black hair and eyes. No way could he be her son? Izuku had what that last person thought and had a brief flashback to what he almost said yesterday. It wasn't easy for him, but he had to respect his master's wishes and try not to let it happen again. After about 5 hours the 3 of them were sitting on public bench for the quick reset. The 2 women were drinking smoothies that they had bought for themselves. Izuku, however, was sitting with his head down, looking exhausted with all the attention on him all day. All the time those 2 had trying on clothes and deciding on what they wanted and all the bags that he had been forced to carry all day. The 3 had a brief decision. Kyoko had said that Izuku was free to return to work Monday, but that he would have to find a way to make up all the hours he lose this week. After another 3 hours of shopping, Kyoko had called a taxi with her share of bags and said her goodbyes. As for the master and student pair, Kaori had teleported them home. But it wasn't Izuku's house in the city, it was the home that he had first met and lived with his mentor for 3 years. Izuku, a master? Kaori, we will be staying here again for a while. Besides, I don't intend to keep sleeping on a couch. Besides, I'm pretty sure that it's gotten dusty during our absence. Izuku, okay, but what about my going to school and work? Kaori, I'll teleport you back to our other house and you can make it to school and or work from there. Also just know that I'll be going with you to UA the day after tomorrow. I want you to come with me. To the meeting before your first homeroom class starts. Izuku, I understand. The two made their way inside. Kaori took all her new clothes into her bedroom as Izuku went to proper dinner. Izuku was the one to decide what would be on the menu today because he didn't have the energy to deal with what happened this morning again. He had chosen tempura shrimp with a side of steamed celery and miso soup. After dinner was served and after they had finished, Kaori was going to take a hot bath, but before she could, Izuku had asked her to wait until he came back from the kitchen. He had come back with his favorite dessert, a strawberry sundae with chocolate syrup and a cherry on top. His master was taken aback, however, since she wasn't expecting dessert. Kaori, Izuku, what is this about? Izuku, while you were gone over a year and you missed your specific day. So, concern this a way to make up for it. Normal people would be happy to hear such a thing, but for Kaori it only saddened her. Izuku wasn't referring to something like her birthday, no, far from it. She had never told him when she was born. You see, somewhere down the line Izuku had decided to make a special day for her and just pamper her the best he could. It sounded nice, but in reality he had decided this as a way to avoid something else. You see, the day he originally chose for her day was actually the date that they first met each other. It made her sad because it's actually a way for Izuku to avoid something else entirely, because she knew full well that the day that they had met was actually surprised to be his special day. But for the past few years Izuku does everything he can to avoid even acknowledge it when it comes. 2 days later, the two of them had worked up early for today's meeting. Kaori had changed into her hero suit, teleported them both back to their other house, and took an Uber towards UA. Once they got there, it was just like it was at the mall. Both had gotten the attention of all the students walking towards the main entrance. After some time dealing with some of Flash Princess's fans, they had made it to Nizu's office. Once they were inside, they were greeted by the principal, Eraserhead, and Detective Taskuchi. Nizu, oh Flash Princess, young Izuku, good morning. Izuku, morning sir. FP, yes, good morning. Taskuchi, now tells get down to business. Nizu, yes, now Izuku, I'm sure FP has informed you about the situation you two are in. Izuku, yes, she has. Aizawa, we asked you here to see if you would be willing to accept our help in protecting you. Izuku. Aizawa, is something wrong? Izuku, I'm just surprised. I was sure that you would punish us in some way. Taskuchi, well, I wouldn't lie, I had wanted to at first, but after what she had told us yesterday. Not to mention our fallout with All Might, we thought it would be best to overlook some things. Besides, it seems like taking good care of you. Izuku was a little confused about what he meant by a fallout with AM. They had explained that he had been hiding a secret from all of them, even Inko and Izumi. And that was the all for one that he arresting back then was just a fake. And that he kept it secret from all of them from 3 years. Izuku was actually shocked to hear this, but quickly accepted it since he had finally had an answer for how All for One had found him at the US. Izuku, I see, so is that the reason why he isn't here? Nizu, yes. We all had decided to keep him away from our inner circle. He'll still be working here, but he won't be teaching your class anymore. We just can't trust him. Izuku, I'm not surprised he had more secrets, but what exactly do you intend to do about protecting us? Taskuchi, before we answer that, there's 2 things we still need to ask some other questions. Flash Princess, can you tell just how exactly these 2 ancient quirks shows is their next host? FP. The person they choose has to be on the border between both of light and dark. Aizawa, confused, what exactly does that mean? FP. It means that whoever they choose has to be teetering between light and darkness in their hearts. Everyone was lifted with confusion by her statement, even Izuku. She never mentioned anything like this to Haim before. FP, let me explain, everyone in the world has the means of both light and darkness inside their hearts, but nowadays most people lean towards one or the other. But in order for someone to be a proper vessel, they must be exposed to both of them within themselves. For example, me, one who has committed many sins that I can never make up for but never wanted to commit them in the first place. A person who had committed so many dark acts but would come to regret it all. So the light chose me. And then Izuku, a boy who had the purest heart of anyone I've met before but was exposed to the ugliness, darkest parts of humanity at an early age, and that led to him wanting to take his own life. So the darkness chose him. Izuku, so, you're saying they can only be used by people who already have. But are later then exposed to their polar opposite. Kaori, yes, exactly. To make it clear, if I had never turned into a cold-blooded ender or if you had a happy childhood, neither of us would have been chosen by our quirks. If just anyone with a wicked heart could be chosen to be a vessel, then someone like AFO would have one. But since he had already chosen to be pure evil, he can't host either one of them. Everyone was astounded by this revelation, Izuku especially. After hearing this, though, he finally understood why he was the only one who could hear Wanji talking to him that day. Aizawa, okay, this was surprising, but thank you for telling us. But there is one more thing we want to know. What exactly is that trick you used on us before, Izuku? Both of them weren't expecting to ask this. Kaori had to find a way to avoid telling them the truth. FP, just what do you mean? Aizawa, don't play dumb. Back at the hospital you were the only one that wasn't affected by that invisible force that he used on us. He's done that to me and Nizu twice now, so I concluded that you can do that too and were the one who taught him in the first place. Am I right? Neither one couldn't figure out how to respond. They underestimated Shota's intellect. Izuku was thinking how to get out of this, but his master informed him that Tsukuchi could also tell when someone lies. FP, I'm sorry but I can't tell you that. Nizu, what? FP, I can't say. I can tell you about anything else but I can't say anything about that. It's something that if the public found out about it could lead to chaos. Please believe me that I must be careful about how I tell, so please could you forget about it for now. The heroes and Detective Tsukuchi were hesitant at first, but just chose to indulge her and just let it go for the time being. Then Aizawa realized that homeroom was about to start and told Izuku to follow him. But before they could go, Nizu decided to tell Izuku one final thing. Nizu, Mr. Izuku, there's some I think you'll like to know. After closely thinking it over, we've chosen to expel Izumi Yagi. Izuku, is that so? Nizu, you don't have anything to say about that? Izuku, expressionless, what does it matter? It not like that will erase the past. Everyone noticed how emotionless in his face and tone. Some thought he would have been surprised. Others thought that he might have been happy about it considering how much he hated his sister. But there was nothing, it was like he didn't care what happened either way. He and Aizawa let and headed towards class 1A. Phi, Psi asterisk. Do you understand just what I meant? He's so damaged even hearing something like that he shows no expression on his face. Nizu, yes, I was expecting a lot of things but not that. It's going to take a lot of work to save him fully. But regardless, first we must focus on the main task at hand and make sure that we watch both of your back. FP, so just what do you have in mind? Nizu, it's clear that you can rein him in better than anyone, and that he will rush to your aid quickly. So Flash Princess, would you like to work here at UA? Class 1. Izuku and Aizawa were standing in front of the classroom door. Aizawa had warned him to be prepared for many questioning from his classmates and to keep as much information to himself as possible. He already expected that and knew to keep his mouth shut, and so Eraserhead opened the door. Aizawa, morning everyone. All Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa, I trust you all had a good week off. Azui, Mr. Aizawa, are you sure you're okay to be working? You were gravity injured? Aizawa, normally that wouldn't have mattered, but I managed to almost completely covered. And it's all thanks to him. Hey, hurry up and get in here. Everyone had tried their heads to see who their teacher was talking to, and they almost all jumped to see who walked in. In unison they all scream his name. Everyone, Izuku. Izuku just stood there with his normal face and just slightly waved to his class. He was about to go sit down, but then in an instant half of the class stood up and ran up to him and began asking about his well-being. Kirishima, Izubro. We heard how you saved our classmates in tech. Mina, are you okay? Uraraka, we all heard what happened. Tell us, are you still injured? Izuku had no idea what to say. It's been so long since anyone has shown this much concern for him. Izuku. Yeah, I'm completely fine. Uraraka, are you sure? Izuku. And the flowers you sent, they were nice. Uraraka slightly blushes. Oh, it was nothing really. Izuku was still getting asked if he was okay, but he just turned his head and noticed someone was staring at him. Everyone else stopped talking and looked in same direction he was and saw. It was Momo Yayazoru. So had stood up for her disc with one hand covering her mouth. She didn't say anything and just staring at Izuku and was on the verge of bawling her eyes out. But she wasn't the only one. Shoka Todoroki was also in that same state, but Izuku didn't even notice. She was about to approach him, but she stopped when Momo ran past all her classmates and out of the room. Some had tried calling her back while others ran after. As for Izuku, he just stood there not understand what just happened. But he had this feeling he was responsible for Momo's reaction. But while he was in the middle of thinking, Jairu had gotten his attention. Jairu, hey, what are you doing? Go after her. Izuku, Hawaii? Jairu, because this is partly your fault. And I'm sure she has some things to say to you. Izuku still was oblivious to what she meant but went after her nonetheless. Shoka had tried calling out his name and tried to keep him from leaving. But he was too fast and left the room. After about 5 minutes, Izuku was wandering through the halls and was about to go to the next floor but then felt a sad presences. He followed the felling and it led him to a stairway. He then looked down and saw Momo standing there shaking and faced the other direction. Izuku, Yayazoru? She was straddled by the voice behind her and turned around to see Izuku. She had stepped back a little overwhelmed, not expecting him to find her. Izuku. I don't really know, but Yayazu, I'd I do something too? But he didn't have the time to finish as she couldn't take it anymore as she launched herself at him and brought him into a tight hug. Normally Izuku wouldn't let just anyone too close to him, but this time was different. He had just let it happen. Then he started feeling something warm and soaking his shoulder. Then Yayazoru started crying and began saying something. Momo, crying, you damn idiot. 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 Why did you do that? You could have died. I was so worried about you. Izuku, Yayazoru, I didn't. Momo, it's my fault. Izuku, what? Momo, if I had just left when you told us to, you would have been forced to risk your life to save mine, Ajui's and Mr. Aizawa's. Izuku couldn't figure what to say. He did however knew that he couldn't tell her that he was really trying to commit suicide back there. So out of instinct he just decided to tell her what she needed to hear and wrapped his arms around her gently. Momo noticed this and was about to ask what he was doing, but then he started to speak. Izuku, don't blame yourself, I was the one that chose to fight alone. Besides, faces her towards him. Who wanted to save you? Yayazoru was a little speechless at what he had said. In her short time knowing him, she came to the conclusion that he was the type that wanted nothing more but to be alone and have nothing to do with others. But seeing him coming after her outburst and hearing how words had started to make her think otherwise. Momo, are you really alright now? Izuku, completely no permanent damage either. Momo, okay then in that case. Slap, OWW. She had tried slapping him to teach him a lesson, but because of his intense physical and chi training Izuku's body had become as tough as iron. So she ended up just hurting herself, but Izuku still apologized for it. After about another 5 minutes Momo had calmed down and was ready to go back to class. But she was still holding on to her head and Izuku thought that it probably wasn't fair to leave her like this. Izuku, Yayazoru, give me your hand. Momo, why? Izuku, just trust me please. She didn't know what he was playing but chose to trust him anyway. And so Izuku had taken her hand with his own and placed it on his cheek. Momo didn't know what exactly he was doing, but then she started to feel the pain in her hand fading. Izuku had used pain transfer and take the pain from her hand to where she had slapped him. Momo, what did you do? Izuku, I took the pain from your hand and transferred it to my cheek. I think it's only fair since I scared you. Pats her head. Now come on, we need to get back. Momo, blushing, pulls his sleeve. Izuku? Momo, I'm not letting you off the hook. You still need to explain what happened 3 days ago. Izuku, that you saw that? Momo, everyone did. Even our class was talking about it before you came in. Izuku, sigh asterisk, okay fine. Izuku tried to walk away but noticed that she hadn't let go. Izuku, are you ever going to let go? Momo, I just want to be sure you're really okay. That monster impaled you 4 times. I've been having nightmares since they afraid you wouldn't make it. How could you come back from that like it was nothing? Izuku, sigh asterisk, for God's sake, fine, look for yourself. Izuku lifted up his shirt to show that he was fine. There was no visible damage, only the scared he had gotten from his tormentors. But Momo couldn't focus on that because now her face was almost as red as Kirishima's hair. All she could notice how ripped his body was and that he had an 8-pack. She couldn't believe that he was doing something this embarrassing so casually. Izuku, convinced now? Momo, tomato red. Huh, why? Izuku, pulls shirt back down, good. They both then began to walk back towards class. All the time Izuku could sense how flustered she was, and only know at this point he was thinking. Izuku, maybe I shouldn't have done that, but oh well, I don't care anymore. But besides the embarrassment, he also could still feel some sadness coming from her. As they made it back, everyone was already waiting for them. They all watched as their 2 remaining classmates walked in, and some of them noticed that Yayazoru was practically attaching herself to Izuku. Shota had demanded for everyone to sit down while he explained that upcoming sports festival was approaching. Some of the students were worried that since they were attacked by villains that it might be dangerous. But their teacher told them that they were playing to beef up security, and also the top 3 pro heroes would also be there to provide more protection. Izuku was taken aback by this but realized that it made sense concerning everything that happened, and secretly he did want his master to have a front row seat to watch him. Normally she would never do something like that, but this time she didn't really have a choice. Eraser told his class to do what they wanted. Unlit lunch was ready. All inside Shoka Todoroki, who was told to follow him to Nisa's office to attend a meeting about her brother and Bakugo. Once they left, the remaining class went back to ask Izuku more questions. Kirishima, So Izubro, what was all that in Kamino? We all saw you say Flash Princess. Ida. Yes, the news started that she summoned you for help because no one could get through the mysterious force blocking them. Is that true? And how did she even do that? Izuku, Sai asterisk, shows his mark. This mark on my shoulder, this was how she summoned to help her. Ida. Fascinating. But that begs the question, what exactly is your relationship with her? Momo. Actually, I wanted to know the full explanation to that also. Mina. Hey. Are the rumors true? Are you really her son? Izuku flinches, : Why would you think that? Mina. Everyone saw you going shopping after FP press conference. People are saying that you two are related because of what she said and cause you kinda look alike. People even started posting pics of you two walking into the school this morning. So is it true? Izuku already knew some people might have started thinking this, so he wasn't exactly surprised that he was asked this. But to him it was a little painful to try and answer that, but mastering orders are absolute, he thought. So just decided to tell them partially the truth. Izuku lowers head. No, I'm not. Like I've said before, I don't have any family. Ida. Yeah, about that, please tell us the truth. Your real name is Izuku Yagi, right? We all heard that villain call you that. Momo. Yes, I completely overlooked that. Also, could you please also tell us why they wanted to capture you in particular? Izuku already had a plan since he knew he would also be asked this, and thanks to his master's aid he showed them his new legal ID with his name now officially just Izuku. He also gave them a simple lie that they had him confused with someone else and the reason they wanted him was because he was Flash Princess apprentice. But that they had his name wrong, but not everyone was completely convinced. As he was able to leave, Ida place a hand on his shoulder. Ida, hold on, if there's something you're not telling us I demand you tell us. But he was cut off by Izuku's aura being released. It wasn't enough to hurt anyone, it was just for intimidation. He then slowly turns around to face Ida, started to speak in a threatening tone. Izuku pissed. If you don't let go of me I will take out all the tubes for your legs, melt them together, and give you a colonoscopy with them. Ida and everyone else were afraid of Izuku's words and couldn't believe how he had come up with something like that. Ida got the message and draped the subject. Izuku then began to make it out of the classroom but then noticed the presences of a lot of people outside. He opened the door and it revealed a group of students from other classes blocking the entrance. Izuku already had a good idea why they were there, but he could be bothered by any of this and began to make his way, moving anyone in his way. There was some guy that looked like he was made of metal announcing that he was from class 1B, but Izuku didn't bother to listen to what his name was. But then some purple-haired Aizawa-looking ripoff had gotten his attention. Hey, you're the one that's been all over the news, and the one that defeated that monster that was supposed to end All Might. Izuku, and what of it? Do you and your class think you're better than us or something? Izuku, oh, so you're one of those types. What's that? Izuku, you seem like the type to pick a fight with others that mind their own business because you have an inferiority complex. It seems like your class is filled with nothing but stuck-up pricks. Well, I'm here to declare war on all of you. Izuku, is that so? Shinsho, Hitoshi Shinsho from the General Studies course. I didn't see anything special about you. I plan on showing everyone that I belong in the hero course, so be prepared. Izuku, you'll never make it the way you are? Shinsho, irritated, and why is that? Izuku, if you really deserve to be in our class then they would have placed you in from the start. But considering your bitterness about where you are now tells me that the judges didn't really like the way you are as a person. My class has a couple of people whose quirks were useless in the exam and have no experience fight, and yet they still managed to get in the top first-year class. If you want to be angry with anyone then be angry with yourself because you couldn't hack it. Everyone heard what he said and couldn't find the words to respond. As for his class, some of them were impressed by how he pulled this random guy in his place. And others were a little happy that Izuku had defended them even though he himself didn't realize it. Izuku was about to go to his usual spot before he left. Shinsho had demanded something first. Shinsho, hey, tell me who you are? Izuku, I'm 1A's class rep, become someone worthy of respect and I might tell you my name. And with that Izuku had started to walk away. He was planning to head to his normal spot outside to eat lunch and be alone. But someone had stopped him before he could. He turned to see Momo tugging on his sleeve again. Izuku, what is it now? Momo, could you eat lunch with me, I mean us please? Izuku, why? Momo, because I just want to be sure that you're ready, okay? Izuku, I don't know. Momo, please. Azui also has something to say to you. Izuku, alright fine Yayazor. Momo, thank you. Izuku? Momo, since you only have a first name, how about you can refer to me the same way? You know, just to be fair. Izuku did in what she was getting at but just responded with sure whatever, and the two went to the cafeteria to meet the other. Nizu's office. All Might with his daughter had arrived at Nizu's office and waited for them were the Todoroki's oldest sister, Bakugo's and his colleagues. Bakugo had walked in with a black eye after his mom went crazy 3 days ago. Tasukuchi was also there and didn't waste any time telling them that he was considering arresting the three of them. Their families weren't expecting that and Muskie was the first to speak up. Muskie, on what grounds are you accusing our son? Tasukuchi, on the grounds that he along with the twins and yourselfers lied to us for 3 years to the police. Almost all of you in here knew the real reason why Izuku Yagi went missing and kept it from us. Not to mention the boys' illegal uses of their quirks on the victim. Everyone went silence, no one had any words to defend themselves. But just then Fuyumi Todoroki spoke up since she didn't know any of this. She was there since Endeavor was too busy with work to show up. Fuyumi, wait, I don't understand, what exactly did my siblings do? Nizu, oh so you're not aware. Well you see Ms. Todoroki, since they were 4 your brother here participated in bullying a quirkless boy named Izuku Yagi. Along with young Bakugo and Yagi, who happened to be the one who came up with the idea. Tasukuchi, and your sister knew about this, not to mention he went missing 3 years ago and they all lied about what they did. Not to mention aside from your sister the rest had used their quirks illegally for 5 years on the boy. The oldest sister couldn't believe that this was true, she had turned to her siblings and they just lowered their heads in shame and admitted it. The UA staff started discussing about the possibility of just moving the 2 boys to the support course as a compromise. However, the 2 boys started arguing that this wasn't fair. However, the detective then started that the only other option was to arrest them and their dreams would be over anyway. He explained that they had all the evidence against them to make a solid case against them and that they would never be allowed to be heroes again. But if they take this deal then they might be given a chance to still be placed in the hero course. Telep, who has been observing their behavior, was afraid that if they let the 2 boys out of their hand that they might decide to become villains. After some time to think it over the 2 chose to take the offer since they didn't want to leave UA. However then Shoto asked something. Shoto, but wait, what about Izumi? Nizu, well after some time to discuss it, after all since it was her idea and after showing no real results in her reserve classes, it was decided that she would be expelled. True? Shoto, anger, that's not fair. Why is she the only one being punished? Nizu, did you forget? She was the one who was willing to give up her hero career just to save all of yours. After observing all of you development, you and Bakugo have made 0 progress in changing your acts and are still continuing to be angry at her brother when you have no right to be. Tasukuchi, they had convinced me that they will be watching over all of you to see if you can actually change and take responsibility for your crimes. However, you will be required to wear quirk canceling braces to make sure you don't try anything stupid. But if you still think that this isn't fair then I could just arrest you all now if you want. The 2 boys along with Shoka didn't want Izumi to leave them but she started to say that this was her fault to being with and that after starting all of this it would be only right that she'd been the most punished for betraying her brother, and that she had already accepted the decision. Everyone kept discovering this for a while but it was ultimately decided that the 3 had taken the deal and that was the end. Their families were disappointed in all of them but they also didn't want to see them taken away so they were related that they were given one last chance. As for Izumi, she had said goodbye to her father and was about to leave the school for the last time, but Shoto stopped her before she did. Shoto, Izumi, wait, you can't be serious about accepting this? Izumi, this is what I deserve for my stupid actions. Shoto, you can't be serious. Izumi, my brother wanted to be a hero more than any of us, and I should have been there for him. This is my own fault. Shoto, pissed. No, this is his fault. If he had just gave up then we would be together and slap. Before he could finish Izumi had slapped him across the face. She was already heartbroken enough for the past 3 days and couldn't handle any more. She was now about to see what her former teachers were talking about. He really hadn't grown in all this time. Izumi, irritated, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you act like you have a reason to hate Izuku? What we did was horrible plan and simple. Why can't you just grow up and accept that this is our own fault? Shoto, but Izumi, I don't want to lose you. Izumi, I was never yours to lose. I didn't want to say anything to spare your feelings but after seeing who you really are I don't care anymore. I've never been in love with you and I never will. Those were the last things she said before running off angry. As for Shoto, he was just starting there not knowing what to do. On top of everything he had just been regretted by the girl he had loved for years. He stood there for a few moments before he was called out by his 2 sisters. Shoka just slowly walks away and not even looking at his. She thought that he might have changed at least a little, but she was wrong. And as for his oldest sister, she was about to leave because she needed to get back to work. But not before slowly turning her head and saying something that had shattered the last of his spirit. Fuyumi, I never would have thought that after everything our family has been through that you would even consider doing the same to someone else. You're just like our father. And that was the last straw, and he had fallen to his knees crying like a baby. That was the last thing he ever wanted to hear from anyone. Fuyumi saying those words made him have a flashback to when his mother said similar words before she had scared his face. He then held his hand to the left side of his face and started to think that maybe they were right. But unannounced to anyone, All Might had walked back into Nizu's office after the detective had left, plotting something really stupid. Cafeteria. Izuku and Momo had made it to the cafeteria. She had asked him to wait until she had gotten here food and the two could make their way to their classmates together. He agreed and waited for about 5 minutes, and then she came back. Then the two began walking until they spotted Ida, Uraraka, Azui, Tokoyami and Jairu at a table with a spot left for 2 people. Uraraka, hey Yayazoru, Izuku over here. They both made their way to them, but before Izuku could sit down, Azui had stood up, was teary-eyed. She had apologized for letting herself become a target of the Nomu and that he had to use him as a shield to protect her and the others. Izuku just told her the same thing he said to Momo and that she wasn't to blame. She had calmed down and everyone had sat down to eat. However, Azui did have some questions about what he did to Shigaraki at the beginning of the battle. Izuku, my shadow control allow me to move, hide or manipulate shadows however I want. So I turn them even into weapons. Tokoyami, does it have any drawbacks? Izuku, it's only the most effective in the daytime. The more light there is, the more of them there are, and the bigger and darker the shadows are, so I don't have to use a lot of power to control them. But at night there isn't a lot of light, so there are less for me to use. Tokoyami, I see. But does that mean if you were in a place where there's no light at all, like an underground cave, you couldn't use it at all? Izuku, precisely. Momo, that makes a lot of sense. Shadows need light in order to exist in the first place. Jairu, man, imagine how dumb some people would have to be not to understand some like that. Jairu, anyway, hey Izuku, is that a homemade lunch? Izuku, yeah, I always bring my own food. This time Izuku has made a chicken egg tempura don bento. Kaori had asked to make 2 of them for their lunches today. It was a little bit of a pain since the eggs had to be frozen for a day before being fried, and it was the best part. Izuku was about to eat the eggs, but then someone had come up behind him and hit his head and made him drop it. Izuku, that was a 24-hour pre-freezing egg *, deep breathe *, so how can I help you? You must be the guy that everyone's pin taking about, Izuku, right? Izuku, well, sup. I've heard quite a lot about you. Izuku, oh really? The guy who single-handedly defeated a monster meant to end All Might, how saved the number 3 pro hero. Not mentioned trained by her personality, you must think you so special, don't you? Typical of those in Class A. Izuku, sarcastic. Oh god, work the shaft, why don't you? Excuse me? Izuku, sorry, I like to dirty talk when someone's shocking my D. I'll just get to my point. I'm Minoma Nito for Class B. Izuku, and I'm Carmen Santiago. Guess where I am? Minoma, I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you here. Izuku, oh so am I, and I'm failing. It's just that I'm so agitated because this blonde little sheet stroller up to my table made me drop my 24-hour pre-freezing egg and is trying to impress me like I'm his alcoholic father. It was silence for a moment. His classmates knew that Izuku didn't like to be bothered, but none of them thought he could be this savage. And as for Minoma, just stood there with his eye twitching. He then lose it and went in for a punch, but Izuku had caught him with his right arm. He tried to copy his quirk but was scared sheetless and back away. When he made contact, he saw something that Angie had shown him for trying to copy its power. Minoma, terrified, W to you? But then a girl with orange hair with a giant first came over and knocked him out. She introduced herself as Itsuka Kendo, the class rep for 1B. Kendo, I'm really sorry about him. Izuku, just keep him in line from now on. Kendo had asked him for his name since she wanted to know the name of the talk of the school. He introduced himself as Class 1A representative of gave his name. After lunch was over, they were able to go back to their class. As Izuku was walking back ahead of everyone, he had ran into his master in the hall. Oh, there you are. Izuku, master? You're still here? FP, yeah, you see. But before she could answer, they both heard someone squeezing from excitement from behind them. They both turned their heads to see Momo, who was trying to catch up to Izuku. Momo, why your Flash Princess in the flesh? FP, and you are? Momo, excited. Oh, I'm Momo Yayazoru, I am one of Izuku's classmates. And I'm a huge fan of your. FP was always happy to meet a fan and had a brief interaction with her. Izuku had asked her why she was still here, and she informed the two of them that she was going to be a new teacher here. And the two of them were shocked to say the least. After a little time she had asked Izuku to follow her to Principal Nizu's office again. Izuku, we have to go back. But FP, apparently someone has asked for the two of us specifically. I'm not sure about what, but Nizu said that it was important. Izuku, Momo tell Mr. Aizawa and the class where I am will ya. She had gotten flustered by him calling her by her first name, but then remembered that she asked him to do that in the first place. Momo, blushing, smirk. Oh, I see. Let's get going, it was nice meeting you, Yayazor. The two then walked away and towards the Rat Man's office again. When they had arrived they looked to see Nizu and All Might of all people. The two of their moods were now ruined by his presence. FP, Nizu, what is this about? Nizu, I believe it's better to have this idiot explain. I'm here to make a wager with you. FP, what kind of wager? A battle between the two of us. And if I win, Izuku had to come home with me. And just like that there was a sense of annoyance in the air. Izuku was in a decided mood today and now like always this hypocrite had ruined his day. Izuku, what the hell did you just said? FP, hold on Izuku, I'll handle this. Have you learned nothing from the talk we had? My wife and daughter are complete miserable and have been crying themselves to sleep for days. I realize that this isn't the best time, but all I want is to make my family a whole again. And we can protect Izuku just fine without your help. Nizu, All Might, I already decided this days ago, you don't have any say in the matter. Even if you have decided, I'm still legally his father. She was about to reveal the fact that their custody rights if Izuku was gone, but then decided that of something else. FP, Nizu, please allow this fight. Nizu, what? FP, it's clear that he still doesn't get it. Just please ask Aizawa to come as well just in case something goes out of hand. And as for you, All Might. What? FP, if I win you have to accept whatever decision Izuku makes. Everyone was confused by her particular word choice, especially Izuku. Why was she giving him the option? It was clear to everyone who he would choose. But still agreed to the terms and he went to go change into his hero costume. Nizu allowed them to use ground bata to hold the fight, and the three of them began making their way. Nizu had also texted Aizawa to meet them there. After about 10 minutes of waiting, everyone had shown up to the battle arena and the two combatants were staring each other down with the Izuku stood in front of his teacher and principal to block any debris thrown at them under Kaori's orders. I'm getting Izuku back one way or a. Before he could finish, Flash Princess had launched a sword of light into his knee. Its speed was so great that only Izuku was about to see it coming. FP, that boy has been suffering for the longest time and it's all because of you. And all you can think about is yourself, so now I'm going to put you in your place. She then summoned over a dozen more light swords around her and fired them all at once. FP, light swords of conviction. All Might tried to dodge but was half of them, the ones that made contact didn't pierce him this time. It just felt like getting hit by a bunch of hammers. However, the ones that didn't connect didn't disappear, they had stuck to the ground still tangible. All Might had regarded his composure and used a New Hampshire smash to rocket himself in her direction. But as he was able to make contact, she had instantly teleported back where the remaining light swords were and used her light whip to tangle his ankle and swing him into the ground. Nizu and Aizawa, despite being resentful towards him, still never imagined that he would be this outmock. Nizu, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Izuku, you're surprised? Aizawa, you're not. Izuku, no. Haven't you noticed that he's already caught in a trap? The two of them were confused as to what he meant, but Izuku then started to explain just what he was talking about. Izuku, if you would have noticed that he's getting hit by multiple swords but they haven't pierced his flesh. Masters changed the derision of the swords so that they don't do any serious damage and just wear him down. And the ones that haven't vanished, she had marked them all, and by combining the kanji quirk with her original one she can instantly teleported to any of them to avoid his attacks or attack him from being. And if anyone but her touches them they will be buried but the powerful light. However, what Izuku didn't mention was that all the swords were imbued with chi and that what was keeping them tangible and giving them an extra kick to them. Nizu, if that's the case. Then why does she have a katana with her? Izuku, she was raised to be a swordswoman, but she never draws it unless she feels the need to. I guess she believed that he's not worthy. Nizu, I see what you're saying, but are you sure she can compete against one of all? Izuku, have you already forget? He isn't just fighting against my master, he's fighting the ancestor of all quirks out there. They actually did forget that was the case. Back to the fight, All Might was close to reaching his limit. As such, he punched the group to cause a massive wave of debris to blindside Flash Princess, and Izuku had to use his black cocoon the others. The OFA user then leaped forward and was about to deliver his strongest Detroit smash. But what he didn't realize was that she had picked up one of her remaining swords and throw it past him, and with the mark she teleported behind him. But she had said some to him before delivering the finishing blow. FP, remember you brought this upon yourself. And with that she had shot a burning ray of light hitting him in the back. It was enough to burn through his costume and burn his back. Nizu and Aizawa were both speeched to see that the #1 hero had actually lost, and it wasn't even close. And as for Izuku, this was one of the most crucial times he wished he could smile after seeing this. But in his head he already knew this would happen. As Kori was about to walk away, both her and Izuku noticed the rage coming from All Might. And without warning he rushed at her to strike a fatal blow. She was about to block it, but her student had instantly appeared behind him with his katana at his neck. All Might had stopped in free and without looking knew who was behind him. Izuku, deadly voice. Go ahead, take one more step. Please give me this chance to decapitate you. Izuku, I don't care whoever it is, anyone who tries to touch my master I'll end without hesitation. FP, Izuku, that's enough. I won, it's over. Izuku lowered his blade slowly and stored it back into his shadow. After that, all of Toshinori's time ran out and he reverted back to his skinny form. About this time the school day had ended and Kori was about to teleport herself back to their home in the city so Izuku wouldn't be late for work. Nizu in the meantime had asked Aizawa to get Recovery Girl and remind Am to obliged by the rules of the wager and to behind himself since he and FP were now co-workers. But then he had pledged to his son, trying to convince him to come home. Izuku, please don't go. Your mother has been miserable without you and Izumi just wants nothing more but you to forgive her. She even lost her dream to be a hero. Don't that count for something? But Izuku just slowly turned to face him and said, Izuku, yeah well I don't care. And with that the two vanished into thin air, and all Toshinori could do was lay down on the ground crying in defeat. Damn it, I ruined everything. The Dark Dragon and Light Phoenix clash once again. The two Wilders of Wine and Fenji had teleported back to their home in the city. Kori couldn't take her student any closer to the orphanage since she herself wasn't allowed anywhere near it. Not to mention that if Izuku started suddenly appearing out of nowhere in front of the people, the attention from them might end up causing trouble around there too. Kori, Izuku, listen carefully, I'm going back to the other house so you'll have to make your work the way you usually do. Normally I would keep you close to me, but in order to avoid giving ourselves away we have to act normally like we always do. Izuku, but what if trouble finds us while we separated? Kori, trust me, they won't be making any moves for the time being after everything that's happened so far. But just in case, Kyoko will give me a heads up in case anything happened. Izuku, alright, I understand. Kori, and you don't have to call once work ends, after your shift is done just use my mark to teleport yourself back to the mansion. And with that she had vanished, leaving him by himself. He then started to make his way towards the train station, all the while he was thinking of how close he was to ending today. Regardless of the fact it was his worthless excuse for a father, the fact is that ending anyone was wrong no matter what. If his master hadn't convinced him otherwise he might have never come back from that. After 10 minutes of walking he had made it to the station, but before he could go any further two voices from behind had gotten his attention. Izuku. He had turned around to see that it was none other than the Bakugos. They were just standing there with shocked expressions as this was the first time that had seen him in years. Masaru was just looking at him with shock that they actually managed to see him again. And as for Mitsuki, she was feeling shocked, happen and angry all at the same time. Ever since the day she found out what Katsuki and her friends had done to him, all she wanted was to have a heart-to-heart with him personally. She had been spending more time with Inko since then and discovered she owned side of the story. At first she was angry at her and Toshinori for neglecting Izuku, and she's still angry at him, but she saw that Inko was the most affected by her son's disappearance. And so now she was determined to get some answers out of Izuku since there was still things she needed to know that only he could answer. And so she had walked up quickly to him and started asking him many questions with her normal anger personality, trying to hold back tears of joy. Mitsuki, you stupid nephew of mine. Just where the hell have you been all this time? Your mother's been worried sick. What was that crazy stunt you pulled on live TV? What grabs his hair, you do to your hair? Is this dye? Izuku, don't even touch me. Izuku had lost his patience with her and slapped her hand away. He wasn't angry with them at all, it was just his new attitude towards most others, and his emotions were still up high since he almost decapitated All Might just a few minutes ago. So he wasn't exactly in the best mood to deal with anyone no matter who it was. And as for the two Bakugos, they watched closely at his face. It wasn't like they remembered. Even though they hadn't seen him in forever, the two of them could still remember the happy, cheerful boy that he always had. Then he would come over to their home to play with Katsuki when they were smaller. But now his expression was nothing but pure rage. They never thought that it was possible for him to ever look like that. Let alone him actually cursing. Mitsuki, Izuku. Is that really you? Masaru, Izuku. Izuku, what the hell do you want? Mitsuki, Izuku, Izuku, people have been annoying me this entire day to the point where I almost commented murder 5 minutes ago. And the last thing I need is to deal with the people who spawned that parasite you call a son. So once again, punches a wall. What the hell do you want? All eyes were on them, seeing that his punch was enough to leave a giant crack. The wall didn't shatter completely, but it did look like a car had hit it. The two Bakugos were beyond stunned and scared at this point. Neither one of them knew just what to say about his new demeanor. After about 2 minutes of silence and him glaring, Izuku had decided to just leave and head to train since it seemed that they had nothing to say. He had almost reached the gates, but before he could swipe his card, he had heard Mitsuki calling out his name again. Mitsuki, Izuku, wait. He had stopped and turned to see that their faces had lost the fear they had, and all that was left was sadness. He didn't know what else they had to say, but he chose to just listen to what they had to say. Masaru, could you please just listen to us, please? Izuku, fine. Mitsuki, we don't know what you've been through after you left, but we just wanted to say. The two of them then bowed their heads in public, surprising Izuku. Both were so sorry. Izuku, what? Masaru, we're saying we're sorry for our son, that is. Mitsuki, we should have realized what was happening long before now, but we didn't. We knew when Katsuki got his quirk. He developed a massive ego because everyone praised him so much. No matter what we did, none of our lessons ever got through to him. And today we fully realize just how much cruelty he and the others crazed when they call us into UA. Due to his gift, Izuku could tell that they were being sincere. However, he more focused on not being late for work. And he was starting to get tired of so many people applying for others' actions, since to him it didn't matter because the damage had been done. Izuku, is that all? Can I go now? Mitsuki, not quite. Because of our unawareness you had to suffer from so long. Your parents explained everything that happened. At first we stopped talking to them for a while, but we eventually realized that we are partly to blame as well. What I'm trying to say is... She then started to walk towards Izuku. He was hesitant at first but knew that she didn't have any bad intentions. Once she got close, even she had gently pulled him into a motherly hug into her chest. Mitsuki, I'm sorry we left you all alone, and I'm sorry our son turned into such a screw-up. Masaru, I know it won't fix anything, but the least we can do is apologize since we know that our son isn't big enough to it himself. Izuku just stood there quick for a minute, not saying anything. He wasn't expecting them to come after he practically scared them to death. But he still wasn't in the mood to deal with more apologizes for others. No amount of apologizes would make him feel any better. Izuku, Ms. Bakugo, can you let go of me? No, I have to leave? Mitsuki, Ms. Bakugo? Izuku's words stunned them once again. He had never called Mitsuki that before. Even since he was little he'd always call her auntie. Always with the biggest smile you have ever seen, but now he was nothing but annoying with them. Masaru, Izuku, where are you even going if you don't mind me asking? Izuku, I have to go to work. Mitsuki, you work, Izuku? Izuku, yes, now can you tell go, I have to leave. Mitsuki did as he asked and let go. But before he could leave they had asked him to hear them out one more time. Masaru, Izuku, before you leave can we ask you something please? Izuku, sigh asterisk fine what? Mitsuki, ever since we found out what Katsuki did we have come question our parenting. We should have realized sooner when you stopped coming to visit, like when you were just a kid, that something was wrong. I remember Katsuki used to be so protective of you when you first met. We let his attitude get to this point, but even with you take action it won't erase your suffering. Masaru, Izuku, what we wanted to ask you is, do you blame us too? Because we'd understand if you did. He took a moment to process his question. He was expecting them to ask for forgiveness for his tormentors and parents. But instead they wanted to know if he blames them. Izuku was still in a bad mood because of the events prior to now, but it's not like he wasn't unreasonable. If they did ask for forgiveness then it would be a different story, but they understood and didn't question his hatred for their son and the others. Izuku, no, I don't blame you. You may have not noticed anything, but at least you understand my feelings. And trust me, you're not the worst parents ever, believe me, I know that much. It's obvious to the two of them that Izuku had changed drastically, but in that instant they saw just the smallest glimpse of the boy they used to know. He still had the same non-emotion face, but after hearing his response they suddenly had a small hope that his old self was still in there somewhere. Masaru, thank you. Mitsuki, teary eyes. It means a lot to us. Izuku, can I go now? Mitsuki, if you have to, okay. But first, could you show your auntie and uncle that big bright smile we've missed so much? Izuku took a moment to process her request. He was a little more calm than before after their talk. However, he lowered his head before he answered. Izuku, I'm sorry MS Bakugo, but I can't smile anymore. After that, Izuku's train came and he quickly left, leave the two of them to think about what he said. It broke their hearts to see him the way he is now. However, they then remembered what Izuku had said when he smashed that wall, that he almost ended someone. After they both regained their composure, their next stop was to visit Inko to see if she knew what he meant. However, elsewhere deep in the mountains, Kaori was plotting something for when Izuku returns. However, it was something that could forever change his future and their relationship. I hope you realize what you are doing, Kaori. If you do this, there's no guarantee the boy will succeed. Kaori, believe me, I understand the risk, but Izuku's mind and soul are only get further deep into the darkness. If this continues, you know what will happen. Yes, but if he fails, he might not be able to hold on to himself any longer. And if that happens and he gives into the darkness, you know what you'll have to do. Kaori, please don't remind me. I'm doing this because despite everything I know that could go wrong, I'm still his master. All I can do now is hope that he'll succeed. I don't want to think about it, but if I turn out to be wrong, I might be forced to fulfill Izuku's request after all. Rose Hills Orphanage. Izuku had made it to his stop and was now standing outside the front door of the orphanage. Today has been one exhausting day with one exception after another. But there's still everyone at the orphanage who should have heard about what happens to him by now. He was sure that they had many questions just like everyone else today, and he was also certain that Kyoko was still angry with him. After a moment to take a deep breath and open the door, at first there was no to greet him, but then he heard their voices in the main room. He followed the voice and saw that Kyoko was in the along with Shunsui, Nozomi and the rest of the kids. After a second they all turned their heads and noticed him. At first they just looked at him with shock, but after a moment almost all of the kids ran up to him and tackling him down. All of them were cheering that he was back, others were practically crying themselves out of relief that he was okay. Izuku had already been through this with his class, but little kids were a different story. So he didn't really know how to react. But the Kyoko had gotten up and started to speak. Kyoko, oh just bear with it, Shunsui wasn't the only one worried, the rest of them were too. Izuku, Kyoko. Kyoko, you might not have noticed, but these kids have all gotten attached to you. You've left quite the impression on them, so of course they're going to be considered. Izuku had gotten up after getting them off of him. Just then Shunsui had spoken up to get his attention. Shunsui, Izuku? Izuku, what is it, kid? Shunsui, well, we all wanted to tell you something. Izuku was a little curious about what he meant. But then they all started to gather together in front of him, and in unison they shouted, Kids, welcome back Izuku. We missed you. Izuku took a good look at them for a moment. He saw how their faces looked when they said that. It looked to be genuine joy. He could tell that they truly did mean what they said. But there was someone who didn't appreciate him at all, and that was Nozomi. She just kept quiet in a corner, but unlike the others she had noticed that Izuku hadn't shown anything type of emotion in all this time. Izuku did notice that she was paying close attention to him. But before he could say anything, Shunsui had gotten his attention once again. Shunsui, Izuku? There's something else we have to say. Izuku, Shunsui, we're hungry. Shunsui had a big stupid grin on his face when he said that. And let's just say Izuku was not amused. And so he grabbed Shunsui by the head and started crushing it again. Shunsui, not again. Izuku, that's the first thing you ask? Really, kid? Shunsui, but we're starving. And that's your job, isn't it? Kyoko, he's right Izuku, come on, the kids have missed your cooking. Izuku, yes ma'am. Kids, Izuku then put his dim-witted apprentice down and was about to head into the kitchen. But not before whispering something to him beforehand. Izuku, later we're going to talk about you not being able to keep a secret, moron. Shunsui started to sweat because he knew he'd prefer have a day-long headache after dinner. Izuku then went on and put on his chef's coat and apron and started prepping. Today's menu was a family-sized curry fried rice but with pineapple. After about an hour and 30 minutes everything was ready. Everyone had happy greens on their faces after digging in. His cooking was the best they ever had, and that included the adults in the orphanages too. It felt like Izuku was never gone, for everyone except him, of course. Of course he couldn't share in the joy, but at the very least he could act like everything was normal. After everyone had finished eating, the darkness holder had started to wash all the dirty dishes and his equipment. Once that was done, Izuku had called his student into the kitchen. Izuku, Shunsui, get in here. Shunsui, why yes Izuku? Before saying anything, Izuku knocked him on his head. Shunsui, well, what was that for? Izuku, for not being able to keep his secret properly. Be glad I had resized 2 of those and they hurt way more. And so they talked for about 10 minutes, well, more like Shunsui getting a lecture about him letting their secret get out so easy. Shunsui then bowed for forgiveness. Shunsui, I'm sorry Izuku. Izuku, sigh asterisk, forget about it, what's done is done. But there's something else. Shunsui didn't understand what else there could have been to talk about. But there Izuku had given him a small book that took to have an entire training plan inside it. Izuku explains to him that he will have to train for the upcoming sports festival and that he won't be able to train him again until it was over. And so that planner for him to follow in the meantime so he won't slack off. Izuku, make sure that no one else finds that. Shunsui, I won't. Oh, what is this now? The 2 of them turned their heads to see that Kyoko was standing in front of the doorway. With a creepy smile on her face and a menacing aura around her and a creepy smile that scared Shunsui. Kyoko, Izuku, I thought we had this discussion already? Izuku, well, it's not like I can undo all his training. Kyoko, I meant about keeping secrets involving the kids. The 2 of you are lucky I can't take over his training. I have too much work on my plate already. Shunsui, does that mean Izuku can keep training me, Ms. Kyoko? Kyoko, sigh asterisk, yes I suppose. But Izuku, considering all the time you missed and you training for the sports festival, I'm afraid I'm going to have to dock your pay. Izuku, I figured as much. I understand, boss. Kyoko, good. Let's just hope you can make up your hours after the festival is over. After that, Izuku has said goodbye to everyone and was about head out. But before he could reach the door, someone had called him out. It was Nozomi. She was standing there by herself playing with her thumbs, looked down as if she had something important to say. Izuku, Nozomi? What's wrong? Nozomi, I saw what happened on TV. Can I ask you something? Izuku, what is it? Nozomi, is my mother okay? This wasn't what he was expecting. Ever since the day he met her, every time he would try to mention her mom, she never wanted to hear about it. But now after everything had happened, maybe she was finally having a change of heart. Izuku, you really want to know? Nozomi, yes. Izuku, she's doing just fine and she's already fully recovered. Nozomi, really? Izuku, yeah really. So, what did you think of her, Naomi? Nozomi, Izuku, you saw her on TV, right? What did you think of her? The child took a moment to think about his question. She still had some resentment towards her since she was never around after she was born. And she knew next to nothing about what kind of person she was. But after seeing what she was capable of and how she interacted with Izuku on live TV, she was starting to become curious about her. Nozomi, I think she was really cool. That was all she said before running back to go to bed. Izuku didn't know what to think of this. All he did know was that he had to tell Kaori about this once he was back in the mountains. The time was now 8:30 p.m. on. And he then left out the door and activated the mark his master please on his with her quirk. And teleported himself back to their home. He then found himself outside of his master old traditional Japanese mansion that was also her childhood home. But he noticed someone was off. All the lights were off and it was dead silent. After walking around to go inside, he looked around the corner of his eye and saw Kaori just sitting there outside with a book in her hand. As he was about to towards her, she began to speak without turning her head to face him. Kaori, so how was work? Izuku, it was alright. A master before I left Naz. But before he could finish, his master had interrupted his to say something. Not knowing the Izuku was about to tell her something important about her own daughter. Kaori, there was small story on social media. Apparently someone had left a huge crack on wall by the train station. The same station that you take to get to the orphanage. Izuku. Kaori, that was you. Wasn't it? Izuku, yes it was. Kaori, sigh asterisk, you know in all the time we've known each other I've seen with my own eyes just how hard you've worked with your training. But I didn't know just how deep your pain and hate went through. Izuku, master? Kaori, don't get me wrong, I know it's not your fault, you have every right to feel that way. But do you remember what I said would happen to someone in your situation, don't you? Izuku, You said that if I can't control my own inner darkness that Wenji would eventually use it completely corrupted me and I'd be a danger to the world. Kaori, yes. And as much as I've seen, I've realized that as hard as you've worked, I'm afraid that it just hasn't been enough. Izuku was confused about what she was getting at, but before he could even ask he felt something coming at him. And out from behind he saw something flashing coming straight at his head, but before it could hit him he reacted in a split second and stepped aside. But it did manage to scrape his right cheek and planted itself 2 feet away from him. After taking a second to see what it was he realized that it was one of his master's light swords that almost hit him. He then turned his attention back over to her and saw that she was finally getting up from where she was sitting and began to face him. Kaori, Izuku, I began training you because I honestly believed that you could overcome Yang's influence and use it for good. But I can't do everything for you. And just then she instantly teleported next to the light sword next to her student, then pulled it out of the ground and struck him with it. Izuku managed to step back but his chest did get cut and he was drawing blood. Izuku, holding chest, master. Kaori, you were one who still wanted to be a hero despite knowing what this power could do to you. But no, you have to prove just how badly you want that. Izuku, what do you mean? Kaori, show me you truly have the strength and resolve to overcome your own hate. Izuku's burning regeneration started to activate and his chest and cheek started to steam. But then Kaori had started to use her light swords of conviction and over 24 more swords appeared above her and were about launch at Izuku. But before they could damage Izuku quickly pulled his katana out of his shadow and cloaked it with darkness and blocked one of the swords, while also activating dark enhancement. Kaori was a little supposed about what he did, since that wasn't something she taught him. She figured it's something he came up with while she was gone. Izuku saw her slight shock and took it as an opportunity to chunpa himself for the top of the mountain into the forest. He then started running to try and hide himself, but then noticed that the night sky was starting to light up. He then saw that light swords were raining down. He managed to dodge them because of all the trees that were given him covered, but then his mark started to glow, realizing that his master was about to be right next to him. She then popped out behind him and was about to launch another light sword. But just before she could, Izuku managed to use his katana to cut right through it. Kaori, I see what that is now. Our quirks may be natural enemies, however darkness is extremely slow and can't keep up with light's extraordinary speed. So to make up for that you improvise by clocking your weapon in darkness and using your chi and your enhancement quirk to reinforce your body to keep up with me. It's a simple but effective technique and don't require much control. Izuku, spot on master. Kaori tried to launch more swords at him, but they were just sliced through again and then Izuku swung his katana and launched his dark cloak slash in her direction. But Kaori managed to dodge it. Kaori, I know it's just as I thought. My light is being drawn in. Such is the power of darkness. And with my light being absorbed it's also adding extra power to that new attack of his. It's impressive considering that I didn't teach him that. Kaori, if you think that's enough to protect you from me Izuku, you're sadly mistaken. She then started to draw her real sword. Izuku instantly knew that she was getting serious now. Izuku, why exactly are you doing this to me? Kaori, because in a short amount of time you almost crossed the line quite a few times. Before I came back you relied on that choker to stop you when you lost control, but today you didn't even try to stop yourself on your own. She then charged at him making their katanas clash and forcing Izuku to step back. Kaori, are going to keep losing control and keep expecting me to bail you out every time? She then kicked him in the stomach pushing him 5 feet. Kaori, do you really want to be a hero? Then use all the power you have to stay alive without ending me. And I mean all of your power. Izuku didn't understand what she was getting at, but then noticed that her katana was pointing at his right arm. Izuku finally released what she wanted. She wanted him to use Yang's most dangerous power, the darkness flame. Izuku couldn't believe or understand what she was saying. She wanted him to use all his power but without ending her. By using a power only meant for ending. Izuku, master, do you realize what you're asking? Kaori, I do. But if you can't control that power of yours you'll eventually end up ending someone and turn to evil. You begged me to train you to be a hero, but in the time I've been gone you've come close to throwing all of your hard work out the window several times by being consumed by your hatred. So show me you can overcome that hate control it or I'll have to stop you myself sooner rather than later. Izuku. Kaori, you're not my student right now. You are the vessel for Wen and I'm Yin's. And I'll fight you to the death. Izuku never expected this. He knew that there was a chance that this might happen on day but never expected to happen like this. He was so shocked and saddened that he let his guard down. Kaori noticed and dashed herself so fast that she managed to stab him right through his stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Kaori, if you can't stop yourself from becoming a danger to the world, then I'm afraid I'll have to be the one to stop you before that can happen. But just then Izuku started to power up Dark Enhance Seam to 35% and grabbed hold of Kaori's arm that was holding her sword. Then he raised his sword and struck her with his dark cloaked black blade, pushing her back about 15 feet. It did do some damage, but oddly it didn't cut through her skin, only her clothes. Kaori, you really think you'll be able to win like this? Izuku, I attack you, didn't I? Kaori, you were holding back. If you were serious I'd be bleeding right now. Don't you get it? This isn't training Izuku, you're fighting to live. His stomach started to burn from his regeneration quirk and causing him to lose more stamina. He didn't want to fight, not with her. This was the woman who gave him more than anyone else. But he knew why she was doing this. He hasn't been the most mentally stable person lately, and he almost ended more than one time in less than a week. So if he wanted to not lose everything, he had no choice. So he charged himself up to 45% and shunpaged himself to her. Then their swords clashed again, causing a shockwave that blew away some of the terrain and scaring a huge flock of birds. Muzutafu 2-hour time skip. The tension at the Yagis household had gotten from bad to worse. Inko still didn't come out of Izuku's old room. She hadn't even changed out of her robe and cried herself to sleep, still cuddling her son's old AM onesie. Izumi wasn't doing any better. Tomorrow was her first day at her new regular school. And UA had informed them of why she was transferred and what she had done to get expelled. And not only that, but she saw on her phone that she old middle school had been closed down today and that all the stuff had been fired. She was shocked, but she figured that this would happen eventually. And as for Toshinori, he was sitting alone on the couch, still a little shaking up for today's events. Not only had he actually lost a fight, but he almost got his head cut off by his own son. For the first time in a while he was scared for his life, and he didn't know how to break it to his wife and daughter. All the while he was looking back on everything that has happened in the last few days. Losing everyone's trust, Izumi getting expelled, Inko's depression, and most of losing Izuku to some women he barely knew. He tried so many times to fix his mistakes with everyone, but nothing ever worked. No one would listen to him anymore, especially Inko. Ever since Izuku was first taken away and she learned what he said about him the day he revealed Izumi his hero identity, they have had quite a few fights over the past 3 years. It got so bad to the point where they haven't had sex since that time. But now she doesn't even want to talk to him. And his release was almost as bad. He was able to see the resentment in her eyes for all the secrets he kept for the family. The only reason why she was still talking to him was because Inko didn't want to be around her either. Since that night at the hospital, the day Inko said that Izumi was also at fault and that she deserved to be expelled for it, the two of them hadn't spoken a word to each other. Just then there was a knock at the door, and Toshinori was just wondering who would be coming around at this hour. He opened the door and it revealed to be the Bakugos. Mitsuki, hello Toshinori. Toshi, Mitsuki, Masaru. What brings you guys around here at this time? Mitsuki, I know it's late, but I couldn't wait any longer to discuss it. Masaru, we came by early, but when we tried knocking no one answered. Could we please come in? Toshi, I'm sure, please. The two had walked in. Toshinori had directed them to the couch. He was confused what they wanted to talk about, that it couldn't wait until tomorrow. But then Mitsuki started to explain that she and Masaru had encountered Izuku this afternoon. They talk about how they lashed out at the when Mitsuki touched him, which led to him smashing a wall, to when he talked about almost ending someone just before they ran into each other. Am wasn't expecting even more drama, but it seems that he just couldn't catch a break. At every turn the consequences of his actions keep coming back to hunt him. Toshinori, this is all my fault. Masaru, what's that? Toshinori, everything that's happened, it all my fault. The reason you found Izuku like that was because I made him so angry today he almost ended me. What? All three of them had turned their heads to who had shouted. To their left was Inko standing in a doorway, and she looked so grotesque. She was in nothing but a part of pajamas that were stained a little. Her hair was a complete mess, her eyes looked like she had pink eye due to crying for days. And she looked completely drained of energy from not eating. And she was holding what looked to be a picture in her hand. The Bakugo didn't know what to make of the sight, but it was all too clear to Toshinori. This was just another result of their 10-year-long mistake and because of Toshinori's habit of keeping secrets. As for Inko, she just stopped there glaring at her husband after hearing what he said. She figured that he must down something else to make Izuku hate them even more. Inko, Toshinori? Just what the hell did you do now? He didn't have the will to look her in the eye and just keep his head down. He then started explaining to the three of them that today he challenged the number 3 pro to a fight in order to get Izuku back. And that in the end he ended up losing badly. But once the battle was already decided, he lashed out in a pit of rage and tried to attack Flash Princess. But before he could, Izuku had heeled his sword to his neck and treated to cut off his head. And that the only reason he's still alive was because Flash Princess had stopped him before he could. The Bakugos didn't understand what Flash Princess had to do with this, and were even more confused just how the number 1 hero could have lost and almost got ended by Izuku of all people. But before they could ask any questions, Toshi was met with a hard slap from a pissed-off Inko. "Inko, you damn fool. Did you learn nothing after everything we've put our son through? It's bad enough you kept so many secrets from all of us, but now you thought that trying to take Izuku back by force was going to work. Toshi, I'm sorry. I just didn't want to see you and Izumi to suffer anymore. Don't you want him back anymore?" "Inko, of course I do, but not like that. You think this is easy for me to have my baby boy to choose that woman over us? To have her be the one that helping him overcome the trauma I caused? No, but not letting him have a choice isn't going to make things better. For God's sake, he hates you so much that he came close to ending both of us." The number 1 just sat there with his head down in shame, not knowing what to say. Everything his wife was saying was true. No matter how hard he tries, he keeps making stupid mistakes that keeps affecting everyone around him. All he could do was just watch as his wife started to bawl her eyes again and kept talking. Inko, covering her eyes, "Damn it, Toshi, why do you keep doing this?" It was hard enough to accept Nizu's decision to let him stay with FP. "I was willing to put up with it and give Izuku space if it means he might one day forgive us." "Toshi, Inko, but now I know that he's willing to end anyone no matter who it is if they threaten that woman. I don't like her, but she's the only one Izuku cares about. And I can't even blame her because this is all our faults. She's done more than anyone else has done for him since he was 4. Did you not see how he hugged her at the hospital? I haven't seen him shown that much affection to anyone since he came back. It broke my heart to see that, but what hurts even more is knowing that he's willing to commit murder if anyone tries to hurt or even talks bad about her. And all you did today was make things even worse." The 2 Bakugo partners just watched and listened to this and were even more confused. Nothing about what they were arguing about made any sense to them. After Inko had calmed down a little, they started asking for answers to what they were talking about. She took a minute before she started to explain everything that they could that was related to Izuku, without exposing OFA, YIN and WANG, or the group targeting their vessels. The 2 Bakugos listened carefully to every detail that they were given. To their first encounter with him at their son and daughter's first day of school. Explaining the events that happened at the USJ which led him to being hospitalized, and the interrogation after the events in Upper Kamino that went south for them which led to everyone turning against them and allowing Flash Princess be the one to watch over Izuku, and some of the things she said explaining why she didn't return him in the first place. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. It'd think that so much had happened to their nephew. The 2 of them just stood there in silence for about 5 minutes trying to comprehend everything that they just heard. But Mistuki was thinking over everything they were told doesn't completely explain Izuku's and FP relationship, or of what Katsuki told them that, according to their son Izuku now suddenly has a quirk. It was clear to her that Inko was hiding some things. Yeah, but she figured that right now wasn't the best time to confront her since it was clear she was an emotional wreck. Her husband on the other hand wasn't really thinking about it too much and just went with it. Once the 2 of them had composed themselves, they talked to Inko, explaining to her their encounter with her son, telling her from their perspective how they viewed him compared to the little boy that they remembered. Inko wasn't too surprised by hearing this since she's seen enough for how he acted towards others. But it still hurt her inside know that Izuku was so hostile to almost everyone who were once the closest to him. At least that's what she thought. Until the 2 Bakugos told her something that made her hate herself even more. They explained that they asked Izuku if he blamed them for not being able to guide their son in the right direction. To which he stated that he didn't blame them at all and that he knew that bad parents were like and that they weren't it, certainly referring to Tashinori and Inko herself. To which Mad Inko said sit down and clutching that picture she was holding the entire time tightly. Mitsuki, Inko, are you alright? Mazur, you're just sitting there looking at that picture? The picture was of the 2 of them when Izuku was 4 before they ever went to the doctor. Back when the 2 of them would play hero, and he would always pretend to be AM with his little onesie. Inko, depressed. It's the last picture we ever took of him. It's the last of that shows the 2 of us smiling happily. I remember when I bought that onesie for him smiling the entire time when we'd play. I loved every minute of it and I just threw that all away. Mitsuki, Inko, crying. Every time I look at this all I see just how much of a failure I am. It was supposed to be my job. It helped guide, protect, comfort and love my child, until he was able to stand on his own. But because of my fears and ignorance I just let the world beat him down at every turn. And while Izumi and the others just made things even worse. Toshi, please Inko. I know there's no excuse for what she's done but you can't just completely shut her out. Please think about Izumi too. Inko, too Toshinori? Until now that's all we've ever done. Have you forgotten that just focusing on her is part of what caused all this in the first place? I'm her mother so I still love her. That doesn't mean I have to forgive her just like that right now. Masaru, Inko, do you really mean that? Toshinori, sweetie, Izumi's suffering too. Inko, I do. And no Toshi, Izumi doesn't know the meaning of suffering. I've made my fair share of mistakes, but that doesn't mean I'm just going to excuse Izumi for all of hers either. As a parent I should have properly disciplined and punished her after I first found out everything but I was too conflicted on my feelings after losing one of my children. But now is the time that she has to pay for her own mistakes. If I just keep focusing on her like I've been doing this entire time, what am I supposed to do if the time comes again when my son needs me? Tell me Toshinori, what am I supposed to do? Toshi, I don't know. Inko, I know you don't. But like it or not now I've made up my mind. Right now I'm going to be patient and wait until the time may come when Izuku needs me to be his mother again. I don't know what you're going to do but you'd better figure it out soon and stop focusing all your attention on just Izumi. Like it or not she's at fault too. She never acted the way a hero is supposed to, and it's about time that you admit it too. A moment after she was finished no one else has anything more to say. Mitsuki just got up and hugged Inko. Despite everything she said she knew her best friend too well. What really hurt Inko the most was admitting the reality about her children. She couldn't be angry at Izuku or FP because she had no right. And even though she was again with Izumi she couldn't hate her, she was still her daughter. Although she knew Inko probably wouldn't be able to say that out loud. But in the background none of them realized that Izumi was listening behind a wall outside of her room. It hurt her deeply to her how her mother talked about her. But it's not like she could blame her. This was part of what she had coming to her. Izumi, Mom's right, I never really understood what it meant to be a hero. Even though I had the best example of one out there, my brother. But I just couldn't see any of it until it was too late. I'm sorry Mom, I'm sorry Dad, I'm sorry Izuku, I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise to any of you Star. Back in the forest. The master and students duo had turned the entire forest into a war zone, waking up and scaring away various wildlife. Also damaging their habitats. Many of the trees were cut down because of Kaori's light swords of conviction and Izuku's darkness slashes. It even exchanged in hand-to-hand combat which caused a bunch of shockwaves that blew away a lot of the terrain. However, Izuku wasn't doing so well in this fight. He'd used almost every offensive quirk in his arsenal. But of course because he hadn't made the decision YNG wanted he couldn't use their full power without losing control of himself and mostly had to focus on reinforcing his physical abilities with his chi and dark enhancement. And his dark cloaked blade attacks weren't cutting it either. Despite him having perfect control over it, it wasn't refined enough to be a threat to his master. And Kaori's complete control over her quirk's powers and her superior sword skills only made it even hard. The difference between their strengths was pretty obvious and it was impossible for Izuku to close the gap between it. But what gave him the most trouble was the fact that Kaori could predict his moves the same way he could just better. It was impossible for him to surprise her with anything he threw at her, every trick he had she already knew. She knew all of the different types of quirks he had plus his fighting style, she was the one that taught him everything he knew. But the thing that made it the most difficult for him was that despite understanding her reasonings he still didn't want to fight. This wasn't like when they would exchange blows in training, she really wanted him to do real damage. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Now he was forced to contemplating between his feelings of not wanting to lose the only person he cares about, and not losing his chance to become a hero. 7-hour time skip. The time was now 5:50 a.m., Kaori and Izuku have been fighting for 10 straight hours. To the point where we're about 12 miles away from her mansion, and finally stopped at a rocky terrain near a river where there was no forest. Kaori, sigh asterisk, how many times have I told you already? And how many more times am I going to have to say it? If you don't fight back you're going to die Izuku. Unleash those flames of yours right here and now or it's over for you. Kaori was just floating above him engulfed in light with just the minor injury she received from Izuku earlier. But as for him, he was left standing on just one knee with many cuts and punctured holes due to the amount of light swords that she threw at him. And the slicing from her katana, Kaori had gotten so many hits in that he was losing more stamina than his burning regeneration needed to take in order to heal his wounds. He was panting heavily and losing a lot of blood. But even worse than that was that now in his weakened state, Yang saw this as an opportunity to try and tempt Izuku to let its power out since he was desperate. Yang, asterisk you dumbass. What are you waiting for? She's asking you to give it everything you've got. So take of those damn bandages and unleash my full power, asterisk. Izuku, no I won't give you the chance to take over my body. And if I use that power everything else around us will burn up until it spreads until there's nothing left. Yang, asterisk if that's your biggest concern, then you should probably look around where you are right now, asterisk. Izuku wasn't sure what he was talking about until he looked exactly where he was. There was nothing that could spread the flames, no trees or grass and no animals. Just rock, dirt and a river that leads to the ocean. And now Izuku was calling the events that led up to the two of them being here. When they were in the forest, he just noticed the areas they passed to get to this point. And remember that this was the area where they would go in order to practice Izuku's mortal flame fist. Young asterisk there's nothing to burn away but the two of you here. So you might as well use it asterisk. Izuku, she led me here on purpose. All the while Kaori was also talking with YN contemplating everything that has happened so far. Both were discussing just how far Izuku was willing to go to let himself be hurt and thought his life away rather than fight back. She knew that this was different from the time at the USJ. Izuku might have tried to take away his life then but he would actually put up a fight back then. But now his wouldn't even try. YN asterisk it's clear he can't choose between what he wants and taking the risk of hurting you asterisk. Kaori, no it's more than that, he knows that if he unleashes that power there is a good chance he might end me if we don't defend ourselves properly. And he doesn't want to take that risk? Yeah so what are you saying, are you gonna stop this test, and just hope that he can live up to your expectations all on his own? If as much as I don't want to do this we both know the risk if he doesn't take this extra step right here and now. The two of them had finished their internal conversation and focused back on Izuku. Kaori noticed that he was going to try to use his dark cloaked slashes again and immediately launched another light sword which threw his katana out of his hand 10 feet away. She sighed and tried to convince her student to take this last chance to use Yang's full power, that if he didn't do it now everything they both worked towards would have been for nothing. Izuku didn't say anything as just looking down while slowly standing up. All the time he was thinking, was this the end? He's used all the quirks he could, his physical attributes and chi and swordsmanship skills, and still wasn't enough to beat her. He was out of any other options other than the most devastating power YNG possessed, but if he used it even if Kaori protects herself. If he couldn't control the darkness flame well enough the flames would turn on him and end him instead. Yang, asterisk damn it kid, just use my black flames. You tried everything else and it didn't work asterisk. Izuku, and if I do what kind of guarantee do I have that you won't try to take over my body as soon as I unless it's power? I know those flames are the power that isn't meant to be controlled. Young asterisk as much as I would love to do that and finally put an end to my other half. You're not strong enough to beat those two, and I can't afford to let you die right now. Have you forgotten that my experience depends on you right now? So I'll let you in on a secret asterisk. Izuku, a secret? Yang, if you don't want my flame to turn against you then you must give an offering. Izuku didn't understand just what it was talking about, but just then he saw that Kaori had put her hands together and started powering up her divine sun rage to launch at him, all the while she was hutton inside thinking did she had failed as a mentor. Was her thinking that something could actually use YNG for good, did she failed another child? But just the YN had snapped her out of her thoughts. When asterisk Kaori wait, asterisk. Kaori, what is it? When asterisk look, asterisk. She was confused at first but then noticed that it started to feel hot. She then looked down to see what it was. It was Izuku. She saw that he had taken the bandages off his right arm. No one else knew about this but those bandages were to suppress the power of the darkness flames with chi symbols around them, but even with them the flames can still be realized in small amounts. But over time as Izuku's chi and Yang's power increased the sealing of the bandages got weaker, and the flames would have eventually burned through them. That's because the bandages were infused with Kaori's chi since Izuku's wasn't strong enough. But now Izuku was now ready to realize his full power, and so his arm was now engulfed in black flames and so was his body. Izuku, ominous voice. Master, you know what happened now. Anyone who releases this technique no longer has any say. I was told to control this just enough I was to offering something. So I assume my right arm should do. Then, Kaori, we need to defend ourselves. He's about to release the dragon, Curry, I know. Let's get the sphere ready. Izuku, you asked for this, so don't blame me for what happens next. Izuku then archered himself and launched all the flames in his arm in Kaori's derision, causing his shirt to burn away. As the flames themselves turned into a spiral in the shape of a dragon. Izuku, Dragon of the Darkness Flame. As the dragon started making its way towards its target, Kaori and Wyan quickly took actions to protect themselves. Kaori has focused all her power and energy into Wyan's most powerful quick. The absolute defensive ability and the counter to Yang's darkness flame, the Phoenix Sphere. The sphere had activated just in time as the dragon was an inch away, however there was a surprise. It turned out the dragon was stronger than she realized, so much so that it grabbed a hold of the sphere and started bulldozing her around the area. The sphere managed to hold, but this was more than the pro was expecting. Kaori was pushed back into the middle of the lake as the dragon had finally fizzled out. She had stayed there floating for about a minute until finally deactivated the Phoenix Sphere. After then she started flying back to where her student was. As she was flying back she felt how hot the atmosphere was now and the sun was rising. Even though Kaori knew about the dragon flames more than anyone currently alive, she was still surprised how strong it was currently since this was Izuku's first time ever using it. She had finally gotten back to where her was before she was tossed around the area, and there is Izuku in the exact same place. He was just standing there panting heavily, topless, and his right arm was burned badly up to his tricep. And just then his arm dropped to his side and he collapsed to the floor on his back. Kaori then floated down and then started using healing light particles to heal Izuku. As she was doing this, Izuku had woken up with just enough energy to speak. Izuku, master? Kaori, I'm surprised you're still conscious. Izuku, did I pass? Kaori, you did it. I won't lie, I had my doubts at first, but I'm glad I took a chance on you. You exceeded my expectations. Izuku, I see. Kaori, just rest for now. And just so you know, I'm proud of you, Izuku. Izuku didn't say anything as he just closed his eyes and passed out. But hearing that did make him forget about all the pain he was in for a second as he passed out, and as for Kaori, she and Wen were having a discussion about the night they just had. Wen, I'm surprised he actually did it, and it was stronger than I expected. I thought that 15% would be enough, but I had to raise the sphere's power to 30%. Kaori, yeah, it shocked me too. I'm glad everything worked out in the end. I knew how much he didn't want to hurt me because I'm his master. But he needed to this push. When, don't lie to yourself, Kaori, you know the real reason he didn't want to fight and use those flames against you. We both know that this boy sees you as his **. Kaori, don't say it. You think I enjoyed this? I knew. This would hurt him on the inside too, it also hurt me. But I need to make sure that Izuku can fully control Wenji and not rely on me so much. Then, you really have that much faith in him, **. Kaori, I can't give Izuku what he really wants from me, but I can give him my support at the very least. You know the risk that comes with being your vessel, there's no guarantee I'll be able to watch over him forever. And that also the reason why I can't allow Izuku to think of me as a parent. When, well, if you really believe it's possible that I'll lend you any power to help you make it happen. Kaori, thanks. I'm afraid of what might happen if I'm gone for good and Izuku's left all alone. And that's why I can't let Izuku get any more attached to me. It will just hurt him more if that were to happen, so just in case that were to happen I need for him to concern his hate. And maybe he'll be able to smile again. 6 hours later. After the long night he went through, Izuku had finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes and noticed he was in his room back in Kaori's mansion. As he slowly got himself up he felt the soreness all over his body. He still had enough energy to pick himself up, but what hurt more than anything was his arm. He could still feel the sting for being burned by his black flames. It was a long time since he was ever burned since he got Wendy. He looked to see that he had new bandages on his arm. After a minute taking in every that had happened last night, he left his room and started walking around the mansion. He made his way to the living room and he saw that Kaori was sitting there reading a book. Kaori, you're awake. And only after 6 hours of sleep. How are you feeling? Izuku, lousy. And I can barely use right arm. Kaori, I figured. But the silver lining is now that you used the dragon, you don't have to worry about its power breaking through the new chi bandages I put on you for a while. Izuku, so what happens now, master? Kaori, For today just rest, we fought for an entire night so for now just take it easy. I'm going to go into the city real quick to get takeout for today and then we'll just sleep for the rest of the day. Izuku, you sure you want takeout? Kaori, you can't cook with your arm like that and besides we both missed dinner last night and breakfast. Plus we both need sleep. Izuku, yeah I suppose you're right. Besides there's no way I'm letting you in the kitchen, not after what happened last time. Kaori, oh god please stop reminding me. Anyway come here I'm going to heal you arm just enough so you might be able to use it by tomorrow. Izuku questioned why she couldn't heal his arm completely, but Kaori stated that if his arm was needed to heal the rest on its own. Because once it was completed healed the darkness flame would try to break free from the seal faster. So after the festival was over they both needed to find a way to contain its power properly, so once the sports festival came Izuku wouldn't have the choice to unless the dragon of the darkness flame again. After her explanation she teleported away. After about 20 minutes Kaori had come back with Atlanta food for the two of them. They sat down at the table sitting on the tatame mat floor and started eating. They stayed quiet for a while since neither one knew what to say after everything. Izuku was feeling uneasy after using the dragon's power, feeling he just got lucky that he didn't end his master. And Kaori was feeling even worse about it. All this time she was looking back and kept thinking about what she had done and about what could have happened if things had ended badly. Kaori, damn it what am I supposed to say now? I knew that if he didn't release all that power and frustration he would have eventually ended up destroying himself and others. But still I could only imagine what he felt as we were fighting. Disputes my good intentions I still ended up turning my blade on my pauses, my student. But as she was thinking, Izuku had gotten her attention. Kaori saw the look in his eyes, it too was almost as if he knew what she was thinking. Izuku, master, you did what you did because I was the one that kept messing up. I get it. Kaori, you're not angry with me? Izuku, was it hard for me to do? Yes, but no I'm not angry. If I was stronger then you probably wouldn't have had to resort to Tues. You were right I can't keep losing control like I have been, so I have to find a way to improve on myself as a person so I don't have to put you in this type of position again. Kaori didn't know what to say, for this past 3 years she's gone used to him not thinking about himself. But this still stunned her that even after what she did Izuku was only think about how she felt and wasn't even angry about it. But before she could get another word in, he had started talking again. Izuku, master. Before you attack me I wanted to tell you something that happened last night. Before I left work, Nozomi asked me about you. Yes this just took the cake. Ever since she came back to Japan, Kaori hadn't had the time to ask she's student about her daughter. And now out of nowhere she hears that Nozomi was actually thinking about her. Kaori, what exactly did she ask? Izuku, she asked about your condition, she saw what happened in Kamino and wanted to know how you were. Kaori, oh I see. Izuku, and she said something else, she said that she thought you looked very cool in your fight. She just sat there for a moment to take that all in, her only daughter, the daughter that believed was abandoned by Kaori's own choice. Because her former government bosses had interviewed in make sure Nozomi didn't know anything about her. But not here that Nozomi was beginning to open up to know more about her. Kaori, Izuku, tell me what is my daughter's life like these days? Don't leave out any details. Izuku, well let's see where should I start? 2 weeks later. It was calm spring morning and it was now the day of the annual UA Sports Festival. The stadium where it was being held was packed with many civilians and pro-heroes that were ready to see the next generation of young heroes. Half of the heroes that were present were scouters looking for promising new interns for their agencies that they believe would make excellent heroes. And the others were UA's teaching staff that was serving as security and also referees and announcers. The hype for this year's sports festival was even bigger since this would be the first time the top 3 pro heroes would be present for this event. Many of the families of the students that were participating were also in the audience but most were just watching for their TVs at home. This included all the families of those of Class 1A, and the 2 other Yagis and the Tormentors' families. Inko and Izumi stayed home to watch Izuku's performance today and to get more information about YNG by seeing it in action. However, Inko was watching it by herself in the living room as her daughter was watching it on her laptop in her room, since the two of them still weren't on speaking terms at the moment. As for the Bakugos, they were both watching closely to see how their son would do today, but also to watch Izuku to try and figure out how he'll compete since they didn't know he got in a quick. And as for the Todorokis, the only one who couldn't see the festival was Rei Todoroki. Since she was stuck in a mental hospital that Endeavor put her in ever since the incident between her 2 youngest children. And as for the students themselves, Class 1A were in the waiting area waiting for them to be announced to head to the arena, As for Bakugo and Todoroki, they were in a separate room with the general studies class. All the students in class 1A were clearly nervous about having a massive amount of people watching over them, and for them and judging their performances to see if they would make great heroes for the future. However, they were focused on something else at the same time. It was the fact that they were all together except for one. For some reason their class president still hadn't arrived. Ida, does anybody know where Izuku is? Every single member of class when it should be here. Uraraka, I have no idea and I'm getting worried. If he doesn't show up he'll lose his spot in the hero course. Ida, he's also our class president and should be here to represent all of us. Jiro, why don't we ask Yaoyorozu where he is? Everyone turned their heads to face their vice rep after hearing Jiro say that. Momo, why would you assume I know? Jiro, because he only ever really talks to you in class, not to mention you seem to pay really close attention to him in particular. Her saying that made Momo look away with her cheeks turning a little pink. But what they didn't notice was that zero-gravity user was looking at Momo's reaction closely after hearing Jiro's comment. But she wasn't the only one. Mina was also paying close attention with a small grin on her face. Momo, I don't know where he is, I haven't talked to him in these last 2 weeks. Jiro, don't you have his contact info? Momo, no I don't. Uraraka, so Yaoyorozu, are you and Izuku really close? Why is this bothering me? Momo, what? I mean I try to get him open up more but that's it really. Uraraka, so then nothing happened after that time you ran out of the classroom? Right? Momo remembered the events that she was talking about, and realized just how it might have looked in eyes of others. And was embarrassed after looking back on it. She was about to try and convinced her that it was nothing and that she was just shocked to see him completely fine. But before she could say anything the door had opened to reveal the very person in question. The entire class saw that Izuku had finally showed up, but he looked a little different. He was wearing the same UA uniform that the other students were wearing, except it looked to everyone that he had picked out the wrong size. His uniform looked tight to the point where everyone could see just how much muscle his other clothes hid. But in reality during these last 2 weeks he had just bulked up a lot due to his intense training with his master. And the first 2 people that said anything were Momo and Uraraka and had walked up to him to ask him questions. Momo/Uraraka, Izuku, where have you been? Momo, I thought you weren't going to make it. Do you realize how big of an opportunity this is for us? This is not what I expect from my class president. Uraraka, if you hadn't come you might have lost your opportunity to be a pro hero. Izuku, I just needed to fill out the proper forms so they would allow me to use my sword today. And what's with you too? What did you miss me or something? And that last sentence was enough for them to realize just how they were acting in front of their entire class. They then looked around and noticed how everyone was watching them and just looked away with red faces trying not to look Izuku in the eyes. Kirishima, wow bro, what's with the tight uniform? Did you get the wrong size? Izuku, what do you mean? I'm wearing the same size I always wear. Kirishima, wait really? But then that would mean you got jacked up in just 2 weeks? As some of the other members of the class greeted their president back, they were asked just what he was doing for training this last 2 weeks. However, Ida looked to Izuku's right arm and noticed that his bandages were different from 2 weeks ago. They were new and tighter than they looked before and he had 2 metal bands on. One on his upper arm and the other one on his wrist with a small ball and chain on it. Ida, Izuku, what's with your arm? Is that some kind of fashion statement? They looked to see what he was talking about and saw Izuku's arm. Some that it was weird, others that it looked cool but only thought that something had happened to his arm and ran to him with concern. It was Momo and she was worried because she knew by the way the bandages were tied that he must have gotten injured at some point. Momo, Izuku, what happened to your arm? It's different than from what I remember. Please tell me you didn't get hurt again. Izuku, geez relax, my arm will be okay. I just can't take the bandages off. Momo, that doesn't explain why you've always had the months since the first day of school. And why it looks like you got injured. Izuku, look, all I can say is that these are on my arm because of something that happened to me in my past. And so I'm focused to wear these now, I don't keep these on my arm by choice. And can I ask you what's with you been so close to me these days? She then noticed that she was doing it again and back away looking even more flustered. Jiro and Mino were looking at her while smirking, as for Uraraka was pointing while feeling a little annoyed. And then they all heard the announcement that the sports festival was about to begin and for them all to head to the field. As they made their way outside, they all could hear Present Mike announcing the opening ceremonies. Present Mike, pay attention, audience, swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Everyone, are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. As the crowd screamed in excitement, the press ready with their cameras for tomorrow's articles, and Pro Heroes is ready to size up the students to see which of them would be worth scouting. Present mic. The UA Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their skills once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Course Class 1A. And we also have the other Hero Course Class, Class 1B. And so the two classes that were announced entered the stadium. Momo, my, there are so many people that I was expecting. Ida, if well we will be giving our best performance watched by so many people. All a part of our hero training. Present mic. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D and E, Support Course, Classes F, G and H are here too. And Business Course, Classes I, J and K. All of UA's first years are here now. Present mic yelled, as he wrapped up quickly the other classes' introductions which put a frown on some of them. And also Class 1A noticed that Bakugo and Shoto were with Class F but also saw that Izumi Yagi wasn't present. And as for the two of them were staying far from the rest of Class F, ever since they were transferred there they hadn't gotten along with anyone. And they were glaring at Izuku. Izuku himself could feel their malice but didn't care at all. But it wasn't just those two, Shinos was also glaring at him. Ever since what Izuku said to him before their break, he hasn't been able to get Izuku's words out of his head. Then the pro R-rated hero, Midnight, this year's chief umpire for the first years cracked. Is the lot of the students were blushing and looking away at Midnight's hero costume. A lot of the students were questioned if it was appropriate for an adult to wear that in front of a bunch of teenagers. The only ones that were openly enjoying this was Denki and Mineta, who were quickly told to shut up and control themselves. Midnight, it's time for the player pledge. Representing the students is the class president of Class 1A Izuku. And just like that our main protagonist face went from his expressionless to complete dread. He knew that in order for him to take the next step to becoming a hero, he needed to be noticed today by many. But what he wasn't expecting was for everyone to have their eyes on him before the events of the festival even began. He really didn't have to speak to people, especially not big crowds to ask for his classmates, though they were glad that it was him that was going up there since some of them believed that he was the most qualified to do so as their class president, but also others really didn't want to go up there and be put on the spot. Momo, Uraraka, Ida and Kirishima encourage him, and so he just stayed quiet with his normal non-emotional face and began walking up with no signs of being unconfident. If those that weren't in his class who knew him were also watching closely after hearing his name being called, and waiting to hear what Izuku would say. And the audience for themselves they recognized him from the giant battle that happened in Upper Kamino 2 weeks ago and from the public statement Flash Princess made. Izuku had made his way up to the stage and looked on to everyone who was watching him. He did hesitate a little since he really didn't know what to say, but then looked on and saw from afar that Kaori was on one of the upper platforms watching him. He saw that she gave him a quick smile and a head nod, and that's when the words just magically come to him. Izuku, microphone. Many of the students that are standing here today are here because they believe that they can be a hero. However, I'm sure that there are some that don't, simply because they view themselves as incapable, or maybe it's because others see them like that. Why do I bring this up? Because all men are not created equal, that's just the reality of this world. I'm sure that there are many here who have been told things like, you can't do it, you're not good enough, you don't have what it takes, just give up. And all that causes you to second-guess yourself at every turn. Doubting yourself because everyone else does, the feeling that your biggest dreams will only fantasy, and eventually you stop believing in yourself simply because no one else does. The reason I said all this is because I've had those feelings myself. But right now for me all that's important is that I'm standing here, where I can show the world that I can be a real hero. And if you want the same, then right here and now is the time to show how just much you want it, and give this everything you've got. Sometimes people just focus on the mountains ahead of time, they forget the ones behind them were just as hard to calm. All of you have come this far, so then it's possible for you to go further. Because I'm not going to let anyone or anything stop me from going as far as I want. There was about a 30-second moment of silence after he was finished. All the while Kaori was just sitting at her spot thinking as she had a satisfying look on her after hearing his words. Kaori, one of the first steps to moving forward as a person is shower other your vulnerable side, and being able to relate to them. You did good, Izuku. Just then the silence was replaced by a few people clapping. And soon everyone in the entire stadium was applauding Izuku for his speech. His classmates, the other classes, the civilians and even the pros were all clapping after hearing his words. His didn't realized, but his words managed to inspire all who heard them. Present mic, everybody give it up for Izuku. That speech will definitely be remembered. Don't you think, Eraser? Aizawa, honestly I didn't know what to expect at first, but his words managed to make me proud to have a student like him. Present mic, is that the sound of the famous strict teacher acknowledging someone? Aizawa, as well he sure has earned my respect. But now let's see if he can back up those words. As he made his way off the stage as Midnight thanked him for giving the pledge, he was met with praises for those he passed and especially for his other classmates. Kirishima, that was so manly. Izubro, you inspired me to do my absolute best. Denki, you got me fired up, man. Ida, indeed. Your words have truly touched us all. Class president. Momo, Izuku. Because of what you said I now have more self-confidence to give this my absolute best. Thank you so much. Izuku, I didn't think said anything that inspiring. Momo, what are you talking about? You definitely did. So don't second-guessing yourself. I voted for you as class representative for a reason, and you just proved that my decision was the right one. Momo didn't realize what she had just admitted, but Izuku definitely got it. He had his suspicions of who voted for him in the first place but didn't figure that she was one of them. Then Midnight began to speak again, announcing that this year's first event will be a fatal game, an obstacle course race. Midnight, all 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of the stadium, about 4 kilometers. As long as you stay in the course it doesn't matter what you do. Now take your places everyone. As each of the students made their way to the starting point, all those in the stadium and watching had their eyes fixed on them all. But it wasn't just those in the stadium or even in Japan for that matter. People from all over the world were tuning in to their TVs, were waiting to see what these new aspiring heroes would do today. This also included a certain in Europe organization that was its buy-in that was paying particularly close ostension to our main protagonist Izuku. The Takiro were also watching the sports festival to get a glimpse of how much the boy has managed to control Wenji. Everyone pay close attention. Ever since Takshi was defeated we have to know more about this boy. Talking Wenji probably won't be as easy as we first thought. I knew that guy was more bronze than brains. But to think he'd lose to this kind is just pathetic. Well, let's not give him too little credit. He does host the second oldest and arguably strongest quirk in the world. No to mention he was trained by her. Register will have to plan out next move after we see what he's really capable of. Depending on what we see today, we might have to send you to Japan next. I understand. Make sure if that happens you don't fail us, Hisashi. All the different courses students were all closing lines up together at the starting point, waiting for the green light to start the race. The non-hero course students were feeling uneasy now that the sports festival was about to begin, since this was many of their biggest chances to have their skills recognized. But it was the same for the hero course students as well. The majority of them were brimming with confidence, as quite a few of them had already come up with plans to rush ahead of everyone else in this race. And then each one of them had heard the sound of Midnight shouting the start of the first course of this year's sports festival. Midnight, start! And just like that, every single student started running and stepping over each other trying to get this race underway. However, the majority of them were halted by the 2 Todoroki twins, who immediately froze the whole tunnel, trapping most of the other participants while they advanced. Awa, what the? It's freezing over. I can't move. So cold. Present mic. Wow folks, it seems like the Todoroki twins already taken the lead, freezing and trapping the others. What fierce power. The 2 twins were confident that they had the advantage, as did most of the crowd. However, just then Eraserhead had begun to point through the monitor something that Present mic had seemed to miss. Aizawa, you might want to check again, someone else is about to take the lead. Everyone didn't understand what he was getting at, until the cameras had pointed back to the twins, more specifically their shadows. Shoto what's the first to notice. His shadow began to look as if it was growing bigger and was sprouting something. Shoka look behind you. As Shoka wasn't quite sure what her brother was getting at, but just then a certain figure had somehow managed to pop up from behind her. She didn't get a good look at who it was until they stepped over her head and leaped their way ahead of her and her Shoto. Then she saw clearly who it was her crush Izuku. To no one's knowledge, Izuku had hidden in her shadow to get ahead of everyone else, because he sensed based on her ki that she was going to freeze in the hallway. Present mic, unbelievable. It's Izuku. The dark horse of Class 1A. How did he get here? Shoka, Izuku. Shoto, damn it, how did I not notice? But they weren't the only ones that were right behind our protagonist. A couple of more members of Class 1A and Bakugo also managed to avoid the ice. And were right in their tail. Bakugo, you damn Deku. Peppermint twins. Get back here. Momo, don't think you've already won Izuku. Kirishima, sorry bro, but I'm not letting you get ahead. Izuku didn't even bother looking back at them, his focus was on just finishing the race. However, he had to push himself a little hard than usual, as he started to remember a conversation he had with his master the day after their fight. Flashback. Kaori, Izuku, before we continue with your training again, there's something important we have to discuss. Izuku, what is it, master? Kaori, as you already know, those who don't possess the ability to use chi are most defenseless against someone who does. Even the most experienced heroes. Izuku, so what you're saying is? Kaori, I'm saying that for the entire sports festival, you're not allowed to use your chi. The vessel of Wenji figured that's what she was getting at, but still wasn't happy about it, and was now getting worried if he should be taking part in the festival without his chi. Izuku, master? If I do that then? Kaori, yes, I'm aware. Without the use of chi, the level power of Yang's quirks you can use will go down since you can't use 100%. Actually, on that note, are you any closer to figuring out what your decision will be? Izuku, sigh asterisk, no I'm not. I keep thinking about it, but I can't seem to figure out what answer Wenji wants out of me. I mean, how am I supposed to know that darkness truly is? Kaori, sigh asterisk, well, either way, from now until the sports festival we are going to work on straightening your philosophy, but more importantly your mental state. You must increase the level of power you can use all on your own without any chi. Izuku, can I? Kaori, yes you can. Even if 100% is locked to you right now, you can still become strong if you increase your base abilities. But what's most important is to try and get your mental state back on track. Izuku stood there quietly for a moment, as he knew what she was getting at. It was getting at the fact of how he kept messing up and losing control. Kaori, Izuku, even though I still believe you can overcome this, I still can't trust you not to lose control of your emotions as you did before. That's why I'll be one of the heroes in charge of security during the sports festival. Izuku, but the real reason you'll be there is to watch over me. To make sure I don't go overboard with any of the other students. Right? Kaori, yes. I released your case. Without chi, it would be hard for you to do so. That is why when the sports festival comes we're good to have to resort to the old method. Hearing that made Izuku lower his head. But he couldn't deny that it was his fault. He broke her trust by giving in to his hate and anger. But he was grateful that she was still willing to give him another chance to prove that he could handle Yang's power with his own strength. He realized that won't be easy for him, especially since he will most likely have to face his past at the festival. And thinking about confronting them without chi to keep better control of Wenji worries him. But if he really wanted to become a hero with this power, he has no choice but to learn how to control it. Flashback ends. And so as he finished remembering that, he started to activate his dark enhancement to increase his physical abilities by 20% to maintain his lead in this race. However, this time, as a result of his 2 weeks of intense training, that now his 20% increase was as strong as it was at 35%. As a result of Kaori's new type of hellish training, all of Izuku's base physical availability were increased by 15%. Now was the time that the first obstacle superscript 2 of this race was approaching. Just up ahead of the students, there was a group of at least a dozen robots, including many of those zero-pointers that Izuku destroyed back at the entrance exam. Mike, obstacles have shown up suddenly. Starting with the first barrier. Robo Inferno. Denki, aren't those the zero-point villains from the entrance exam? Seriously? The hero course had to fight those things? This is what they meant by obstacles? Momo, I wonder where UA gets the funding for these robots? Izuku really wasn't considered about those zero-pointers. But he didn't want to reveal all of his tricks this early. So he started to use shadow control to move within not just his own shadow, but also the ones of the robots to avoid their detection. And used the shadows the robots created to pierce their legs one after another as he passed underneath them, which also led to them crashing into one another like dominoes, causing them to fall and begin exploding. Fortunately for the other students, they didn't have to worry about the explosions reaching them, as the Todoroki twins both used their ice to freeze the falling zero-pointers in place. However, what they didn't realize was that was just what Izuku wanted. Mike, the first through the first barrier is Izuku from Class 1A. Can you believe it? everyone. Not only did he avoid that horde of robots, but also found a way to get rid of all of them in one go. And just so you know folks, this boy distorted one of those same robots during the entrance exam in one punch. I wonder why he didn't just do that this time? Just as Present Mike finishes his loud play-by-play, Aizawa then began to make his own observation. Aizawa, I can tell you why he did it. If he had taken out the frontal assault, it would have made things easier for the rest of the competitors. But by causing all of them to tumble over, he forced the twins to overly freeze them and maintain his lead. So now the twins along with many of the other competitors have no choice but to go over all of the freeze robots, which will slow them down a little. After Aizawa finished his explanation, many people were in awe of the young man's performance. Not just citizens, but also quite a few pro heroes took notes of Izuku's power and quick thinking so far. Thinking of how he would be a top hero in the future, and that his power would be far greater than it is now. As for the students that were behind Izuku, the twins had no choice but to use their ice to go over the zero-pointers. As for Bakugo, this didn't slow him down at all, so now he was neck and neck with the Todorokis. However, the rest were have trouble as now they had to climb a cliff of freeze robots. The majority of them were members of Class 1A. Some of which had quirks that were useful when climbing, but that didn't mean that they weren't feeling the cold. Kirishima, damn it. Those twins just had to freeze everything, and Izubro just had to overdo it. Momo, he managed to get rid of all those enemies, and still leave an obstacle for all of us. But don't think you already won Izuku. Shoto, damn it, we were supposed to distract the competition by knocking those zero-pointers off balance. But that Deku just had to get our way. Shoko, we can't let him get ahead of us. But the female twin was listening, ever since the meeting they had in Niza's office 2 weeks ago. Things between the two siblings were anything but good. Shoto tried many times to talk to her after that day, but no matter what his sister just kept away from him. And as of right now, all Shoka could think about was how Izuku treated just now. Shoka, he didn't even hesitate to step over me, he's treated me the same way my stupid brother treated him. I guess this is what I get for just letting everything happen. But please Izuku, please just give me a chance to apologize. As she was thinking, she along with her brother and some other 1A students were making their way past the first obstacle trying to catch up to Izuku. Just then another announcement was being made. Mike, the first barrier's a piece of cake for you as Dark Horse, huh? Then what about the second? Present Mike grinned as Izuku was the first to arrive at the second obstacle. Mike, if you fall you're out. If you do not want to fall, then you have to crawl. It is the fall. Right after his announcement, the other students were staring to catch up, and went wide-eyed of what they their witness to. Yorika, when did they build this stage? Ochako asked herself as she and other students were fearful of dropping to their death. However, our hero of darkness could tell that this whole obstacle was due to the work of Power Loader. But he wasn't worried, as he increased the percentage of dark enhancement to 25%, and channeled it to only his legs. And using it managed to launch himself high in the air, and jumped from one side of the platform to another. Midnight, what? Can he fly? Izuku, no. I can just jump good. McClaw. The leader of the pack is easy getting through first. Izuku is treating this like it's nothing. His quirk must be super strong to allow him to perform such amazing acts of athleticism. Aizawa, pay attention you idiot. His quirk might be impressive, but he mostly only uses it to enhance his physical availability. But how he moves, how he jumps, his judgment and his analytical skills are all the result of his training before UA. McClaw. Amazing. But say Eraser, does that kid have a last name? But Aizawa just keep quiet. Since he and Niza thought it would be best if only few knew about Izuku's situation. While the others we become more amazed by Izuku's power and effortless overcoming of these obstacles. Manly Momo and Ochako. However, some on the hand were irritated of how far ahead Izuku was getting of them. Shoto, you bastard. If you think that I'll let you embarrass me in front of my shitty father, then think again. Shoto growled as he used his ice to slide through the gaps between each platform. Shoka soon followed suit hoping to pass your brother. But just then they both heard an explanation come from behind them. To no one's surprises it was Bakugo. Bakugo, you damn icy hot twins. I won't let you or that damn Deku beat me. Bakugo shouted as he was finally catching up to the Todorokis. Using his explosions to boost himself upwards over the pits and platforms, and since he was sweating more, his explosions got stronger and made him faster. Shoto looked behind him but wasn't really interested, his focus was solely on Izuku. not wanting to lose to someone person who always uses to be weaker than himself. He couldn't accept the idea of Izuku being strong. But beyond that, he was still pissed that he was here and Izumi was forced to leave. And was also determined to find out how he managed to get a quirk. Some of the other were starting to find ways over the fall. Tenya in particular saw that some students were already crossing the dust. He proceeded to land on the rope and used the engines in his calves to thrust him forward and much faster along. However, the audience and some teachers weren't impressed and that his methods were a little boring. Tenya was about to say something but stopped as he almost lost his balance, when a special teenager with a tail kept jumping and using his tail to grab the ropes to go from a platform to another. Ojiro, sorry Ida, but I have to catch up to Izuku and the others now. Meanwhile, the pro heroes that were watching not just from the stadium but also from other parts of Japan were now starting to recognize 1A's darkness users as the appearance and the alleged child of the number 3 pro hero. Hero number 1. Hey, isn't that the boy that saved Flash Princess a few weeks ago? Hero number 2. I heard that she personally trained him herself. And she was the one who called him to help in the first place. Hero number 3. I heard that he saved his entire class at the USJ from a villain attack even before that happened. Hero number 4, but I wonder if the rumors are true? Do you think he could be her son? While everyone debated among themselves, the students were nearly approaching that third and final obstacle. Mike. And now, we have quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it is a minefield. It is set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. By the way, these landmines are for gamers, so they are not that powerful, but they are loud and flashy enough to make you pants. Aizawa, that depends on the person, he commented as he didn't believe that these mines would make anyone pee themselves. As for the leader of the pack, he quickly realized that this particular obstacle was designed to give the leaders a disadvantage, so that those behind them could have a chance to catch up and possibly take the lead. However, Izuku wasn't worried about it since he had the perfect way to avoid all the mines. He once again used his shadow control to move within his own shadow and began to move down the landmine path. It was like he was a black cloud moving effortlessly through the ground. But the downside was that his speed had gone down, which gave 3 of his 4 past tormentors the chance to catch up and pass him. McCloud. Would you look at that, folks? Izuku is clearing the minefield without effort, just like he did with the first barrier. Just it looks like it caused him to lose his lead. This particular obstacle couldn't affect Bakugo at all, since he could merely just use his quirk to avoid them by staying above ground. Shoto and Shoka on the other hand didn't have the luxury to avoid all the landmines like the other two. The male of the twins was especially irritated by this. Not just because he couldn't predict where the mines were, but because he wanted this chance to humiliate Izuku by freezing him in place in front of everyone to stop him from winning. But as he was now ahead of him, he's instead just focused on finishing the race. The 3 were now neck and neck fighting for first place, and were almost near the end of the minefield. They could now see the entrance to where the finish line was. But just before any of them could reach it, Izuku had popped back out from his shadow with his katana in hand, and then used Shuinputsu to instantly appeared in front of the 3. But instead of running to the finish line, he instead drawed his sword and used one of the many techniques that Kaori had taught in swordsmanship. He one-handedly thrust his sword down to the ground with all his own strength with no quirk, causing the force to send a wave of debris in his ex-friend's derision. Izuku, Hiko Raijin style, Dio Aizi. The wave of debris was so strong, it caused a few remaining landmines to go off, adding an extra impact, which forced the twins and Bakugo back and causing them the chance to come in first place. And before they had time to recover, Izuku had sheathed his sword and began running again. And in no time at all was able to make his way back to the area, crossing the finish line as the winner of the obstacle course. Midnight, and the winner is Izuku of the Hero course. Mike, incredible. After briefly losing his lead, Izuku was still able to calm victory. But what was that move I saw? As the audience began to cheer in celebration of Izuku victory, more and more students also started to re-enter the stadium. But as for the adults who witnessed everything on the monitors, all started to talk among themselves about the move Izuku had made just before he crossed the finish line. Most civilians weren't really familiar with it, but the pros as well as any real fans knew after witnessing it. As heroes from all over the country who were watching the sports festival were discussed the Yang's Vessel's performance. Hero number 1. No way? What the hell did that kid do? Hero number 2. That move he did? I've seen it before. Hero number 3. No way? Was that really? As for those in the stadium, They were also now starting to notice it as well. Their excitement was now being replaced by whispering, debating whether or not did they really see that just now. But their whispering had come to an end after Shota Aizawa had started to make another announcement. Aizawa, that was Flash Princess's Hiko Raijin style. And with that everyone heard that, both in and out of the area. Were now shocked about what they just heard. Many of those who were familiar with that name were a little skeptical about it. Mainly the one who knew about Flash Princess since the time she was brought on to the hero scene. So some were buying it. Until both Aizawa and Mike started to discuss it themselves. Talking about how Flash Princess was the one who taught Izuku everything he knew about combat. And that she was who gave him his sword, so there was no other's way he could know that style. And that was enough to drop their suspensions, but no, that was replaced with different questions. You see, even since Kaori first became a pro hero, she quickly gained notoriety. With her exalted judgment on the front lines. Her light, fast and powerful quirk. And thanks to her mastery of chi, Kaori has more insane leaves of physical strength than even most pros with enhancement-type quirks. But one thing she rarely ever does is draw her sword and the type of sword fighting she learned at an early age. One of Japan's famous loose styles of swordsmanship, the Hiko Raijin. During her entire career, Kaori has only even drawn her sword a total of 3 times. At least in front of the police while doing hero work. But ever since she showed her skills as a swordswoman, she's gotten countless offers to become a teacher in swordsmanship. From both children and adults, not to mention from dojos across Japan and even a few others hero schools overseas. But has always turned down all of them, stating that she had no intentions of teaching her techniques to future generations. So hearing that she finally caved in and took on a student was shocked to those who knew her. But there was no doubt that what they had seen Izuku do was indeed the same style. As the tension in the stadium to divide down waiting for the next event to start, others who watched from outside were now becoming even more interested in our main protagonist. Especially some of the most top-ranked heroes. Headshot, so it's true. The Flash Princess actually took on an apprentice for once. I'm interested to see how much he learned from her. Maruko, those moves were definitely the same. I've tried so many times in the past to convince her to train me, but she never budged. I didn't completely buy that she had a kid. But if he actually is, that would explain why she would teach him. Smirk, either way I want to see for myself just what this brat can really do. As for the villains who were also watching, those who weren't that big of a threat. They were getting a little uneasy of the idea that there could potentially be another like Flash Princess. But for the League and especially all of One, all they were interested in was the current progress of the boy that darkness chose. But as the members of Takiro, the League's alliance forces were still watching the events in Japan. Still trying to get a full grasp on Izuku's current strength, trying to plan around it. Some were just focused on their presentation for their mission. Others were a little irritated by the fact that Kaori had actually passed on her swordsmanship. Well, it seems there's more to the boy that were expected. And it seems that he can use more of his power that I thought. The kid was a big enough threat just by having that quirk and being able to use cheats. I can't believe Kaori went as far as to teach him Hiko Raijin too. Don't worry so much if you think about it another way. This just means that she isn't confident that she can defeat us without the boy. You know as well as I do just how cautious she can be. That's how our sensei's always been. As this conversation was continuing, only one in particular was solely focused on just simply watching Izuku. And this did not go unnoticed by one individual, the leader of the Takiro. Hayashi, power is only as good as the person who wields it. So let's see if you can actually control what you possess, Izuku? He's been quiet ever since this whole festival started. Whatever the case, you had better have your priorities straight. Hisashi Midoriya. But, unannounced to anyone, there was one more individual who was particularly interested in the history between the number 3 hero of Japan and the kid. A certain popular and top hero in the United States. So that's the supposed son of that woman? To think that they actually allowed someone like her to become a hero. But something doesn't seem right? If I'm being honest with myself, aside from the black eyes and hair, they don't really look alike. If anything, that kid actually looks more like Master's wife Inko. Now we come back to the UA Stadium. The last amount of students were finally starting to re-enter after finishing the race. Most of the students that made it into the first top 20 places among the competitors were from 1A and 1B. Izuku was simply just keeping to himself, just waiting for them to announce the next event. As for those who were tagging Izuku, they were infuriated that he was able to humiliate them with practically no effort. One of members of the lower level classes, the general studies course, was eyeing him particularly, wanting the chance to show him up after he insulted him in front of so many after declaring was on Class 1A, and prove to everyone that he could be a hero. As for Shoka, she wasn't in particular upset about not making first place. What she was forced on was talking this time to finally talk to Izuku. It's been over a month since he came back, and she hasn't even had one conversation with him. Not to mention he hasn't even tried to talk to her. She couldn't handle the distance between them, and all she wanted was to attempt to make things right. But so many things just keep getting in the way. And now was no different. As Uraraka came running full of excitement after finishing the race. Uraraka, Izuku. That was so amazing. You came in first place. Congrats. Izuku, thanks I guess. But she wasn't the only one. As Izuku continued to stand still waiting, while Uraraka just keep on being so chipper. However, someone else in the distance was waiting the two closely. It was Class 1A's Vic Rep. She was slightly irritated about how Uraraka was getting close to Izuku. But what was really on her mind was how everyone was talking about how Izuku could use the Hiko Raijin style. Momo, even though she never showed it in front of others, she was a huge fan of Flash Princess. From the time she came on to the hero scene, Momo has followed her exploits. She has been her biggest inspiration for being a hero for years. Especially after she became the first woman to become one of the top 3 pro heroes. Security always hoped she could be like her even just a little bit. So this new revaluation that someone had actually inherited her famous sword style was more than shocking. Especially after see that Izuku was the one no less. She never since their second day of school said anything, but she had extended Izuku was hidden a lot of secrets. She more thought so after finding out that he actually had connections to her favorite hero. But especially after the events at the USJ, and everything else after. But despite all that he was clearly hiding, she still wanted to get to know him more and trust him. Especially after he went as far to put his life in danger just for her. She didn't know if she should believe the rumors that were going around about him, but whether they were true or not didn't matter. All that she wanted to believe in right now was Izuku. Momo, he was able to come in first and without breaking a sweat. And he was even granted the privilege to become Flash Princess student. Izuku, it's clear to me that you have many secrets. I don't know what you're hiding. But that doesn't matter, I still believe you're amazing. And I plan to catch up to you. And now it was time for the second event to be announced. Everyone settled down in order to her Midnight go over the details of the next event. Midnight, now then here's the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? I just said it and now here it is. And so she spined the wheel, as the students watch in anticipation to see what it would land on. The wheel stopped, and landed on the words, capture the flag. Denki, capture the flag. Now that's going to be easy. Tsuyu, it's not an individual event, so I wonder how it'll work? Midnight, the participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. It's basically the same as a regular capture the flag, but the one thing that's different is, based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. Sato, a points-based system like the entrance exam. Huh? That easy to understand. Uraraka, in other words, each team is worth different points depending on who's on the team. Mina, I see. Midnight, you guys don't hold back even though I'm taking. The R-rated hero shouted angrily as she flicked her whip. Midnight, yes, that's right. And the point assigned go by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42th place gets 5 points and 41st gets 10 points. As she continued, Izuku was thinking about the point system. Thinking that based on the first 2 examples, he would have just about 210 points. But soon that thought came crashing down as Midnight then announced how many points first place actually got. Midnight, and the point value assigned to the first place is 10 million. Izuku just stood there with a black expression, a little confused but not really surprised about what he just heard. This was exactly the type of thing that life had planned just to screw with him. And he wasn't the only one thing about this. In just that instead every other single student started glancing in his direction. Thinking that all they have to do is take out the one in the top spot, and they'll advance no matter what place they're in. 2 students in particular were especially gearing up for this. Thinking this was their chance to finally get back at him for having their hero careers hanging by a thread. But Izuku was on to them and everyone else, not worried. Instead he gave off an intimidating aura. He didn't activate his cheat, no, it was just the atmosphere around him that was intimidating. Causing those that would close to him to feel this, a moment to rethink about going after. It was clear to some that he wasn't going to be that easy to beat. Midnight, now then, I will explain the rules of capture the flag. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points, and the flag will have that number. Teams will try to steal each other's flag until time run out, and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen flags must be placed in the team's designated area, so the more you steal, the harder it will be to manage them. And the most important thing is that even if your flag gets stolen, you're not out. Momo, which means Sato, since there are 42 people, there will be 10 or 12 teams on the field the whole time. Aima, that's tough. Mine, one strategy could be to let someone take your flag first so you'll be more free. Tsu, it is hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting split up. Mina. Midnight, during the game it will be a cruel fight where you can use your quirk. But it's still a capture the flag. You will get a red card for attacks that could seriously injure someone. You will be removed immediately. Also, you're not allowed to move your flag from its place unless it's to bring it back. Bakugo, F-. Midnight, now you have 15 minutes to build your teams, but before that, Midnight had posed for a moment as she made a single to present Mike, who pressed on a red button, and as soon as he did the ground started to shake violently, making more space in the stadium. Once the stands were pushed back far enough, Midnight made another announcement. Midnight, now, once you've chosen your team, you'll take your flag and choose your designated area. Don't forget you have 15 minutes. Now start. At this point Izuku didn't even bother to look for a team, because right away he noticed that everyone was keeping his distance from him. So he figured that he had to go it alone to finish this next event, which he was completely fine with, since he preferred to be alone. But what he didn't know was that at least 2 people were eyeing him and wanted to be on his team, one of which was his own classmate, Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka, hey Izuku. Tells team up. Izuku, are you serious Uraraka? Everyone will probably be after me. Why would you think of choosing me to team up with? Uraraka, if we protect the flag you'll win. Besides, why wouldn't I want to be paid up the person who saved me? Who destroyed that 0-pointer in one punch, the one that stepped up before all of us Augustin the League of Villains. Besides, in our second day it was you who led us to victory during the practice training. I'm not sure if you believe it, but you're amazing. I wouldn't want to team up with anyone else. Despite his objections, it was clear that Uraraka wasn't going to take no for an answer. So Izuku reluctantly agreed to team up with her. Now that he had one teammate, Izuku was now forced to rethink his strategy to include Ochako in. But before he could come up with anything, something else unexpected happened. 2 others had approached the pair, also wanting partners up with the first place winner. Mei, as I thought, this is great. You stand out. Tokoyami, Izuku, will you allow me to be on your team? Izuku, seriously? You want to be on my team too? And who are you? Mei, I am Mei Hatsum from the support course. I don't know you, but let me use your position. Despite her bluntness, Izuku was surprised and a little impressed by her honesty. While Uraraka remembered her back from the second obstacle, as the weird person who used some type of gadgets to cross over the cliff. Mei, if I team up with you, then I'll inevitably become part of the team that everyone's watching the most, right? If that happens, then my super cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big companies. That means, in other words, that those big companies will see my babies. All 3 1A students were confused as to what she meant by babies, until she clarified that she was referring to her inventions. She wanted to use the spotlight Izuku had in order to gain recognition. Despite Izuku's dislike of strangers, he actually was intrigued by the fact that she was an inventor, and I figured that he could get something out of it. Izuku, alright fine. I'll let you be on my team, but I want something in return. Mei, oh, okay what? Izuku, I had this idea for some new type of gadget. However, I'm no engineer. So if I could pique your interest, would you be willing to help me complete it? Mei, are you serious? Of course. If there's anything I love more, it's creating new things. I'm starting to like you more. Izuku, alright, that sealed that. But what about you? Why do you want to join me? Tokoyami, well actually, it's because Dark Shadow wanted to join you. He seemed to be really drawn to you. This was a little confusing to him until Tokoyami's quirk appeared out of his back to greet everyone. It was strange to Izuku at first, until he noticed that Dark Shadow was hovering around him more than the others. It was at that moment Izuku realized that Tokoyami's quirk seemed to be resonating with his own. It was then he decided to ask his classmate if Dark Shadow had any weakness. Tokoyami then explained that his quirk gets more powerful under the influence of darkness. The drawback, however, is that Dark Shadow is also more unruly and rebellious, being more difficult for Fumikage to be able to control it efficiently. After hearing that, Izuku then came up with an idea on how include Tokoyami into his plan, and agreed to let him in. Once it was all set and done, Izuku told everyone to gather together in order to tell them the plan he just came up with. But to nobody's knowledge, Momo was watching for the slide lines. Nobody noticed, but she was actually also going to ask to be on Izuku's team. But before she could approach him, she was stopped by Shoto Todoroki. He had asked her to ask if she would join his team, alongside Ida, Denki. At first she tried to refuse, until she saw all the others approaching him to do the same. So much to her dismay she agreed. However, she wasn't happy about it. Momo noticed the slight angry glares Todoroki made in Izuku's direction. She couldn't figure why that was, but it was annoying her. Although she couldn't understand why she was feeling that was. But what really got on her nerves was how close Uraraka was getting with their class presidents. Momo, I don't like this. This team's strategic planning is severely lacking. Todoroki seems to just want us all follow his lead and not work together at all. If only I could have joined Izuku's team, our chances of would have been higher. I wish it was me instead of her with him. What am I saying? I have to make the best of this. I can be just as tactful as he can. I'm here to prove that I can be a hero, and right now that means trying beat him and claiming first place. UA's staffing room. While the students were busy with picking their teams, certain members of the UA staff were involved with our main protagonist's situation. We're waiting to see how he would adapt to this next event, since it revolves around teamwork, hoping that nothing would go wrong. During this time, Nizu had requested that Flash Princess come to the observation room. Kaori questioned this but agreed, mainly because she had some questions too as him. After about 5 minutes she had reached the observation room. FP, you wanted to see me, Nizu? Nizu, Flash Princess, please come in. I've arranged it so we both could watch the next event. FP, no offense but I'm supposed to be working as society. Nizu, consider this your break. Kaori was a bit hesitant at first. But considering that Nizu is now her boss, she had to keep a more professional relationship with the rodent, despite her still not completely trust him. FP, so, what is this about? I can tell you didn't just call me here to watch the next event. Nizu, yes you are correct. I wanted to know something. How exactly do you intend to help the boy overcome his power? FP, excuse me? Nizu, I've been observing things so far, and it was easy to tell that he's gotten stronger. But I'm just confused as to how that's supposed to be a good thing. Isn't the goal to save the boy from himself? FP, so what you're saying is that you don't approve of my methods. Nizu, I understand that this is a very complicated situation. But what do you intend to do if he gets attached to this power? How exactly are your methods supposed to free him from this darkness? FP, I could ask the same thing about your methods. I allowed you help me with him, but now I'm not so sure I made the right call. Nizu, just what do you mean? FP, I'm talking about how you allow those 2 boys to remain in your school. I fail to see the logic in only expelling Izumi Yagi and not the others. The reason you gave us at the hospital contradicts your decisions, Nizu. So how about you tell me how your methods are supposed to help Izuku? Nizu figured that this would come up eventually. The truth is that she wasn't the first to question his decision to keep Bakugo and Todoroki at UA. Aizawa, the detective and a few others of JIS staff that were made aware of those 2 were in agreement that they should have been given the same expulsion as All Might's daughter. Nizu, yes, I suppose I should explain that. Flash Princess, we aren't just any ordinary school. We are a school made up of professionally licensed heroes. Aside from ejection, we are also given the responsible of enforcing the law and protecting people's lives. But despite that, we heroes are different from the police. FP, yes, I'm aware. But what does that have to do with anything? Nizu, what I'm trying to explain is, aside from fighting and arresting villains, here at UA are also in charge the next generation. However, not just potential heroes, but also potential villains as well. At this point Kaori was getting more and more intrigued with Nizu's continued explanation. Nizu, the real reason why I kept Bakugo and the male Todoroki in UA is because out of the 4 of Izuku's tormentors, they are the most likely to become villains if we were to take our eyes off them. Those boys are the only ones that fail to understand that they are the ones at fault. FP, okay, I guess I can understand your logic. But if that's the case, why couldn't you just let Detective Tasukuchi take them into custody? Nizu, I considered that, but unfortunately that would lead to the possibility to a greater threat. The likelihood of the League using this to their advantage. There was a pause for a moment, as the number 3 hero was starting to understand what Nizu was getting at. Nizu, as I'm sure you are aware, The general public has began to question our job performance has been lately. First they questioned the facts that All Might and the rest of us weren't there to protect our students at the USJ. And that one of those said students had taken on that responsibility. Secondly, that same student had made another appearance that ended up saving you. All Might had kept quiet on the fact that he has children from the public. But can you even imagine just how much more controversy it would cause if the press were to find out that the children of the number 1 and 2 heroes were suddenly expelled right after those 2 incidents, and one of them had gone to Tartarus, because Endeavor definitely wouldn't have kept quiet about it. And that is something that League of Villains definitely would have used against us. That's also the reason why I put them in the support course. In order to keep them close to those who made the several quirk nullifies and shockers I asked for. Just in case they tried to remove them. Kaori had taken a bit of time to fully grasp at what Nizu was getting at. She released that he was doing his part to keep everything that's happening in the shadows quiet. Because this would have caused the citizens of Japan to lose their faith in the heroes. And that isn't something that they could afford to let happen. But despite that, she still couldn't figure out just one thing. FP, I can see where you're coming from. But if you really thought that far ahead, was expelling Izumi Yagi really necessary? Nizu, I wasn't lying about what I said before at the hospital. I expelled her because I believe it was the least amount of justice Izuku should have received. But I also took into account of Ms. Izumi's words to us on the day of the entrance exams. She was willing to take the complete fall for the others and easily accepted her explosion. So that's why. I only expelled and blacklisted her for only UA and Shiketsahai. Fee, I'm sorry, what? Nizu, you heard me. I only banned her from the top 2 hero schools in the country. If Ms. Izumi wanted, she could still got to one of the lower level schools to continue her dream. She most likely would have had to start from the general studies course and worked her way back up, considering that they would have checked her permanent record. I told her parents about it 2 days after I announced the expulsion, but they told me that she had decided to attend ordinary school. And that was what took the cake. Kaori had finally started to realize that Nizu had thought more steps ahead of her. She was so focused on keeping herself and Izuku a distances away that she didn't even consider any of what Nizu brought up. She was too proud to admit it, but there was no way that she could fight both the Takiro and the League of Villains with just her resources alone. Nizu and his staff had better understanding about how All for One thinks. As she was still thinking things over, that was when Nizu had said one more thing that she definitely didn't expect. Nizu, now I believe it's time for me to ask some questions. You spent so much time convincing us about how much a potential threat the boy could become. About how if we worked against you and refused to help the boy, that he would turn against us. FP, I sighed all that because I'm my only one Izuku trust, but if he truly wants to overcome his past and be a hero, then it's not good for him to be overly attracted to me. One of Izuku's many problems is that his inability to trust others. If he can't learn to do that much, then he'll never reach his goal. Not to mention the fact that the reality is that without a quirk there's no way anyone would allow him to become a hero. Nizu, I understand that. But the power that boy has can potentially destroy all of us if he doesn't figure out how to control it. You stated so yourself, and are the only one who understands the true danger of that power more than anyone. And even stated yourself that this is a huge gamble we're taking. So tell me, was it really necessary to make him more powerful by teaching the boy the famous sword style of Japan's former Kagemusha? And with that, Kaori's heart had dropped. It was the first time that someone had managed to get her to sweat. Hearing that name again was like a knife had been plugged in her back. The Kagemusha, or otherwise known as the Shadow. A name she was given after becoming the most feared and formidable assassin in the shadows. A name that the Japanese government had actually given her. For all her years of service to them. Even those from among her family, she's the first to be given such a title for the government within the last few centuries, until the time came when they decided that assassins were no longer necessary as quirk and heroes were making them obsolete. But aside from that, Kaori was now surprises, agitated, and most of all course as to how Nizu had known her former title. The secret of the history of that name was meant to only be known by her, the government, and her only friend Kyoko. Anyone else who had known about it have already been dead by her own hands, which included her very own family. Nizu, I'm sure you're surprises as to how I know that name? Well, I'll tell you, soon after our conversation at the hospital. Myself and the Hero Commissioner got a surprises call for those in our government. After learning that you and Izuku had a connection, and him being a UA student. They felt the need to let the two of us in on the private information they have about you. FP. Oh, is that so? Nizu, indeed. Assassins in the shadows of the Seijiro family, Kanzaki Kaori, otherwise known as the Kagemusha, ear to the ancient Hiko Raijin style of swordsman. Nizu, also that blade you carry around with you. It isn't yours. The real blade of the Kagemusha, the blade that ends. It's the one Izuku has now. Isn't it? FP, so you really do know everything. I suppose it's to be expected. I am the only hero that was never really a part of hero society. I agreed to become a hero, but one that was directly under the government's thumb. It was the only I could survive using my skills without having to end anymore. But since I've now agreed to work with other heroes for a change, I suppose it's only natural they'd let you in on who exactly I am. Nizu, you're pretty clairvoyant about this. So are you going to answer my question? FP, I supposed it's only fair. As I told you before, Yang's power amplifies the anger and hate that the host has suppressed for so many years. All that severely damaged Izuku's mental state, which as you have seen causes him to either make drastic decisions or lose control. The reason why I taught Izuku swordsmanship was because apart from giving him another way of fighting, so didn't need to rely on his quirk so much. Sword users are required to have a severe degree of disabling of the mind and spirit even before they ever hold a real sword. FP, physical training isn't all there is. Knowing who you are and the path you have chosen the moment you pick up a blade is what every swordsman must understand. Training with a sword allows your mind and spirit to grow more forcefully than normal. Obviously, Izuku still has quite a ways to go, but his mental state has improved a little within these 2 weeks. The only things that causes him to go over the line is his past. Believe me, I'm well aware that adding more to his arsenal is a risky move. But I genuinely want to believe that he can take his power and my sword style and turn them into something more than they already are. Something I couldn't do despite all my strength. Despite all his validated concerns, after hearing what Kaori say, Nizu had remembered that this was more of a burden on her more than anyone else. And also remembered the request Izuku had asked of her. Not to mention he and his staff had been keeping an eye on Izuku after she came back to Japan. And having her around had actually made his behavior improve a little. Nizu, well, I would argue with you if I hadn't been observing Izuku, and have noticed some slight changes to his behavior. Actually, just before the break, there was an episode with one of his classmates that he shielded at the USJ. FP, really? Do tell. Nizu, yes, her name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Apparently she had an emotional episode with her and Izuku having a discussion about his actions. And she even hugged and cried on his shoulder for a little while. Wait, what? She hugged him. Nizu, is this girl okay? Nizu had difficulty understanding her concerning tone. As for Kaori, she remembered that name. It belonged to the girl that introduced herself to her as one of her biggest fans. She seems like a nice girl, which is why she was worried about what she just heard. You see, there was something else about Izuku that Kaori hadn't mentioned. Nizu, what? Yes, she's fine. After they talked, they went back to class together and that was it. Why do you look so worried? FP, Nizu, there's something I haven't mentioned before. Izuku doesn't like to be touched. Nizu, I'm sorry, what? FP, Izuku doesn't like to be touched. At least not from people around his age. He gives a pass to little kids or to adults out of respect. But when it comes to those around his age, he loses it when they try to lay their hands on him. I remember once when I took him out with me to run some errands. There was a pair of those people that try to push others to buy their candy on the street. A boy and a girl. They approach Izuku, he tried to walk away but the girl grabbed him by the arm to keep him there. And in that moment Izuku had lost it and ended breaking the poor girl's arm in 3 different places. This new revaluation was shocking, however not as bad as Nizu first thought it was. It was actually expected since the majority of people that hurt Izuku were those around his age. But after some more discussion, Nizu assured her that Yaoyorozu was all right. As for Kaori, this new revaluation the Izuku actually allowed someone to have physical contact with him was shocking. But it also made her curious concerning that she remembered how Momo acted around Izuku. And she was now planning to bring that up with him later. But aside for that, there was something else on Nizu's mind. Something else that Kaori had said about herself. Nizu, well, all that aside, after talking with you, I've decided to stop questioning your methods. I want you to trust us. But I still have one last question. FP, if it's concerning Izuku again, you don't have to worry. I've already taken alternative measures just in case it looks like he'll go overboard. Nizu, oh no, that's not it, but thank you for letting me know that. Actually, I wanted you to explain something to me. You said that you believe that Izuku could use what you gave him to better the world. But then how come you haven't tried to do so yourself? You could have tried to make a difference yourself, but instead you pull your hopes in a boy that may one day turn against us all. FP, you know about my past and yet you still ask that question. If you really want to know then fine. The reason why I chose to put my hopes in him is because, unlike me, the Izuku doesn't have any sins that can never be atoned for. I was given this position just simply because Japan didn't want me as an enemy. You may be surprised to hear this, but Izuku's actually the second person to ever resist Yang's influence for this long. Is it really that crazy to believe that he can become a hero with darkness? Until recently you believed that your country's symbol of peace was truly righteous and pure-hearted man. But you were proven wrong. Nizu. I see, so you still feel guilty about all the lives you ruined in your past. But then why not use everything you have to better society, and help the boy achieve his dreams? As you said, even our own heroes aren't as righteous as society believes them to be. That doesn't mean you can't try to make things better yourself. FP, I considered it for a while, but in the end I came to realize that that's not my place. The history behind that blade and sword style is one of senseless bloodshed. One that I partake in as well. So I figure I would give them both to someone that didn't have ties to their history. And see if he could make a new story for them, separate from their dark past. That the reason why I had my blade, the blade that slayed so many, to be reforged. And be given new meaning in new hands. That isn't something I can ever do. Nizu, I still don't understand? What exactly keep you from trying? FP, even if I tried, I never could have succeeded, because in the end I'm just the moon. The real sun is long gone. Back to the sports festival. The 15 minutes were now up and everyone had their teams ready. As for the Izuku team, they were surrounded on all sides by the others. As the majority of the other teams were get ready to change at the first place team. Izuku had asked Tokoyami to be the vanguard, but before he could do anything, there was something that he needed his quirk for first. Izuku asked Dark Shadow to come him. Then proceeded to place his hand on top of it. And after few seconds Dark Shadow's size had increased 5 times and its eyes had gone red. Tokoyami, what? Izuku, I enchanted Dark Shadow with my own dark power. Since it's a creature of darkness, I could tell he was drawn by my quirk. So now even in daylight, he's temporarily much stronger. Tokoyami, but I told you he'll go on a rampage if he... Izuku, did you forget that I can control shadows? And since your quirk is basically a living shadow monster, that means it now obeys me. Now give Dark Shadowy a command, and see what happens. Needless to say, Tokoyami was worried about his quirk going out of control. However, those worries then turned to shock. As he witnessed Dark Shadow acting so obedient. As the first wave of teams were coming at them, Tokoyami regained his composure and ordered his quirk to block them. Thanks to the added power, Dark Shadow had made quite work of them. But Tokoyami had started getting this creepy feeling. Izuku didn't think this through, but after giving Dark Shadow some of Yang's power, Tokoyami was now able to feel some of the immense darkness Izuku feels every. Just then even more teams started coming at them. So Uraraka, using her quirk, and Mei activating her hover boots, managed to float away. However, not for too long, since Uraraka couldn't maintain it for too long. So they were dropped off in the center of everyone. At this point teams for both classes 1A and 1B were coming for them. Tokoyami had their front covered, but their sides were exposed. But just as they were about to be ambushed, Izuku used his quirk to take control over his teammates' shadows. This surprised everyone, as the shadows not only stopped them but also had stolen their headbands. To the other combatants it was like Izuku's team was protected by monsters made of darkness. Which was pretty much the case. As for the teams of Izuku's tormentors, Shoka had joined up with some of the members of Class 1B. She managed to convince them not to go after the boy she loved, in order to avoid the competition for first place. Also, security wasn't ready to face him. As for Bakugo, he joined up with a couple of the members of Class 1A. After they approached him, thinking that he would be their best bet to make it to the finals after witnessing his strong quirk at the USJ. Completely ignorant of his past sins. He wasn't too thrilled about the idea. But he ultimately agreed since he knew that he couldn't do this alone. But before they started, he convinced the others not to go after Izuku, knowing that many of the other competitors would be hunting him down. This would give them a better shot at making it to the next round if they went for other teams' points. Not to mention that they had their hands full with one team in particular led by Monoma of Class 1B. Like Bakugo, he also wanted to avoid the competition for first place. But the other reason was because he was still afraid of Izuku's power. Shoto, on the other hand, wasn't thinking as strategically. He was determined to sew up Izuku. Despite everything, he was determined to take his anger out on him. and show that he deserves the right to be a hero. Everyone agreed to go after Izuku's team. All except for Momo. She wanted them to focus on getting other points to be on the safe side. Because she knew just how skilled Izuku was. They agreed to gather more points for the others. But Todoroki wasn't going to back down on taking Izuku's first-place position. After a few moments getting other points, Todoroki had lost his patience and ordered everyone to go after his former best friend. With the help of Ida's quirk, in moments they were now face to face with one another again. Their first real one even since Izuku came back. Shoto, I'll be taking those 1,000,000 points. But now that Shoto had a proper look at him, he could see the eyes of his former friend. Growing up in the household of the number 2 hero, he knew those eyes well. They were the eyes of hate toward him. He expected for Izuku to resent him and the others. But this was more than he expected. He looked nothing like the boy he used to know. But before he could take it all in, he heard Izuku speak out the word, "You're too predictable." Suddenly Dark Shadow charged toward them, attempting to strike them down. In a split second Shoto had created a wall of ice to block Tokoyami's quirk. But to his surprise, it was stronger than he thought. And Dark Shadow was able to break through it with enough force. Why was Dark Shadow able to break through? Simply put, it was because Yang's power did more than simply make it stronger. It also completely domesticated it to its will, making Dark Shadow's attacks more focused on the enemy instead of wild. Tokoyami noted this right away and was stunned to say the least. But there was something that not even Izuku realized was happening. Thanks to Tokoyami and Dark Shadow's connection, Tokoyami had started to notice that he couldn't hear Dark Shadows though anymore. Yang's massive amount of power. Tokoyami, what is this feeling? I've felt the influence of darkness before, but it's never been like this. So overwhelming. Back to their fight, Todoroki figured that if could create a diversion long enough to distract Izuku's team, that he would be able to break through their defenses long enough to take the 1,000,000 points. However, something was holding him back. He himself hadn't realized yet, or maybe he was too proud to admit it. He was afraid. Those eyes. They were the same as his father's. He was afraid of what Izuku could do to him. In the short time that he was back, Shoto had seen just what Izuku could do with his new quirk, and wasn't completely confident he could best him with just his ice alone. Meanwhile, his teammates weren't doing so well against Izuku's team either. Kaminari tried using his quirk against the newly powered Dark Shadow, but unfortunately it had no effect. Their teamwork was practically non-existent. And time was running out. Then in a last-ditched effort, Ida came up with a plan. He'd use his quirk's best move to try and reach the 10,000,000 points before their time ran out. Shoto wasn't completely convinced that it would work. But at this point he was despite. As they were getting ready, Bakugo's team had finally gotten away from Minoma's team and had taken their points. Just then Bakugo's had a chance of heart and decided to go for first place after all, since they were running out of time. And so now both of Izuku's worst tormentors' teams were now out for him. As midnight was counting down, others' team began to follow the two teams and target Izuku as well. However, as both Bakugo and Todoroki's teams were charging at the same time, Izuku's shadow had blocked Bakugo's teams, while Izuku had activated the jetpack Mei had given him, just in time before Shoto could reach his headband. Shoto didn't get away empty-handed. He did manage to get away with one of the other headbands worth 100 points. But he wasn't happy about it. Especially since the shadow, he stole the headband from Mange to slice the back of his hand. Just as they regained their composure, they were about to try again, but just then they heard the call. Midnight, and time's up. The pro heroes looking from the crowd were shocked on the black-haired boy. They didn't not expect him to outsmart the other students, but also defended the 10,000,000 points. No one had ever achieved that, not even All Might. Especially Mirko, she was cackling like a madman. Just seeing how Izuku outsmarted not only one but everyone in the arena. The boy was very entertaining to watch and had a lot of potential. Now she was very eager to learn more about Flash Princess's student. The other contestants were in the same way of thinking. All this time they were trying to climb a mountain of strength. Some of them sent glares at Izuku, while others stared at the boy wondering how he pulled it off. The crowd cheered as Izuku's team was announced the winners. Izuku was about to head off by himself to grab something to eat. But just then he sensed that someone was approaching him. Before this individual could grab onto him, Izuku turned his head, only to see it was Shoto Todoroki with a look of disdain. Izuku, what do you want? Shoto, we need to have a talk. Izuku Yagi was a boy whose love for heroes was like no other, not because of the fame they reserved or the quirk they possessed, but just of the fact he always thought that helping people was the coolest thing ever. One day Izuku and his sister Izumi with their mother the number 5 pro hero green Espress at
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.